Chapter 1. The Heart's Whisper. The office director, Qian, cast a dark glare at the entrance. The driver had already positioned the car at the building's front, with the warm air circulating inside for quite some time. The leader was about to descend, yet that accursed Tong had yet to return. Qian had harbored disdain for Tong for a considerable duration, not merely for a day or two. With his shabby appearance, what was it that set him apart? Merely his academic credentials? The root of his animosity, however, lay in Tong usurping his son's position. Had it not been for the sudden requirement for a candidate with higher qualifications, Qian would have secured a place for his son in the committee this year. The civil service examinations are becoming increasingly formalized now. We can still arrange positions through the establishment, but in a year or two, it will become a mandatory test for all incoming candidates, which would be quite troublesome. Qian fumed inwardly at that moment. A young man dashed through the entrance. "Director my apologies for the delay," Tong said, his smile failing to mask the insincerity beneath. "Tong, how shall I express my discontent? This is a blatant display of disorder and lack of discipline. The leadership is about to depart, and you are out purchasing items. What could be so urgent? You will regret this upon your return." Qian's reprimand was abruptly cut short as he spotted the esteemed leader emerging from the building with a bag in hand, quickly shifting to a warm smile. Seizing the opportunity while Qian was distracted, Tong briskly approached and opened the rear door of the Passat. Zhang Weiman nodded at Qian, his gaze lingering on Tong for a moment, and offered a rare compliment. "Young Gu is commendable. Keep up the good work." Zhang Weiman, prior to his appointment as the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission in Lanhe, had risen through the ranks from an ordinary cadre in the municipal discipline inspection. He held a particular fondness for this distinguished graduate from Peking University. In his past life, Tong would have scoffed at the idea of assisting a leader with such trivialities, internally deriding the act as sycophantic. However, now he executed the task with a clear conscience, his movements fluid and devoid of any awkwardness. Ignoring Qian's malevolent demeanor, Tong hastily slid into the front passenger seat. The journey to Shiping Township proved to be particularly arduous, with the driver cautiously gripping the steering wheel, ever aware of the oncoming trucks. Qian sat beside Zhang Weiman, elaborating on the local customs and the cadre situation in Shiping. Yet, Tong's attention was intermittently drawn to Zhang Weiman's expression in the rearview mirror. He recalled that on this very day, Zhang Weiman had hurried out in the morning, forgetting to bring his emergency heart medication, which had led to a severe episode during the bumpy ride. Although timely assistance had been rendered, it resulted in a life of confinement to bed, prematurely severing his ties with the political arena. In later reflections, Tong could not shake the feeling that this incident had marked the commencement of his own downfall. Earlier that morning, when he encountered Zhang Weiman in the corridor, they exchanged a handshake along with a few encouraging words. However, at the moment their hands met, an unfamiliar voice echoed in Tong's mind. "Forgot the medicine, it should not be a significant issue, right?" Turning back, he promptly greeted Qian, disregarding his dark expression, and hurried to a nearby pharmacy to procure a bottle of the emergency heart medication. The journey to Shiping Township was drawing to a close as the first village entrance arch came into view. The driver, unable to discern the road conditions, hit a large pothole, causing the vehicle's undercarriage to jolt against the ground with a heavy thud. Zhang Weiman, who had been feeling somewhat unwell, struggled to maintain his composure. He did not wish to appear frail in front of others. However, the sudden jolt exacerbated his condition. Beads of sweat, large as pearls, began to trickle down his forehead as he pressed a hand to his chest and murmured, "Medicine, medicine." Qian, alarmed and at a loss, patted Zhang Weiman's back frantically, yet with each pat, the discomfort only intensified. Tong swiftly retrieved a pill, concealing the bottle in his hand as he leaned back to place the medication into Zhang Weiman's mouth. The action was so abrupt that Qian was momentarily stunned, and he scolded in a panic. "What are you doing? What have you given Secretary Zhang? This is a crime." Tong paid him no heed, his focus solely on Zhang Weiman, while the driver, sensing something was amiss, pulled the vehicle to the side of the road. After a while, Zhang Weiman gradually regained consciousness, exhaling deeply before addressing Tong. "Xiao Gu, I owe you one. I shall remember this favor," while nodding appreciatively. Upon arriving at Shiping Township, The secretary and mayor had already been waiting at the government office's entrance. That be why this time, Zhang Weimin had fully recovered, alighting from the vehicle to shake hands with everyone, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for. Angered, in the conference room. He Wetian exchanged pleasantries with the township officials while discreetly stealing glances at Tong, puzzled about what medication he had administered to Zhang Weimin. Was it a heart-saving pill? Perhaps for blood sugar or blood pressure. The symptoms suggest a heart condition, but it doesn't entirely fit this young man, seems unexpectedly astute. Several times, He Wetian attempted to approach Tong to inquire further, but each time, he was deftly evaded. In truth, Tong had discreetly handed the medicine to Zhang Weimin during a brief moment when he excused himself to the restroom, an act that further endeared him to the secretary. After the symposium concluded, the secretary and mayor took the opportunity to visit several nearby townships, and lunch was served at a local eatery, featuring regional delicacies. However, Tong was taken aback when he unexpectedly encountered his high school classmate, Yu Qinghan, the publicity officer of Shiping Township. Years had passed since their high school graduation, and both had changed significantly. Yu Qinghan did not immediately connect the dashing, sun-kissed young man before her to the pale and awkward classmate she once knew, only recalling him when she saw his name on the guest list the previous day. The morning had been hectic, leaving little room for her to scrutinize him closely, yet fate had them seated together during lunch. "I scarcely recognize you. I thought your name was merely a coincidence," she remarked. Yu Qinghan's father held the position of chairman of the county's political consultative conference and had previously served as the deputy secretary in charge of party affairs. Placing him firmly within the county's upper echelons, the Yu Tong gazed at his beautiful classmate and replied with a gentle smile, "Indeed, I did not anticipate encountering you here. What a coincidence. I look forward to your guidance in the future." But he reminisced about how this female classmate had ascended to the role of township mayor, only to be affected by the policy of youth among officials. Furthermore, being a female cadre, she embodies the duality of the ignorant girl that by the age of 40, she had already ascended to the position of a standing committee member and head of the organization department in the county. A remarkable achievement in the grassroots context. However, her marriage was fraught with misfortune. She married the son of a local entrepreneur, initially believing it to be a promising union. Unfortunately, after their wedding, he indulged in a life of debauchery, engaging in drinking, gambling, and other vices, and it was later reported that he was also abusive. With no other option, she was compelled to divorce him. Her interactions with this classmate were limited, largely due to their differing social standings. In his previous life, he faced a series of unfortunate events, lacking emotional intelligence and taking many wrong turns, ultimately causing distress to numerous individuals. In the end, he resigned from his public office, leading a solitary existence accompanied only by the flickering glow of a lamp and the serenity of Buddhism. Truly a lamentable fate. Yu Qinghan felt a surge of joy at the serendipitous encounter with Tong and took the initiative to add his phone number, and Yu Tong contemplated that at this juncture, she should still be unmarried, though that situation was likely to change soon. Uncertain whether she was already in a relationship, he refrained from engaging in prolonged conversation to avoid any misunderstandings. After their meal, the township government had arranged a place for Zhang Weimin to rest. Just then, He Yushin's phone rang, and his expression turned grave as he hurriedly whispered something in Zhang Weimin's ear. The journey back was swift, and they returned to the committee before 3 o'clock. Although Tong was youthful, the rapid back and forth had taken a toll on him, and upon returning to the office to rest, he was surprised to find it filled with people. "Xiaogu, you're back. Something big has happened. Something serious," exclaimed Lu Yang from across the table, his voice filled with alarm. Chapter 1. Hearing the heart's voice. The office head, He Yuqian, cast a grim gaze towards the entrance, where the driver had already brought the car to a halt before the building. The warmth from the vehicle had been circulating for some time, and the leaders were about to descend yet. That detestable Tong had yet to return. He Yuqian had long harbored disdain for Tong, a sentiment that had not arisen overnight. With a poverty-stricken demeanor, Tong's only distinction seemed to be his educational qualifications. The crux of He Yushin's ire, however, lay in the fact that Tong had usurped his son's position. Had it not been for the sudden insistence of the secretary on hiring a candidate with a higher degree, He Yuqian would have secured a role for his son in the committee this year. The civil service examinations are becoming increasingly formalized at present. We can still arrange for a few candidates in the public sector, in a year or two. However, the situation will become more troublesome, with mandatory testing for all entrants. Yu seethed as his frustration mounted. At that moment, a young man dashed through the entrance. Director I apologize for the wait, Tong said, his smile evidently lacking sincerity. Tong, what can I possibly say to you? You are the epitome of disorder and lack of discipline. The leaders are about to depart, and you choose now to run an errand. What could be so urgent? You'll regret this upon your return. Yu rebuked, halting abruptly as he noticed a senior leader emerging from the building with a bag in hand, instantly donning a warm smile. Seizing the opportunity while Yu was distracted, Tong hurriedly opened the back door of the Passat. Zhang Weiman nodded to Yu, his gaze lingering on Tong for a moment before he uttered, "Young Gu, well done. Keep up the good work." Zhang Weiman, prior to his appointment as the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission in Lanhe, had served as the director in a municipal discipline inspection commission, having ascended through the ranks from an ordinary cadre, that he held a particular fondness for this exceptional graduate of Peking University. In a previous life, Tong would have scoffed at the triviality of opening the car door for a leader, inwardly berating the act as sycophantic and mocking it mercilessly. Yet now, he performed the gesture with a clear conscience, his movements fluid and devoid of any awkwardness. Ignoring Yushin's malevolent demeanor, Tong swiftly took his place in the passenger seat. The journey to Shiping Township proved particularly arduous, with the driver cautiously gripping the steering wheel, ever vigilant of the oncoming heavy trucks. Seated beside Zhang Weiman, Yu described the local customs and the profiles of the cadres in Shiping. Meanwhile, Tong frequently glanced at Zhang Weiman's countenance in the rearview mirror, recalling that on this very day, Zhang had rushed out in the morning, forgetting to bring his fast-acting heart medication, which had resulted in a severe episode during the bumpy ride. Although timely rescue had been administered, Zhang's later years would be spent bedridden, having departed from the political arena prematurely. Tong often reflected on this incident as the catalyst for his own subsequent failures. Earlier that morning, when he had encountered Zhang Weiman in the corridor, they had exchanged a handshake and a few encouraging words. In that fleeting moment of contact, Tong had heard an unfamiliar voice in his mind whisper, "Forgot the medicine, it shouldn't be a significant issue, right?" Turning back, he had greeted Yu disregarding his scowling visage, and hurried to a nearby pharmacy to purchase a bottle of fast-acting heart medication. The journey to Shiping Township was nearing its end, with the first administrative village's archway already in sight. The driver, failing to pay attention to the road conditions, jolted the vehicle over a large pothole, causing a heavy thump between the car's chassis and the ground. Zhang Weiman, who had been feeling somewhat unwell, exerted great effort to suppress his discomfort, not wishing to give outsiders the impression of poor health. However, this jolt triggered his ailment. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled down his forehead as he pressed a hand to his chest, murmuring, "Medicine, medicine." Yu taken aback and at a loss, frantically patted Zhang Weiman's back, but such gestures only intensified the discomfort. Tong swiftly retrieved a pill, concealing the bottle in his hand, and leaned back to hastily place the medication in Zhang Weiman's mouth. The suddenness of the action left Yu bewildered, and he scolded in a flustered tone, "What are you doing? What have you given Secretary Zhang? This is a crime." Ignoring him, Tong focused intently on Zhang Weiman, while the driver, sensing the gravity of the situation, pulled the vehicle over to the roadside. After a moment, Zhang Weiman gradually regained consciousness, exhaling deeply as he looked at Tong and remarked, "Xiao Gu, I owe you one, I will remember this." He nodded appreciatively at Tong. Upon arriving at Shiping Township, the secretary and the township head were already waiting at the government office's entrance. By this time, Zhang Weiman had fully recovered, stepping out of the car to shake hands with everyone, his demeanor exuding an awe-inspiring authority. In the conference room, Yu engaged in small talk with the local officials while frequently glancing at Tong, puzzled about what Tong had administered to Zhang Weiman. Was it a quick-acting heart remedy? Or perhaps for lowering blood sugar or blood pressure? The symptoms suggest a heart condition, but it doesn't quite seem like it. This young man suddenly appears quite clever. He mused. Yu attempted several times to approach Tong to inquire about the situation, but each time he was skillfully evaded. In reality, Gu Tong had discreetly passed the medication to Zhang Weimin during a brief trip to the restroom, an action that greatly pleased Zhang Weimin. After the symposium, the secretary and the township head took a tour of several other townships, with lunch served at a local eatery featuring rustic specialties. However, Gu Tong was surprised to encounter a high school classmate, Yu Qinghan, the publicity officer of Shiping Township. Years had passed since their high school graduation, and both had changed remarkably. Yu Qinghan could not connect the sunny and handsome young man before her with the pale and awkward classmate she remembered, only recalling him briefly during the signing event. Yesterday, the busy morning had left no opportunity for a closer look, and they unexpectedly found themselves seated together for lunch. "I hardly recognized you when I saw your name yesterday. I thought it was just a coincidence of names," she remarked. Yu Qinghan's father was the chairman of the county's political consultative conference and had previously served as the deputy secretary responsible for party affairs. An influential figure within the county's hierarchy. Gu Tong, gazing at his beautiful classmate, simply smiled and replied, "Indeed, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. I hope to rely on your support in the future." Reflecting on her trajectory, he recalled that she had become a township head, but due to the youth-oriented policy for officials. Moreover, as a female cadre, she embodies two characteristics of the ignorant girl. By the age of 40, she had already ascended to the position of a standing committee member and minister of organization within the county, a remarkable achievement in a grassroots context. However, her marriage was fraught with difficulties. She married the son of a local entrepreneur, initially believing it to be a promising union. Yet, following their marriage, he indulged in a lifestyle marked by excesses, drinking, gambling, and other vices. It was later rumored that he even resorted to domestic violence, leaving her with no choice but to seek a divorce. Her interactions with his female classmate were limited, primarily due to their disparate social standings. In his past life, he had suffered misfortune, lacking emotional intelligence and navigating many detours, which led to strife with numerous individuals. Ultimately, he resigned from public office, retreating into a life of solitude accompanied only by the flickering light of solitary lamp and the teachings of Buddhism. Lamentable fate indeed. Yu Qinghan felt a surge of joy at the serendipitous encounter with Gu Tong, eagerly adding his telephone number and online contact. Gu Tong contemplated that at this juncture, she ought to still be single, though marriage might be imminent. Unsure of her relationship status, he opted to refrain from engaging in extensive conversation to avoid any misunderstandings. After their meal, the township government had arranged for a place for Zhang Weimin to rest. However, just then, He Yushin's phone rang, and he appeared grave, hastily whispering something in Zhang Weimin's ear. The return journey was swift, and they arrived back at the committee before 3 o'clock. Although Gu Tong was youthful, the relentless back and forth had begun to take its toll. Upon returning to the office for a brief respite, he was taken aback to find it filled with people. "Xiao Gu, you're back. Something serious has happened. Something serious," Lu Yang exclaimed from across the table, his demeanor animated with urgency. Chapter 2. An urgent mission. Have you returned? Are you tired? Take a moment to rest. As Gu Tong settled down, a message from Yu Qinghan arrived. Gu Tong found herself multitasking, listening to Lu Yang's storytelling while responding to Yu Qinghan's texts. "You wouldn't believe it. I witnessed something unprecedented. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee was involved, and the county party secretary was utterly incapacitated, just slumped there," Lu Yang recounted, sipping water as he spoke. Gu Tong was familiar with the case, although it bore little significance to her in her previous life. The incident stemmed from a sudden bridge collapse in a neighboring county, sending vehicles and pedestrians plummeting into the river, resulting in a death toll exceeding 10. A special task force from the province engaged a certified assessment agency, which revealed that the construction quality was abysmally substandard, essentially a shoddy project. The provincial leadership slammed the table in outrage, vowing to mete out severe punishment to those responsible, assuring that anyone found culpable would face consequences. As fate would have it, the county party secretary was the then deputy county head overseeing the project. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee's task force took him directly to the Lanhe Disciplinary Committee, ready for an overnight interrogation, as the provincial leaders awaited a report. Zhang Weimin sat across from a man in his 40s, clad in a black jacket and pants, with a stern expression. Observing him, Zhang Weimin remarked, "Old Chun, You seem under considerable strain. What troubles you? Is he refusing to cooperate? Ah, my old classmate, you have no idea. Initially, I thought this fellow was a coward. But once the questioning began, he stubbornly clung to one phrase. There is evidence. You can execute me. Chun Zi from the 11th Office of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee lamented. A skilled investigator within the Jing'an provincial system. Yet, he found himself at a loss with such an obstinate individual. How could his attitude shift so dramatically? Surely there hasn't been a leak? Zhang Weiman speculated, recalling the county party secretary who had been placed under duress during a previous meeting. Possibly. You know how it is. Once such a case becomes public, too many individuals start gossiping. I'm short-staffed this time, having drawn personnel from various municipal disciplinary committees and judicial offices. With so many mouths, it's hard to keep things under wraps. The provincial leaders are eager for results, and I'm at a loss. By the way, do you have any capable individuals available for a couple of days? Chun Zi had great confidence in his old classmate. His team not only handled interrogations, but also gathered peripheral evidence, even retrieving bank transaction records. The discussion team had gone 2 nights without sleep. You've already asked, so I can hardly refuse. I have a talented student from Jingshu University who just joined us. I'll have him assist for a couple of days. However, he must not compete with my existing talent, as I plan to utilize him significantly. Zhang Weiman mused, considering introducing Gu Tong to Chun Zi to help her build connections. At that moment, Gu Tong was engrossed in a lively conversation with a beautiful classmate while maintaining a casual dialogue with Liu Yang, thoroughly enjoying the bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly answered, "Secretary, I'm here. I'm on my way." Upon entering, Gu Tong quickly recognized the man in black sitting across from Zhang Weiman. She realized that he was no ordinary individual. Her recollection suggested he later returned to Beijing for a position. At this moment, he merely nodded politely to the other party and then turned to Zhang Weiman, saying, "Secretary, you wanted to see me?" Zhang replied with a warm smile. "Indeed, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee is utilizing our investigation area for their casework, and they are somewhat short-staffed. Please cooperate with Director Chun. Whatever he asks you to do, just follow his instructions. Is that agreeable?" Without hesitation, Gu Tong responded, "No problem. I assure you I will fulfill the task." He had no objections. This was indeed a significant opportunity. Chun Zi, observing the spirited young man, felt a genuine admiration and, in a rare gesture, shook Gu Tong's hand before leading him down to the investigation area. Time is of the essence, and the workload is substantial. We must ensure that we extract some substantial information before the end of the workday tomorrow. I will ask the questions, and you will document the responses, allowing their team to take a break. Do you understand? As they descended the stairs, Chun Zi outlined the necessary precautions to Gu Tong. The investigation area comprised 6 rooms, all soundproofed, with the sharp corners of the tables cushioned in foam. Each room was equipped with synchronized audio and video recording capabilities. The target was situated in the interrogation room, while other rooms bustled with staff coming and going. Upon Chun Zi's entrance, the 2 interrogators stood to greet him. "So, what is the update? Any confessions?" Chun Zi asked with some hope. "None. He hasn't uttered a word, refusing food and water, making it difficult to proceed," the investigators replied, their spirits somewhat dampened. Chun Zi waved his hand, sending the 2 to take a break. Gu Tong settled at the computer, swiftly filling in the header and standardized questions in the record template. Chun Zi glanced over and nodded to himself, appreciating the young man's efficiency. "Secretary Wang, now that you're here, cast aside any illusions. We possess all the necessary information. Whether you choose to speak or remain silent is of little consequence. Ultimately, we seek your stance," Chun Zi stated. Just then, Secretary Wang lifted his weary, clouded gaze to Chun Zi and replied, "Director Chun, I maintain my position. If you have evidence, proceed according to the law. If not, release me and publicly apologize to restore my reputation." Chun Zi couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. After years of handling cases, he had encountered countless individuals. Yet this was a first, someone demanding an apology from him. To diffuse the tension, he produced a cigarette and requested Gu Tong to hand it to him before lighting it. As Gu Tong passed the cigarette, their hands brushed inadvertently. And in that fleeting moment, a flicker of psychological insight crossed the target's mind. Maintaining a neutral expression, Tong returned to the computer, steadied his thoughts, and found clarity within himself. At this juncture, the critical task was to select an opportune moment to weave this information into the interrogation, effectively dismantling the target's psychological defenses for optimal results. Furthermore, he recognized that he was not in a suitable position to conduct the questioning, as he was merely a temporary recruit. Such authority required Chunzi's endorsement. Otherwise, it would be deemed improper, and no one would favor a person lacking decorum, regardless of their capabilities. Chunzi repeatedly articulated the policies, incessantly posing trivial inquiries, seemingly attempting to divert the interlocutor's attention before unexpectedly launching a pivotal question. However, it was evident that the other party, having immersed themselves in the political arena for many years, possessed a profound acumen and was not easily ensnared. By 6 p.m, Chunzi had utterly lost his patience. He abruptly rose, pointing at the other individual and exclaiming vehemently, "Are you still a party member? Where is your party spirit? What about the oath you took upon joining? Those were lives lost. Do you feel no remorse? Are you even human?" In response, Secretary Wang merely shut his eyes tightly, and Tong could clearly see the tremor in his lips. The timing appeared opportune, and emotions were heightened. It was now a matter of whether an opportunity for discourse would arise. Frustrated, Chunzi plopped heavily back into his chair and directed Tong. "Ask him whatever you wish. Do not allow him a moment's respite. Over 10 lives were lost. How can he possibly rest?" Chapter 3. Are you a devil? Upon hearing Chunzi's words, Tong remained composed and began methodically inquiring about basic information, adhering to the conversational protocol. "Wang Miao, are you a representative or a member?" Tong asked in a formal tone, which caused Wang Miao to swell with pride, feeling that his counterpart was at a loss for tactics and merely adjusting his approach. "Yes, I'm a representative of the Provincial People's Congress," Wang Miao replied casually, lowering his guard. Tong recorded the responses diligently, while Chunzi, harboring little expectation, simmered down and contemplated the next course of action. "Do you have any prior criminal record?" "No." "During the conference in the provincial capital, where did you and Lan go for leisure?" The mention of Li Lake Park drained the color from Wang Miao's face, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Tong. This was the first moment he felt genuine fear and anxiety since entering the room. He fixed his gaze on the young man, utterly perplexed as to how he had acquired this knowledge. Chunzi, initially oblivious, sensed a shift in Wang Miao's demeanor and paused momentarily, only to then react. He abruptly pulled his chair closer to Tong's side, scrutinizing the notes, and smiled. "Well done, young man. You have accomplished a significant feat," he praised, patting Tong on the shoulder. As for how Tong had obtained this information, he refrained from inquiring, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment. At last, it seemed they glimpsed a breakthrough, and Chunzi encouraged, "Little Gu, you take the lead. I will observe." A weight lifted from Chunzi's heart. Having a breakthrough was indeed a positive development. Yet, this single question was insufficient to compel the other party to relent. As anticipated, Wang Miao merely scoffed, "And so what? It is merely a matter of style. This is not a significant issue," he defended. Tong did not respond but continued, "Where does Lan reside?" Wang Miao fell silent once more, convinced that his refusal to answer this question was inconsequential. "Do you truly believe your continued resistance holds any merit?" Tong queried, addressing Director Chun. "Please request the retrieval of Lan's vehicle's trajectory on that day, particularly the neighborhoods it visited. Perhaps we may uncover something surprising." At this, Wang Miao could no longer remain composed. His expression suddenly fell, realizing he had overlooked this detail. He purchased a private villa for Lan in the provincial capital, where the rendezvous always took place. The property management was exceedingly diligent, with vehicle entry and exit records readily accessible. Contemplating this, Wang Miao felt a profound chill settle in his heart for that villa. "Director Chun, could you spare me a cigarette?" Wang Miao sighed with closed eyes. Addressing Kinzi, he inhaled deeply, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Glancing back at Tong, he forced a bitter smile and inquired, "Young man, might you elucidate how you discovered this?" Uncovering the affair between him and Lanhe posed some difficulty. It was not entirely implausible. However, to be aware of that villa and the issues therein could only be attributed to the devil himself. Wang Miao observed Tong, his lips trembling incessantly, his hands tightly clenched, the veins in his wrists swelling ominously. Chunzi had already dispatched individuals to investigate as per Tong's suggestions. If one wishes to keep a secret, they must refrain from wrongdoing, Tong remarked, thereafter falling silent. Lanhe was a renowned host on the provincial station, a well-known socialite in the city, yet no one was privy to her affair with Wang Miao. Their meetings were executed with utmost caution. Whenever Wang Miao traveled to the provincial capital on business, he would meet Lanhe in the hotel as underground parking lot, ensuring no one could detect their liaison. Moreover, he always applied makeup for these encounters, particularly when they ventured to leave Lake Park under the veil of night. A matter that perplexed him to this day. How did that young man manage to glean such information? An hour later, Chunzi's phone rang, at which point the entirety of Wang Miao's corruption and bribery case had become clear. "Secretary Wang, you truly astonish. A room brimming with cash, a wall, a bed, a refrigerator. What on earth do you require such a sum for?" Chunzi struggled to suppress his fury. It was too late for words now, but regarding the bridge matter, I must strive for merit. You must accurately document the ensuing events, and all will fall into place. The more Chunzi listened, the graver his expression became, realizing that a larger fish was indeed lurking. Until 3 in the morning, the interrogation concluded, and Chunzi exhaled deeply, harboring many thoughts yet unsure where to begin. Exiting the interrogation room alongside Tong, they stepped outside the office building, gazing at the faintly lightening horizon. Turning to Tong, he advised, "Young Gu, ensure you maintain your position and never forget your original intentions." "Director Chun, I shall remember your words." Tong nodded earnestly. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Chunzi had granted him permission to come in the afternoon, advising him to rest well in the morning and promising to commend him for his efforts. Yet, upon returning to his dorm, Tong found his mind unsettled. In his previous life, he had been suppressed by He Yuqian and relegated to the most remote township as the Discipline Inspection Secretary, enduring over a decade without promotion, while He Yuqian ascended to the esteemed position of vice chairman of the county's political consultative conference. Disheartened by his thwarted career and betrayed by his first love, he had long lost the desire to marry. Upon arriving in the township, he frequently sought solace in alcohol, and before reaching the age of 45, he was diagnosed with liver cancer. After receiving the diagnosis, he chose to resign from public office and became a monk. Yet his health continued to deteriorate with each passing day. On that day, as usual, while performing the routine cleaning of the Buddha statue, it unexpectedly collapsed, crushing him beneath its weight, leading to his untimely demise. Upon awakening once more, he found himself back at the regrettable beginning of his career. Tong gazed vacantly at the sun slowly rising on the horizon. When the clouds were illuminated by the sun's rays, he felt the stirrings of ambition. Yet, he recognized that rest was equally vital. The next awakening came with the intrusive sound of a phone ringing. Upon opening his eyes, he saw it was a call from He Yuqian, a person he had no desire to engage with. However, the persistent caller seemed intent on reaching him, leading Tong to reluctantly switch to speaker mode. "Hello, Gu, have you rested well? When you're ready, please come to the office. There are important matters that require your attention." He Yuqian's tone had undergone a remarkable transformation since the previous day. To ensure Tong's arrival, he hastily added 3 words, "It's a good thing." Tong pondered the nature of this good thing, wondering if perhaps Chunzi intended to transfer him to the provincial office. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, recognizing that this year, the provincial authority had tightened restrictions on cross-regional transfers, prioritizing those police officers separated from their spouses, military families, and other special personnel. After much deliberation, unable to arrive at a conclusion, he decided to freshen up and ride his bicycle to the office. This bicycle, a gift from Lu Pei during their courtship, had served him well. Yet, he had not anticipated that, Once a woman's heart strayed, it was as if one could not retrieve it even with the strength of 9 oxen. Chapter 4. The trials of a female leader. Tong's rented accommodation was not far from the government compound. Situated within the dormitory building of the county's Broadcasting and Television Bureau, directly opposite the family quarters of the education system. As he mounted his bicycle, a young couple emerged from the entrance across the street, engrossed in their own world, oblivious to the gaze of passers-by. "Oh, isn't that your ex-boyfriend?" Lupe remarked. "That bicycle, is it not one you gifted him?" The young man, with his meticulously styled hair and his suit paired with sneakers, struck an awkward figure. "Let's not discuss it. It's all in the past," Lupe replied, casting a glance at Tong, feeling somewhat awkward. She had anticipated that he might dwell on the past, repeating the sentiment she had heard countless times. "I came to this remote place for you, yet you betrayed me." To her surprise, Tong merely glanced at her as if she were a stranger before riding away. A wave of discomfort washed over Lupe. Women often felt this way. When one pursued them, they found it bothersome. Yet when left alone, they deemed one inconsiderate. However, in that fleeting glance, Tong genuinely did not recognize his former girlfriend, having nearly forgotten that chapter of his life after 2 lifetimes combined. "Is that his attitude? Ignoring me?" Zhang Chao expressed irritation, feeling slighted as a notable figure in the county. "Let it go. He is merely a scholar, oblivious to the ways of the world," Lupe urged, pulling Zhang Chao along. "What if I don't let you in my bed?" Zhang Chao chuckled lewdly, causing Lupe to feel a twinge of discomfort. Yet, she knew that advancing in her career would require Zhang Chao's father's assistance, so she resigned herself to the situation. Upon arriving at the office, Tong found He Yutian pacing anxiously across the floor. "What on earth took you so long to arrive?" he exclaimed. He Yutian had grown accustomed to addressing Tong with a frosty demeanor, and for a moment he faltered, but upon completing his statement, he quickly recovered, donning a beaming smile and an air of embarrassment. "I am merely anxious for you. Let's hasten to the conference room. A splendid opportunity awaits." Tong exchanged a few casual remarks with him before turning to leave for the conference room. Upon arrival, he found only 3 individuals present. 2 were from the organization department, familiar faces from the same building. The other was Yu Chunguang, the deputy secretary, who ranked first in the committee. Upon seeing Tong enter, the trio ceased their conversation, and Yu Chunguang waved enthusiastically, his face alight with joy. "Xiao Gu, come quickly. Great news is at hand." It turned out that after collaborating with Chun Zi to break through a case last night, Chun had received commendation from the provincial leadership. This veteran, Chun, was a man of integrity, generously attributing the success to a diligent young fellow from the county's disciplinary committee. As fate would have it, by 10 o'clock that morning, the notice of commendation from the province had reached the county committee and was also forwarded to the county's disciplinary committee. Chen even directly informed the county party secretary that such outstanding young cadres should be vigorously promoted. "Isn't it fortunate for you? The county is currently undergoing minor personnel adjustments, and after consulting with Secretary Zhang, the decision has been made to recommend you as the director of our second office." Yu Chunguang regarded the young man before him with admiration. The process unfolded swiftly. Within an hour, the democratic recommendation had been completed and publicized. At just 23, Tong was ascending to the role of deputy section chief, a commendable achievement indeed. "Keep it up, Xiao Gu." After the formalities, Tong noticed Zhang Weiman's office was empty, so he made a special trip to express his gratitude to the leadership. Zhang Weiman offered a few encouraging words before preparing to leave for a meeting, when a knock came at the door. "Ah, Xiao Gu is here. How fortuitous that I need not seek you out," said Chen Zi, despite sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared quite spirited. "What brings you here? I thought you were finished?" Zhang Weiman inquired, eyeing his old classmate warily. "Ha! Look at your anxious expression. I have another case that requires Xiao Gu's assistance, but I promise to return him by next Monday at the latest," Chen Zi replied, finding amusement in Zhang's apprehension. Zhang Weiman had heard whispers of another case involving a deputy mayor who had recently been reported for allegedly possessing 5 million in cash at his residence. This deputy mayor had only assumed office a little over a year ago, residing at the city government guest house during workdays and maintaining a notably low profile. After Chun and his team took on the case, the deputy mayor vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Curiously, surveillance footage from the hotel revealed no one had entered the deputy mayor's room in the month leading up to the incident. The situation was increasingly unfavorable for the deputy mayor. Mayor Xie is in a predicament now, but I find it hard to believe she is the type to engage in such misconduct, Zhang Weiman remarked as he placed a call to the committee office. While he and Chun exchanged thoughts over cigarettes, Gu Tong had initially intended to leave, but Chun insisted, "You will soon be involved in this case. It is prudent to familiarize yourself with the details in advance." After hearing a brief overview, Gu Tong realized he was acquainted with the implicated leader, his senior from university, also a graduate of Jiangshi University, 7 years his elder. In fact, Gu Tong was more aware of the intricacies of this matter than anyone else present. Before assuming the role of executive vice mayor of Anzhou, Xie Bingyan served as a director in the provincial propaganda department, renowned for her eloquence in the province. This woman possesses remarkable capabilities. Upon her arrival in Anzhou, she undertook a series of sweeping reforms, thereby ruffling the feathers of certain vested interests. It appears she has become a target, particularly as her ascendance obstructed the ambitions of some individuals. Zhang Weiman, well acquainted with the city's dynamics, subtly conveyed this to Chunzi. As Gu Tong and Chunzi set out, dusk had already fallen. They arrived at the Jiyuan Green Hotel in Anzhou, designated as their temporary operational base. In a spacious suite, Xie Bingyan stood by the window, gazing at the climbing ivy outside, her mind in a state of turmoil. She could not fathom how a box of money had come to rest in her room. She distinctly recalled opening the wardrobe that morning while dressing, and at that time, the box was nowhere to be seen. How it had been placed there? Xie Bingyan had contemplated entering through the window, though the logistics of accessing the third floor posed a challenge. Moreover, the iron railing outside the window remained intact. The box and the money could not have been smuggled in through there. Such thoughts seemed utterly implausible, even to her. Upon arriving at the hotel, Gu Tong and Chunzi found themselves enveloped by night. After a hasty meal, Chunzi departed to engage in discussions with their target. "Hey, Gu Tong, how come you didn't greet me?" A frustrated policewoman interjected, blocking her path. Gu Tong focused her gaze on the striking young woman before her, who boasted an elegant figure and stood at a height of approximately 175 centimeters, her large, expressive eyes seemingly brimming with ire. Gu Tong too felt a flicker of recognition, but could not immediately recall the young woman's name. "How forgetful I am. During our initial training, we sat at adjacent desks. And now I've completely forgotten her," the young woman lamented, glancing at the staff in white shirts passing by in the corridor. She then seized Gu Tong's arm and guided her to a nearby room. "Are you Yinro?" Gu Tong suddenly recalled the girl's name, which had captivated her when she first encountered it on the roster during training. Meeting her in person only heightened her admiration. "What brings you here?" Yinro had long since dismissed Gu Tong's lapse in memory, but upon noticing Gu Tong's recognition, a satisfied smile graced her face. "I have been assigned here by Director Chun. And you?" Gu Tong remembered that Yinro was likely stationed at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "We have also been reassigned. This time, we are dealing with a female target, necessitating the involvement of our female colleagues," Yinro explained. With few familiar faces around and the environment not conducive to casual conversation, Yinro had grown bored over the past few days. Finally encountering Gu Tong ignited a lively exchange. "Mayor Xie is a pitiable woman. I sense her words hold truth, but the lack of evidence poses a significant issue," Yinro whispered with a sigh. Meanwhile, Gu Tong's mind was racing. "Is it convenient for you to locate someone with a criminal record in Anzhou?" Gu Tong abruptly inquired, diverting from Yinro's previous comment. Chapter 5. You must believe me, individuals with a criminal record are not hard to find, but you must at least inform me of your intentions, right? Yinro tilted her head, gazing at Gu Tong with curiosity. Gu Tong, at a loss for words, grasped Yinro's shoulders and fixed his gaze into her eyes. "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. In fact, this is undoubtedly a good thing. Do you trust me?" Yinro's face flushed instantaneously. During her initial training, she had harbored a fondness for this dashing young man. But upon hearing that he had returned to Lanhe for the sake of his girlfriend, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, having just gleaned from Gu Tong's words that he might be single again, the embers of her previously extinguished feelings reignited within her. "Well, then I shall assist you. But how exactly can I help?" As Gu Tong beheld the enchanting beauty before him, he unconsciously swallowed hard. With a soft giggle, Yin-ro teased him, "Silly. What are you staring at?" Embarrassed, Gu Tong scratched his head, heaving a sigh within. In his previous life, he had been ensnared in a failed romance with Liu Pei, missing out on countless wonderful women. In an office on the 5th floor of the municipal government, two individuals sat opposite one another under the dim light, exchanging words while smoking, their conversation oscillating between fervor and calm. "Where is that person now?" A deep voice from the main seat suddenly inquired. After receiving the payment, he vanished without a trace. However, there is no need for us to be overly concerned. Perhaps it is better that we cannot find him. It must be foolproof. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would spell trouble, the figure in the main seat declared, rising and pacing the floor. "Perhaps we could find someone to bring in as associate?" "Absolutely not. Such thoughts are unacceptable. We are not bandits, so let us refrain from calls for violence." "Understood. I merely spoke in jest. Please do not take offense." Xie Bingyin, "You will not be able to linger in Anzhou for much longer," Chun Zi remarked, observing the noticeably thinner woman before her, letting out a deep sigh. "Bingyin, do you truly have no leads whatsoever?" "Director Chun, I have been ruminating for the past few days, yet I possess not a single clue. This situation is virtually a guaranteed disaster." Xie Bingyin's long eyelashes veiled her beautiful eyes, which at that moment seemed devoid of life, as if she had already witnessed the impending despair. Alas, the grassroots level differs greatly from the provincial tier. Here, one encounters all manner of eccentricities. The old leadership is aware of this matter, yet they refrain from intervening. Awaiting the outcome, Qin Zi spoke slowly. "It must be difficult for my father. He must be feeling quite distressed," Xie Bingyin remarked, rising to gaze out at the climbing ivy outside. The resilient green ivy clung to the railing, ascending with vigor, growing ever more lush. Concerned that Chun Zi might struggle to locate him, Gu Tong, after conferring with Yin-ro, awaited in the designated waiting room. "Xiao Gu, go and converse with Mayor Xie. Mind the decorum." After a while, Chun Zi exited the room, permitting Gu Tong and another female officer to enter. Upon entering Xie Bingyin's chamber, the city's renowned beauty stood by the window, seemingly lost in melancholy. The two sat obediently in the care chairs, their silence enveloping the room, while Gu Tong contemplated the silhouette of Xie Bingyin before him. In a previous life, the case reached its conclusion 5 years later. It was a scandalous frame-up that captured the attention of the entire province, with the prosecutor's office and the disciplinary inspection department uncovering the truth from an inconspicuous clue after a certain leader's downfall. Over the past 5 years, Xie Bingyin had diligently pursued legal procedures for appeals and complaints, yet to no avail. After the case was resolved, upon her release, the authorities merely offered her a secondary position at the Provincial Cultural Center to appease her and her father before her retirement. Thus, a diligent and capable female official was compelled to retreat from the front line. One cannot deny that this marked a loss for Anzhou, especially since Xie Bingyin was in the process of introducing a renowned new energy production enterprise. Following this incident, Anzhou fell into stagnation, and the transformation of resources became empty rhetoric. "Oh, has there been a change? Are you the new recruit brought in by Director Qin?" Xie Bingyin observed the young man with interest, recognizing him as her junior. "Indeed, Mayor Xie," he replied, his short, sharp haircut and strikingly large eyes having garnered admiration from many young women during his school days. "I hear you are still my senior?" Xie Bingyin asked casually, a remark she would typically refrain from making during her tenure, as it often led to opportunistic behaviors. However, in this moment, it revealed certain aspects of people's characters. "Yes, in a way, you are my mentor," Gu Tong replied with a slight smile, prompting a reluctant smile from Xie Bingyin. The young man was rather pleasant. Xie Bingyin engaged Gu Tong in conversation about their school days, deliberately steering clear of topics related to Anzhou. The female police officer nearby listened with keen interest, occasionally interjecting with her own thoughts. How could she broach the subject with him? The person was easy to locate, and once found, inquiries could be made. However, for the matter to be resolved successfully, Xie Bingyan and he must present a united front. Otherwise, any slip could lead to complications. As time quietly passed, it was reasonable to assume that Gu Tong should not remain in the room at this hour, considering the implications of their differing genders. Xie Bingyan found it odd that the young man lingered so late. She did not suspect any romantic intentions. Instead, she observed him closely. The boy seemed to frequently glance at the female officer. Did he have something to convey to her? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the female officer suddenly stood and announced, "Gu Tong, I need to use the restroom and will also call on the duty officer. You can keep Mayor Xie company for a moment." "Sure, no problem. Go ahead," Gu Tong replied, watching her leave. He then surveyed the room and, finding no surveillance equipment, approached Xie Bingyan with an expression of urgency. "Mayor Xie, time is of the essence. I cannot elaborate, just listen. This matter involves a skilled practitioner from the underworld they hired. I have already sought him out, and it should not pose a problem. As for how he entered the room, it cannot be succinctly explained, but you must absolutely deny it and claim that someone came in through the window." Gu Tong spoke rapidly, lowering his voice to the point where his face nearly brushed against Xie Bingyan's. She was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief, and a flush crept across her cheeks, feeling the warmth of his breath upon her face. She merely inquired, "Whose person are you? How do you know these things? Why are you assisting me? How can I trust you?" She maintained her composure, though her heart raced. Every step here was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. "You have no choice, and I cannot explain. Let's navigate this hurdle first. Just obey, trust me. It is for the best." Gu Tong's abrupt and domineering tone startled Xie Bingyan, leaving little room for gentle exchanges. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting Gu Tong to hastily return to her previous seat. "All right, thank you, Xiao Gu. You may take your leave now." Gu Tong and Xie Bingyan exchanged a quick glance before turning away. Xie Bingyan rose to gather her belongings, seeking to calm her emotions and the flush that adorned her cheeks. The following day, the discussion group noted that Xie Bingyan had once again regained her poise as a formidable woman, her demeanor serene. When questioned, she simply stated, "Someone entered through the window and let me in. Beyond that, I know nothing." Chen Zi was not particularly surprised, as he understood well that Xie Bingyan had no need for the money in question. Yin Ro had taken the morning off, while Gu Tong anxiously monitored her phone messages throughout the morning. However, based on the case analysis he later heard in his past life, it became clear that the individual had never truly left Anzhou, but had been hiding within the ramshackle neighborhoods, where he had an accomplice. Chen Zi spent the entire morning in the waiting room, with the purpose of calling Gu Tong being twofold, to test the young man's abilities and to enlist his cooperation in a certain matter. In a moment, the hotel manager will arrive. Accompany me in a discussion with him. I noticed your conversational skills during the last encounter. Let us see how you fare this time. Chen Zi had observed Gu Tong's astuteness during the interrogation of Wang Miao, noting his capability to extract clues from the most subtle of hints. He found it curious that Gu Tong had uncovered the connection between Wang Miao and Enlan, yet he refrained from drawing further conclusions. The foundational ability of investigators lies in linking seemingly unrelated clues to construct a coherent narrative. Moreover, each individual operates within their own social circles, each with distinct channels of information. "Director Chun, the individual has arrived," announced a young man as he entered. "Let us proceed to meet this manager." Chen Zi beckoned to Gu Tong. However, at that moment, a notification chimed on the phone. Chapter 6. The truth revealed. Director Chun, I assure you, this matter has nothing to do with me. You have seen the surveillance. I have not allowed anyone entry. The hotel manager, Tian Zhang, around 40 years of age, with hair slicked back with wax, exuded an unsettlingly greasy aura. Answer our questions directly. Do not provide unnecessary details. Xiao Gu, feel free to inquire as you wish. Chen Zi granted Gu Tong authority once more. Gu Tong picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and approached Tian Zhang, offering it to him. Tian Zhang, however, extended his hand to push it away, and Gu Tong seized the opportunity to briefly shake his hand. I do not smoke, thank you. Gu Tong's mind briefly flickered with a thought before he turned towards the computer. He bypassed unnecessary pleasantries with Tianzhong and proceeded methodically through the protocol, completing the basic inquiries before delving into critical questions, all while maintaining his composure. On June 25th, were you at the hotel? I am essentially present here every day. It is unavoidable, as many leaders reside in this vicinity, and my presence is indispensable. What lies behind the hotel? Behind it is a shanty town, typically uninhabited. A sudden unease gripped Tianzhong upon hearing the inquiry about that place. Yet Gu Tong swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring about the duty staff and attendants in the building that day, leaving Tianzhong feeling increasingly vexed by the disjointed questioning. How many people are in Wang Sa's family? Just her and her son, who is in middle school. Why are you asking such irrelevant questions? Tianzhong retorted impatiently. It's nothing. I merely wish to gather as much information as possible to ensure our work is executed properly, Gu Tong replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Tianzhong decided to refrain from further protest. As long as the sensitive matter remained untouched, any inquiries could be tolerated. Gu Tong noticed that his counterpart had fallen into a conventional line of thought and mused that this was acceptable. Who else was present at dinner at Wang Sa's house besides the two of you? The color drained from Tianzhang's face, his hands and legs trembling uncontrollably. Why you? Tianzhang exclaimed in shock, pointing at Gu Tong. Chunzi, initially oblivious, now sensed that Tianzhang's reaction indicated a significant breakthrough in the case. Gu Tong, undeterred, pressed on with fervor. To implicate the current city leaders shows remarkable audacity. Let me inform you, Tianzhang. The reason for your summons today is that we have apprehended Sun Hozi, Gu Tong declared, slamming his palm on the table with an authoritative tone. Tianzhang was taken aback. Sun Hozi was the key operative, albeit acting under directives from higher authorities. Yet, he now feared that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission had indeed captured someone and acquired vital leads. For no one else knew of Sun Hozi's connection to Wang Sa aside from himself. Sobi, I will confess. I will provide a full account. I was coerced into this. I implore you to discern the truth. Tianzhang's composure was rapidly deteriorating, as Gu Tong's relentless pace left him no time to contemplate. The exposure of highly confidential matters leads to a swift collapse of one's psychological defenses. Witnessing Tianzhang kneel and bow his head, Chunzi finally felt a sense of relief and stepped outside to summon several police officers. The record was quickly prepared, and fearing that this individual might retract his statements, Gu Tong called in colleagues from the prosecution team, activating the synchronous recording device to secure the evidence. Director Chun, Sun Hozi has also been apprehended. Handled by Yun Ro from our team, Gu Tong reported to Chunzi. Chunzi, filled with excitement, patted Gu Tong's shoulder, his trembling lips failing to articulate words. But he offered a thumbs up instead. With the most crucial phase successfully navigated, Gu Tong's involvement would soon diminish. Chunzi was exhilarated. It was not yet time for a definitive conclusion. He retreated to a secluded room and dialed a number. Old leader, Bing Yin is innocent. The truth has emerged. Thanks to a diligent young comrade. A resounding bang echoed from the other end of the line. This is outrageous. Do they think that just because I have stepped back, I will not unleash my wrath? Old Secretary Xia erupted in fury. That afternoon, a special task force composed of approximately 40 to 50 individuals from the Provincial Party Committee, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the Provincial Inspection Office, the Provincial Procuratorate, and the Provincial Public Security Department rushed to Anzhou. In the evening, Zhang Weiman called Gu Tong, saying, "Little Gu, you have truly shaken the heavens of Anzhou." Zhang Weiman seemed to be in remarkably high spirits. Gu Tong had spent the day resting in his room. And the following afternoon, while dining in the restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered the enchanting Xie Bingyan. At that moment, Xie Bingyan had shed the despondency and sorrow of previous days, her eyes sparkling with a commanding presence. She was elegantly attired in a fitted suit that accentuated her alluring figure. "Little Gu, come over here." Upon spotting Gu Tong entering the restaurant, Xie Bingyan waved to him from distance. Many diners, particularly young people, were taken aback to see Gu Tong singled out by the mayor. What is the big deal? He has just a handsome face, some murmured. Don't underestimate him. P.S. The favored one of Director Chun, and Mayor Xie owes him a great deal this time, someone else pointed out. Gu Tong, holding his tray, approached Xie Bingyin's table, choosing a seat somewhat distant from the beautiful deputy mayor. Why sit so far away? Afraid I might eat you? Xie Bingyin feigned annoyance. Gu Tong felt a wave of embarrassment. Did she not worry about the rumors that might arise? Beside them, Chun Zi chuckled softly, lowering his head to eat. Little Gu, why not stay in the city instead of going back to Lan? Xie Bingyin remarked casually as she ate. Mayor Xie, that might not be appropriate. Secretary Zhang has nurtured me for so long. Gu Tong expressed his gratitude for Zhang Weiman's mentorship. This sentiment prompted a nod of approval from Chun Zi, as loyalty was highly valued in the political realm. Ah, quite the loyal one, are we? Well then, after some time, I shall make it a point to recruit you. Xie Bingyin mused internally, determined to keep him within her grasp. After their meal, Xie Bingyin invited Chun Zi and Gu Tong to her room for a visit. The hotel had accommodated Xie Bingyin in a suite on the 9th floor. Upon entering, she found that her former secretary had already brewed tea for them, and then quietly exited. Little Gu, if it weren't for your crucial assistance this time, I would have been in dire straits. Xie Bingyin reclined on the sofa, gazing at Gu Tong. Not at all. Mayor Xie has contributed so much to Anzhou. I cannot bear to see you suffer. Gu Tong spoke sincerely. In private, you can call me sister. After all, I am your senior, right, Chinga? She teased Gu Tong while engaging with Chun Zi. Indeed, you are absolutely right, Chun Zi affirmed, showing affection toward this younger woman. It was then that Gu Tong learned that the entire situation was orchestrated by the top leader of Anzhou and the Secretary General. As the leader had initially intended for his Secretary General to assume the role of Executive Deputy Mayor, only to find that Xie Bingyin had been parachuted in. Furthermore, upon her arrival, Xie Bingyin had been incensed by the local power's complacency and ineffectiveness. In an effort to facilitate public services, she initiated a provincial government reform to centralize the functions of various administrative agencies into a government service hall. Although the results had improved significantly, the resistance was formidable. Additionally, the introduction of new energy enterprises was already taking shape. Bingyin, it seems you will have to act as mayor for a while. Chun Zi suddenly remarked with a casual air. Indeed, Mayor Geng is a diligent worker. He previously supported my reforms, but with that group of individuals around, it has been utterly impossible to accomplish anything. Now that they have all been removed, it is for the best. Xie Bingyin spoke of her future endeavors with unwavering confidence. Yes, after Mayor Geng assumed the position of secretary, this area will be under your jurisdiction. You must remain vigilant, for although some have been ousted, one can never be certain of any lingering bad apples. Chun Zi cautioned once more. Thus, I was contemplating bringing Xiao Gu back to assist me. However, you are correct. The timing is not yet ripe. To summon him back now would only make him a target. So we must bide our time, Xie Bingyin concluded, casting a glance at Gu Tong. To her surprise, he was intently focused on her stockings, his eyes unblinking. Yet, a flicker of delight danced within Xie Bingyin's heart. Chapter 7. The newly appointed secretary after Sun Hozi was apprehended. He promptly confessed, revealing himself to be a habitual thief, his ancestral skill of contortion honed to perfection. Tianzhong stumbled upon this peculiar ability quite by chance. Once he discovered that Sun was entangled with a hotel maid, Wang Mei, he began to leverage this information to manipulate her into performing various tasks. Many in the city were aware that he had ascended to the position of manager through the influence of his brother-in-law, the Secretary General. Consequently, when Xie Bingyin parachuted in and claimed the position that rightfully belonged to her brother-in-law, he began to entertain nefarious thoughts. Behind the hotel lay an area slated for redevelopment, and directly beneath Xie Bingyin's window was Wang Mei's courtyard. The stars had aligned, the time and place were perfect, and the players were in position. On June 25th, at noon, having tracked Xie Bingyin's movements, Tianzhong instructed Sun Hozi to fold cardboard boxes and carry money inside. Once all was arranged, they retraced their steps. Everything was in place, and, as anticipated, Xie Bingyin was placed under double regulation. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Observing the composed Gu Tong across from her, Xie Bingyan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that words could scarcely capture. Xiao Gu, do you have a girlfriend? She inquired, still unaware of the young man's personal circumstances. No, I just broke up, Gu Tong replied, summarizing his experience. Upon hearing the words, just broke up, a radiant smile blossomed on Xie Bingyan's face. Gu Tong's family did not reside in Lan, but rather in Anrong County, to the east of Lan, due to the subpar education in Anrong. He had attended school in Lan since middle school. Wasn't your ex-girlfriend a graduate of the normal university? How did you two meet? Xie Bingyan asked, puzzled. Well, we were in a virtual relationship, Gu Tong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, reflecting on his past folly of overlooking the many high-quality women at Capital Normal University in favor of a girl from a vocational college. In retrospect, he considered himself quite foolish. After the college entrance examination, during the period of filling out applications, he spent his days in internet CAF. It was during this time, when QQ Chat had just started to gain popularity, that he spotted Lu Pei at the CAF and found her strikingly beautiful. After she logged off, he occupied her computer and added her on QQ. They maintained a tumultuous relationship for nearly 6 years, but now he realized he no longer had feelings for Lu Pei. After all, his return to Lanhe was voluntary, and after 6 years, encountering a woman with ulterior motives, she even demanded several tens of thousands in compensation. In his previous life, being young and passionate about love, he clung desperately to Lu Pei after their breakup, suffering immeasurable harm. Such behavior was truly unparalleled. Xie Bingyan and Chun Zi were somewhat speechless, but fortunately, the relationship had ended. I feel you are somewhat embarrassing our school. Xie Bingyan's remark left Gu Tong feeling even more humiliated. Chun Zi, recognizing his hard work and dedication, allowed him to return to Lanhe. Little Gu, you are a promising talent, but to advance within the system, certain relationships must be utilized and maintained. I will speak to one about you. Chun Zi's words were subtly encouraging Gu Tong, as Xie Bingyan's side greatly needed such talent. Gu Tong nodded, understanding the implications. Upon returning to the county, he discovered significant personnel changes had occurred. The previous secretary had been promoted to a vice position in the municipal CPPCC, stepping back from frontline duties. The county head had been reassigned to a neighboring county, and following Wang Miao's double regulation, the secretary position in the adjacent county had remained vacant. Congratulations, secretary. Gu Tong felt a genuine joy upon learning that Zhang Weimin had been appointed as the county head. This was a considerable leap for him. By the way, I must say, this time we benefited from your influence. During the recent meeting, Secretary Geng and Mayor Xie praised Lanhe quite a bit. It is said that provincial leaders have instructed to learn from our approach in cultivating young cadres. Zhang Weimin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He understood that the method was simply his recognition of the young man's high education and humble demeanor, leading to his recommendation for promotion. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a position of great advantage due to fortuitous circumstances. Yesterday, Old Chen mentioned that Mayor Xie has taken a liking to you. To be frank, little Gu, I truly regret your departure, Zhang Weimin said, looking kindly at the young man across from him. In my years within the system, I have come to appreciate individuals who are unassuming, who can endure solitude, those who have weathered life's storms and yet remain diligent. I have observed you for quite some time, and I believe you embody such qualities. I hope you continue to advance further in the future. Zhang Weimin had already begun to regard Gu Tong as a disciple in need of guidance. After assisting Zhang Weimin with his belongings, the office was relocated to the 3rd floor, with the secretary on the east side and the county head on the west, both in spacious, sunlit suites. By the way, in a day or two, I will introduce you to the newly appointed Secretary Chu. Then, Zhang Weimin, suddenly remembering something, cast a smile at Gu Tong, thinking to himself, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, both single. I wonder if Secretary Chu will be envious and prevent him from going to the city. That would be amusing, given Secretary Chu's competition with Mayor Xie for talent. As Gu Tong exited the room, Zhang Weimin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Just as work hours concluded, the phone rang. Hello, Gu Tong, have you returned? Coincidentally, I am attending a meeting in the county today. Would you like to have dinner together tonight? Yu Qinghan seemed a bit nervous. Gu Tong pondered for a moment. Since work was over, he agreed. That is settled then. No changing plans. What do you want to eat? I will make the reservation, Yu Qinghan asked cautiously. I have no dietary restrictions. Anything is fine. It will be nice to chat with you, he replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan felt quite pleased with the boy. He possessed a gentle demeanor and was attentive to her emotions. Very well. Let us meet at Shiyuan Pavilion at 6:30, she concluded the call, her heart brimming with joy. At that moment, she was at home, where her father, having retired from his position, spent his time reading. Qinghan, who are you speaking to on the phone? You were so courteous. There are many suitors for you, yet I have never seen you display such warmth, her father, Yu Liang, remarked with curiosity. His daughter, akin to a proud swan, had never before engaged in such amiable conversation, let alone invited someone to dine. Oh, just a classmate. You know Gu Tong, Yu Qinghan replied, slightly bashful. Gu Tong, the talented student from your class who later enrolled at Jingshi University? Yu Liang and his wife expressed their surprise, well aware of their daughter's exceptional classmates. Yes, that SM. He is currently at the County Discipline Inspection Commission and has just been promoted to the position of section chief, Yu Qinghan proclaimed with pride. He seems quite promising. But what about Wang Fu's son? Yu Liang frowned. Dad, let me be honest with you. I have no affection for him. He is merely a wealthy heir, indulging in frivolities, which I am well aware of, Yu Qinghan declared candidly to her parents. But we had previously agreed with Wang Fu that you two would spend time together. Never mind, Dad. Just tell Uncle Wang that we tried. But it simply didn't work out, Yu Qinghan said, heading to her room to prepare. As she resolved to pursue someone herself, her mother watched in astonishment. Just then, Yu Qinghan's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, her brows furrowed. Chapter 8. An accidental encounter. The county town was not large. After leaving work, Gu Tong walked westward towards Shiyuan Pavilion, a mere few hundred meters away. Passing by a lottery shop, he suddenly recalled an incident from his previous life, pulling out 2 yuan, then hesitating before retrieving 8 more. Oh, isn't that your ex-boyfriend? The distinguished student from Jingshi University? Handsome yet impoverished. Here, he is buying a lottery ticket? Without needing to turn around, he recognized Liu Pei's rather foolish current boyfriend. Gu Tong, uninterested in idle chatter, took out 10 yuan, acquired the lottery ticket, and checked the numbers against his memory before turning to leave. Unexpectedly, the man, seeing Gu Tong ignore him, seemed to be incensed and grabbed her sleeve. Hey, I'm talking to you. What else with your attitude? A mere lowly clerk, trying to act important. Zhang Chao, shorter in stature, appeared rather diminutive next to the 183-meter-tall Gu Tong. As Zhang Chao sought to provoke her, Liu Pei hurried over to intervene, poised to say something. Gu Tong, however, ignored her entirely, causing Liu Pei to feel as though she were a stranger in Gu Tong's eyes. This ignited her displeasure. As Gu Tong walked away, Liu Pei grasped her half-sleeve, exclaiming in anger, Gu Tong, what is your meaning? It's barely been a few days since our breakup, and you don't even offer a greeting? Is there no humanity left? Did you not claim we could remain friends after parting? Gu Tong felt somewhat at a loss for words, pondering how she ever found such a woman appealing in her previous life. With a helpless glance back at the smug Zhang Chao and then at the extravagantly dressed Liu Pei, I smiled faintly and remarked, once we part ways, we become strangers. Do you wish for me to walk the same path as him? After speaking, I turned to leave, leaving Zhang Chao and Liu Pei exchanging puzzled glances. What does he mean? What is a kindred spirit? Zhang Chao asked, bewildered. I don't know. He fancies himself quite the wordsmith and often spouts incomprehensible phrases, Liu Pei replied, equally perplexed. However, as she pulled Zhang Chao along, a flush crept on her cheeks. Ugh, when did he become so crude? Noticing Zhang Chao's lack of reaction, she decided against further comment. Yet, 5 minutes later, Zhang Chao slipped his phone into his pocket, his expression contorting in indignation. Liu Pei, are you still involved with him? He demanded, his chubby face twisting in disbelief. No, not at all, Liu Pei stammered, somewhat flustered. She had been reminiscing about their past good times, and truth be told, if it weren't for her future ambitions, she would truly miss Gu Tong. But that sentiment could not sustain her. Then, why the hesitation? Are you hiding something? Zhang Chao's mounting anger led him to suspect infidelity. What are you talking about? Since our breakup, I haven't seen him at all. Why are you so jealous? Lu Pei struggled to navigate the situation. When Gu Tong arrived at the Shiyuan Pavilion, Yu Qinghan was already present. How is this place? The decor is quite nice, and the elegant partitions are rather suited for a meal for two, she observed as Gu Tong took his seat, her expression one of bashful delight. She had intended to say it was ideal for couples, but she caught herself just in time. It's lovely. Thank you for your efforts. Have you been busy lately? Gu Tong initiated a conversation to dispel the awkwardness. Normally, Yu Qinghan was quiet, but in the presence of someone she admired, words flowed effortlessly. Before long, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and as they ate and chatted, Yu Qinghan continuously offered Gu Tong food. This evening, she looked particularly enchanting in a fitted black dress, her long hair casually gathered at the back, exuding a delicate charm. Gu Tong found his gaze wandering, unable to resist the allure of her figure. Yu Qinghan felt a mix of shyness and pride, grateful that she had indulged in papaya during her teenage years. After a couple of glasses of red wine, she radiated beauty akin to blooming flowers. Her previously pale cheeks took on a rosy hue, tempting Gu Tong with the urge to take a bite. What are you staring at? Do you want to devour me? I'm so frightened, she teased, emboldened by the effects of the alcohol. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted their intimacy. Why haven't you answered your phone? So this is where you're cavorting with a wild man. Upon hearing that voice, Yu Qinghan jolted, suddenly alert. Wang Pengfei, I am not beholden to you. I have my freedom. Please leave and do not disturb my meal with my friend, she replied frostily. She had previously forced herself to like him, but the thought of such an unattractive, oily rich air lying on top of her was utterly revolting. Had Gu Tong not appeared, she might have reluctantly married him to please her parents. However, now there exists a more admirable choice, a man of exceptional caliber, the very one whom I secretly admired during my school years for 3 long years. So why should I settle for less? You hold no significance in my life. Haha, have you forgotten your past love now that you have found a pretty boy? Wang Pengfei scolded Yu Qinghan, pointing an accusing finger at her. Wang Pengfei, do not slander me. I have never held any affection for you. Not for a single second, Yu Qinghan retorted, glancing at Gu Tong. She contemplated saying more, but, fearing it might bring trouble to Gu Tong, chose to remain silent. Now I understand. You couldn't even be bothered to greet us because you were here to meet a beautiful girl. Lu Pei, are you feeling disheartened now? Coincidentally, or perhaps by design, Lu Pei and Zhang Chao also entered the establishment. Gu Tong wore a bitter smile. It seemed that unwelcome company was gathering while he merely wished to enjoy a meal. Then, in full view of everyone, he took Yu Qinghan's hand and led her outside. Where do you think you're going? And release your grip. She is not someone you can touch, Wang Pengfei asserted, his demeanor fierce and arrogant as he pointed at Gu Tong. Pengfei, is this your fiancé, Zhang Chao, who was familiar with Wang Pengfei, inquired. Indeed, our families have nearly settled the matters, only to have this rogue steal her away. Who is this fellow? Do you know him? Wang Pengfei, initially oblivious to Zhang Chao, finally noticed him and extended a handshake. I do not know him, and I'm unaware of where he hails from. Look at him. His attire combined likely amounts to less than 100, he scoffed, deriving immense pleasure from belittling Gu Tong. Far more than he ever experienced with Lu Pei. Gu Tong, unwilling to engage in a public dispute with these two fools, reminded himself that he had his own path to tread in this new life. However, the incessant provocations were becoming intolerable. Just as he was about to speak out, a few individuals entered from outside, prompting Gu Tong to glance over and recognize several bureau directors, one of whom was the head of the Inspection Bureau, a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Director Phil, are you dining here as well? The Inspection Bureau Director was acutely aware of the young man's influence. A favored Prot G of Director Chun from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and a trusted confidant of Secretary Zhang, now County Head Zhang. Noticing the individuals standing beside Gu Tong, he recalled them as merely the second-generation offspring from the county. Director Gu? Who exactly are you? Wang Pengfei furrowed his brow, as he was familiar with these bureau directors, frequently relying on them for help. This is Gu Tong, the director of the second office of the County Discipline Inspection Commission. Why are you all surrounding him? Disperse at once, lest you bring shame upon your families, interjected Lu Jun, the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, stepping in to defuse the situation. Liu Pei, perhaps you should advise your partner. What business do such prominent individuals have congregating here? Liu Pei was taken aback. After all, he was the head of their unit. A tumultuous wave surged within her. How could it be that just days after their breakup, he had become a director? The position of director of the second office held significant authority, capable of conducting inspections at any time. Liu Pei, coming from an average family, had secured her position at the Investment Promotion Bureau through considerable connections. Wang Pengfei's expression darkened. If Gu Tong were merely an ordinary individual, his status as the son of a wealthy tycoon would have sufficed to intimidate him. However, facing a director from the Discipline Inspection Commission, someone evidently esteemed by the bureau heads, was an entirely different matter. Yu Qinghan clung tightly to Gu Tong's arm, unwilling to let go. Is Xiao Gu dating the daughter of Chairman Yu? The director of the Finance Bureau jested. Esteemed leaders, I have a matter to attend to with Qinghan. Please excuse me. I shall host a gathering later to express my gratitude. Feel free to reach out to me anytime, Gu Tong said, bidding farewell to the crowd as he prepared to exit. At that moment, another individual entered. Director Chun, you are late, greeted Chun Xinyan, the director of the County Party Committee's office. Chun Xinyan, disregarding the salutations from the bureau directors, immediately recognized Gu Tong. To everyone's astonishment, Chun Xinyan's face broke into a broad smile as he grasped Gu Tong's hands, exclaiming, Director Gu, what a rare visit. Are you dining here as well? Shall we dine together? Chapter 9. Meeting the secretary, Gu Tong hurriedly responded with modesty. I apologize, Director Chun. I just finished eating and was about to take a stroll. What unfortunate timing. Next time, I shall treat you. You must come, Chun Xinyan exclaimed, as if he had just encountered a long-lost brother, holding aside the curtain to see Gu Tong off. Upon returning to the establishment, he resumed his authoritative demeanor. Wang Pengfei, Zhang Chao, and Liu Pei felt increasingly anxious. Liu Pei, you're going to get me killed. What exactly is your ex-boyfriend's background? He is a member of the county committee and the director of the county committee's office. Zhang Chao frantically questioned Liu Pei. How would I know? Liu Pei thought to herself, if I had known, would I have broken up with him? Zhang Chao's mind was in turmoil. He could not afford to dwell on trivialities. This was a pivotal moment for him and Liu Pei in their pursuit of a subsection chief position, and there was no room for error. He hurried home to consult his father, while Liu Pei, distracted, left alone. Wang Pengfei exited the establishment, fervently making phone calls. After a round of inquiries, few knew precisely who Gu Tong was. Don't worry, he is likely just an ordinary person. In this county, there are not many who surpass you, young Master Wang. Rest assured, in the past, such reassurances would have delighted Wang Pengfei. However, he was acutely aware of Chun Xinyan's significance. The man only acknowledged the secretary, considering everyone else inconsequential, including his own wealthy father. After managing to reach a friend at the Discipline Inspection Commission, Wang Pengfei gasped upon hanging up. A favored individual of the mayor. His friend had repeatedly urged him to keep this information confidential. Wang Pengfei was arrogant, yet not foolish. Women could be replaced, but losing wealth would render him a beggar. Why are you so remarkable? Yu Qinghan asked, clinging to Gu Tong's arm as they strolled along the riverside promenade. She raised her delicate face and inquired, what do you mean by remarkable? I wouldn't consider it remarkable, merely a touch of personal charm. Gu Tong chuckled in response. The moonlight tonight is exquisite, and the young lady is enchanting. It would be even better if matters were resolved. At that moment, they leaned against each other, walking leisurely forward. Suddenly, Yu Qinghan said, do you see anything by my lips? She pointed with her dainty finger at her luscious red lips. Gu Tong, unsuspecting, leaned down to take a closer look. Yet, before he realized it, his lips had already been enveloped by her crimson ones. After a while, Yu Qinghan collapsed in Gu Tong's embrace, wrapping her arms around his well-defined waist, and declared, Gu Tong, I love you. I want to be your girlfriend. After escorting Yu Qinghan home, Gu Tong found several marks of red lipstick adorning his neck and face. Upon returning to the dormitory entrance, Gu Tong noticed the silhouette of a woman under the entrance light. Gu Tong, you're back? I brought you some late-night snacks. May I come up for a while? Liu Pei endeavored to smile beautifully, yet to Gu Tong, her smile was laden with shrewd calculations. Since they had become strangers post-breakup, he thought, you go your way, and I shall go mine. Without a backward glance, he walked towards the dormitory, but Liu Pei was not about to let him have his way. She suddenly embraced Gu Tong from behind, clinging tightly. Please forgive me. I truly love you. The words were so incredulous that even dogs would not believe them. Gu Tong struggled free from her grasp and swiftly ascended the stairs, closing the door behind him. Liu Pei watched Gu Tong flee in disarray, her expression dark with frustration. But at this point, she could only blame herself. She stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave. Yu Qinghan's calls continued until she herself fell asleep, leaving her phone unturned off. Gu Tong felt a touch of helplessness, yet his heart brimmed with happiness. The next day, just as Gu Tong had poured himself a glass of water at work, someone knocked at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find a young man from the county committee office. Director Fu, Director Chen asked me to let you know that the secretary might want to see you this morning. Please be prepared. Upon hearing this, Gu Tong quickly provided his phone number to the young man. All right, I won't disturb you further. I'll call you when it's time. As Gu Tong sipped his water, he pondered the implications. He had heard that the new secretary was a young woman, and Zhang Weiman had mentioned wanting to introduce them. However, it would be prudent to inform Zhang Weiman as well. With this thought, Gu Tong made his way to Zhang Weiman's office on the 3rd floor, which was fortunately empty. Haha, yes, it's just as I mentioned to Secretary Chu yesterday. She is quite busy today, but since you've been notified, she will surely meet you, Zhang Weiman said cheerfully. Are you going too? Gu Tong inquired cautiously. I want to be going. You should go. Secretary Chu specifically requested to see you alone. Zhang Weiman waved his hand and returned to his tasks. Gu Tong promptly exited the office. Timing was fortuitous. Just as he left Zhang Weiman's office, he passed the county committee office when his phone rang. Director Gu, I was just about to look for you. And here you are. Perfect timing. Come along. I'll take you to meet Secretary Chu. Director Chun should be inside as well. Upon reaching the door of the secretary's office, the staff gently knocked. Come in. A melodious, crisp voice reached Gu Tong's ears. He found himself quite fond of it, and assumed the speaker must be quite attractive. Hello, Director Chun. Gu Tong greeted as he saw Chun Xinyan, who was about to exit. Chun Xinyan said nothing but affectionately patted his shoulder. Entering the office, a woman was bent over, writing something. Help yourself to some water. I'll finish reviewing this document shortly. Please wait a moment. She was efficient and poised, with her lustrous black hair elegantly pinned up, a jade-like profile, and long eyelashes fluttering beautifully. Gu Tong gently replied, all right. He picked up the thermos, filled Chu Qingying's teacup, and then carefully placed the thermos back in its original position. Sitting on the sofa, he perched halfway, his legs neatly together, quietly observing the beautiful secretary. It was said that this enchanting secretary, merely 32 years of age, had already served as district chief in the provincial capital for nearly 3 years. Her work capabilities were reputed to be exceptional, and her style quite resolute. As Chu Qingying reviewed documents, she discreetly scrutinized this legendary figure with her peripheral vision, contemplating the radiant expression of her close friend. She felt compelled to ascertain just how remarkable this man truly was. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw a message. So, have you met him? Are you smitten? Saved as single dog number 1. She scoffed, still seated, deliberately leaving him hanging to stir her friend's anxiety. Que Kajin swiftly replied. And scarcely 10 seconds later, her phone rang again. Upon answering, a voice erupted from the other end. Secretary Chu, I must admonish you to remain grounded and refrain from adopting an air of authority. Do you understand? Not quite. Return to the city tomorrow to report to me. The call abruptly ended in a huff. Chu Qingying found the situation somewhat amusing. Was this single dog, now, feeling jubilant? The sound leakage feature on her phone was rather subpar, and Gu Tong faintly discerned that the voice on the line belonged to Xie Bingyan. At this juncture, the trial had been ample. To be fair, this 23-year-old young man was quite commendable, calm and composed, neither arrogant nor impatient. While Chu Qingying dared not guarantee he would become a great figure, she believed that as long as he avoided missteps, he would travel far. Lifting her gaze to Gu Tong, she remarked, "So you're Gu Tong? A distinguished graduate from Jingshu University? I've heard you excel in handling cases," she inquired playfully. Chapter 10. Creative Advertising? This was not merely an easy question, but rather a life-or-death inquiry. A poor response could jeopardize one's political career. In a flash, Gu Tong formulated his answer, smiling as he spoke. "Secretary Chu, I am but a revolutionary brick, moved wherever necessary. I believe I can adapt to any role, provided that it serves the organization's needs." Kukajin Shukud. This young man was indeed clever, though perhaps a bit boastful. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Chu Qingying furrowed her brow. The next scheduled meeting had not yet arrived, so what could this be? In good spirits, she had been preparing to engage in conversation with a handsome young man, only to be interrupted. Chun Xinyan burst in, perspiration glistening on his forehead, appearing somewhat flustered. "Secretary Chu, I sincerely apologize. Here's the situation. Last year, our county introduced a water plant, investing over 10 million. They've recently begun selling products, but have persistently sought assistance from the county. Mr. Huang, the head of the water plant, is waiting outside and insists on seeing you. We cannot keep him away. You know, we promised him that the leaders would always be available to meet." Chun Xinyan was equally perplexed. After all, he was dealing with a significant investor who had been assured access. Chu Qingying took the matter of investors very seriously and instructed Chun Xinyan to bring the person in. Observing that Chu Qingying was preoccupied, Gu Tong began to rise to leave. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingying rolled her eyes and said, "Don't go just yet. Did you not just claim that you could be moved anywhere? Why not assist me in resolving this matter?" Chu Qingying had already prepared herself for the criticism she would undoubtedly receive from Xie Bingyan upon returning to the city the following day. She was eager to witness the true capabilities of this young man, hoping he was not merely a decorative figure, attractive yet lacking substance. If he harbored ambitions to curry favor with Bingyan, she would ensure to extinguish such unrealistic notions early on. Lost in her thoughts, General Huang rushed in, looking flustered and distressed. "Secretary Chu, I urgently need your assistance." Gu Tong promptly rose to pour a glass of water for him. Huang, a portly man, was dripping with sweat, his white shirt heavily dampened. After expressing his gratitude to Gu Tong, he sank into the sofa and began to share his woes with Chu Qingying. "Initially, the county promised to assist us in finding a market for our products once they were launched, so I didn't want to trouble them further. However, we are currently facing significant issues with our promotional efforts, resulting in a surplus of unsold products. The county must help us," Huang said, his brow furrowed in concern. "Please, take a moment to collect yourself. I will do my utmost to assist you," Chu Qingying replied gently as she settled onto the sofa opposite him, soothing his agitation. "Ultimately, the issue lies with our promotional strategy. However, discussing blame at this juncture serves no purpose. This year, the domestic purified water market has witnessed the emergence of several new enterprises. In truth, all products are quite similar, and most advertisements are exaggerated. We attempted to emulate the creativity of others, but shortly after our ad aired on provincial television, we were sued for infringement, and now we cannot run ads, leading to a drastic decline in product recognition." Gu Tong sensed the gravity of the situation. In the sweltering months of July and August, the shelf life of purified water is limited. If they fail to secure a market, the consequences would be dire. "So, what you're implying is that your promotional efforts have faltered, and you currently lack a viable advertising plan, correct?" Kukajin discerned Wang et intention. Knowing he was aware of her background in the provincial publicity department and likely sought their assistance. "I understand your concerns. The provincial support will certainly be available, and I have my own channels. However, you must devise your own advertising concepts. This is not our area of expertise," Chu Qingying replied, feeling quite helpless. While she could assist with promotion, matters involving commercial strategy were beyond her purview. Huang's expression was one of despair, as he was grasping at straws in hopes that the publicity department would provide a solution. Yet, Chu Qingying was correct. Her willingness to help was contingent on having effective advertising ideas. Observing the dejected demeanor of this entrepreneur, Gu Tong felt a pang of sympathy. Chu Qingying, however, Refrain from offering any words of comfort. One misstep could cost millions in business. Very well, Secretary Chu. Thank you. I will return and brainstorm solutions, Huang said, rising to leave, and Chu Qingying, feeling powerless, prepared to escort him out. Wait, I have an idea. Gu Tong called out softly. Xiao Gu, do not speak recklessly. Chu Qingying shot her a sharp glance, exasperated by her interruption. We do not produce water. We are merely the carriers of nature, Gu Tong stated slowly. Huang stood still, mulling over her words, then closed his eyes, repeatedly murmuring the phrase to himself. We do not produce water. We are merely the conveyors of nature. How splendid. What a stroke of genius. Without resorting to hyperbole or pandering to the market, it is simple yet profoundly resonant. Mr. Huang clapped his thigh, ecstatic with delight. He swiftly turned towards Gu Tong and grasped his hand. Young man, what is your name? Your statement is worth 5 million. Can you create advertisements? If you can pair this phrase with dynamic visuals, 5 million will be readily dispatched. Mr. Huang shook Gu Tong's hand vigorously. Let's not discuss money. I am a cadre of the organization, and it is my honor to assist your enterprise during your trying times, Gu Tong replied with a faint smile. I can produce this advertisement without requiring your funds, but I have but one request. Gu Tong glanced at Chu Qingying before continuing. What is your request? Speak freely, Mr. Huang said, suddenly feeling a sense of admiration for the young man, who had so casually dismissed 5 million without a second thought. That is, I will fully cooperate with Secretary Chu's endeavors. Suddenly, Gu Tong broke into a radiant smile. Mr. Huang smiled too, having prepared himself for a significant expenditure. Chu Qingying also smiled, thinking the young man sought some other form of compensation. Ultimately, it was a case of underestimating the noble intentions of a gentleman. As for advertisements for other products, Gu Tong was not particularly familiar, but when it came to pure water, he could easily conjure at least 10 concepts. Moreover, the process of creating such an advertisement was not overly complicated. The ads crafted by a few university students on Douyin in later years would certainly exude sophistication. What do we need to prepare? Mr. Huang humbly inquired, following Gu Tong. We require a high-definition camera, a bottle of pure water, and a computer. I will create the initial footage, and for the post-production rendering, you may enlist someone to assist, Gu Tong explained. He had previously dabbled in similar advertisements during his downtime in rural towns. With a phrase reminiscent of contemporary advertising, Mom says, in just an afternoon, the initial footage was complete, and when the promotional department of the water factory viewed it, they were utterly astonished. Boss, this is sheer brilliance. It surpasses our expectations by leaps and bounds. We must recruit him. The head of the promotional department, still feeling remorseful for previous missteps, was taken aback when the boss introduced a young man. Ah, this is Director Gu from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission. He is a civil servant and is doing this advertisement pro bono. Mr. Huang could not stop praising Gu Tong. By the time Mr. Huang returned Gu Tong to the county committee, it was already past 9 in the evening, yet Chu Qingying was still at work, waiting for him. How did they find it? Were they satisfied? Chu Qingying, no longer underestimating Gu Tong, asked eagerly. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern, Gu Tong replied confidently. Time was of the essence. Chu Qingying personally made a phone call to arrange for the new advertisement placement for Tianqi Xinshui and Mr. Huang's final piece was completed the very next morning. Chapter 11. A true talent. When Chu Qingying beheld the advertisement, brimming with depth, atmosphere, and sophistication, she was left in awe. This was nothing short of extraordinary for this era. At 8 o'clock that evening, just before the provincial news commenced, an advertisement entered the public eye. A single drop of crystal-clear water gently descends, accompanied by the strains of a violin, revealing the breathtaking scenery of the Lanhe Divine Spring Mountain. In winter, the landscape is cloaked in a blanket of pristine snow. In summer, the verdant pines embrace the emerald hues. The shimmering waterfall cascades down, evoking a sense of serene delight. Suddenly, a sleek black silk drapes across the television screen, and a beautifully crafted bottle of pure water graces the center of the display. Then comes the iconic advertisement slogan, Heavenly Lake, Divine Spring. We do not produce water. We are merely the carriers of nature. The product surged in popularity, transcending the boundaries of Jing'an province to capture the whole of China. The following afternoon, amidst his busy schedule, General Huang arranged for 2 trucks of water to be delivered to the county committee and government, and then he vanished from sight. Secretary que, overwhelmed by the demands, lamented the empty warehouse as provincial agents continued to press for supplies, threatening to necessitate an expansion of the production line. Huang made a brief call to Chu Qingying before plunging back into his tasks, observing the calm and composed Tong across from her. Chu Qingying felt a profound admiration blossom within her, deepening with each glance. Xiao Gu, what are you contemplating? You seem distracted in the presence of the county committee secretary. Chu Qingying feigned annoyance. I was pondering whether we could capitalize on this advertising momentum to significantly develop the tourism industry around Heavenly Lake, Divine Spring Mountain, Tong replied. At his words, Chu Qingying's spirits lifted. She was an expert in promotion, her forte. Without hesitation, she seized a pen and began to sketch ideas on paper. After a moment, she looked up at Tong and remarked, "You truly possess remarkable talent. I cannot deny it." Once Tong departed, Chu Qingying promptly summoned Zhang Weiman to discuss their ideas for an extended period. Subsequently, they organized an urgent meeting with relevant departments to deliberate the matter. As Tong had put it, the county's capability to harness this influx of attention would determine their success. Zhang Chao regarded his father with impatience. Come on, he's just a minor deputy official. You are the deputy director of the People's Congress. Surely, you can handle him? The thought of his girlfriend potentially being pursued by an ex weighed heavily on his mind. Recently, he had become infatuated with Lu Pei, a girl of pure beauty, curvaceous and utterly alluring. Despite his meager financial means, which barely covered a modest outing, it did not diminish his obsession with her. Matters are not as simple as you perceive. I've learned that this young man is highly regarded by County Chief Zhang and reportedly owes him a life debt. Zhang Ida sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. His position, seemingly prestigious to outsiders, held little actual power, less than that of a village secretary. The influence of his role depended not on authority, but on the accomplishments of those he had once promoted. We're not seeking to confront him. We merely want him assigned to a remote township, which shouldn't be too difficult, right? Zhang Chao rolled his eyes in frustration. I'll approach Minister Ma tomorrow and see if our previous rapport can be of any service. Zhang Ida mused that sending a young official to a township might indeed offer some room for maneuvering. Organizational Minister Ma Yongqiang has served in Lanhe for 4 years, and as he stands on the brink of a position change, he finds himself unable to compete with Zhang Weiman, ultimately missing out on even the role of executive deputy county head, leaving him feeling rather frustrated. What brings Director Zhang to my humble abode? Ma Yongqiang inquired, extending a warm invitation for tea. After all, Deputy Director Zhang Ida had previously held the esteemed position of County Financial Director for a decade, wielding considerable influence over local cadres and holding a significant voice within local factions. Now that I have stepped back from the front line, I find myself with little to occupy my days, so I thought I would come by to chat with you, Zhang Ida remarked. He then produced a box from his briefcase and handed it to Ma Yongqiang. Old Zhang, what is this? Ma Yongqiang quickly demurred. Oh, Xiao Chao mentioned this is a newly launched Nokia. A trivial item, really. I just got a new phone, and I noticed your phone case looked quite worn, so you might as well take it, Zhang Ida said casually, placing the box on Ma Yongqiang's desk. Ma Yongqiang glanced at the phone box, recognizing it as a Nokia 5300, and understood the gesture. Old Zhang, if you have something to discuss, let us dispense with pleasantries, he urged. Initially, he had assumed Zhang Ida wished to discuss matters concerning his family, Zhang Chao, and his intended daughter-in-law, Lu Pei, but that issue had already been addressed. The division of the recent batch of deputy positions required the secretary's approval, and the previous secretary's decisions have been halted by the newly appointed Secretary Chu. Rest assured, it's not about Xiao Chao and Lu Pei. I am aware it requires Secretary Chu's nod. This time, it concerns a certain Tong from the County Discipline Inspection Commission. What do you think of this young man? Zhang Ida pondered before speaking slowly. Is he somehow related to you? Ma Yongqiang inquired, intrigued. Indeed, just the other day, my spouse mentioned he is her distant nephew, so I thought I might take him under my wing Zhang Ida replied, taking a sip of water as he continued to deliberate. I heard he has just been appointed as the director of the Discipline Inspection Office, and I was considering whether he could gain some experience in the township, which would benefit his development in the long run. Sending him to the township? That is indeed a splendid idea, Ma Yongxiang mused. County head Wayman mentioned it previously, but now that he has just secured a substantive deputy position, it may be challenging to arrange. Allow me to think it over. It might indeed be quite manageable. He tapped his fingers on the table, mentally reviewing the available positions in the township. Presently, the best he could assume would be the deputy secretary role, which seems incongruous given his status as a cadre from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Moreover, if he were to rise higher, the position of chairman of the People's Congress would be premature given his tenure. The only current vacancy for deputy secretary is in Pingshan Township, albeit its remoteness poses a challenge. Distance is no deterrent. The more remote, the greater the potential. Zhang Ida exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Ah, truly, you are perceptive. Director Zhang, I have heard that Gu Tong is quite capable, a talent indeed. If he spends some time in the township, he could advance further during the next round of appointments in the coming years. Ma Yongxiang was somewhat taken aback by the simplicity of the solution, realizing that it could indeed be arranged effortlessly, especially with Secretary Chu's recent arrival and the preliminary personnel adjustments still under his purview. After Zhang Ida excitedly relayed the news to Zhang Chao, the latter leapt with joy and promptly sought out Lu Pei. However, Lu Pei remained noncommittal. She was no child of 3 or 4 and preferred to observe the situation before making any decisions. Well, my dear, tonight let me, Zhang Chao, wrap my arms around Lu Pei's waist and whisper seductively, he said. Not tonight. I'm not feeling well. My period has come, Lu Pei replied, glancing at the pudgy face beside her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. To put it bluntly, the previous arrangement was merely to address the secondary issue, and now, after all this time, it still required the approval of the secretary. This family seems intent on getting something for nothing. How can you have your period every day? Out of 30 days in a month, you're on your period for 5 or 6 days, and you're preparing to be uncomfortable for another 5 or 6 days. Are you made of blood and essence? Zhang Chao, consumed by desire yet unable to find release, shouted in frustration. Calm down. Your shouting is more vigorous than anyone else's, and your temper flares faster than anyone's. Just go home. I'm feeling quite upset, Lu Pei remarked. Since that day, she had seen Gu Tong again. She noticed her ex-boyfriend had undergone a significant change in demeanor. Are you still thinking about that loser? Let me tell you, you'll never see him again in this lifetime, Zhang Chao yelled, then suddenly lunged at Lu Pei, tearing at her clothing in a frenzy, determined to fight to the bitter end today. Chapter 12, to the most basic level. As Zhang Chao emerged from Lu Pei's home, tears streaming down his face, he fortuitously encountered Gu Tong, who was heading back to the dormitory. Gu Tong looked quizzically at this typically reckless offspring of privilege now in tears, finding it somewhat amusing. He must have just come from Lu Pei's dormitory. Could it be that their intimacy faltered? Gu Tong pondered, recalling his ex-girlfriend's boundless energy, which could overwhelm most individuals. Meanwhile, Lu Pei was in the bathroom, showering while engaging in various actions. Unfortunately, Zhang Chao had just disrobed and hadn't had the chance to initiate any advances before he ran out, sobbing. With his eyes closed, he envisioned Gu Tong's image and valor. The following morning, Chu Qingying announced a meeting of the secretary's office to discuss several important matters at hand. Minister Yongxiang, I have heard that some comrades in the townships have been in the same position for quite a long time. Didn't you draft an adjustment plan previously? The deputy secretary, county head Zhang Weiman, and full-time deputy secretary Jiang Xinjian, along with the newly appointed discipline inspection secretary, Zhang Zhe, who was transferred from another county, were present. This meeting marked the first occasion for the new leadership to address personnel issues, serving as an opportunity to align opinions and avoid awkwardness in the upcoming standing committee meeting. Indeed, Secretary Chu, I prepared the specific plan. However, the Provincial Organization Department issued a document mandating the rotation and exchange of deputy-level and township cadres. I was wondering if we can incorporate this policy into our adjustments. Ma Yongqiang suggested, prompting the deputy minister in charge of personnel to distribute a paper report to everyone present. That sounds reasonable. Please continue, Chu Qingying encouraged. Glancing at the report, which detailed the implementation plan for the provincial document. We also have a number of young cadres in our office who possess both capability and awareness. Seizing this opportunity, we can invigorate the stagnant pool of young talent, allowing office cadres to gain grassroots experience while nurturing the comprehensive qualities of township cadres, achieving a dual benefit. Ma Yongqiang, with eloquence akin to a blooming lotus, spoke incessantly, captivating the attention of several standing committee members who found some merit in his words. Who do you have in mind for the positions you've delineated? Inquired Chu Qingying, who was not one to readily express her opinions. In political matters, regardless of how compelling the rhetoric may be, one must rely on tangible evidence to discern the true intentions of others. It was then that Ma Yongqiang began to enumerate the candidates, initially without any notable reactions. Everyone was new to the environment, except for Zhang Weimin, who had a slight acquaintance with a few officials. Deputy Secretary Jiang Xian and Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhang Zhu were unfamiliar with these individuals. After a brief overview of their profiles and work performances, there were no objections, and they moved on. Tong, a graduate of the prestigious Jing Shi University, currently serves as the director of the Second Review and Investigation Office of the Discipline Inspection Commission, and is proposed for the position of Deputy Secretary of the Ping Shan Township Party Committee. Ma Yongqiang anticipated a swift discussion, expecting Zhang Weimin to pose a question. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Zhe who first spoke, followed by Chu Qingying, and finally, Zhang Weimin. Minister Ma, you ought to inform me about any adjustments involving my personnel. Zhang Zhe asserted, his demeanor serious, despite being new to the role of Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. I apologize, Secretary Zhang. The policy came down rather swiftly, and I had intended to discuss this with you today. Since we are convening the Secretary's office meeting, we might as well deliberate here, Ma Yongqiang replied, squinting his eyes dismissively. Zhang Zhe's expression darkened, though he refrained from further comment, recognizing the importance of not appearing overly assertive in this new setting. Minister Yongqiang, while Tong is indeed an exceptional candidate, placing him in such a distant township may not be necessary, Zhang Weimin interjected, noticing Chu Qingying's hesitation to speak. I, too, considered a closer township for Tong, but there are no vacancies, with Ping Shan being the only one available for a deputy secretary position, Ma Yongqiang responded, drawing on his cigarette. The notion of sending Tong to a township had crossed his mind previously, but suitable openings have been scarce. Nonetheless, Ping Shan seemed rather remote. Zhang Weimin did not contemplate other alternatives. He merely felt that assigning Tong to Ping Shan was inappropriate, setting aside the fact that Tong had once rescued him, as well as his assistance in handling two significant cases for Chenzi. It seemed imprudent to hastily assign him to such an isolated location. Ma Yongqiang remained unperturbed. After all, this was merely a discussion, and Chu Qingying was still present. Observing her colleagues, Chu Qingying pondered for a moment. As Xie Bingyan mentioned, transferring Tong in the short term may indeed be unsuitable, but within a year, he will undoubtedly return to the city. This interval can provide valuable experience in a township, albeit not too far removed. Hence, if we are to facilitate exchanges, we cannot solely send Tong. We must also bring someone back from the township. Since Ping Shan has a vacancy for a deputy secretary, it implies that no one is available to assume his position. With her right hand, she delicately traced her pen across her notebook, then declared, the deputy secretary of Dongfu Town is of an advanced age. Let us transfer him back to the agency with a proper section chief designation, allowing Tong to take on the role of deputy secretary in Dongfu Town. As for the personnel matters within the Discipline Inspection Commission, I shall leave that to Secretary Zhang's discretion. Zhang Zhe was quite pleased with Chu Qingying's respect towards him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Secretary Chu, as I am new here and not yet familiar with the committee's affairs. I have heard that Tong is an adept case handler in our committee and has received commendations from provincial leaders. I believe it would be prudent for Tong to take on dual responsibilities for the time being. What are your thoughts, County Chief Zhang? Zhang Zhe, being astute in social dynamics, acknowledged that the county chief was his predecessor and had a close rapport with Tong. This approach seems quite reasonable. Dongfu Town is not far from the county seat and can adequately manage committee matters. Some significant cases indeed require talented individuals, Zhang Weimin remarked nonchalantly. Minister Ma, what is your perspective? Zhang turned to Ma Yongqiang. Absolutely no objections from my side. Having the veteran from Dongfu return, while Tong goes there would align with the policies from above. From Ma Yongqiang's viewpoint, delegating responsibilities to Zhang Ida would suffice. And besides, Dongfu is considerably closer to Pingshan, which is not a disadvantage. Chu Qingying found merit in this appointment as well. Having township work experience would enhance Tong's resume, rendering it more impressive and complete. Furthermore, I wish to emphasize another matter. The previous administration had prepared to promote a batch of deputy positions in public service before their tenure concluded. Minister Yongqiang has previously briefed me about this. My intention is that once our current administration is well established, each of us should familiarize ourselves with the personnel involved in our respective departments, she continued. As you all know, given the current circumstances in the county, it is the public service personnel who are the backbone of our operations. However, due to historical reasons, the composition of personnel is quite complex, with both low educational qualifications and varied competencies, particularly among some administrative enforcement departments where the workforce is unevenly skilled. Individuals who are diligent are not promoted, while those who are promoted do not engage in meaningful work. This phenomenon has persisted for a long time. My stance is that this round of promotions should only reward those who are genuinely contributing, Chu Qingying articulated. Her vision was commendable. The new administration, being unfamiliar with the landscape, presented an ideal opportunity to elevate those who are truly diligent. The attendees unanimously supported this proposal, including Ma Yongqiang, especially considering that the previously established list was orchestrated by the former secretary. Regarding Tong's matter, this could be expedited after one more standing committee meeting to initiate the procedures. However, before anyone could leave the conference room, Chun Xinyan rushed in, visibly flustered. Secretary, there has been an accident. The mayor of Dongfu Town, Li Wangquan, has died in a car crash. Chapter 13. Scandal. By the time Chu Qingying arrived at the hospital, Li Wangquan's family was inconsolable, but further complications loomed ahead. Secretary, I need to report on this incident privately, the traffic police captain, Lu Yong, said as he approached Chu Qingying discreetly. Chu Qingying exchanged a glance with Captain Lu, signaling him to proceed, and they stepped outside the ward. Secretary, our investigation has revealed that there was likely another person in the passenger seat at the time of the incident. Lu Yong hesitated, sensing the gravity of his words. Speak freely. The unfortunate has already occurred, and there is nothing left unsaid. Chu Qingying responded, observing the grieving family within the ward, mourning over Li Wangquan's lifeless body. It appears that the passenger was a woman, and notably, Li Wangquan was found without trousers at the time of his death. Upon arriving at the scene, Lu Yong, seasoned in such matters, promptly instructed the responding officers to ensure their trousers were properly donned. Have you located the woman? He inquired, as Chu Qingying's complexion flushed crimson. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her thoughts drifted to Tong, causing her ears to redden further. Lu Yong, gazing at the striking secretary, found himself swallowing discreetly. We have searched again, yet how to proceed next requires your guidance, secretary, he confessed, feeling somewhat at a loss. The notion of a town mayor engaging in such indiscretions with a woman, leading to a fatal accident, would undoubtedly provoke public and media outcry. The ramifications were dire to contemplate. You must find that woman to ascertain the situation. My suggestion is to expedite the burial of the deceased, Chu Qingying concluded, feeling similarly powerless in the face of the predicament. Indeed, maintaining peace would be the wisest course of action. Even if Li Wangquan's wife and child were to continue their lives, the revelation of such a scandal would serve no one well. Understood, Lu Yong responded as he prepared to depart, only to be halted once more by Chu Qingying. Additionally, should the woman be amenable to offering some compensation, please do so under the guise of a stranger to the widow. With that, Chu Qingying took her leave. What then shall be done about Dongfu? During this period, Chu Qingying had garnered a general understanding of the various town situations. Historically, the secretary and mayor of Dongfu Town had been at odds. However, Mayor Li Wangquan was a pragmatic individual, eager to achieve tangible results. Yet, the secretary, Zheng Laifu, was nearing the end of his tenure and poised for retirement in 2 years, thus seeking stability. His principle was that it was better to do little than to do much, and better to do nothing than to risk failure. Such bureaucrats were plentiful in Lanhe, as Chen Xinyan remarked upon entering the vehicle. These years represent a peak in economic development. History will not grant Lanhe a second chance. Should we miss this opportunity, it may be irretrievable, Chu Qingying reflected, gazing out at the swiftly passing greenery. Conversely, Xie Bingyan was articulating similar sentiments, but to an audience of deputy mayors and department heads. Comrades, we cannot rest upon the laurels of our resources. Reliance on what lies beneath the earth is not sustainable. Upon her arrival in Anzhou, Xie Bingyan outlined 3 major initiatives. The first was to transform Anzhou from a resource-dependent city into a nurturing ground for new energy. Strategically located not far from the capital, the primary challenge confronting this initiative was the imminent planning of a high-speed rail line, should the nation opt for the northern route. Linking Anzhou directly to the capital, this first plan would move forward without impediment, alleviating the heaviest burdens faced by prospective enterprises. The second initiative aimed to advance the centralization and streamlining of governmental processes in Anzhou, which had already shown promising results, particularly following Xie Bingyan's ascension to the mayoralty after defeating local powers. Relevant departments acted swiftly, reluctant to provoke her ire. However, the most formidable challenge lay in the absence of pertinent precedents or successful models tailored to Anzhou's realities. It was a journey of trial and error. Nevertheless, Xie Bingyan remained resolute in her confidence. The final matter at hand involves advancing the reform of state-owned enterprises and eliminating outdated production capacity, a formidable challenge indeed. Firstly, it is prone to inciting widespread petitions. Secondly, it tends to breed corruption, with numerous instances of the sale or undervaluation of state assets occurring across various regions. Alas, if only there were a formidable ally, these 3 endeavors could be pursued simultaneously. Xie Bingyan has already relocated to the municipal compound, occupying the family quarters designated for the primary leaders. Furthermore, Secretary Xie, wary of potential schemes against her daughter, has assigned a young woman, a veteran of the military, to safeguard her, sharing her meals and living quarters. Today, Xie Bingyan left work early and returned to her quarters, where the housekeeper had prepared a meal. After dining with her close bodyguard, Xiao Wan, she retreated to her room to rest. In her boredom, she thought of Gu Tong and dialed the director's number. "Hello, Mayor Xie, good day." Gu Tong greeted, but the call was abruptly terminated. Understanding the likely reason, perhaps the formality of address was insufficient, Gu Tong let out a wry smile and redialed. When the call connected, she eagerly exclaimed, "Sister Yin, greetings." "Ah, now, that's more like it. Misaddress me again, and I shall block you," Xie Bingyan retorted, only to realize her tone was somewhat off, hastily disguising it with a cough. "I'm just a bit nervous. Sister Yin, have you been busy these past few days?" "Indeed, exceedingly so. I am in dire need of your assistance," Xie Bingyan lamented, and as she poured out her troubles, Gu Tong interjected with insights drawn from experiences of the past. Initially dismissive, Xie Bingyan soon recognized the wisdom in Gu Tong's counsel, realizing it was steeped in sagacity. This individual possesses a remarkable acuity regarding human nature, an adeptness in navigating circumstances, and a profound understanding of both domestic and international affairs. Truly impressive. Xie Bingyan began a mental countdown. This individual must come on board within a year. After concluding her conversation with Gu Tong, Xie Bingyan dialed another number. "What is it, my esteemed Mayor Xie? I'm quite busy." Gu Kanjing, reclining on her bed with documents, responded. "Busy with what?" "Hurry and report to your superior." Xie Bingyan scoffed at the pretense. "I must inform you. I have reassigned your little brother to the township." "Are you surprised?" Chu Qingying anticipated an outraged response, allowing her to jest in return. "I was already aware. Sending him down for some training is beneficial. Don't get too smug. I must say something you may not relish. Your future path may not be swifter than his. Xie Bingyan remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Do not be fooled by your current position above him. He may surpass you in the future. After delivering her playful jibe, Xie Bingyan could not suppress her laughter. Oh, you incorrigible flirt. What nonsense you speak. I shan't indulge you further. Chu Qingying hung up, shaking her head with a smile. Having known each other since childhood, the two women shared an unbreakable bond of intimacy, having started as equals in the provincial government. Yet, by a twist of fate, Xie Bingyan had now outpaced her significantly. Nonetheless, Chu Qingying was not one to concede easily. After all, not everyone is like a certain nation's football team, known for their exceptional capacity to lose. Yes, this pertains to India. Chapter 14, A Tale of Two Sons' Father. What is the situation? Is Gutong your son, or am I your son? Zhang Chao exclaimed, pacing furiously, while Zhang Yido wore a bewildered expression. Pingshan Township was the most remote of the towns, whereas Dongfu Town was adjacent to the county seat, clearly of a different caliber. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yido retorted. The circumstances were far too unpredictable. Had it not been stated that both the secretary and the county head had spoken, how could old Ma dare to refute? Zhang Yido was at a loss, having already compensated for a mobile phone, yet it did little to appease his son. This whole affair had spiraled into a veritable chaos, a mischief of monumental proportions. Lu Pei sought out Zhang Chao. Having recently altered her fashion sense from innocent charm to a more sophisticated allure. However, from this day forth, all of it would bear no relevance to Zhang Chao. I'm sorry, you are a good person, but we are not suited for each other, Lu Pei stated solemnly, delivering the most piercing words. She had come to realize that the once esteemed Zhang Chao was nothing more than a triviality, inferior even to a single, tightly curled strand of Gutong's hair. Now, she sought to set sail anew in the sea of love, while Zhang Chao remained in silence, nursing his wounds. Lu Pei, with a playful smile, hurried to the Discipline Inspection Commission to find Gutong. You're looking for Secretary Gu? He has already gone to the township. The organization department has sent him to assume his position today, and Secretary Yu accompanied him as well, Lu Yang remarked with admiration. Gutong had become a legendary figure within the commission, well-liked among his peers, and was now regarded as a role model for the youth. Typically, a township cadre would only have a department committee member or a section chief sent, which was already a significant honor. However, the two individuals accompanying Gutong today were of considerable stature within the county's direct agencies, a deputy secretary of the commission and a deputy minister of the organization department. Such a display was exceedingly rare. The reason behind this was Gutong's high-ranking position. Even as he ventured into the township, he also concurrently served as the head of the 2nd Division. Currently one of the most powerful departments within the commission, responsible not only for investigations but also for overseeing the political conduct of the county, essentially ensuring accountability. Zheng Laifu of Dongfu Town had originally planned a rather inconsequential meeting today, but he postponed it, ensuring all other members of the team were present, whether out of genuine respect or mere pretense. Gutong, having experienced a fall from grace in a previous life, understood well the adage about the flower-laden sedan being carried by many. Upon his arrival in the town, he promptly greeted each member of the team, as if they were long-lost friends. Yu Qinghan had arrived earlier, this time through persistent requests to her father. She had been transferred to Dongfu Town as a cadre for organizational propaganda. Coincidentally, the deputy secretary of the party committee was responsible for that very work. Luncheon was served in the town's canteen, where Zheng Laifu, the most senior secretary in the entire Lanhe region, had once emerged from the county committee office and had since blended the styles of the government office and township remarkably well. Yu Yonggu, being dispatched here as a talented individual by the county committee is a significant support for our work. From now on, we shall be brothers in the same trench. How about we share a drink? Gutong regarded Secretary Zheng with keen insight, and in that fleeting moment of their handshake, the elderly secretary with graying hair had his thoughts laid bare. Secretary Zheng, everything is contained within our cups. Then, tilting his head back, he drained the glass. Quite impressive, considering it was a tempered glass cup. The female cadre from the organization department beside him was left agape in astonishment. Zheng Lifeng found himself in a predicament. His intention was to give the other party a mild yet firm warning. He never believed the young scholar could drink, but unexpectedly, he found himself trapped, having lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. At that moment, Tong snatched the drink from Zheng Lifeng's hand and poured half a glass into his own. Secretary Zheng, you are the primary leader. The town cannot function without you. Should any significant matters arise this afternoon, it would be unwise for you to indulge too much. I am still young and can handle it. With another half glass down the hatch, onlookers Yu Chunguang and several deputy town heads were left dumbfounded. This was liquor, not water. Yu Qinghan, though visibly concerned, was not the main character of the day and quietly chatted with the female official from the organization department. Sister Qinghan, I heard you two are classmates? Secretary Gu is accomplished and handsome. I think you two would make a lovely pair. After saying this, the girl covered her mouth and giggled. Do you think so too? Yu Qinghan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she excitedly asked the girl. Upon seeing her nod vigorously, her heart soared as if filled with honey. The deputy minister of the organization department, a woman in her late 30s named Li Dongmei, watched Tong with astonishment and remarked, Secretary Gu, you didn't train in drinking while in university, did you? Not at all. Today I am just celebrating with my comrades in the trenches, and when one is happy, one tends to drink more. Look at how eloquently he speaks. No wonder he is from a prestigious university, one deputy town head thought, reminded of his own son. It was a welcome banquet where hosts and guests alike enjoyed themselves. Zheng Lifeng could find no fault. Although he felt a twinge of jealousy due to age and other factors, he buried it deep within. Secretary Yu, Minister Li, our Dongfu is indeed facing a turbulent period. We will need the organization to swiftly identify an outstanding town head. My old limbs have little time left. I must rely on the newcomers to charge forward. Yu Chengguang smiled, but said nothing. Li Dongmei glanced at Tong from a distance and, with a hint of implication, remarked, Secretary Zheng, for the time being, you can only rely on young Secretary Gu. Then she smiled and remained silent. Having navigated the political landscape for many years, Zheng Lifeng realized that Li Dongmei's words carried weight. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the county be preparing to promote Tong to town head after he gained sufficient experience? That would be quite a leap. However, Zheng Lifeng merely entertained the thought for a moment. Today, 2 members of the leadership team took office, although Yu Qinghan held a relatively minor position. Her lineage as the daughter of chairman Yu granted her significant standing. Ultimately, Zheng Lifeng called for everyone to raise their glasses in welcome for Tong and Yu Qinghan. In Dongfu town, the custom dictated that the afternoon was free from work, with people visiting and chatting. There is little to do in the town except for a few acres of irrigated fields and some pig farms. Resources were scarce. Aside from the family planning committee members who visited households for sterilizations, most others were not particularly busy. If one were to determine who was the happiest in Dongfu town at present, it would undoubtedly be Yu Qinghan. You should try to drink less in the future. Excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health. Like a dutiful wife, she placed a warm towel on Tong's forehead. You should take a break as well. The midday socializing must have wearied you, she said. Tong glanced at the stunning beauty beside him, feeling a warmth in his heart. I am but a small fry. Besides, due to my father's influence, they dare not pressure me to drink. Yu Qinghan spoke the truth. Were it not for her family background, the men in the township would have long since pursued her with fervor. This weather feels oppressive. It seems rain is imminent. The rainy season is approaching. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs this year, Yu Qinghan murmured as she continued to tend to her beloved. Rainy season? Rain? Dongfu? Tong suddenly opened his eyes. The connection of these 3 terms evoked a tragic memory. Chapter 15. Still time Tong had a vivid impression of this matter. He recalled that this year's rainy season had arrived earlier than usual, with substantial rainfall. Observing Tong, who had abruptly risen and sat on the bed in a daze, Yu Qinghan inquired, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. I merely recalled something. By the way, which village in Dongfu is situated at the foot of the mountain? Tong asked. Having spent his past life in Zihanga Township, he was unfamiliar with the circumstances of other townships, save for the county seat. Yu Qinghan, however, was different. Not to mention her father's extensive travels throughout various townships before assuming his leadership role, she had spent several years in the township herself and was likely well acquainted with it. It should be Yeshigu. I passed through there this year. That village lies at the foot of Zia Mountain. Why do you ask? She responded, looking at Gu Tong. Indeed, that is the village. But upon reflection, persuading those 100 or so households to relocate would be exceedingly difficult. Gu Tong shook his head. It's nothing. This year's rain will be heavy, so you should be cautious. Are you returning to the county tonight? Yu Qinghan suddenly asked. I'm not going back. If I do, I will be alone. It's better to stay here. At least I won't have to cook for myself. Gu Tong chuckled, glancing at the girl beside him. But my parents insist that I return. Yu Qinghan bit her lip, feeling somewhat conflicted. Before arriving in Dongfu, she had eagerly rushed home every day after work, wishing to spend not a moment longer in the countryside. The living conditions there were too rudimentary. Winters were cold, summers hot. And occasionally, she would wake to find a snake crawling on her bed. There was no water heater, making daily bathing impossible. Cell phone signals were unreliable. In short, it was exceedingly inconvenient. However, upon arriving in Dongfu, the situation changed. While other aspects were tolerable, the most significant difference was the presence of this man beside her, the one who occupied her thoughts day and night. If it doesn't rain the next few days, you could return, but if it rains, do not go back. The road conditions will be poor, Gu Tong cautioned, a sudden unease gripping his heart. He had become so preoccupied with Yeshigo village that he had nearly forgotten about the tragic bus accident. He recalled that the rain on that fateful day had been particularly heavy, pouring from dawn till dusk, and the two events had occurred simultaneously. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Gu Tong rose to review the information. He needed to compile a population list for Yeshiga village. Yu Qinghan also returned to her office to attend to her work. Zheng Laifu, having aged, found himself somewhat unable to handle alcohol, spending the afternoon reclining in his dormitory, not rising until evening. Gu Tong made a special trip to check on him, noting his steady breathing, which alleviated any concerns. After work, Gu Tong informed his fellow team members of his recent night shifts, which delighted them greatly, as they expressed their gratitude, with one exclaiming, "Thank you, Secretary Gu. I'll treat you another day." Whether this promise would come to fruition mattered little to Gu Tong. After dinner, Yu Qinghan reluctantly returned home. While dining, he unexpectedly encountered a classmate who turned out to be a fellow townsman from Onrong. "Secretary Gu, do you remember me?" A young man in police uniform asked with a smile, sitting beside him. "Oh, you are Chi Long?" Gu Tong recalled him as a childhood friend, having attended elementary school together before both transferring to Lanhe Middle School. The distinct accents between the Onrong and Lanhe residents were a notable reminder of their shared roots. "Haha, I'm glad you still remember me. I heard today that a new deputy secretary has arrived in town, and when I saw your silhouette in the dining hall, I thought it must be you." Chi Long beamed, pleased to be in the company of someone who held a significant position in the town. He mentioned that, according to the director, the organization department was unlikely to send a township head for the time being. And with the chairman of the East Fortune People's Congress on an extended leave, Gu Tong was effectively the second in command. Gu Tong learned that after graduating from high school, Chi Long had not pursued a bachelor's degree, but instead attended a police academy in the province. After graduating, he secured a position in Lanhe. "Having completed my middle and high school education here, I am familiar with the local customs and culture. Moreover, Lanhe's economy and education far surpass those of Onrong, making it a worthwhile place to settle down," Chi Long explained. He was of similar height to Gu Tong, yet notably more robust, with rugged features and expressive eyebrows, a testament to his time in law enforcement. As the full-time deputy secretary, Gu Tong was responsible for organizational publicity and political legal affairs. The director of the East Fortune Police Station held a respectable position, yet Chi Long noted that their director repeatedly emphasized the necessity of showing respect to Secretary Gu, primarily due to his additional role as the head of the second office. With some leisure time after dinner, Gu Tong invited his old classmate to his room for a deeper conversation. "Are you familiar with the village of Yeshigu?" Gu Tong suddenly inquired. "Indeed, I have been in the police force for over 2 years, and I have traversed many villages in East Fortune. I can name many of the residents," Chi Long responded. rising to boil water for tea, pouring a cup for Tong, and filling his own. I recently saw a weather forecast predicting heavy rainfall this year, and I am somewhat concerned for that village. Do you think there is any way to temporarily relocate the residents? Tong asked. Secretary Gu, there's no point in even considering it. In previous years of heavy rain, we worked with the town government, but the residents were highly resistant and refused to heed our advice, Long lamented, expressing his frustrations regarding the matter. During the days of heaviest rainfall last year, our team nearly set up camp in the village, fearing unforeseen circumstances. However, the villagers seemed entirely unconcerned, repeatedly asserting that their ancestors had bestowed upon them protection, claiming it had been centuries since any calamity had befallen them. Tong found himself somewhat speechless at this assertion. If their ancestors truly provided such protection, what had happened in their previous lives? Presently, how many individuals actually reside in the village? According to the records, there are over 100 people, but having spent a lifetime in the township, Tong was aware of the intricacies involved. In truth, there are merely 45 residents. The rest work elsewhere, with some having established their homes in distant locations without changing their household registrations. Especially with rumors of upcoming relocations circulating, they are merely biding their time. Long chuckled and remarked on the situation. Tong understood this perspective. Were he in their position, he too would refrain from changing his registration, as it is only natural to seek the maximum benefit within lawful bounds. What is the current situation at your station? Tong seized the opportunity to inquire about the police force in Dongfu, knowing that in the event of an emergency, they would rely on the local precinct. There aren't many of us. Aside from the station chief and the deputy chief, there are 3 official officers, including myself, and an additional 4 or 5 auxiliary personnel. Insufficient police force is a common ailment nationwide. As the old adage goes, the economic foundation determines the superstructure. If the financial situation is lacking, it cannot support a large number of personnel. Do you have any capable individuals under your command? Tong expressed concern regarding this matter. Yes. Typically, I work with 2 auxiliary officers, and in critical moments, I can call upon some of the village's joint defense team members. That won't be an issue. Long sensed that his old classmate had something on his mind, likely needing assistance, and hurriedly added, opportunities and fate arrive unannounced. It all depends on whether you can seize them. During their school days, Long and Tong had limited interactions. One was perpetually among the top 3 in class, while the other lingered among the bottom 10. Their differences vast and their circles distinct. Tong always occupied the front rows, while he usually sat in the last row, the so-called advanced area. With a preliminary plan forming in his mind, he knew he must first communicate with Zheng Laifu, as he was the head of the town. However, when Tong approached Zheng Laifu to discuss the potential dangers posed by this year's heavy rainfall, Zheng Laifu merely laughed heartily, dismissing the concern. Xiaogu, you new here. When has Dongfu not experienced heavy rain? And when has anything ever happened? Rest assured, everything will be fine. If something does occur, I will take responsibility, he said, patting Tong on the shoulder before exiting the office to engage in a game of mahjong. Chapter 16. The coming storm. The sky remained clear throughout the morning, but by noon, the weather took a dramatic turn, with dark clouds gathering ominously. Rain was imminent, but today should pose no significant issues. The focus would be on tomorrow morning. Tong stood in the courtyard, contemplating the shifting skies. At that moment, a white Volkswagen entered the yard, and after it came to a stop, the charming Yu Qinghan approached, holding a pristine lunchbox, her face alight with excitement. Come inside and try this. It's sweet and sour ribs made by my mother, she said, tugging Tong into the house. As he watched the lovely woman preparing a meal for him, Tong temporarily set aside his worries and gently embraced Yu Qinghan. What's wrong? If you hold me, how can I serve you? Yu Qinghan replied shyly, her cheek brushing against Tong's face as she turned to him. I shall merely embrace you in silence, while you attend to your matters, Tong gently articulated. She is indeed a commendable woman. Despite the hardships of her previous life, there were never any negative rumors following her divorce. Moreover, her reputation within the local community remains exemplary. In her past existence, during county meetings, I encountered Yu Qinghan several times, exchanging a few words and a handshake each time. Yet, During those moments, I was lethargic, disinterested in my career, and even less engaged in life, ultimately missing my chance. However, now that I have been granted a second life, I shall not allow this remarkable young lady to slip away to another. All right, come now, it's ready. Eat while it's hot, Yu Qinghan urged, pulling Gu Tong to the table, where she propped her chin, gazing lovingly at her beloved as he savored his meal. Why aren't you eating? Gu Tong inquired, somewhat puzzled. I already had something at home. I refrained from coming this morning just to wait for these ribs. Yu Qinghan admitted, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor. Gu Tong smiled faintly. The current standards for work discipline were not overly strict, as long as the tasks assigned by superiors were completed. Furthermore, the inspector was seated right there with them. Nevertheless, such circumstances ought to be amended. If the public were to require assistance and could not find anyone, it would undermine our mission of serving the people. As they dined, Gu Tong conversed with Yu Qinghan. You are absolutely right. In my previous position at the township government, it was a sporadic affair with little oversight. There were times when citizens urgently needed to conduct business at the township office, yet often found no one available. Yu Qinghan remarked, her brows elegantly furrowed. By afternoon, the number of employees at the town government had dwindled, as many, anticipating rain, returned to the county seat. Do not return today. The rain makes the road unsafe. Come with me to Yeshigu for a visit, Gu Tong suggested. Yu Qinghan nodded eagerly, ready to follow her husband anywhere he chose to lead. To my surprise, you can drive? Yu Qinghan expressed her astonishment, having assumed that Gu Tong, hailing from a modest background without a car, would not be able to drive. However, Gu Tong cheerfully motioned for her to take the passenger seat. And it was only once the car navigated the winding mountain roads that she realized his driving skills far surpassed her own. The journey from the town government to Yeshigu required traversing a ridge. As the name suggests, Yeshigu lies nestled within a valley, with Xian Mountain standing majestically at the village's rear and a river flowing in front. This village, set against a backdrop of mountains and water, would be a picturesque locale under normal circumstances. At present, the rain was light, a gentle patter, and the mountain path was easy to navigate. Descending from the ridge led directly to Yeshigu. From their elevated vantage point, the entirety of the village unfolded before them. In clear weather, the scenery of Xian Mountain is breathtakingly beautiful. Now, shrouded in misty rain, it loomed ominously like a colossal beast poised to devour. Gu Tong, from this vantage point, I cannot shake the feeling of unease, Yu Qinghan remarked, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains and village, her spirit suddenly unsettled. Indeed, when a mountain rain approaches, the winds rise ominously. Just because there have been no incidents for centuries does not guarantee that future troubles will be absent. My greatest concern is complacency, Gu Tong gently replied as they reached a flatter stretch of road. Upon arriving at the village, Gu Tong parked the car directly at the village committee office, which was situated at the entrance to the village, overlooking a raised area. Look, there are still people inside. Yu Qinghan pointed towards the village committee's activity room, where shadows flitted about. Let us go down and take a look. Bring an umbrella. Don't catch a cold. Gu Tong turned off the engine and, umbrella in hand, approached the activity room. Yeshigu is home to 3 prominent surnames, Guan, Zhang, and Liu. The secretary's surname is Guan. On the day of Gu Tong's appointment, he had attended a meeting in the town, so when he entered the room, Guan Yinhui recognized him immediately. Secretary Gu, what brings you here? Guan Yinhui, in his 50s, did not dare to act overly familiar in front of the deputy secretary, who wielded authority with both hands. Quickly wrap things up, he called towards the indoor mahjong and poker tables. The players, somewhat reluctant, hesitated until Guan Yinhui glanced at Gu Tong's expression. Thankfully, he seemed unperturbed. You're blind. This is the newly appointed deputy secretary of the town, and Secretary Gu is also the director of the County Discipline Inspection Commission S. 2nd Division. Hurry up. Once Guan Yinhui mentioned Gu Tong's position, the players scrambled to tidy up as if they were wielding knives to sever electric wires, sparks flying in all directions. In just a matter of seconds, the room was cleared. Guan Yinhui invited Gu Tong into a small office next door, pouring 2 glasses of boiled water for them. The village director, Zhang Fuhu, appeared nervous, having just been the most boisterous among the players and leading the charge and refusing to clean up. Tong chose not to delve into those matters. He had no time to ponder such issues. Guan's secretary, Director Zhang, please take a seat. I'm not here to inspect today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuhu visibly relaxed, a smile blossoming on his face, which he believed to be radiant. Guan Yinhui also felt a slight relief and quickly inquired, Secretary Gu, do you have any directives? I am concerned about the rain, Tong replied, glancing out at the light drizzle with a sigh. Rest assured, Secretary Gu, our village has been safe for hundreds of years. Everything is stable, especially with me and old Zhang here. The village is absolutely secure, Guan Yinhui assured confidently, patting his chest. It is precisely because of you that there may be issues. Tong thought to himself, but refrained from voicing his concerns. The village consisted of around 40 individuals, roughly 20 households. And Tong had gathered a general understanding of each family's circumstances. Most were elderly. The younger generation had migrated to the cities, which posed the greatest challenge. Have you considered that if a mudslide or landslide occurs, these elderly people won't be able to escape? They will be left helpless, awaiting their fate, Tong remarked, his expression growing serious. However, Secretary Gu, the rain isn't heavy right now. If we ask everyone to evacuate, what will happen to their belongings? They are poor. Even losing a stool would cause them great distress, Guan Yinhui pointed out, reflecting the harsh reality. You have a point. Nonetheless, I have my considerations. Ultimately, this is for everyone's well-being. I now require the village committee to remain prepared at all times. In the event of an emergency, we must be able to rescue people, ensuring we have tools and personnel readily available, Tong asserted with a stern tone. This was no trivial matter. The common folk might act foolishly, disregard their safety, and hoard their possessions, but he could not afford such negligence. Just as Guan Yinhui was about to respond, a thunderous crack echoed from outside. Chapter 17, The Storm. Guan Yinhui had intended to counter, believing the young leader was overreacting and causing unnecessary turmoil. However, this sudden thunder caused his heart to leap, and a thought flickered through his mind. Could it be? If such a situation were to arise. He turned to glance at Zhang Fuhu, and a trace of concern flickered in both their eyes. Very well, Secretary Gu, ultimately, your intentions are for the safety of our village. In that case, I shall promptly organize the defense team members and village committee members to hold a meeting, at the very least to take preventive measures and gather some tools, so that if such a situation were to occur, we might save a few more lives. Guan Yinhui took a deep breath, gazing at the suddenly intensifying raindrops outside, and pulled Zhang Fuhu out. Everything that needed to be said had been said. When a moment truly arrives, what can we do? Yu Qinghan murmured as she watched the rain outside. What can we do? Even if we were to drag them out, we cannot allow them to perish in a mudslide. After Tong finished speaking, he opened an umbrella and ushered Yu Qinghan into the car to begin their journey back. He still had one more matter to consider. The rain grew heavier, and the road gradually became muddy, driving Yu Qinghan's car over the ridge. They passed by the town government, but did not enter. They continued on the road back to the county town, and Yu Qinghan curiously inquired, "Are you returning to the city?" "No, I'm still concerned about the road ahead." Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan understood. There was a stretch of road ahead flanked by a mountain on one side and a river on the other. It was a two-way single-lane road, and should a landslide occur, the consequences would be dire. As they approached that stretch, Tong raised his head to examine the mountainside beside the road, contemplated for a moment, and dialed Zhang Weiman's number. After explaining the situation here and his concerns, Zhang Weiman took it seriously and personally reported to Chu Qingying. An hour later, Zhang Weiman arrived at the scene with his team. "Xiao Gu, do you think there will be a problem here?" Zhang Weiman looked up at the towering mountains above. Beside him was the head of the Transportation Bureau. "Director Zhang, Secretary Xiao Gu, there should be no issues here. Nothing has ever happened in all these years." The bureau chief, with his ample belly, clearly did not take it to heart. Zhang Weiman's expression softened upon hearing this. Yet having heard about Tong's adeptness in handling cases from Chenzi, he recognized the young man's keen intuition and extraordinary judgment. "In that case, Director Gillen, please inform the traffic police to place a warning sign here, alerting passing pedestrians." After all, we do encounter minor issues every rainy season. With Zhang Weiman's suggestion, Gu Tong felt he could not counter. At that moment, he truly realized that foresight was not necessarily a blessing, while one may foresee the future. Convincing others of that truth is the greatest challenge. He could not simply insist to Zhang Weiman and Chu Qingying that an incident was inevitable. Doing so would render him immature and childish in their eyes, or even label him as irrational. Should a calamity truly occur, he would merely become a scapegoat. Gu Tong sighed internally, at least managing to raise the awareness of the secretary and the county head. As for the matter of Yeshigu, he would have to devise his own solutions. Upon returning to the town government, the rain had surprisingly ceased. Even Yu Qinghan felt he had been overly anxious. Cool me. Let me give you a head massage. You've been under too much pressure lately. Take a good rest. I won't return to the city tonight. I'll stay with you. After saying this, she shyly cast a glance at Gu Tong. Gu Tong regarded this innocent lamb, yet felt it inappropriate to speak freely within the town government. She could only hold her close, sharing a moment of tenderness. A night passed without incident. The rain had ceased, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Gu Tong managed to enjoy a restful slumber, but the thought of Yu Qinghan next door stirred an unsettling itch within her. At 6 in the morning, the torrential rain that had brewed throughout the night finally descended upon the earth, marking the most significant deluge of the year for the Lan River. Secretary Gu, I am at the office. What do you need? Cheetah Long had received Gu Tong's call the previous night, and he had contacted everyone he could reach. In the afternoon, bring as many people as you can to Yeshigu, Gu Tong reiterated. Understood, rest assured. By the way, Han wishes to speak with you, Cheetah Long responded. The head of the Dongfu police station, Han Chong, was also an old police officer. Secretary Gu, greetings. I am Han Chong. I am aware of the matters you discussed with Cheetah Long. I will cooperate fully, Han Chong assured with resolute conviction, for he possessed a highly confidential insider scoop. Gu Tong's connections were well known, and Han understood their depth. Qinghan, today, you might have to take a risk and venture to that stretch of road. Gu Tong said with hesitation. I will have Xiao Gang accompany you. He is specifically assigned to liaise with you. Do not worry. I will heed your instructions. Yu Qinghan replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation as she gazed intently into Gu Tong's eyes. However, upon hearing Gu Tong's words, even Yu Qinghan was left momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she broke into a smile. If you choose to be reckless, then I shall indulge you. Zheng Laifu gazed out at the torrential rain, entirely unperturbed. For him, retirement was only 2 years away. Having weathered countless storms over the years, he had seen it all, and he was acutely aware of every detail surrounding the incursion of a fly into Dongfu. He regarded Gu Tong's recent antics with disdain, but chose not to intervene. Knowing the young man held another significant role, for someone with such extensive connections, it was imperative to allow him to face a few hurdles. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Gu Tong entered, feigning surprise. Young Secretary Gu, do you require something? On a rainy day, it's best to stay indoors and watch television to pass the time. No one here is monitoring us, and besides, you oversee the county's work discipline, haha. As he spoke, Zheng Laifu chuckled, reveling in the thought that it was Gu Tong who was responsible for overseeing the county's attendance. Secretary Zheng, I want to discuss the severe rainfall. We should inspect places like Yeshigu. If the situation at Xian Mountain, before Gu Tong could finish, Zheng Laifu waved his hand to interrupt. I say, young Secretary Gu, I'm still the Secretary of Dongfu, am I not? His tone had grown somewhat harsh, as Zheng Laifu particularly despised any questioning of his authority. Of course, I merely intended to report to you. Please do not misunderstand, Gu Tong quickly clarified. Misunderstand? I know you have been to Yeshigu these past few days, and you called Director Zhang to survey the national road. To be honest, I am nearing retirement and do not wish to be embroiled in turmoil. If you wish to stir things up, go elsewhere. Zheng Laifu's words became increasingly sharp. Gu Tong's heart sank gradually. Such officials only thought of themselves, completely disregarding the lives and safety of the common people. Let me elucidate matters clearly. Upon your arrival at Dongfu, it is imperative that you remain compliant and refrain from overstepping your bounds. Do you comprehend? Zheng Lifeng wore a sinister smile, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Tong. Gu Tong reciprocated the smile, understanding that engaging in trivial discourse with such a bureaucrat was futile. Without uttering a word, he turned on his heel and departed. Zheng Lifeng, his expression darkening, dialed the office of the Party and Government Affairs Director, cautioning, "Inform the other members. Should anyone be swayed by the surname Gu, they shall not escape my wrath." He added, "And summon a few individuals for a game or two." As Zheng Lifeng delved into the intricacies of the game, Gu Tong was already en route to Yeshigu in a police vehicle. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, while the water on the ground deepened. A journey that typically took 20 minutes extended to nearly an hour before reaching the village. Cheetah Long had gathered 7 or 8 individuals, yet upon arriving at the village committee, neither Guan Yinhu nor Zhang Fuhu was present. Gu Tong glanced at the time. He recalled the events unfolding around 5 in the afternoon, with little time elapsed between the highway and their current location. Chapter 18. A solution within desperation. Waiting until 4 o'clock, Guan Yinhu and Zhang Fuhu finally arrived, embarking on door-to-door outreach. The results were disheartening. The villagers were reluctant to abandon their homes and possessions. Guan Yinhu felt the pressure mounting as the rain intensified. He feared that if a disaster occurred, he might face dire consequences. With lives at stake, over 40 of them, no less, he declared, merely relying on words is no longer sufficient. We must change our approach. By whatever means necessary, we must persuade everyone to evacuate to the higher ground before 5 o'clock. Gu Tong instructed the group with a grave demeanor. Cheetah Long was mentally prepared, and his accompanying assistants voiced no objections. Time was of the essence. They divided into 2 groups to persuade residents from different directions, urging them to secure their valuables. Glancing at his watch, it was nearly 20 past 4. The ideal was appealing, yet the process was arduous. The first household met with vehement resistance to evacuation. In a moment of exasperation, Gu Tong firmly stated, "If you evacuate and no incident occurs, I will compensate each household 5,000 yuan from my own pocket." This declaration proved effective. Who would not be enticed by money? The fervent opposition transformed into cooperative engagement. "Well, Comrade Gu, your word is your bond," one villager exclaimed. "If you fail to honor your promise, I shall lodge a complaint." Another chimed in, "Young Comrade Gu, this money feels a bit too good to be true. Perhaps we could assist you in persuading others?" In such circumstances, further persuasion seemed unnecessary. Elderly women in their 70s perked up at the prospect of receiving compensation should no calamity occur. Is this young man truly sincere? Guan Yinhu, feeling helpless, could only reiterate that Comrade Gu is a person of stature and would never deceive the common folk. By 4:50, all 45 individuals had reached the elevated ground, where a small square awaited them. Sheltering under umbrellas and clad in raincoats, they gazed out at their homes through the tempest. Laughter and nonchalance prevailed among the crowd, yet their eyes were drawn to Gu Tong, who stood solemnly at the forefront, seemingly beckoning them with the promise of 5,000 yuan. At 5 o'clock, the storm intensified, with thunder and lightning growing ever more fierce, and the rain poured down relentlessly. At this moment, Yu Qinghan and Xiao Gang had positioned her Volkswagen Santana across the narrowest stretch of the county's bypass road, effectively obstructing it. In the distance, a bus swayed its way towards them. It was 10 past 5, and a rumble echoed through the air as another thunderclap resounded. Chu Qingying, seated inside the vehicle, was en route to the section of road mentioned by Gu Tong. Observing the torrential downpour, she felt a surge of unease and resolved to investigate that stretch of road. Zhang Weimin, engaged in an inspection of flood prevention measures in the rural towns, was gradually making his way from Shaba Township towards Dongfu Town. At 15 past 5, the rain intensified. Villagers atop the high ground gazed anxiously at their distant homes, their apprehension growing. Suddenly, a massive rock from Xian Mountain came crashing down. What was that? It's over, utterly over. My house. No, it's all destroyed, all of it. A torrent of mud, akin to a raging wave, swept through Yeshigu village in an instant. Houses collapsed in seconds. Even the village committee at the entrance was not spared. On the road, the bus was nearing the most constricted section when the driver spotted a vehicle blocking the way. At that moment, Chu Qingying's car also arrived, revealing a white Santana obstructing the road. Both the bus driver and Chu Qingying's driver exited their vehicles to assess the situation. However, accompanied by a tremendous clap of thunder, a colossal rock tumbled down from the mountaintop beside the road. Bang! Crackle! Chu Qingying sat frozen in her seat, witnessing the scene unfold. The bus driver was equally horrified, as the passengers aboard the bus were rendered speechless by shock. Upon reaching the Dongfu Town government office, Zhang Weimin burst through the door, confronting a group of boisterous officials. With a stern expression, he exclaimed, "Is this how you serve the people? A bunch of wastrels! I must inform you that a mudslide has occurred in Yushigu, burying all the houses." Zheng Laifu, taken aback, was left speechless, and upon hearing about the mudslide, he lost control of his faculties. Chu Qingying grasped Yu Qinghan's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. The passengers from the bus, braving the torrential rain, disembarked and bowed deeply before Yu Qinghan, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. They understood that had it not been for her car blocking the road, they would have surely become mere specters in the river. "No, please rise. I'm a party member and an official. You must not. Be careful not to catch a chill," Yu Qinghan urged, her heart swelling with emotion as she and Chu Qingying hurried to assist everyone up. Xiao Gang, observing Yu Qinghan from the front, reflected on the jealousy he once felt towards Secretary Gu when he first arrived, now filled with immense respect. After making a phone call, Chu Qingying instructed Xiao Gang to turn the bus driver back to the county, while she and Yu Qinghan took a detour towards Yushigu. The weight of the news about the mudslide and collapsed houses, relayed by Chun Xinyan, pressed heavily on her heart. Yet, once aboard the vehicle, Yu Qinghan's reassuring words lifted her spirits completely. "Secretary Chu, do not worry. Gu Tong has long had contingency plans in place. There should be no casualties." As Chu Qingying and Zhang Weimin arrived at Yushigu village, they were met with an unforgettable sight. On a high ground in front of the village committee, Gu Tong gazed into the distance at the village houses devastated by a mudslide, while villagers behind him, leaning on canes and supporting one another, stood solemnly in the rain. At the moment they spotted the secretary and the county magistrate, Guan Yinhu and Zhang Fuhu could no longer contain their emotions. Tears streamed down their faces, mingling sorrow for their destroyed homes with gratitude for their survival. The words they uttered most frequently were, "Leaders, we owe our gratitude to Secretary Gu. He is our benefactor in Yushigu." The disaster in Yushigu gripped the hearts of all county officials and citizens, prompting the secretary and the county magistrate to conduct on-site operations at the Dongfu Town government. The following day, Secretary Geng and Mayor Xie from the city arrived together. Upon witnessing the mudslide site in Yushigu, they were taken aback. Secretary Geng, known for his pragmatic approach, grasped Gu Tong's hand with difficulty, expressing, "You are a benefactor to the people and our hero." Xie Bingyan, holding Gu Tong's hand, gazed at the young man with admiration and, once the crowd had drifted away, whispered, "How are you so remarkable? I can hardly wait to see you." Gu Tong felt a flicker of joy within, but dared not respond. Chu Qingying, watching from a distance, slightly curled her lips in response. Where there is laughter, there is sorrow. The municipal and county levels activated emergency plans, swiftly relocating all villagers from Yushigu. Subsequently, an accounting of inactive officials commenced. Zheng Laifu, who Chu Qingying and Zhang Weimin had hoped would retire peacefully after a lifetime of service, found himself in a dire situation. During a critical flood season, his absence was inexcusable. Aware of his faults, Zheng Laifu submitted his resignation early. "It is my belief that such apathetic officials must be dealt with seriously. Moreover, according to my investigations, Comrade Gu Tong had repeatedly reported the severity of the disaster to him, yet the complacent Secretary Zheng remained indifferent, treating the plight of the common people with contempt. Thus we too shall treat him with indifference." Chu Qingying sternly criticized Zheng Laifu during the expanded Standing Committee meeting. Chapter 19. Safe and sound. Zhang Weimin subsequently added his remarks. As a former secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, he harbored a deep disdain for such officials, particularly their disregard for human life. At the same time, he felt relieved that Gu Tong had made subsequent arrangements along that route, otherwise. He too would bear responsibility had the bus full of passengers plummeted. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Tong had already saved him twice. Zheng Laifu was dismissed from his post, and earlier reports against him resurfaced, leading to his immediate investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission. On the same day, his companions, including the director of the Party and Government Office, the Minister of Armed Forces, and 2 deputy town heads, were all relieved of their duties on the spot. The county committee issued a statement commending comrades Gu Tong, Yu Qinghan, and Wu Gang for their outstanding performance during the disaster. Furthermore, all members of the Dongfu police station were praised, with recommendations for the County Public Security Bureau to adjust the positions of all police officers who participated in the disaster relief efforts. Secretary Gu, we are immensely grateful to you. Although I was unable to contribute much this time, I hear that Han Chong and Qi Delong have already taken office, with Han Chong appointed as a member of the County Bureau's Party Committee and head of the Discipline Inspection Group. Qi Delong has been appointed as the instructor of the Dongfu Police Station, temporarily overseeing all operations at the station. Secretary, do you think Gu Tong's rapid promotion is a bit premature? Might others have dissenting opinions? Zhang Weiman pondered, genuinely concerned for Gu Tong's welfare. He wished for Gu Tong to ascend swiftly yet steadily, for only with stability can one achieve lasting success. There is no cause for concern. Those with capabilities will also save lives. Whoever can rescue nearly 100 lives deserves promotion. Chu Qingying remained composed, as Secretary Geng and Mayor Xie shared a unanimous opinion. Some young cadres, willing to take on responsibilities and bold enough to break norms, should be promoted without hesitation. Mayor Geng, true to his name, was remarkably forthright, and Mayor Xie left no room for doubt. If we do not promote such capable young cadres, it is a shared failing on our part. Chu Qingying anticipated the selfish motives of that woman and scoffed, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Deputy Minister Li Dongmei from the County Organization Department led a team to Dongfu Town for cadre evaluations. Upon hearing that Gu Tong would be evaluated, the villagers of Yeshigu arrived early at the town government. Leader, Secretary Gu is an excellent cadre. He must be promoted, Guan Yinhu exclaimed, having transitioned from skepticism to reluctant support for Gu Tong's initiatives. Ultimately, he had safeguarded the lives of the entire village. As a villager, his thoughts were simple. Matters concerning their savior were of paramount importance. Gu Tong and Yu Qinghan, wishing to quell any gossip, considered urging the villagers to return home. Unexpectedly, the villagers insisted on remaining until the evaluation was complete. Li Dongmei waved her hand and declared, since the common people wish to voice their opinions, let them do so. Our cadres ultimately exist to serve the populace. Their voices matter. The evaluation proceeded smoothly, with only a few town cadres facing disciplinary actions. The remaining candidates were all pragmatic individuals, possessing a clear sense of right and wrong. Secretary Gu, to be candid, after many years in the organization department and evaluating numerous cadres, you're the first whom I am completely satisfied with, Li Dongmei remarked with admiration. The team in Dongfu was swiftly assembled, and following the cadre meeting, Gu Tong officially began to preside over all matters of the Dongfu Town Party Committee in his capacity as secretary. The town subsequently convened a meeting of the Standing Committee of the People's Congress, appointing Yu Qinghan as deputy town head, acting town head. Yu Qinghan felt a surge of excitement, having served as a group publicity officer for over 3 years. Her father had always refrained from promoting her to avoid any semblance of favoritism. However, this time she had made a significant leap on her own merit, even earning her father's praise over the phone. Upon hearing of Yu Qinghan's appointment as town head, Wang Pengfei's previously extinguished affection was rekindled. In Gu Tong's office, Wu Gang appeared somewhat constrained as he respectfully prepared tea for Gu Tong, expressing his gratitude. Secretary Gu, I truly appreciate this. You can rest assured. Whatever you say from now on will be my command, and I will comply without question. Gu Tong smiled gently and replied, You are a cadre of the organization, not merely my subordinate. It is essential to maintain the right mindset. Henceforth, you must cooperate effectively with town head Qinghan. The recent personnel changes in Dongfu are quite significant. Gu Tong has been promoted to secretary, while Yu Qinghan has assumed the role of mayor. The position of deputy secretary remains undecided for the time being. The newly appointed organizational publicity officer is a young girl named Tong, who previously acquainted with Gu Tong. She was the one who introduced him to Chu Qingying. Rumor has it that the deputy secretary position is reserved for her as well. The Secretary of Discipline Inspection, the Minister of Armed Forces, and 3 deputy mayors have all been replaced, with Wu Gang appointed as a deputy mayor. As Chu Qingying puts it, this team is the youngest in the entire county. Those from remote townships, yearning to return to Dongfu, have been fervently requesting the opportunity, yet both Chu Qingying and Zhang Weimin have firmly declined. This pressure has now fallen upon us, prompting a discussion among the members regarding their thoughts. Seated at the head of the table, Gu Tong glanced at the strikingly elegant Yu Qinghan, who seemed to radiate a newfound grace in her role as mayor. Tong Yu, with her cheerful disposition and charming appearance, was the first to share her insights, drawing from her extensive experience in the committee office and her familiarity with Dongfu. Surprisingly, the previously reticent Wu Gang had diligently prepared a speech. Initially, Gu Tong did not pay much attention, but as he listened, he noticed that all the members present were taking notes. Wu Gang's presentation was rich in substance, covering topics ranging from Dongfu's population, land, finance, and taxation to the estimated reserves of mineral resources and unique agricultural products, even including details about distinctive wild crops growing in the mountainous areas. Talent indeed. At that moment, Gu Tong felt that recommending Wu Gang had been an astute move. Wu Gang, originally just a civil servant, would, upon completing his probationary period, be eligible for civil service registration as deputy mayor. The data provided by Mayor Wu is truly comprehensive, Tong Yu exclaimed. Liang Ning, the Minister of Armed Forces, who was also a former Dongfu cadre with a commendable reputation, asked, Mayor Wu, may we have a copy of your materials? After receiving Wu Gang's consent, he promptly went to make a copy. While the materials were thorough and the data accurate, the pressing question for each member of the team was how to effectively utilize these existing resources to craft a narrative for Dongfu's development. After the first expanded meeting of the party committee, Yu Qinghan followed Gu Tong to the office. Upon entering and noticing the absence of others, she playfully pecked Gu Tong on the cheek. Be mindful of the impact. We wouldn't want others gossiping, Gu Tong cautioned as he glanced warily outside. Hee, I want to, she replied with a teasing smile. Darling, I cannot thank you enough for this. My parents said that when you return to the city this weekend, you must come to our home. Yu Qinghan then nestled into Gu Tong's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Get down quickly. What if someone comes in? Gu Tong said, slightly flustered, while Yu Qinghan reveled in his anxious expression. By the way, how shall we handle the division of tasks? She inquired, settling down across from him. Handle it as you see fit. Allocate according to the actual situation. I've been contemplating Dongfu's next steps lately. Zheng Laifu squandered too many opportunities, Gu Tong lamented, his brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, the weight of responsibility upon our shoulders is considerable. With just half a year remaining until year's end, should tax revenues fall short, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from other towns, thereby intensifying the pressure on Secretary Chu and Mayor Zhang. The thought of this burden made Yu Qinghan's heart feel heavy. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Mayor, a gentleman is here to see you. He has been waiting in your office for a while, announced Yu Qinghan's secretary from the party and government office. I will go take a look. You can ponder it for now. After all, my role is merely to execute, and I shall do whatever you ask. Yu Qinghan said with a charming smile, preparing to depart. What is there to ponder? Gu Tong replied casually, receiving a playful glare from Yu Qinghan, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Chapter 20. The Secretary's Night Visit to Gu Tong. How is it you? Yu Qinghan exclaimed as she opened the door to find the very person she least wished to encounter, Wang Pengfei. It had been some time since Wang Pengfei had seen Yu Qinghan. His father had advised him to remain patient, but now that patience seemed futile, as inquiries revealed that Yu Qinghan had become the mayor. At that moment, the once arrogant young master found himself humbled before her, while his father was dubbed the wealthiest. In the eyes of the common folk in Lanhe, they were merely a prosperous family. Yet, in the eyes of the town's secretaries and mayors, one could only wonder what they truly thought. Moreover, Yu Qinghan was only 24, and her future path was still long and unwritten. Qinghan, it has been a while since I last saw you. I came to check on you, Wang Pengfei said, attempting to feign warmth with a sycophantic smile. That's enough. Pengfei, regardless of our history, I consider you a friend, which is why I address you so, Yu Qinghan replied, her perspective having broadened significantly. She generously poured him a glass of water and handed it to him, then seated herself before him. Do not waste your time on me any longer. I must be frank, I do not harbor any feelings for you. Wang Pengfei's excitement surged, and he was about to interject when Yu Qinghan raised her hand, continuing. With your background and wealth, it would be no challenge for you to find someone better suited. I am already devoted to another. My heart cannot entertain affections for anyone else. After delivering her words, she smiled at Wang Pengfei. The sight of this youthful and exquisite beauty, coupled with her polite yet resolute dismissal, stirred within him an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Who is it? Tong? Wang Pengfei inquired. The identity is inconsequential. As long as it is not you, there is no need to squander time. Now, I truly have many matters to attend to, and you should promptly return to the city, Yu Qinghan said, signaling the end of their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Pengfei surprisingly chuckled. The secretary and mayor in a romantic entanglement? Do you believe it's suitable? Let me assure you, Qinghan, even if you do not favor me, I shall not relent. Hearing these words from Wang Pengfei sent a jolt through Yu Qinghan's heart. By the time she regained her composure, he had already departed. See buckthorn? Quinoa. Tong pondered as he reviewed the materials provided by Wu Gang, recognizing the insignificance of these items locally, yet recalling a beverage that would soon capture the nation's attention. Sea buckthorn juice. In the forthcoming period, advertisements for sea buckthorn juice would proliferate, with numerous brands emerging like mushrooms after rain. By the years leading up to his rebirth, the market had become increasingly competitive, yet annual sales remained remarkably robust. As he browsed the internet, an advertisement suddenly popped up in the corner. Get a sneak peek at this issue's lottery numbers. Tong suddenly recalled the prospect of purchasing a lottery ticket, and an involuntary thrill surged within him. After clicking on the link, the web page took an eternity to load. Indeed, the climax often follows a prolonged anticipation. Once the page finally materialized, several winning numbers appeared prominently at its center. Tong retrieved the printed lottery ticket from his pocket and meticulously cross-checked each number. To his astonishment, they all matched. He let out a deep sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. With newfound wealth, a myriad of possibilities unfolded before him. It dawned on him that it had been far too long since he last visited home. Since his arrival in Lanhe after the new year, he had not returned. His mother, a dedicated teacher, remained steadfast in her frontline role. This thought ignited a wave of excitement within him, considering his past life. It had been ages since he had seen her. Given the current circumstances in Dongfu Town, engaging in alternative industries seemed impractical. Thus, pursuing these two projects appeared to be the most viable option. After finishing work that afternoon, he accepted a ride back to the county town from Yu Qinghan. Today, Wang Pengfei reached out to me, Yu Qinghan suddenly remarked, catching Tong off guard. Oh, is he still pursuing you? Tong inquired with genuine curiosity. Indeed, his relentless pursuit is rather vexing. Yu Qinghan pouted, prompting Tong to lean over and to give her a gentle kiss. Haha, you're so mischievous. But I quite like it, she replied, a phrase that struck Tong as oddly familiar. Are you free tonight? Would you like to come over to my place? Tonight is not feasible. Several colleagues from the disciplinary committee invited me to dinner, and I still have not relinquished my position there. The thought of this weighed on him, especially since Secretary Zhang of the disciplinary committee had called earlier that day regarding the matter. Doesn't Secretary Zhang wish for you to step down from this responsibility? Yu Qinghan asked, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she regarded Tong. Indeed, yet Secretary Zhang is also cognizant that continuing in dual roles is inappropriate. I suspect I shall be relieved of my duties within a day or two. Upon arriving in the county town, Yu Qinghan dropped Tong off at the entrance of the dormitory complex before driving home herself. Tong returned home, donning a hat and his pair of non-prescription glasses. At the lottery shop, he found only the owner engrossed in a film munching on sunflower seeds. Upon presenting his ticket, the owner seemed to have already anticipated the outcome. Taxes will need to be deducted, but rest assured, I will not disclose your information. However, you will need to make a trip to Jingshui, and in the future, some publicity will be unavoidable. I hope you understand, she stated. The owner, a middle-aged woman, was taciturn and did not scrutinize Tong. She entered the relevant information into the computer, took a photograph of the ticket, and the matter was settled. As Tong exited the small shop, the owner gazed at his retreating figure with envy. After taxes, nearly 4 million remained from the 5 million, a sum that could last a lifetime. That evening, Tong received confirmation calls from both the provincial and capital cities. The customer service representative informed him that within 5 working days, he would be notified to finalize the confirmation at Jingshui, after which the funds would be transferred. The dinner gathering was quite modest. Little alcohol was consumed. Considering Tong's changed status made it inappropriate for others to encourage drinking. Furthermore, given his limited tolerance, even an entire table of guests could not outdrink him. The sensation of wealth was indeed delightful. Contemplating this fortuitous turn of events, Tong began to envision his future. He understood that he would remain in Lanhe until at least May of the following year, as Xie Bingyan would undoubtedly transfer him to the city. Yet deep within, the notion of serving a term in office to benefit the community had already taken root in his mind. In his past life, he served diligently as the deputy township head for many years. Although he experienced a sense of despondency, he never once neglected his duties. Dongfu Town must cultivate its own industries. Only with established industries can there be economic benefits, and once economic benefits arise, the local populace's minds will gradually awaken. It is only through their own initiative that government support becomes meaningful. Teaching a man to fish is far more beneficial than merely giving him a fish. As the clock approached 10, the phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Opening the door startled Tong. The voice on the other end was unmistakably that of Chu Qingying. He hurriedly donned a jacket and opened the door to find a woman in a baseball cap and athletic attire, carrying a black bag, swiftly entering the room. Secretary Chu, what brings you to your male subordinate's residence at this hour? Tong chuckled at her appearance. Come on, it's quite dull, and I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come over for a chat. Chu Qingying removed her hat, revealing her flowing, raven-black hair. The beauty, dressed in snug athletic wear, was undeniably captivating. Tong quickly placed the snack from the bag on the coffee table, while Chu Qingying wandered about the room, examining this and sniffing that. Chapter 21. A business trip with the secretary? It seems our comrade Gu is quite tidy. Do you usually clean up after yourself? Kukajin remarked, taking a moment to inspect Tong's bed, finding nothing but a few stray curls. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stepped onto the balcony, observing the clothes Tong had hung up haphazardly, with a pants clip holding a shirt, unable to bear the sight. Chu Qingying retrieved a few hangers from the wardrobe and neatly arranged the clothing. Tong felt a bit embarrassed as he watched her fuss over his freshly washed undergarments. Secretary, please come here. I can manage these trivial matters myself. Tong was mortified. Indeed, a room occupied by a single man can be so clean. Chu Qingying complimented with a smile, noting that such men were a rarity. Her own father treated home like a hotel, yet this young man kept his clothes impeccably clean. However, being tidy and being particular are two different matters. So, how do you feel about being a secretary? Share your thoughts with me. Chu Qingying grabbed a bag of spicy snacks and savored a sip of cola, her indulgent sounds prompting Tong's imagination to wander. I do have some thoughts now. I discussed with Mayor Qing'an today, and next week, I plan to conduct a scientific survey and perhaps take a short trip. A trip? Just in time. Why don't you accompany me? Kukajin proposed eagerly. Where to? Hangzhou. Our entrepreneurs from Jing'an have established a Jing'an Chamber of Commerce there. Mayor Xie intends to take us along with the provincial delegation to see if we can attract a few enterprises, as this year has seen a series of unexpected incidents from a city to the county. Chu Qingying took another sip of her cola and continued. By the end of the year, if we fail to yield any results, Mayor Xie will have a hard time explaining himself at the provincial level. And my situation with County Head Zhang and the City 1T be any better? However, Tong recalled a certain matter. in his past life. The owner of the enterprise that Xie Bingyan had been preparing to introduce before her incident was from Jing'an. After Xie Bingyan's misfortune, that owner lost all interest in the project in Anzhou. It is said that at that time, the boss sought out a prefecture-level city in the south, eventually leading to the establishment of a leading enterprise. In fact, Tong had largely guessed correctly. Xie Bingyan was indeed there to negotiate this project, and she was determined to secure it. Bringing Tong along was also her intention, and after discussing it with Chu Qingying, she found the idea quite appealing. See buckthorn juice? Chu Qingying was not unfamiliar with this beverage, but it was rather niche. Could this succeed? She recalled its tangy sweetness, delicious yet lacking in distinctiveness. Distinctiveness? In truth, most beverages lack uniqueness. What is most crucial in selling drinks? Tong inquired with a smile. Is it the taste? The ingredients? Que Kajing replied. No, it is advertising. Are you suggesting it is akin to how General Huang and his associates sell water? Chu Qingying began to understand. The efficacy had already been validated in the market by General Huang, who was now tirelessly overseeing production. Indeed, the Coca-Cola you hold spends substantial sums annually on promotion, with their advertisements visible at various football and basketball events. Yet, to claim it is exceptionally delicious would be an exaggeration. Tong took a sip of the Coca-Cola. How would you drink mine? Chu Qingying remarked after Tong finished. My apologies, I was careless. Tong hastily shifted the topic. Likewise, Pepsi allocates a significant portion of its profits each year to advertising, creating a bombardment effect. With extensive promotion, consumers are psychologically led to believe the product is delightful, which in turn drives purchasing behavior. Over time, this cultivates the notion that if one craves a beverage, Coca-Cola is the go-to choice. Therefore, we must not only produce quality products, but also invest effort into advertising. The northern city once produced buckthorn juice, yet even they had little awareness of the product, let alone its reach across the province or nation. Do you have any creative ideas? Chu Qingying asked. Vibrant buckthorn juice, tangy and sweet. That's me. Tong had even thought of a brand name. Vibrant Energy. Chu Qingying repeated it several times. The name was excellent, simple, youthful, and the tagline not only encapsulated the flavor, but also evoked a popular song among the youth. Truly splendid. What other creative thoughts do you have? Save them for me, or I won't allow you to visit the city. Chu Qingying found it increasingly difficult to part with this treasure of a young man. They continued their conversation until midnight, and Chu Qingying grew weary. The distance to her dormitory was not far. She wrapped herself warmly and unexpectedly embraced Tong before departing. Lu Pei had been struggling with insomnia lately. After breaking up with Zhang Xiao, he had relentlessly pursued her for several days until he finally recognized that Lu Pei had completely lost affection for him. Once liberated from Zhang Xiao's clutches, Lu Pei redirected her gaze towards her ex-boyfriend, whose career had skyrocketed. The township's secretary. How foolish I have been, forsaking a gem for self-deprecation. I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away again. Lu Pei had been keeping an eye on Tong, watching intently from her balcony as he returned to the city that night. She was just about to embark on a nocturnal expedition to confront her ex-boyfriend when she noticed a woman slipping into her neighborhood. The silhouette of the woman was all too familiar to her. Lu Pei, a woman enamored with power, was well acquainted with the local officials, a fact that Tong had previously dismissed, leading to Lu's disdain for her. The county's chief, shrouded in layers of clothing, had entered that very building, and apart from Tong, Lu could hardly fathom whom Chu Qingying might be seeking. Narrowing her eyes, Lu rummaged through her wardrobe, donned a jacket, and descended the stairs. Tong was on the verge of sleep when a knock echoed through her apartment. Regret washed over her as she opened the door. What brings you here at such an hour? She questioned, wishing to avoid prolonged interaction with the woman. Lu remained silent, stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. She glanced disdainfully at the array of snacks laid out on the coffee table, eliciting a slight jolt in Tong's heart, though she chose not to voice her discomfort. It's late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. You should head back. It's inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together, Tong insisted, attempting to usher her out. However, Lu chuckled lightly and proceeded to remove her jacket. Gu Tong's demeanor shifted dramatically as she realized the woman was clad in nothing but a sheer lingerie dress, the outlines of her body tantalizingly visible. "What are you doing? Have you no shame, coming here at this hour?" Gu Tong's expression turned to one of indignation. This woman had truly lost her mind. "What do you think I want? You know I've broken up with Zhang Chao, and to be frank, he is akin to a living eunuch. My life during this period has felt like mourning a widow. I'm not afraid to tell you that I know Secretary Chu was just here," Lu stated, sending a tremor through Gu Tong's heart, for indeed, she had been discovered. "Rest assured, I have no intention of threatening you. I only have one request. Assist me in obtaining a deputy position, and I shall be your devoted lover for life. Truth be told, once you experience someone else, you'll realize you are the finest, the very best," Lu declared passionately, launching herself toward Gu Tong. Unbeknownst to her, the current Gu Tong was a stark contrast to the one she had known before, and in the face of this new Gu Tong, Lu had completely lost her composure. The following day, seated in the car, Yu Qinghan inquired, "Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes?" "Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. Consumed with thoughts about industrial planning. Next week, we'll split into teams to conduct research in various villages, and on Thursday, I'll gather the team members to summarize our findings. On Saturday, I'm off to Hangzhou with Secretary Chu for a business symposium. I'll see if I can attract a couple of enterprises," Gu Tong replied. "Sounds good. Today, I plan to hold a meeting at the town government to finalize the division of labor," Yu Qinghan commented while driving. "You can make the decisions. I trust you to handle everything," Gu Tong remarked casually, her words bringing Yu Qinghan a day's worth of joy. "Would you mind coming home with me after work today?" Yu Qinghan asked, almost pleadingly. "Of course, don't worry. You must accompany me home before the National Day," Gu Tong assured her. "Really? That would be wonderful," Yu Qinghan replied, a hint of shyness in her voice, preparing to say more before joyfully agreeing. "We must be discreet at the office. After all, it's not appropriate for a secretary and a mayor to be seen in a romantic light. Once I get transferred next time, we can be open about it," Gu Tong said, gazing affectionately at her beloved companion. "I understand. No need to be so verbose," Yu Qinghan teased. Yu Qinghan pouted her lips, savoring the sweet taste of love. She could scarcely bear to part from Gu Tong, even for a moment. However, her current role dictated that upon her arrival at the town government, she would be swept into a whirlwind of responsibilities. It was high time to acquire a vehicle, as daily commuting together would inevitably give rise to gossip. Gu Tong, lost in thought, lowered her head as she walked toward the office, only to unexpectedly collide with someone, feeling a soft sensation against her chest. "SSEC. Gu, I'm so sorry," Tang Yu stammered, her face aflame with embarrassment. "Tang Yu, is there something you need?" Gu Tong inquired. "And no, nothing in particular. Just wanted to check if you had any instructions," Tang Yu replied, visibly anxious. Gu Tong, noting the girl's demeanor, sensed there was more to her visit and motioned for her to enter the office. "Speak up. Do not hesitate." As Gu Tong poured herself a glass of water, Tang Yu gathered her courage. "Well, Secretary Gu, my cousin, who used to work in the same office as you, wishes to transfer to another department but feels too shy to approach you directly. He asked if I could inquire on his behalf." Tang Yu's cheeks flushed even more. She was dressed in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her figure, and Gu Tong had noticed her allure. "Who is your cousin?" Gu Tong asked while sipping her water. "His name is Lu Yang." "Oh, Lu Yang is your cousin?" Gu Tong mused. Lu Yang was known for his loquacious nature and diligence. Their rapport had always been amicable in both this life and the past. Very well, let him transfer to room 2. Such matters were trivial for Gu Tong. But for Tang Yu, it was a cause for profound gratitude. "Thank you so much, Secretary Gu. I would like to invite you to dinner. When might you be available?" Tang Yu, with her sweet appearance, had previously been renowned as a beauty within the government building. "No need for that. We are colleagues. By the way, you'll temporarily take on the duties of the party and government office as well. Next week, accompany me on a visit to the villages below, and bring along a young man," Gu Tong instructed. Upon receiving her orders, Tang Yu radiated joy and hurried off to make arrangements. "Brother, I've done it. Section. Gu is very kind and has agreed to let you transfer to room 2. Tang Yu spoke carefully into her phone. Secretary Gu said, "No need for dinner. Just focus on work. I must get back to my duties, and she also asked me to temporarily take on the role of director of the party in government office. After ending the call and regaining her composure, Tang Yu strode toward the party and government office. The office comprised 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. Previously, the 2 women were often absent, but ever since a number of personnel from Dongfu Town faced disciplinary actions, they had been punctual and exhibited commendable enthusiasm. As Tang Yu entered, Wu Gang approached her. "Tang, please go ahead. Secretary Gu just asked me to introduce you." His words warmed Tang Yu's heart. Section. Gu was indeed considerate and handsome. "Everyone, please pause. This is Tang, the party committee's new member, appointed by Section. Gu to also serve as the director of the party and government office. I trust everyone will assist Tang in fulfilling her responsibilities." Wu Gang, an old acquaintance, was familiar with everyone present. In truth, there were 6 members in the office, including Rong Xian, who worked directly with Mayor Yu, leaving the remainder under Tang Yu's supervision. After completing the introductions, Wu Gang returned to his tasks. Tang Yu quickly immersed herself in her new role. Over the years spent in the committee, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge. She excelled in written materials and was no stranger to logistical support. 3 young men, one of whom is a graduate of Anzhou Normal University, secured a civil service position 2 years ago through family connections. According to Wu Gang, this young individual is quite earnest, willing to follow directives without any malicious intent, indicating his potential for utility. The other 2 men, one in his 30s and the other in his 40s, possess a certain cunning and worldly wisdom. Lu Feng, familiarize yourself with the materials from each village this week. Next week, both you and I will accompany Secretary Gu to several villages. Tong Yu is methodically organizing the tasks. These individuals are somewhat connected to the previous Zheng Laifu. Otherwise, they would not have gained entry into Dongfu Town. At this moment, the concern is not about being busy, but rather about the lack of demand for one's skills. Upon hearing Tong Yu's words, Lu Feng rose from his seat, stating, "Director Tong, rest assured, I will ensure the completion of the task." Tong Yu returned to her office, reclining in her chair, relishing the moment. As she comprehended a profound truth, a woman's obsession with power often surpasses that of a man's. Her thoughts then drifted to Gu Tong, who is of a similar age and had just bumped into her, leaving her with lingering sensations. Lost in contemplation, her eyes became somewhat dreamy. In Xie Bingyan's office, the director of the Municipal Investment Promotion Office was presenting the progress of their work. "Old Dong, you are aware of the significance of this project. We must secure it," Xie Bingyan asserted with conviction, yet Dong Dahai appeared visibly anxious. "Mayor Xie, as far as I know, the provincial capital, Jingshui City, is also vying for this project. Last week, when Dong Ning came to assess, it seemed that they favored Jingshui over us. During a meal, I spoke with Dong Ning's secretary, who mentioned that 2 cities in Hujin province are also competing for this project. I am well aware of these challenges. However, we must execute our tasks impeccably. Our trip to Hangzhou is our final opportunity," Xie Bingyan replied, her brow furrowed with worry, as she recalled how Dong Ning had previously been amiable, only for circumstances to shift unexpectedly. "Mayor Xie, I understand the importance of this project. I will prepare accordingly. Perhaps we can bring some local specialties when we leave. Once in Hangzhou, I will engage with the executives," Dong Dahai responded, adopting a mindset of doing his utmost and leaving the rest to fate. After dismissing Dong Dahai, Xie Bingyan closed her eyes, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. She couldn't help but think of that youthful figure, hoping he might have some insights for their trip to Hangzhou. At that moment, Gu Tong received a call from his mother. As he gazed at the caller ID, his hand trembled slightly. When the call connected, he was about to utter "mom," a term he hadn't used in years. However, his mother immediately said, "Tong Tong, your father has come looking for you." Father? Such a term felt foreign. Having been considered an outcast since childhood, when had he ever known a father? Chapter 23. The mysterious father Yu Qinhan couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Tong's awkward expression, as this was her first glimpse into his family situation. While others descended from the heavens like Lin Daiyu, he seemed to have unexpectedly acquired a father from the skies above. As she laughed, she regarded her forlorn lover. "By the way, Guan Yinhu is eager to see you. He just spent some time with Zhang Fuhu at my place." Yu Qinghan shifted to the matter at hand. Are they seeking land or personnel? Gu Tong understood that the residents of Yeshigu village currently lacked housing. However, he already had a plan for Yeshigu village. Secretary Gu, we have lost our home, yet so many of us need a place to stay. And there are still a few acres of land in the village that we must return to tend to. Guan Yinhu expressed his helplessness. Preserving life necessitated consideration of future living arrangements, for life must go on. Rest assured, I am not only considering the elderly who remain in the village, but also those working outside. Gu Tong reassured him, gesturing towards the map of Dongfu town that adorned the wall. Are you suggesting that we relocate here? Guan Yinhu inquired, eyeing the area Gu Tong was indicating. The geographical position of this area was undeniably advantageous. It was not far from the town and only a little over 3 miles from the village. The land is good, but such a vast expanse is more than we need. Moreover, what is the nature of this land? Guan Yinhu expressed no objections to the relocation. To be candid, I intend to establish a rural enterprise here, accommodating your village nearby. This way, those in the village can find work and earn a living, while also encouraging those who earn less outside to return, allowing them to both earn and care for their families. Gu Tong articulated his vision slowly. Secretary Gu, your words leave me quite embarrassed. Whatever arrangements you make, I shall comply, Guan Yinhu said, filled with excitement. This young secretary had salvaged their entire village, contemplating solutions for their future difficulties. A leader like this is beloved by all. When you place the community's needs at heart, the community will elevate you. The people of Yeshigu village spoke fervently, declaring that anyone who dared to provoke Secretary Gu was opposing the entire village. Following the calamity, aid supplies from the city and county arrived successively, ensuring that the villagers had sufficient food and drink. Next, they needed to expedite the construction of homes, as the designated land was originally barren and the change of land use was already in process. Houses needed to be constructed immediately, ensuring that they could move in before winter. While Yu Qinghan was concerned about these matters, Gu Tong was primarily focused on the issue of new industries. Let's go home now, Yu Qinghan said, leaning elegantly against the doorframe, smiling at Gu Tong. As Gu Tong looked up, he beheld a beautiful sight. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed in, illuminating Yu Qinghan's hair, a splendid sunset, a charming beauty. At that moment, he was momentarily entranced. Yu Qinghan was in high spirits, humming a little tune, as today it was Gu Tong who was driving. This isn't the route to my home. Where are you headed? Yu Qinghan asked curiously. You arrive empty-handed? Do you think that is appropriate? Gu Tong chuckled. Oh, I have prepared everything for you. It's in the trunk, Yu Qinghan replied, covering her mouth with a playful laugh. Do you need to buy things for your future in-laws? Who do you look down upon? Gu Tong insisted on stopping at the supermarket. Oh, don't buy anything. What will happen to what I've already purchased? Next time you visit my home, you could buy something, all right? Be obedient, dear. She then pressed her red lips against his. Gu Tong found himself at a loss against this enchanting maiden and had no choice but to turn around and head directly to her home. Yu Qinghan lived in a relatively upscale community in the county, complete with an underground parking garage. Driving the Pusan, they made their way straight to the underground garage, then took the elevator to the 9th floor. The door had long been opened, and Yu Qinghan's parents were already prepared. The moment Gu Tong stepped inside, the elderly couple's eyes brightened. What a handsome young man, exuding such a competent aura. The mother glanced at her daughter and couldn't help but discreetly give a thumbs up. The previous suitor, Wang Pengfei, was indeed somewhat unsuitable. Hello, uncle and aunt. Gu Tong promptly greeted them warmly, placing the gift he had brought on the entryway table. Yu Qinghan's father was one of the few local officials still active in the county. Although he had retired from the front lines, he remained well informed about the county's significant affairs. Upon returning home, Yu Qinghan acted like a dutiful child, preparing tea for her father and boyfriend before joining her mother in the kitchen. Mom, how is it? Are you satisfied? She nudged her mother with her elbow, leaning in to whisper. I am satisfied. As long as you are happy, I am happy, her mother replied, joyfully accepting a slice of apple from her daughter. This child has always excelled academically, consistently ranking in the top 3 of her class. And she remains just as outstanding in her career. I hear she has recently accomplished something remarkable. Yu Qinghan's mother, who worked at the bank and was nearing retirement, generally did not concern herself with political matters. However, she had taken a keen interest in her prospective son-in-law, as it was widely rumored in the county that without this Secretary Gu, the villagers would have perished. Their daughter was also a subject of praise, having saved a bus full of passengers. Yu Liang was increasingly astonished. The insights this young man possessed regarding current events and macro-level understanding vastly surpassed those of his peers, even many leading officials. He had to concede that some individuals are simply born to thrive within the system. After dinner, as Gu Tong departed, the family of three sat together to discuss this prospective son-in-law. Qinghan, your choice of boyfriend is commendable. He is far superior to that Wang fellow, worlds apart. However, it seems you two may not be well suited to remain in the same township. Yu Liang pondered, intending to find a new position for his daughter after the new year. Yes, I understand. I have no objections. Gu Tong mentioned he wants to take me to his home during the National Day. Yu Qinghan briefly introduced her boyfriend's family situation. Yu Liang had no particular reservations. Being a single parent was of little concern as long as the person was good. As soon as Gu Tong returned to his dormitory, his mother called, Tong, you should go to Anzhou tomorrow. He wants to see you. Mom, can I not meet him? Gu Tong replied, feeling reluctant to encounter a person who had shown no interest in him or his mother, suddenly wanting to reconnect. Please just meet him, I beg you. The past isn't entirely his fault, his mother said, her voice trembling with emotion. With no other option, Gu Tong reluctantly agreed. Tomorrow was Saturday, and he had the time, yet he felt apprehensive about this unfamiliar father. In his previous life, he had faced a similar situation and had chosen to avoid it. The other party had even sought him out in Lanhe, but he had kept his distance. Eventually, there were no further attempts, and it seemed the other party had given up. Meanwhile, in Anzhou City, Secretary Geng and Xie Bingyan were seated in a small conference room. Facing a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his expression grave, the two leaders were not required to report to their superiors. This visit from the higher-ups was for personal matters, and their only responsibility was to ensure the safety of the villa's perimeter. At this moment, Secretary Geng and Xie Bingyan were engulfed by a tempest of emotions, yet they dared not utter a single superfluous word. They nodded repeatedly, and once the middle-aged man departed, they swiftly summoned several leaders from the political and legal departments to convene a clandestine meeting. Chapter 24. Misty Rain Villa. Gu Tong boarded the earliest transport, arriving in Anzhou shortly after 10 o'clock. Misty Rain Villa? Was it that a place accessible only to high-ranking officials? What was going on? Gu Tong mused silently before hailing a taxi to the vicinity of the villa. As he approached within a mile of the entrance, he noticed law enforcement personnel stationed both overtly and covertly nearby, with traffic police monitoring every passing vehicle. The taxi could proceed no further. I'm sorry, sir, the driver said apologetically. You'll have to disembark here. Oh, it's no problem. I can get out here, Gu Tong replied, paying the fare and stepping out to walk forward. However, upon reaching the entrance, he realized he could not enter and did not wish to trouble the guards. Dialing his mother, Gu Tong inquired, Mom, you didn't mistake the location, did you? We can't get into Misty Rain Villa. Indeed, it's Misty Rain Villa. Just wait a moment. Someone will come out to greet you. After ending the call, Gu Tong waited at the gate for 5 minutes, at which point he observed a red flag car slowly emerging from the estate. The vehicle halted, and a young man disembarked, instantly recognizable as a soldier. Good day. Are you Mr. Gu Tong? The young man inquired politely. Yes, that's me. Very well. Please get in the car. An uneasy premonition stirred within Gu Tong. He sensed that significant events were afoot. Accompanied by the young man, he entered the reception hall of the villa, where he was taken aback to find Secretary Geng and Xie Bingyan seated with grave expressions. My goodness, it's Gu Tong, Xie Bingyan exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain her surprise. Secretary Geng turned to see Gu Tong as well. He hurried forward to shake hands with both leaders, though no further words were exchanged. Young Secretary Gu, please hurry inside. We wouldn't want to keep the chief waiting, Secretary Geng urged, patting Gu Tong's hand. Following the young man into a spacious suite, Gu Tong immediately spotted his mother anxiously awaiting him on the sofa. Ignoring everything else, he stepped forward and embraced her warmly. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to her struggles, and tragically, she would pass away from illness the following year. "Come, let me introduce you to your father," Gu Tong's mother said, releasing him. Looking up, Gu Tong saw a middle-aged man, strikingly similar to himself, smiling at him from beside the sofa. "Come here, child. Let me take a good look at you." Gu Tong recognized the face from military reports he had seen in news coverage. Now that they were all adults, it was not a time for childish antics. Gu Tong engaged in conversation with his biological father. And when the man learned of his son's determination to save a village, overcoming immense pressure, he struck the table in excitement, exclaiming, "Just as I expected from the Gu family lineage. Well done." Their meeting was brief, lasting until noon, when the three of them shared a meal together. In the afternoon, he returned to the capital, and from the conversation he had with his mother, it was evident that if Gu Tong had no objections, his mother would soon follow suit and return to the capital, never to set foot in Rome again. As night fell, the expansive suite was left with only the mother and son, while an attendant remained to assist his mother with mundane matters. "So, it was my grandfather who obstructed your marriage?" Gu Tong inquired. To speak objectively, I was the true third party, yet at that time he was aware, and even he himself was oblivious to the existence of a marriage contract. The older generation held strong beliefs. Once a betrothal was established, it was to be upheld. His mother recounted a fragment of the past with grace. The woman had passed away 2 years prior, leaving behind a daughter. His father's family had only a single heir for 3 generations, and his grandfather was quite anxious. It was his grandfather who, in a moment of humility, allowed him to return to the family fold, thus providing an opportunity for his father to propose a formal union. Gu Tong could sense his mother's elation. What could he possibly say? As long as his mother was joyful and content, her health and happiness outweighed all else. She had raised him alone, a debt of gratitude that could never be repaid in a lifetime. "I have no objections. I merely ask that they treat you kindly. Whenever you feel discontent in the capital, return to me. You have a son." Gu Tong's words brought tears of joy to his mother, who had worried most about her strong-willed son's descent. After calming her emotions, she noticed her son seemed to have something to say, hesitating slightly. "Tu Lanhe," observing her son's expression, inquired with curiosity, Tong, if you have something to say, please speak freely. "Why are you hesitating?" "Well, mother, I've started seeing someone, and I was thinking of bringing her to meet you during the National Day holiday." Gu Tong admitted, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. "Oh, that is splendid news. However, by the time of the National Day, I will already be in the capital. Given that you are returning to the family, do bring that young lady along. Rest assured, I will speak to your father about it," Tu Lanjun expressed, her heart swelling with happiness as good fortune seemed to come in waves. "Then I must trouble you, mother. I will call you in advance," Gu Tong replied. Tu Lanjun, brimming with excitement, found it difficult to sleep and insisted on viewing a photograph of Yu Qing Han, fortunate enough to find one on her son's phone. She perused the images, delighting in each one. "This girl is truly beautiful. Yes, I've already set my sights on her as my daughter-in-law." As the clock struck 9, Tu Lanjun placed a call to Gu Tong's father to discuss the matter. "This is wonderful news. Do bring the young lady along. Your father has not been feeling well lately. Seeing Tong and Qing Han might bring him some cheer." Gu Jiang responded with joy, as her family held little regard for social status. The initial betrothal was established during a time of peril on the battlefield, decided by the elders. Secretary Geng and Xie Bingyan exchanged glances. "You are familiar with Xiao Gu. Do you know his background?" Secretary Geng asked. "Not at all. I always assumed he hailed from an ordinary family," Xie Bingyan replied with a tinge of bitterness. Her own family background was already considered prestigious in Jing'an, yet she had not anticipated the presence of someone with such remarkable connections nearby. "Very well, let us keep this between us. The young man possesses exceptional work capabilities. We might as well transfer him to the city next year," Secretary Geng remarked, surprising Xie Bingyan, as this aligned perfectly with her own aspirations. In the capital, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered Gu Zhang's office, clutching a briefcase. "Chief, all the information about that child is here." This child is simply extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiang raised his eyebrows and scrutinized the individual before him. You are not one to easily praise others. How has this child captured your admiration? Gu Jiang jested. Not just that. At such a young age, he possesses a fortune of 4 million, and he acquired it through the lottery. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiang hurriedly picked up the dossier and meticulously flipped through its pages. His stern countenance gradually transformed into one of unrestrained delight. Excellent, excellent, excellent. His 3 exclamations of approval unequivocally expressed the joy and pride swelling within him. Astute, compassionate towards the populace, and possessing a sharp economic acumen, you certainly have some skill, managing to gather information even about his planned projects. Gu Jiang felt a twinge of displeasure, as he was, after all, inquiring about his son's affairs. Chief, please do not take offense. We conducted a brief visit to Yeshigu village, and the villagers shared everything with us. After the middle-aged man departed, Gu Jiang excitedly slapped the table, glanced at the time, tidied up briefly, and exited with the dossier in hand. Chapter 25. Departure. Dongfu Town is a quintessential northern agricultural township, where, due to geographical constraints, only coarse grains can be cultivated, particularly potatoes and corn, which yield substantial harvests. Gu Tong, accompanied by Tong Yu and Lu Feng, conducted research village by village from north to south, while Yu Qinghan led Wu Gang and staff from the comprehensive office on a journey from south to north. Out of the 17 administrative villages, we have surveyed 5 so far, Tong Yu remarked, taking notes as she spoke. In 2 days, they had only managed to visit 5 villages, a rather lackluster efficiency. Yet, Gu Tong's brow had remained furrowed since yesterday. The pace of urbanization had only just begun, and while rural depopulation was not yet severe, certain troubling signs were already emerging. Gu Tong recalled a television program from the future that depicted rural life as follows. Young girls leaving to become escorts, boys seeking work, and even middle-aged individuals venturing out to earn money to support their children's education. At that time, the rural structure had essentially disintegrated, even though the framework still existed. For generations living under one roof, 3 generations cohabitating, with the village still exuding signs of life, smoke rising from chimneys, the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking, giving a semblance of an authentic rural atmosphere from a distance. However, with each wave of urbanization and modernization, the inevitable decline of rural areas continued. The exodus of teachers and students, coupled with a lack of educational and medical resources, raised the question of how many villagers could possibly remain. Yeshigu village was not an isolated case. Rather, it epitomized the societal growing pains that no individual could halt. Nevertheless, Gu Tong's mindset was straightforward, if not simplistic. To introduce township enterprises, retain the rural workforce, sustain local financial resources, and enhance education and healthcare in tandem with local realities, ensuring that those who cherish the countryside could find support in their later years and educational opportunities for the young. The 5 villages faced common challenges, namely barren land incapable of yielding staple crops, coarse grains had little market demand, and, most critically, faced a narrow sales avenue. In the future, Anzhou aims to establish a northern grain base through live streaming platforms. However, the results have been rather lackluster. The underlying reason lies in the fact that, when viewed solely as food, coarse grains appeal to a limited audience, particularly Southerners, who find it challenging to swallow such rough fare. Yet, this does not imply that coarse grains lack a market. The key to unlocking this market resides in effective promotion. What is the primary function of coarse grains? You may ask. Gu Tong pondered this and turned to 2 young individuals for their thoughts. Is it for beauty? Tong Yu replied naively. Gu Tong could not help but chuckle, acknowledging that a woman's desire for beauty manifests in myriad ways. Secretary Gu, is it about hunger resilience? Lu Feng contemplated, reflecting a local understanding formed over many years. Neither, Gu Tong clarified. The greatest benefit of coarse grains lies in their health properties, particularly for individuals with hypertension, diabetes, or high cholesterol. A consistent intake can maintain blood sugar levels within an ideal range. Consider the purpose of health. It is ultimately about longevity. Only something intrinsically linked to life will have a viable market, Gu Tong asserted earnestly. The two young individuals suddenly grasped the concept. They had often heard of such matters, having grown up in the area where diabetes, historically referred to as the wasting disease, is well known. However, understanding was one thing, connecting it to practical work is another. Thus, we should adopt a dual approach. The first goal is to cultivate a mature grain base by introducing advanced production techniques, manufacturing lines, and packaging designs. The second aim is to develop a new type of vitamin-rich beverage, sea buckthorn juice, by collaborating with leading juice producers. If we achieve these two objectives, the prosperity of the people in Dongfu Town will not be an issue. On Thursday, after concluding their research, Gu Tong and Yu Qinghan convened the second expanded meeting of the current party committee. All township officials and key representatives from the 17 village committees attended, and there was much discussion regarding Gu Tong's proposal. There is no need for villagers to invest their money or to compel them to change their crops. Everyone present unanimously supported the idea. Even if we establish a grain production workshop, we cannot force farmers to cultivate specific crops. Manufacturers will purchase according to market prices, and farmers will make their own choices based on favorable market conditions, which is a more prudent approach than aimless meddling. Gu Tong felt quite disillusioned with many practices in other regions, which not only burdened the populace, but also eroded their trust in the government time and again. What if, hypothetically, we cannot attract businesses? Yu Qinghan asked, as the others departed, glancing sideways. That will not happen. I am quite confident. If it does, I have my methods, after all. I still possess a considerable sum of 4 million, Gu Tong replied. In Hangzhou, at the Hubin International Hotel, Director Ning was questioned by his secretary, Yu Tian, as she watched him admire the cityscape from the window. Are we truly not considering Hangzhou? It is not that we are disregarding it. As a business, we must consider costs. Hangzhou is nearer to the capital, yet the high-speed rail planning has yet to be established, Ning Xiaoxiao began to explain, recalling a recent phone conversation with a classmate from the ministry. Originally, there were two proposed high-speed rail lines passing through Jingcheng to Jing'an province, referred to as the Southern Line and the Northern Line. The Northern Line, which traverses Hangzhou, is shorter in distance but entails significant engineering challenges with numerous tunnels. Conversely, the Southern Line necessitates a considerable detour but involves less extensive construction and covers a longer distance. Currently, higher officials seem to favor the Southern Line. In fact, Ning Xiaoxiao had initially intended to establish her enterprise in Hangzhou primarily due to the Northern Line proposal, as it was believed that there was greater support for it at that time. A colleague from a ministry mentioned that the military had been the most vocal supporters of a Northern Line, yet recently their silence has been notable, with several experts now advocating for the Southern Line. The reason for the growing support for the Southern Line is its route through the provincial capital of Jidong Province, before heading west towards the provincial capital of Jing'an, Jingshui. Mayor Xie even called the other day, expressing a desire to meet during their upcoming visit to Hangzhou. Yu Tian glanced at the important matters noted in her notebook. Let's meet. Admittedly, I feel a bit guilty towards Bingyan, but we are ultimately business people and cannot disregard costs in the name of friendship. Ning Xiaoxiao turned back to the sofa, clad in a fitted black dress, her lotus-white calves and exquisite features causing even Yu Tian to unconsciously lick her lips. Secretary Geng had originally planned to join the delegation, but an important meeting arose at the provincial level, leaving Xie Bingyan to lead the group. Hangzhou lacks an airport, so everyone took a minibus from the city government to Jingshui Airport for a direct flight to Hangzhou. Director Dong Dehai of the Investment Promotion Office had prepared several large boxes of local specialties, which he sent off to the airport early in the morning. Secretary Gu, your charm remains undiminished, Xie Bingyan remarked with a smile, teasing Gu Tong, who was closely following Chu Qingying. Hello, Mayor Xie. Gu Tong, aware of the gravity of the situation with the esteemed mayor present, refrained from jesting. This time, Xie Bingyan brought 5 individuals along, and with the 3 from Lanhua. The total was 8, a modest delegation. Once on the bus, Xie Bingyan invited Chu Qingying to sit beside her, and the two engaged in conversation throughout the journey. It was then that Gu Tong discerned their close friendship. It was clear that Chu Qingying's presence in Lanhua was also influenced by Xie Bingyan. Chapter 26. The furious Vice Governor Chu Qingying felt that her friend's gaze was frequently darting towards a particular direction. She gently squeezed Xie Bingyan's hand and whispered, "Stop staring, your eyes might pop out." Xie Bingyan, slightly blushing, maintained a facade of decorum and seriousness. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Leading the provincial delegation was Executive Vice Governor Su Biqiang, accompanied by nearly 60 personnel from the province and several key cities. "Mayor Xie, good day. Vice Governor Su requests that we convene at 7 this evening in the 8th floor conference room of the hotel. Please ensure punctuality." A young staff member from the provincial government office politely knocked on Xie Bingyan's door. "Shaoli, you look rather glum. Is the leadership in a bad mood? Come in and sit. We're all familiar faces." Xie Bingyan had previously worked in the provincial government building and was well acquainted with the office staff. "Ah, you guessed correctly. The leader was in good spirits upon arrival, but now their face has grown long. I just heard they even lost their temper, though I'm not sure why. I still have to inform the other cities, so I want to intrude further. Feel free to call me if you need anything." Shaoli bid farewell before departing. Closing the door behind him, Xie Bingyan gazed at Chu Qingying, shaking her head as she remarked, "This esteemed comrade Su is notoriously difficult to please. Make sure not to arrive late tonight. If he finds an opportunity to unleash his fury, he will do so indiscriminately." Chu Qingying chuckled softly, saying, "During my tenure at the provincial propaganda department, I had heard tales of his temperament. Aside from not daring to confront superiors, he becomes irate at the slightest displeasure towards anyone else. Nevertheless, many attest to Governor Su's integrity. It is merely his temperament that tends towards volatility. By the way, what is your intention in placing Tong next door? Speak plainly." Chu Qingying playfully embraced Xie Bingyan and, glancing down, her eyes widened in surprise. "My goodness, what did you grow so much? Do tell me what delectable treats you have been indulging in." "Please, I have always been this size." "Ignorant human," Xie Bingyan declared, lifting her head with pride. "By the way, are you aware of Tong's background?" After a moment of jest, Xie Bingyan suddenly inquired, "Background? Is not your connection to him the most significant? I have heard whispers that you are his older sister." Chu Qingying intentionally pronounced that word with emphasis. "You are so mischievous. I must admit, this situation is somewhat my fault, but what of it if I consider him a brother? If anyone has objections, they should have the courage to rescue me." At that time, I was utterly despondent, even contemplating drastic measures. As she spoke of that incident, Xie Bingyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chu Qingying embraced her, offering comfort. "It is all in the past now. Are you not flourishing? Sometimes one must lose something to gain another. However, Comrade Gu has indeed performed commendably. By the way, where is he? Why have you not summoned him?" Xie Bingyan prodded, urging Chu Qingying to call him over. "He just arrived at the hotel and mentioned he had plans with classmates. It is not surprising to have acquaintances from such a prestigious institution as Jingshi University in Hangzhou," Chu Qingying replied, taking a sip of water while her fingers danced over the keyboard, sending a text to Tong. "Of course, as a senior, I must keep an eye on him to ensure he does not stray in this dazzling world. Was it a male or female classmate who invited him?" Xie Bingyan feigned nonchalance in her question. "Is there any other option besides men or women? Why are you so curious? Do you have a crush on my brother?" Chu Qingying teased her exquisite friend. Meanwhile, Tong strolled along the banks of West Lake, albeit with his arm beyond his control. "What? Afraid I might consume you?" Ning Lily clung to Tong's arm, her heart harboring a twinge of resentment as she gazed at the increasingly dashing man beside her. "Well, I do have a girlfriend now. This seems rather inappropriate," Tong replied, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, feeling overwhelmed by her undeniable allure. "Please, I'm not shy about being laughed at. What do you fear? Rest assured I am divorced." Upon saying this, Ning Lily felt a wave of despondency wash over her. During their university days, she had harbored deep affection for Tong, pursuing him for an extended period, only to find him enamored with a vocational college girl, having failed to win his heart despite her efforts. Upon returning home, she married, but not the one she truly desired. Ultimately, they were fated to be apart. "What brings you to Hangzhou?" Tong inquired, perplexed, recalling that Ning Lily hailed from Tianjin. "Accompany my sister, will you? At her age, She still insists on my presence whenever she steps out. My parents are nearly at their wits' end. My sister remains unmarried, and my situation is no better. It's all your fault, Gu Tong. Ning Lily glanced around to ensure no one was watching and impulsively kissed Gu Tong. After meandering for half the day, they found a quaint eatery to indulge in some snacks, which brought great joy to Ning Lily. There are certain individuals whose mere visage evokes a longing for eternity. Yet, there are others whose voices induce an unbearable headache. At 6:50 in the evening, Xie Bingyan led everyone from Anzhou City to the conference room ahead of schedule. After Gu Tong settled down, he made a brief trip to the restroom, only to inadvertently bump into an elderly gentleman upon entering. He quickly uttered an apology, but a fleeting sense of resentment coursed through him. The elder appeared unwell and in a foul mood. The old man dismissed Gu Tong's apology with a nod and proceeded into the meeting. In the sweltering and humid heat of Hangzhou in July and August, Gu Tong had developed a rash and felt quite uncomfortable. Just moments ago, Ning Lily had handed him a bottle of specialized lotion, claiming it worked wonders for eczema, which she had brought back from abroad. At 6:59, Su Biqiang erupted in anger, chastising two cities for their tardiness. In the midst of his tirade, a city secretary entered and quietly took a seat next to Xie Bingyan, muttering, making a mountain out of molehill, stirring up trouble for no reason. He was about to express his exasperation, but refrained, feeling it inappropriate to voice such sentiments in the presence of Xie Bingyan. At that moment, Gu Tong was taken aback to discover that the elderly gentleman was Vice Governor Su. Fortunately, the dignitary was not one to hold grudges, or else Gu Tong might have faced reprimand. By 7:05, everyone had arrived. Su Biqiang seized the opportunity to emphasize the importance of work discipline for half an hour before outlining the agenda for the following day. The day after tomorrow, the Hangzhou municipal government would host an agricultural products expo, and they had been invited to participate. I urge everyone to develop some standout projects in the next couple of days. Mark my words, whichever area attracts enterprise projects, I shall personally commend you to Secretary Zhenbang and Governor Guoli. Su Biqiang exuded an aura of decisiveness, a man who tolerated no nonsense. The meeting stretched until 9:30, and afterward, Su Biqiang returned to his office with a dark expression, while others showed little interest in idle chatter. Only a few young individuals exited with excitement. As Xie Bingyan was about to return to her room, she was followed by Chu Qingying, and Gu Tong slipped in as well. "Hey, what are you planning under the broad daylight? We two fragile ladies are no match for you," Xie Bingyan joked. However, Gu Tong remained silent, producing a bottle labeled entirely in English and handing it to Xie Bingyan. Both women, being well-educated, could comprehend its contents. "Is this the eczema lotion? What are you up to?" Chu Qingying inquired, suspecting that Gu Tong's venture outside must have involved something dubious with that woman. Just as she prepared to probe further, Gu Tong's next words left them both astounded. Chapter 27. "You are our great benefactor." Xie Bingyan appeared puzzled, but recognized Gu Tong's meticulous nature, softly asking, "How did you know?" "That's something you need not inquire about. Trust me, just hurry," Gu Tong urged. "If we delay, the old man will be asleep, and even a good deed will lose its efficacy." Without a hint of doubt, the primary sentiment was one of deep trust in Gu Tong. Xie Bingyan, accompanied by Chu Qingying, carried the eczema ointment directly to Su Biqiang's room. The secretary sat in the adjacent room, the door ajar. "My dear Xie, are you looking for the leader?" "Indeed, we have matters to discuss with Governor Su." The secretary, aware of the esteemed presence of the beautiful mayor, did not dare to be negligent. As the knock echoed, a rustling sound emanated from within, and shortly after, Su Biqiang appeared at the door, draped in his robe. "What is it? Do you not realize I'm trying to rest?" Su Biqiang's demeanor was slightly irritable, though he managed to suppress his annoyance. "Governor Su, Mayor Xie has come to see you regarding a matter." "Oh, is it Bingyan?" He was well acquainted with Xie Bingyan's father, hence recognizing her instantly. Upon seeing both Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying, his expression softened. He knew both young women well. "Why are you two here instead of enjoying yourselves?" "Governor Su, we felt unwell upon arrival. The environment here is humid and stifling, causing discomfort to our skin. We tried this ointment this afternoon, and it proved quite effective. So we thought you might need it as well," Xie Bingyan had already prepared her explanation. Haha, you're truly considerate, my dear. I've been feeling rather ill since I arrived, unable to even eat, given my age. I shall gratefully accept this eczema ointment. You both should return to rest while I promptly give it a try, lest I lose my sleep altogether. Su Biqiang chuckled as he closed the door. As Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying returned to their room, they exchanged glances, each astonished by Su Biqiang's perceptiveness. How'd he know? Que Kajin exclaimed in admiration. Xie Bingyan shook her head, her appreciation for someone growing ever deeper. Recently, Tong had kept his phone on every night, as Yu Qinghan had stated that only by listening to his breathing could she find sleep. Everything in the town remained stable and orderly. Houses for the villagers of Yeshigu were under construction, ensuring that everyone moved into new homes before winter's onset. Fate truly is a wondrous thing. Ning Lily had occasionally sent him messages, lamenting her misfortunes or lamenting Gu Tong's indifference. A few days ago, she suddenly texted to say she was heading to Hangzhou, coincidentally. Gu Tong was also going, prompting a brief reply. Unexpectedly, this female classmate assisted Vice Governor Su in alleviating the emotional turmoil caused by his discomfort. The following day, everyone was astonished to see Vice Governor Su smiling and in good spirits. Furthermore, during lunch, he intentionally sat next to Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying, praising them for their political acumen and their commitment to the greater good, calling them good comrades. Other city secretaries and mayors, unable to contain their curiosity during the meal, finally approached Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying to inquire, "What good deeds have you accomplished?" The secretary revealed, last night, Mayor Xie gifted Governor Su an eczema ointment, and today, he's in a good mood. Eczema ointment? Now it makes sense. Everyone soon understood, and they couldn't help but give Xie Bingyan a thumbs up, especially the two mayors who had arrived late the previous day, who had initially prepared for inspections today, but during lunch, Vice Governor Su, with a warm demeanor, remarked, "Everyone has it tough. It's not easy to be out here, so let us not let work interfere with our enjoyment. You may stroll about. Mayor Xie, I sincerely thank you. Without you, I would be enduring scoldings while conducting inspections right now. Indeed, you are our benefactor. When you next visit my domain, I shall ensure you are well received." Xie Bingyan responded with a smile, covering her mouth, yet she refrained from mentioning any private matters concerning the leaders. The symposium was held at the Lakeside International Hotel, and upon entering the lobby, Gu Tong immediately spotted a familiar face. Ning Lily, clad in a fitted qipao, presented a captivating silhouette, undeniably alluring. Beside her stood another enchanting beauty, exuding an even greater elegance, particularly with her unmistakable air of authority. "Ning Dong, we meet again," Xie Bingyan greeted with a smile, extending her hand to the other woman. "Mayor Xie, you are too kind," Ning Xiaoxiao replied, admiring the lovely figure before her with a quiet sigh. After the pleasantries between Ning Xiaoxiao and Xie Bingyan concluded, she turned to call for her sister, only to find her younger sibling, who typically commanded the admiration of all young men, now trailing a young man with an ingratiating expression. Although he was handsome, Ning Xiaoxiao wondered what merits he possessed to earn such flattery from Lily. "Lily, who is this? Please introduce us." Ning Xiaoxiao scrutinized the dashing young man before her. "Sister, you know him. He is Gu Tong," Ning Lily replied, a hint of unease in her voice as she noticed her sister's expression. "What? He is Gu Tong?" Ning Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted dramatically as she seized her sister's arm and turned to leave. "Lily, what am I to say? He is merely a man. Is it truly necessary for you to behave this way? What is it about him that captivates you? Tell me, and I shall have him change." Ning Xiaoxiao glared sternly at her sister. At just 23, he is already a township secretary. What do you expect him to change for?" Ning Lily retorted disdainfully, disliking her sister's male-bashing attitude. "You spent 4 years in college orbiting around him. Did it yield any results? If it didn't, why not let go?" Ning Xiaoxiao held a different perspective than her sister, believing that a woman must elevate herself to attain true love. In contrast, her sister yearned for a pure and innocent romance. Over the years, Ning Xiaoxiao had tried to advise her sister countless times, yet to no avail. Initially, she had hoped that marrying someone of similar standing would be better, but rumors suggested that during their marriage, The couple had never even kissed. When she inquired of Ning Lily, her sister confessed, "I have a phobia. Aside from Tong, I am repulsed by any other man touching me." Ning Xiaoxiao was left utterly speechless. "Well, you continue with your pursuits. After all, we are still college classmates. Do not overthink it. Besides, he currently has a girlfriend." Ning Lily nudged her sister as they walked. "I cannot help you. He must be from a township under Anzhou, right?" As Ning Xiaoxiao observed Tong following Xie Bingyan, a flicker of interest stirred within her. Ning Lily dashed back to Tong's side, introducing the enterprises present at the meeting. "Speaking of which, my family's ancestral home is Jing Shui. During the Ming Dynasty, we migrated from the Hongtong Great Locust Tree to Jinmen. My father has always told us that our roots lie in Jing Shui, hence we received an invitation to this symposium." "What industry does your sister belong to?" Tong inquired, seemingly unaware of the details surrounding the matter. "My sister previously worked on Wall Street, and after 5 years, she returned to establish an investment firm in our homeland. Currently, her ventures are quite profitable, and she is now in the process of founding a new energy enterprise." Reflecting on Ning Lily's words and recalling Xie Bingyan's attitude towards Ning Xiaoxiao, Tong could easily surmise that this Ning Xiaoxiao is destined to become a prominent figure in the future new energy sector. "Did you come to Hangzhou solely for this symposium, or is there something else on your agenda?" Tong inquired. Ning Lily, embodying the same innocent charm she had during their school days, replied, "My sister has several meetings scheduled with leaders from the southern region while in Hangzhou." Chapter 28. Finalizing the route in a CAF opposite the Hubin International Hotel, fragrant with elegance, two enchanting women sat facing each other, while Tong occupied a nearby seat. Serving them tea, Xie Bingyan felt a twinge of discomfort. She had genuinely intended to bring Tong along. Yet this request had not even been voiced before the formidable woman across from her had proactively proposed Tong as company. Earlier in the hall, she had also noticed a beautiful girl persistently following Tong, and the attentiveness displayed was indeed suspicious. "Mayor Xie, please don't misunderstand. Tong and my sister are classmates and very good friends," Ning Xiaoxiao proactively clarified, noticing the fluctuating expression on the mayor's face. "Oh, there's such a connection? Tong, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Xie Bingyan chided. "I only learned about it today," Tong admitted, as his knowledge of Ning Lily was rather limited. He only knew she came from a well-to-do family during their university days. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they shifted their focus to the main topic. Ning Xiaoxiao, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, pondered for a moment before speaking. "Mayor Xie, to be candid, I am very eager to collaborate with Anzhou. However, in business, one must consider future operational costs." Subsequently, Ning Xiaoxiao elaborated on her considerations, which primarily revolved around the high-speed rail project. According to her plans, the construction of the new energy production base would also take approximately 2 to 3 years. And once the rail line commenced, its construction period would similarly span 2 to 3 years. Isn't the dispute over the north-south line still ongoing? Why doesn't Director Ning wait a bit longer? Xie Bingyan asked, her brow furrowed. She had sensed an ominous premonition earlier that day, and now, receiving confirmation, her heart felt heavy. Yet, one must remember that a business is not a charitable organization. What would be the point of waiting? She had originally envisioned establishing a base in the north, particularly in her ancestral region, to reduce transportation costs due to proximity to the capital in Tianjin, hoping for greater policy incentives to save on operational funds. However, if the high-speed rail were to be rerouted, then such advantages would vanish, leading her to contemplate relocating the enterprise to the south, where the market is indeed more expansive. Ning Xiaoxiao was tentatively considering setting up the base along the coastal areas of Fujian province. Xie Bingyan fell silent, unsure of how to persuade the other party, as the most pivotal issues were beyond her control. "Director Ning, may I interject? Wasn't there a prior inclination towards the northern line? Why has the tide suddenly shifted?" Tong inquired, aware that the southern line had indeed been constructed first in the future. However, mere years after its completion, the government had invested substantial funds once more to develop the northern line. Later, I came across various analyses on several websites, revealing that the initial purpose of this route's planning was to address the travel concerns of the populace along the Northern Line. Furthermore, the Northern Line holds a certain significance. This high-speed railway, extending westward from the capital, is ultimately intended to connect with the provincial capitals of remote western regions. There had indeed been a tendency towards this direction, allegedly due to military concerns, but I have recently heard that the military is no longer particularly focused on this matter. Ning Xiaoxiao lifted her cup, savoring a sip, her luscious red lips pressed against the rim, exuding an air of sensuality. How about this, Director Ning? Let's hold off on making any decisions for now. Let us reconvene in 3 days. Grant us and Anzhou a little time to investigate the circumstances surrounding this issue. Perhaps there might be a turning point, Gu Tong said with a slight smile, brimming with confidence. Gu Tong, this is not a matter that can be resolved through mere bravado. This is a national-level issue. UI, and even the province of Jing'an have no say in it, Ning Xiaoxiao remarked, unable to suppress a wave of unnamed anger as she gazed at the handsome face across from her, scoffing lightly. In that case, Director Ning, shall we make a wager? If the final decision by the state is in favor of the Northern Line, you will expedite your investment in Anzhou, Gu Tong proposed. Agreed. But what if the decision favors the Southern Line? Ning Xiaoxiao challenged, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Gu Tong. Name your conditions. I shall acquiesce. Gu Tong replied nonchalantly. Very well, I will have you agree to one condition, though I have yet to formulate it. I shall reveal it after I win. Ning Xiaoxiao thought to herself, amused, wondering why this seemingly astute young man was making such unreliable statements. Moreover, Xie Bingyan appeared slightly taken aback only by Gu Tong's opening remark, but thereafter, she maintained a smile. Surely, there was something amiss. Upon returning to the hotel, Xie Bingyan seemed to want to say something, but glanced at Gu Tong and remained silent. The previously troubled Mayor Xie strolled out with Chu Qingying for some shopping. Are you not worried? How can you still find time to shop? Que Kajin inquired, perplexed. With my troublesome little brother on the job, one is worth two, Xie Bingyan replied, selecting clothes as she spoke. Mom, where are you? Gu Tong pondered for a long time before finally calling his mother's phone. Tao Tao, I have arrived in the capital. The environment here is pleasant and comfortable. You need not worry. Tu Longyuan's voice resonated with laughter. After a brief conversation, Gu Tong mustered the courage to ask, Mom, is he there? I wish to speak with him. Your father is here. Let me have him take the call, his mother replied, calling out for him. A deep voice soon echoed, Tao Tao. This is Dad. What do you need? Gu Tong was not fond of referring to him as Dad, yet it was an undeniable reality. After discussing the discrepancies regarding the high-speed rail line, the voice on the other end paused before saying, in fact, we had initially chosen the Northern Line. However, the individual responsible for liaising with the military has recently encountered an issue, and I have not had the opportunity to follow up. The strategic importance of the Northern Line is immense, whether the Southern Line is constructed now or later yields the same outcome, with negligible impact on the development of the Western provinces. Once the call ended, Gu Tong felt assured that the matter was settled. In truth, a decade hence, everyone would come to recognize the futility of constructing the Southern Line. Late at night, the leader responsible for railway construction received a phone call, engaging in conversation for nearly half an hour. After hanging up, he gazed at the map on the wall, meticulously circling several locations in the west. And after a moment of contemplation, he nodded repeatedly. The following morning, the Development and Reform Department, along with the Railway Planning Department, urgently convened a meeting with experts and scholars. By the afternoon, relevant websites and newspapers were reporting the finalized plan for the westward extension of the high-speed railway in the capital, with the chosen proposal being the Northern Route. As news broke, the seminar at the Lakeside International Hotel was still in progress, where Ning Xiaoxiao, a guest speaker, had just concluded her remarks. Upon descending from the podium, her secretary whispered the news into her ear. Startled, Ning Xiaoxiao stumbled in her high heels, but fortunately, her secretary swiftly caught her arm. Once back in her seat, she opened her phone to browse the news. Undoubtedly, it was true. At that moment, a tumultuous wave surged within her, instantly dispelling her previous disdain for Gu Tong. She recalled the shifting expressions of Xie Bingyan from the day before, initially despondent, but when Gu Tong mentioned the alteration of the railway route, the stunning mayor had observed her with an air of nonchalance. There was something amiss. Gu Tong was far from ordinary. Ning Xiaoxiao despised this feeling of being out of control, especially when she had thought that a male counterpart would be simple and straightforward, easily manageable. Suddenly discovering that he was, in fact, a towering figure was unsettling. Meanwhile, Ning Lily was ecstatic in her room. With the railway line confirmed as the northern route, her sister's project was bound to settle in Anzhou. Would this mean she would frequently linger in Anzhou? Gu Tong, you cannot escape my grasp. Chapter 29. To stay together as the meeting concluded, Ning Xiaoxiao approached Xie Bingyan. Mayor Xie, you have triumphed. Would you care to join me in my room? Ning Xiaoxiao stated with candor. Since it was a mutually beneficial collaboration, why not? Xie Bingyan was accompanied only by Chu Qingying and Gu Tong, while Ning Xiaoxiao brought along a secretary and a department head, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Ning Xiaoxiao recognized that with the route established, the sole factor influencing the project had been eliminated. You have already discussed the policy incentives with me, which I accept, but I have one condition, Ning Xiaoxiao declared. Xie Bingyan narrowed her eyes slightly and gestured. Ms. Ning, please proceed. We will not be vague about what can be accommodated. I want one person, Ning Xiaoxiao said, pointing at Gu Tong. Ms. Ning, I am not considering resignation at this time, Gu Tong remarked with a smirk. You misunderstand. What I mean is, during my enterprise's tenure in Anzhou, I wish to be able to reach out to you at any time for assistance when challenges arise. Ning Xiaoxiao asserted, her chin raised slightly, her tone resolute. Xie Bingyan could tolerate many matters, but her affection for Gu Tong was genuine, and she was about to voice her concerns when Gu Tong gently patted her thigh, causing her to blush and fall silent. I can agree to your request, but I have two projects that I would like you, Ms. Ning, to consider. If they are satisfactory, how about investing in both? Gu Tong proposed his own terms. Since one must sell oneself, one should aim for a fair price. Ning Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and with a huff, she thought it would be better if the conditions were favorable, making it easier to manipulate the situation. Let's hear it. If the prospects are promising, I shall invest. For I am not short of funds. Gu Tong could no longer restrain her desire to befriend her. The project proposals were with Chu Qingying, who would articulate them best. Chu Qingying was indeed a capable individual, though she had not been able to showcase her talents alongside these two teammates. However, as she reported on each project, even detailing the creative advertising slogans and promotional strategies designed by Gu Tong, Ning Xiaoxiao and the project department head exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the surprise mirrored in each other's eyes. Excuse me, Director Chu, may I inquire who prepared these project proposals? Ning Xiaoxiao was unable to ask her question before the project department head eagerly interjected. It was crafted by our secretary Gu. How does it strike you? Director Ning and esteemed leaders? Chu Qingying concluded her presentation. Ning Xiaoxiao gazed at the man before her for a long moment, finally understanding why her sister was so captivated by his charm. Have you conducted a budget for these two projects? She inquired. Chu Qingying was well acquainted with this matter. Prior to her arrival, she had already commissioned the relevant county departments to prepare a preliminary budget. The initial budget for the Seabuck Thorn juice processing enterprise was at least 20 million yuan, while the boutique grain production base required a modest 5 million. However, considering the future advertising and promotional costs, an investment of 10 million would be advisable. Chu Qingying's responses were precise and measured, prompting Ning Xiaoxiao to nod in agreement. Although the investment amounts for these two projects were not high, the potential returns were quite substantial. Most importantly, the support for agriculture and rural development would enhance the corporate image, which would prove invaluable in the years to come. Gu Tong remarked softly, a sentiment that resonated with Ning Xiaoxiao, the three of them, and Xie Bingyan, all of whom wholeheartedly endorsed her words. In the domestic market, a company with a commendable image and an array of accolades could expedite approval processes for any key national projects or advantageous initiatives. What was this called? It was the art of crafting an invincible corporate persona. Ning Xiaoxiao gazed at the man with a gleam in his eyes, a polished exterior, and a commanding presence. and felt her heart flutter. Upon returning to the provincial hotel, Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying flanked Gu Tong on either side. Just before entering, Gu Tong took a couple of steps back. If any other leaders happened to see them, one could only imagine the gossip that would ensue. That little man is shy. Why don't you make your move in the next couple of days? Please, if you wish to indulge, go ahead. He is still an unmarried gentleman, Xie Bingyan replied. Her spirits, soaring as a weight, had finally been lifted. She hurried to her room to call Secretary Geng. Secretary Geng was an exceptionally pragmatic individual, and upon hearing the news, his tone brimmed with excitement. He merely expressed 3 affirmations of good. Moreover, it was said that Elme had also secured 2 projects, with a total investment amounting to 30 million. Secretary Geng paced excitedly in his office, causing his secretary to wonder what had transpired, only to find their leader beaming with joy. Chu Qingying had granted Gu Tong the freedom to roam, much to the dismay of Xie Bingyan. Are you unaware of the charming young ladies vying for his attention? She deliberately let him slip away. What could she possibly be thinking? Xie Bingyan always embraced a carefree attitude when with her close friends. Bingyan, be cautious. You might find yourself in deeper waters. Chu Qingying, unusually solemn, refrained from her usual playful banter. Sighing deeply, Xie Bingyan offered no rebuttal. He is simply too captivating. Not just you, I find myself drawn to him as well. I realize I can no longer restrain myself. Chu Qingying wore a wry smile. Indeed, we are alike in this regard. At our age and in our positions, finding someone appealing is a rarity, yet matters of the heart are beyond our control. Xie Bingyan hugged her knees, gazing at her friend as she confided, truth be told, during my most desperate moments, he selflessly rescued me. I thought to myself, regardless of his status, family, or profession, I am willing to be his woman. It was the first time Xie Bingyan expressed her innermost feelings. Perhaps before I was merely considering repayment, but after all these days, I have come to realize that I have no intention of marrying. Being with whomever I choose is my prerogative. Chu Qingying was taken aback, staring blankly at her friend's exquisite visage. Are you implying? Yes, that is precisely what I mean. In a few years, I wish to step away from my career and have a child who will bear my surname. How wonderful that would be! Xie Bingyan smiled radiantly. Such sentiments may be deemed heretical by naysayers. Yet for those who harbor similar thoughts, they proliferate like bacteria, spreading insidiously. Chu Qingying struggled to suppress this notion. What? Do you share this sentiment? Xie Bingyan embraced her friend, observing her dazed expression. Don't dismiss it. Your idea is quite appealing. Chu Qingying remarked before pondering. But what about our parents? What to do? Just return with the child and make it happen. Xie Bingyan's words elicited an exaggerated eye roll from Chu Qingying. This friend, seemingly composed and serious in public, could be wildly audacious behind closed doors. Ning Lily insisted on holding Gu Tong's hand, but he, with great effort, managed to dissuade her from this unreasonable request. After all, I will be residing in Anzhou more frequently. Do you think I would give up? Ning Lily's words caused Gu Tong considerable distress. He couldn't bear to hurt the kind-hearted Qing Han, yet Ning Lily was also a good girl. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Why not earn some money and retire in the UAE? Just then, a tourist inadvertently bumped into Ning Lily. Upon realizing it was a foreign gentleman, she was immediately met with an apologetic smile and a few words in English. Ning Lily quickly assured him it was no trouble. The foreigner greeted them and departed, but as Ning Lily turned to leave, she noticed Gu Tong gazing intently at the young man. Chapter 30. Eager to assist international friends if one were to inquire who in the annals of history, spanning 5,000 years in various cultures, was the swiftest, even an elementary student could readily answer, is Chow Chow. For as the saying goes, when Chow Chow is spoken of, he appears. Gu Tong mused about his own fortune while grappling with the troubling encounter with the foreigner. In that fleeting moment of contact, he had uncovered something monumental. What is the matter? Ning Lily inquired of Gu Tong. You return to the hotel first. I suddenly recall an urgent matter that requires my attention. I will contact you once I'm finished. Gu Tong gently patted Ning Lily's arm and turned to follow the foreign man. Ning Lily stod bewildered. Completely unaware of the situation, it was evident that the foreigner had revealed something to Gu Tong. She hurried back to the hotel. making a beeline for her sister's room, where Ning Xiaoxiao was engrossed in reviewing 2 project proposals for the Lanhe company. Tong trailed the foreign man at a measured distance, having previously evaded the man's notice. However, finding the target of the man's kidnapping intentions proved to be a formidable challenge, especially with the throngs of tourists around, many of whom were foreign women. How could he discern which one was the Dubai princess? Fortunately, this individual was unable to carry firearms within the country and was reliant solely on cold weapons. He adeptly disguised himself, snapping photographs as he moved. After following for over 3 miles, Tong finally ascertained that the 2 black-haired women holding hands ahead were likely the man's intended targets. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether this man had accomplices. It was improbable that he would act in such a bustling area, and it appeared the 2 young women were about to change direction. Tong fixated on the graceful silhouettes ahead. Upon catching a glimpse of their profiles, he noted they were Middle Eastern women, both towering over 170 centimeters, clad in tight jeans and minimal upper garments. Alarmingly, it seemed this man had assistants. As the 2 girls turned into a narrow alley, the foreign man with the camera quickened his pace, closely following them. Meanwhile, 2 other foreigners approached from the opposite direction, both appearing to be ordinary tourists with backpacks. This did not sit right. There must be more involved. A kidnapping would necessitate a getaway vehicle. Tong kept a tight grip on their trail as the girls entered the alley, laughing and chatting, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At that moment, Tong spotted a van slowly approaching from the other end of the alley, evidently waiting for someone. This was the vehicle. Action was imperative, for the opportunity was fleeting. The alley also had an intersection, presenting a singular chance. Tong suddenly accelerated, just as the foreign man and the 2 others began to react. He reached the 2 girls and swiftly pulled one of them, urging them toward the intersection. "Hurry, someone's trying to kidnap you. Run with me, do not speak, or it may cost you your lives." The 2 girls were momentarily taken aback, entirely oblivious to the circumstances. However, upon hearing the foreign language spoken by the 3 pursuing them, realization dawned. This Chinese man was their savior. In a moment of crisis, latent potential often emerges. Tong urged the 2 women to run with all their might. The street was not long, spanning merely 300 to 500 meters to the main road. Yet, the 3 pursuers were closing in, and a vehicle was rapidly approaching. Bystanders watched in confusion as the scene unfolded, and in a stroke of ingenuity, Tong seized the moment. Spotting a larger crowd ahead, he pulled the 2 bewildered girls into the throng and shouted, "Help! The foreign ruffians are harassing these beauties. Someone stop them." The strength of the masses is formidable. While one might hesitate to assist during a robbery, when it comes to defending a woman of beauty from impropriety, the guardians of the streets will undoubtedly spring into action. The 3 foreigners could hardly fathom the unfolding situation. They merely observed a man utter a phrase before a throng of individuals surrounded them. At that moment, the blaring of police sirens pierced the air. Arriving on the scene were Ning Lily and Ning Xiaoxiao, leading the charge. The 3 foreign gentlemen were escorted to a police vehicle, while Tong, accompanied by the 2 ladies, made his way to the police station. Shortly thereafter, officials from the National Department arrived, their ranks notably high. The 2 young women, visibly agitated, engaged in animated conversation with the diplomats, leaving Tong perplexed. They gazed at him with deep gratitude, exclaiming, "Comrade Gu, we are immensely thankful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, Hangzhou would have faced a grave crisis." The principal leaders of Hangzhou grasped Tong's hand with fervor, expressing their appreciation. Upon learning that this young man was a township secretary, the officials could not help but give him a thumbs up. The 2 young ladies were, in fact, princesses of Dubai, one named Sophia and the other Amiya. The kidnapping incident stemmed from internal royal discord, and the vehicle involved had been apprehended. They expressed their relief that Tong acted decisively. Had they been abducted, the consequences would have been dire. The diplomats regarded the situation with relief, noting that had such an incident occurred in Hangzhou, it would have incited unnecessary international scrutiny. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Tong rejoined Ning Lily and the others outside the police station and returned to the hotel in Ning Xiaoxiao's vehicle. The incident had not stirred the leadership of Jing'an. Such notoriety was deemed undesirable. However, the following day, when the two elegantly attired foreign princesses, accompanied by national and provincial leaders, arrived at the hotel to present a commemorative golden cup and certificate of appreciation to Su Biqiang, officials from Jing'an were stirred into a commotion. A meeting ensued, resulting in the conferral of the honorary citizen title of Hangzhou upon Mr. Gu Tong of Jing'an. They also bestowed upon him the honorary citizen title of Dubai, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Princess Sophia and Princess Emilia insisted on remaining until the ceremony concluded, eagerly approaching Gu Tong for an embrace. "Comrade, there is an ancient saying in your country, to repay kindness with oneself. When you visit Dubai, I shall await you." Gu Tong was taken aback, feeling the weight of several gazes upon him. "Comrade, please share your contact information." Emilia extended her hand, requesting his phone number. Reluctantly, Gu Tong handed her a slip of paper. As the two princesses departed, they cast lingering glances back at him. "Sister, Gu is truly handsome. His charm aligns perfectly with our aesthetic, and I find myself captivated. I feel the same way, but we must hurry back. Jariba believes that if he eliminates us, his throne will be secure. What folly! Tell me, is it not unbearable to go a single day without making some noise? We must return swiftly. Otherwise, who knows what trouble you might inadvertently cause." Xie Bingyan observed Gu Tong with a bemused expression. This afternoon and tomorrow morning, two thematic discussions on agriculture and rural affairs awaited them. With Ning Xiaoxiao as support, Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying successfully negotiated several small projects. This venture proved to be fruitful, culminating in an investment total nearing 80 million. This figure does not encompass Ning Xiaoxiao's new energy project, which may be related to the finalization of the high-speed rail line. Chu Qingying wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. A knock at the door revealed that provincial leaders, in collaboration with the Jing'an Chamber of Commerce, were organizing a social gathering for the evening, prompting everyone to prepare some performances. Performances? It has been years since I last sang or played an instrument. What shall I do? Xie Bingyan felt a twinge of social anxiety at the thought. Let that troublesome old fellow take the stage, spending every day with the lovely ladies. It would be a shame if he did not contribute a performance. Chu Qingying chuckled as she spoke. One sits in a room, while tasks descend from the heavens. Chapter 31. The upcoming opening singing? What should I sing? Gu Tong gazed at the two enchanting ladies before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. That is your concern. You shall sing while the two of us listen, Chu Qingying said with a grin. Gu Tong pondered. Given the setting, it would be inappropriate to sing popular songs, leaving only the option of singing songs with a patriotic theme. I do have a song in mind, but it would not sound quite right without accompaniment. Gu Tong mused aloud. Not a problem. If there is no accompaniment, then so be it. We merely need to fulfill our task. Chu Qingying replied, just as another knock echoed through the room. A staff member from the provincial government announced, Mayor Xie. The Jing'an Chamber of Commerce has invited the Philharmonic Orchestra. If anyone requires accompaniment, they can submit the sheet music 2 hours in advance. See, there is accompaniment after all. Hurry up. Xie Bingyan cast a challenging glance at Gu Tong. Both ladies assumed Gu Tong was hesitating, yet to their surprise, the handsome gentleman retrieved a piece of paper from the table and filled an entire page in about half an hour. He was well acquainted with this song, having heard it repetitively in his previous life in the countryside. His mother played numerous instruments, which nurtured his interest in music from a young age, making sheet music a familiar concept to him. Wow, is this a new song? Chu Qingying, standing behind Gu Tong, leaned in closer, captivated, her face nearly touching his. Her cheeks flushed. An unfamiliar energy surged within her. Fearing that Xie Bingyan might notice, Chu Qingying maintained her position, hesitant to lift her gaze. Accompanied by the two ladies, Gu Tong hummed through the song from beginning to end, feeling confident about it, and lifted his head, ready to speak. Unexpectedly, their proximity resulted in an unintentional closeness. Xie Bingyan, who had been on a phone call, turned her head upon hearing the commotion and caught sight of her friend's flushed cheeks. Ending her call, Mayor Xie looked puzzled and asked, What you two up to? Nothing at all, Gu Tong replied, slightly embarrassed. Chu Qingying stood beside him, secretly squeezing his waist. Ouch! Gu Tong stifled his discomfort, maintaining a facade of calmness as he handed the sheet music to Xie Bingyan. The Philharmonic Orchestra had come to Hangzhou for a large music concert, and after their performance, a local business association had offered them a substantial fee to invite them. Conductor, what are you looking at? A curious violinist from the orchestra observed their leader, intently focused on a piece of paper. Isn't it just a performance for a local business association? Most of the work consists of accompaniment. It's quite a simple task. Typically, for such performances, the conductor doesn't even bother to watch, allowing them to perform freely. Yet, the usually aloof and proud conductor found herself fixated on a single sheet of paper, her expression revealing a palpable excitement. Xiao Lu, gather everyone swiftly. Let us commence rehearsals immediately. Yan Qingyu's heart surged with anticipation. The primary distinction between local philharmonic orchestras and their national counterparts lies in the rarity of a signature piece. Although Xiao Lu was perplexed, the authority of conductor Yan was unequivocal within the ensemble. Once all musicians were in position, Yan Qingyu simply stated, "Please bear with me. Once we finish this piece, you will understand my intentions." In truth, Gu Tong had not provided a complete score, but such a challenge was trivial for a professional like Yan Qingyu. Initially, some members displayed reluctance, having just performed the previous day and yearning for rest. However, half an hour later, a hint of rosy hue graced their faces. An hour into the rehearsal, their coordination became seamless, and the transitions between the song's dynamics flowed effortlessly. At that moment, Gu Tong found himself pinned against the wall by two striking female superiors. "What do you intend to do?" The young man felt a surge of panic, unprepared for the encounter. Would they be forceful? What was he to think? "Silly boy, we merely need to take your measurements," teased Xie Bingyan with a playful scold. "This lad is surprisingly sturdy. I hadn't noticed before. Lend me a hand with the measuring tape." Chu Qingying measured his inseam and then prepared to take his waist measurement. A wave of masculine energy enveloped her, leaving her momentarily entranced. "Have you measured enough? Release my brother now," Xie Bingyan said, observing a hint of something amiss in Chu Qingying's demeanor. "But you measure the upper body," Chu Qingying replied, somewhat bashful yet unwilling to concede. By around 5 in the afternoon, Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying returned to the hotel with their newly purchased garments. "Why must we undress?" Gu Tong crossed his arms, adopting a pitiable expression. "You need to try on the clothes. We cannot have you performing in casual attire tonight. Hurry up, no dawdling. You're a grown man. Yet you're acting shy. We're not afraid. Why should you be?" Xie Bingyan had already begun to tug at his clothing. At that moment, Gu Tong contemplated posting on social media. What should one do when female superiors forcefully remove their clothing? Awaiting responses quite urgent. Once dressed, he found a fit satisfactory, reaffirming that one should trust a woman's discerning eye when it comes to fashion. "What do you think? My taste is impeccable, is it not?" "Impeccable? It was I who chose it at first glance," Chu Qingying retorted, dissatisfied. Governor Su mandated that each city must present a performance, ensuring that local talent did not falter. The business association had submitted 8 acts, while an impressive total of 20 performances were slated to debut at 7:30 p.m., heralding a vibrant gala. The association had invited several celebrity artists from Hangzhou, and all attendees were brimming with excitement. Ning Xiaoxiao and Ning Lily sat closely beside Xie Bingyan, with Gu Tong positioned behind them. Ning Lily frequently turned a glance at Gu Tong, her face alight with anticipation upon hearing he would also perform. "Can you not focus on the show? Why do you keep looking back?" Ning Xiaoxiao chided her sister. "Please, their singing pales in comparison to Gu Tong's. He had captivated countless girls during university." Ning Lily scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. "Is it really that serious? The individuals on stage are indeed professional singers. Your admiration is rather misplaced." Ning Xiaoxiao evidently finds this hard to believe. "Mayor Xie, I've heard that your City S program features solo performances?" inquired a leader from a neighboring city beside Xie Bingyan. "Yes, it is a young township secretary from a local county." "What about your program?" Xie Bingyan casually asked. "To be frank, we also invited local talents. Our officials are adept at their duties, yet when it comes to performing on stage, they tend to shy away." The leader sighed helplessly, acknowledging that hiring external talent inadvertently escalates costs. Well, hiring professionals is indeed advantageous, Xie Bingyin complimented. That is true. I've heard that Governor Su has communicated with the Chamber of Commerce, mentioning that the top 3 performances will receive mysterious rewards. Really? What sort of rewards? This piqued Xie Bingyin's interest. Chapter 32. A sensation throughout the venue upon hearing about the reward. Xie Bingyin felt a twinge of envy. However, the neighboring city was fundamentally out of the running, as the first criterion for the award, as stated by Vice Governor Su, was that officials must perform on stage. A chance for overseas study. To be honest, Xie Bingyin had never traveled abroad. She too yearned for the opportunity to explore foreign lands and broaden her horizons. Lost in thought, she noticed Tong rising. It must be nearly his turn to perform. At that moment, excitement surged within her as she glanced at the side where Chu Qingying stood, her gaze fixed on Tong with palpable anticipation. This girl, though she feigned nonchalance, had undoubtedly succumbed to her feelings, Xie Bingyin mused with a faint sigh. Tong's performance was next, following the ensemble piece by the Hangzhou Philharmonic Orchestra. The piece, familiar to all present, was the Butterfly Lover's Violin Concerto. The performance was undeniably of a high caliber, earning enthusiastic applause from the audience. We shall not forget the path we have traversed, nourished by the blood that has blossomed into a flourishing nation. Our past is resplendent, and our future will bloom like a garden of flowers. Please enjoy Tong's original song, staying true to our original intent. The announcer's spirited introduction drew the attention of the leaders in the audience to the stage. What a splendid title. Staying true to our original intent ensures we reach our goals. This is the steadfast commitment of our officials, Vice Governor Su remarked, prompting nods of agreement from several leaders from Hangzhou. Yin Xingyu, a nationally renowned conductor, had not stood on the podium for 3 years, making her return all the more remarkable. When Tong appeared, she caught a fleeting glimpse of her and was taken aback by her beauty. The musicians were poised and ready, and after a brief exchange of nods between Yin Xingyu and Tong, the prelude commenced. Tong's clear voice filled the air as the pianist gently pressed the keys. We shall not forget the path we have traversed, nourished by the blood that has blossomed into a flourishing nation. The leaders and entrepreneurs in the audience were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the song's profound impact. The resonance echoing within their minds, rendering them speechless. Vice Governor Su instinctively rose from his seat, prompting other leaders to follow suit. This song must be experienced standing. You are my everything, my all. Aspiring for your aspirations, sharing in your happiness, staying true to our original intent as we forge ahead. Traversing the most beautiful paths of China. Obri, truly magnificent. The leaders around could not help but hum along, filled with faith and vigor. Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Ning Lily felt an overwhelming surge of emotion rising within her. Xie Bingyin held on to Chu Qingying's hand tightly. Their fingers had turned a shade of blue, yet they felt no pain. At that moment, the chorus reached its crescendo. You are my everything, my all. Yearning for your joy, for your happiness. Never forget our original aspirations as we forge ahead, traversing mountains and rivers on the most beautiful path of China. Tong sang the final line with deep affection, as all the musicians of the Love Music Orchestra played with tears streaming down their faces, humming along to the accompaniment. Vice Governor Su, filled with excitement, led the crowd in a resounding cheer. Wonderful. Instantly, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. The leaders from a neighboring city looked at Xie Bingyin with a hint of envy, as she had delivered a stunning performance. The hotel's sound system was exceptional. The song resonated throughout the dining area and the lobby. Excuse me, what is the name of this song? Does anyone know what this song is called? Good heavens. It's so beautiful that I'm in tears. Why are there songs we've never heard before? The hotel staff was nearly overwhelmed as diners, guests checking in, and conference attendees rushed to inquire about the song. After Tong stepped down and returned to his seat, the surrounding eyes remained fixated on him. The head of CCTV's music channel left home early that evening, as there was little to attend to, but as soon as he arrived home, his phone rang. Director Gong, I've just sent you a video via email. You must see it. This song is extraordinary. At the same time, many entrepreneurs at the gala recorded videos, and some uploaded them online upon returning home. This video went viral. The next day, as Gu Tong awoke, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Goodness, your song has been highlighted by the Central Youth League, Xie Bingyan exclaimed upon opening the door, completely oblivious to the fact that the man inside was shirtless. Only after speaking did she notice the well-defined abs of the young man who was innocently gazing at her. To her surprise, she reached out and playfully touched him before turning around, laughing as she walked away. Gu Jiang had been rather busy in recent days, but thankfully his cherished moonlight had returned to his side, and his daily needs were being well attended to. However, his only concern was the growing estrangement from his son. He could only rely on time to mend that. Gu Jiang felt a deep sense of remorse towards the mother and son. Moreover, the old man had long believed he had only a granddaughter, nearly resigned to that fate. Suddenly hearing that he had a grandson, and one who was remarkably outstanding at that, filled him with surprise. His health had gradually improved over the past few days, and he had been eagerly insisting on meeting his grandson. Report. Chief, here are some recent updates on him. They are truly remarkable. Gu Jiang was somewhat taken aback. This child seemed to bring surprises every day. After reviewing the information, even he, who had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions, could not help but sigh in admiration. It was truly impressive. After some contemplation, he realized that certain matters would inevitably come to light, and that the child had unwittingly assisted him. Thus, they ought to express their gratitude. He picked up the phone from his desk and dialed a number. What brings you to call me? It's been a year since we last met. Laughter resonated from the other end of the line. He chuckled. How could I convey to you the substantial assistance your little nephew has rendered without a call? Gu Jiang smiled faintly. My little nephew? Who might that be? The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback. As for the matters concerning Hangzhou, ponder them yourself. However, once you come to a realization, remember that the Gu family is owed a favor. After hanging up, Gu Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. This proverbial miser, truly a diplomat, was unwilling to yield an inch when it came to personal interests. The individual on the other end, after ending the call, summoned his secretary to inquire about the situation. Bursting into laughter, I didn't anticipate this fellow secretly has a son. The Gu family has a successor now. This certainly alters the dynamics for certain individuals and matters. Xie Bingyan was overjoyed, her smile broadening. By the end of the morning, several entrepreneurs, drawn by curiosity, sought out Gu Tong. A name carries weight, much like a shadow of a tree. This is the celebrity effect. Despite Gu Tong's efforts to remain low-key, the phenomenon has become evident. Secretary Gu, for no other reason than this song, we wish to invest in Lanhe. Do not mention finances. We are not lacking in that regard. What we lack is faith, and this song has bestowed that upon us. Chu Qingying, exuberant, secured projects exceeding 30 million in just one morning, primarily concerning agricultural products, with several focused on mineral resource development. At noon, entrepreneurs and officials gathered for a commemorative photograph, with the president of the Jing Shui Chamber of Commerce and the vice governor Su delivering speeches. The negotiations and discussions concluded successfully. On the return flight, two beautiful women cast envious glances toward Gu Tong. Shouldn't you let your sister have the chance to go abroad? Xie Bingyan teased Gu Tong, who remained unfazed. Anyone who desires it may take it, provided Vice Governor Su consents. I am indifferent. However, Chu Qingying wore a cloud of worry, for troubles had arisen at Lanhe. Chapter 33. The crowd at the door. Zhang Weimin stood by the window, observing the throng gathered at the government entrance, his brow furrowed. The deputy county head and the director of the petition office had arrived, visibly engaged in conversation with the workers' representatives, yet the workers' emotions were highly charged. Voices clashing in heated exchanges. Clad in identical uniforms emblazoned with Lanhe electronics, the workers were joined by many more approaching from a distance. At that moment, the government office director knocked and entered. County head, it seems that county head Liu and director Chan the director hesitated to speak plainly, but Zhang Weimin understood his implication. The working methods of these two were lacking, and it was evident from above that the conflict had not subsided, but rather intensified. Let us go down together, Jiang Weimin said, his steps heavy as he descended. Throughout his political career, Jiang Weimin had never encountered such a large-scale collective incident. Moreover, the issues surrounding Lanhe Electronics were not something that could be resolved in a day or two. To recount, Lanhe Electronics once enjoyed a period of glory. Originally, it was a military electronics manufacturing enterprise, and during the planned economy era, the military had transferred the factory entirely to local governance due to restructuring and other reasons. At that time, Jing'an province placed great importance on this enterprise, providing financial support and personnel, even dispatching professors from Jing'an University to guide and train the technicians. For decades, it contributed significantly to the development of the entire county. However, due to a rigid management system and slow product innovation, it struggled to keep pace with market demands. In recent years, the situation has been declining, leading to a deficit that the county can no longer bear. Consequently, the previous administration resolved to address the issues surrounding the electronics factory comprehensively. This involved the major topic of restructuring state-owned enterprises, with the core issue being how to address the workers' concerns. The conflict was straightforward. Since July of the previous year, the workers had not received a single penny. Previously, the county had provided basic living allowances to all workers through fiscal subsidies, but since last year, the county's finances have been in decline. This year, even salaries for teachers and doctors have become tight. Upon seeing Jiang Weimin emerge from the building, Deputy County Head Liu Changjun and the Director of the Letters and Visits Bureau, Chen Guanxi, let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. County Head Zhang, these people's demands are utterly unreasonable. There's simply no way to negotiate, Chen Guanxi whispered in frustration. Jiang Weimin remained non-committal, smiling as he approached the workers. Hello everyone, I am County Head Jiang Weimin. As soon as he finished speaking, the most agitated workers shouted in unison, Great, the county head is here. Then solve this problem for us. We have elderly to care for and children to support. It's been over a year without a single payment. How are we supposed to live? Indeed, you enjoy your official salaries while we toil endlessly for years without even the means to sustain ourselves. If officials do not serve the people, they might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. The crowd voiced various complaints, yet Jiang Weimin remained unperturbed. Seizing a moment of silence, he took the microphone from Chen Guanxi, and the crackling sound startled the workers. Jiang Weimin capitalized on this opportunity, stating, This matter cannot go unresolved. I, too, find it intolerable. Secretary Chu is on her way back, and since everyone is here today, let us work together to find a solution. Upon hearing the county head's promise to address their grievances, the workers felt a sense of relief. They were not protesting for the sake of chaos. Jiang Weimin continued, There are too many people here, which is not conducive to resolving the issue, especially under this blazing sun. Please elect a few representatives, and we shall move upstairs to discuss this matter. I assure you that within a week, we will present an acceptable proposal for everyone. With Jiang Weimin's assurance, the workers' spirits lightened somewhat. A group moved aside to elect their representatives. Jiang Weimin patiently waited until 5 representatives were chosen, then accompanied them to the conference room. At that moment, Chu Qingying and Gu Tong's vehicle arrived at the government entrance. Don't worry, there's always a way. On the way, Chu Qingying had already briefed Gu Tong about the incident. Gu Tong pondered various solutions, but it was essential to assess the specific circumstances. Having contacted Jiang Weimin, Chu Qingying headed straight for the conference room upon disembarking. In the conference room sat Liu Changjun, the deputy county mayor in charge of industry, along with the director of the Industrial and Information Bureau, the director of the Finance Bureau, and staff members from the government office. Among the 5 elected worker representatives was the union chairman from the factory, while the other 4 were ordinary skilled workers. Secretary Chu, Mayor Zhang, let's address the matter directly. The electronics factory has contributed immensely to our county over the years. Now, in times of market downturn, you merely suggest cooperation with reforms and cast so many of us into unemployment. Indeed, we have complied with the county's layoff arrangements, but you must ensure our living expenses. We need to survive. We cannot be left to starve after our years of service. The union chairman, a seasoned engineer in his 50s, had graduated from a reputable university, And after graduation, he was assigned to the electronics factory, where he dedicated his entire career. Alas, the county's finances are struggling, and for over a year now, we have barely managed to pay the teachers' salaries. Old Fong, we are also facing difficulties, the finance director, familiar with the engineer, acknowledged, as he managed the county's finances and was aware of its state. The issues with the county's fiscal health are yours to address. When the county was thriving, did we receive any additional compensation? As soon as things took a turn for the worse, our payments were slashed. We are human too. We need to eat, the engineer asserted. Indeed, the county's financial troubles stem from your shortcomings, and it is unjust to place that burden upon us. Noticing the growing dissatisfaction among the 5 worker representatives, Zhang Weiman attempted to mediate with a few words. Secretary Chu, perusing the documents in her hand, subsequently passed them to Gu Tong beside her. Chairman Fong, I have a few inquiries regarding the data, and I trust you will respond candidly. Chu Qingying stated with a serious demeanor, her presence both commanding and graceful, prompting the worker representatives to look up at the young and attractive county committee secretary. Secretary que? Please ask. I shall answer honestly. I am well aware of every detail regarding the factory, Chairman Fong replied. Chu Qingying inquired about the factory's assets, personnel, and various specifics. Chairman Fong, indeed a capable individual, recited the data as if it were etched in his memory, earning Chu's silent admiration. If production were to resume, what products could the factory manufacture? Gu Tong suddenly interjected. Fong glanced at the young man seated next to Chu Qingying, likely another county official, and contemplated before responding. In our heyday, we were primarily responsible for producing electronic components per order, seldom assembling finished goods ourselves. However, a few years back, the county, in its misguided attempts, recruited a university student specializing in industrial design from Jing'an University. We had experimented with producing some of our own products, including portable music players and tape recorders. While we have not ventured into other areas, we are adept with electronic products. They present no significant challenges. Chairman Fong's insights were both candid and clear regarding capabilities and limitations. Gu Tong felt a surge of excitement as an idea blossomed in his mind. Chapter 34. The treasure factory with a complete production line, skilled technicians, and even an industrial designer experienced in 2 product categories. What did this represent? This was a treasure factory. Gu Tong gazed at the 5 workers across from him, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, which made Chairman Fong feel a chill run down his spine. And who might this leader be? Chairman Fong finally could not contain his curiosity. This is Gu Tong, the secretary of Dongfu Town. The director of the government office responded. You are Secretary Gu? The 2 individuals across the room suddenly stood up, and Chairman Lao Fong appeared quite animated. You have heard of me? Gu Tong expressed a hint of surprise. Secretary Gu has saved so many people. How can we not know? Furthermore, my mother-in-law is from Yeshigu. You are a benefactor to our family. Indeed, Secretary Gu, my child was on that bus. If it weren't for you, alas. Secretary Chu, it seems you are prepared to address the issues at hand. Previously, I thought you merely intended to delay us. But since you have summoned Secretary Gu, who genuinely serves the people, I have faith in you. Chairman Lao Fong stood up and exchanged a few words with the other 4 individuals. Thus, Secretary Chu, Director Zhang, there is no need to wait a week. We shall give the government 10 days, and we await your notification. We trust the government. We trust the organization. As Chairman Lao Fong departed, he shook Gu Tong's hand warmly. The leaders in the conference room exchanged glances. Chu Qingying had a look of exasperation, casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Tong. The director of the government office rose and looked out the window. Chairman Lao Fong seemed to have said something, and the workers quickly dispersed. Little Gu, you truly are a great fortune for both me and Secretary Chu, Zhang Weiman remarked with a smile at his trusted aide. Indeed, Secretary Gu, did you not see how that group was about to confront County Head Liu and me? Yet upon seeing you, they all left. County Head Liu and the other directors beamed at Gu Tong, acknowledging the young man as commendable presence. Therefore, if you hold the people's well-being in your heart, they will elevate you, Chu Qingying softly remarked, prompting everyone to ponder and nod in agreement. Secretary Chu's words ring true. We should often reflect on this sentiment. With the meeting reaching this juncture, there was little more to discuss. Everyone understood that Chu Qingying had just returned and that deliberations would need to wait until the afternoon or the next day. Upon returning to her office, Chu Qingying was about to change her attire when Gu Tong abruptly entered. "Oh, I need to change. Why did you come in?" "Ku Kajing," she did, looking at Gu Tong with a playful frown. "There is no time. I need you," Gu Tong said with urgency. Chu Qingying's face flushed instantly as she looked at Gu Tong. "Your urgency is of no use. We are in the office. You can find me tonight, and I will assist you then." Gu Tong appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of the situation, seemingly wearing a mischievous grin. And Chu Qingying soon realized he was not referring to that matter. "Oomph. Speak your mind. If you cannot provide clarity, I might ignore you." Que Kajing finit danger. Yet her demeanor suggested a hint of playfulness. "I wish to take over the electronics factory," Gu Tong stated earnestly. "What? Are you jesting?" Chu Qingying's expression changed abruptly. "I am serious. Allow me to present my case." "Oh, let me analyze it for you." Gu Tong felt a wave of embarrassment. "Go ahead. I will listen while I change." Gu Tong had no choice but to articulate his plans while appreciating the visual spectacle. By the time Chu Qingying had changed and walked into the outer room, Gu Tong had completed his exposition. Chu Qingying sat in her chair, gazing at the handsome young man across from her, reminiscent of the first time she had assessed this talent, as described by Xie Bingyan. "In those days, I found it hard to believe, yet now my heart is irrevocably tied to him." With a soft sigh, I contemplated Gu Tong's plans, which bore no flaws. "Do you possess a commendable product? Do you have a market? These are matters I can resolve on my own, with a stroke of good fortune. I might even turn a profit before the year's end." Chu Qingying was particularly enamored by his confidence and determination. Such qualities brought her comfort and stirred her heart. "I previously harbored an idea. The foundation for Dongfu has already been laid. This time, I have helped Dongfu recruit several enterprises, and with Qinghan assisting you in the execution. Your presence in Dongfu seems to hold little significance now." Chu Qingying observed Gu Tong, initially believing he would be reluctant to part ways with Yu Qinghan and oppose leaving Dongfu. To her surprise, his expression remained calm. She continued, "Having just taken on the role of secretary, I cannot dismiss you just yet. My intention is to have you concurrently serve as the director of the county's investment promotion office, while Qinghan manages the various affairs on the township side. Your focus should primarily be on overseeing these projects to ensure their swift realization and production. You are aware of Bingyan's sentiments. By next March or April at the latest, you will be moving to the city. I cannot retain you." Chu Qingying attempted to mask her melancholy. Rising to retrieve a small watering can and tending to the flowers by the window, her alluring figure caught Gu Tong's eye, the curve of her well-defined form undeniably captivating. This woman was clearly tempting him. "I will follow your lead. I will follow your lead." Gu Tong emphasized the word follow with intent. Chu Qingying grasped his meaning, a tremor of emotion coursing through her. With a plan in place, the next steps became much simpler. Upon returning to his dormitory, after freshening up and changing his attire, he sat at his desk sketching the designs of several wildly successful products from his previous life. With products in hand, management levels must also be elevated, for it was evident that the current team in the factory was ill-suited. Aging and excessive bureaucracy plagued the organization. Once a company adopts the mannerisms of a government agency, its demise is imminent. Gu Tong contemplated the individuals he knew, and after much deliberation, only Ning Lily seemed department-educated and having been influenced by Ning Xiao. She was well-versed in the workings of business. She was the one. When Gu Tong dialed Ning Lily's number, she was still napping. "Darling, are you missing me?" Ning Lily was unwilling to let go. She would even be content to be Gu Tong's mistress. "I am preparing to establish a company and wish to hire you as the manager, granting you full responsibility for its management," Gu Tong began. In the hotel, Ning Lily, who had just awoken, sat up suddenly. "No problem. When shall I report?" "Aren't you going to inquire about the salary? If there's no pay, I'd even be willing to invest my own money. By the way, do you need funding?" Ning Lily asked, her excitement palpable. This reminded Gu Tong that Ning Lily could very well partner with him in this venture. There was no need for her to assume the role of a mere professional manager. In that case, prepare around 3 to 4 million. I have 4 million here. And we won't need too much capital to start, he reflected, knowing that the first product could penetrate the market swiftly, ensuring a quick return on investment. Then I will prepare 5 million, just to be safe, Ning Lily replied cheerfully. Having finalized the employment terms, the next step was to negotiate with the county on how to restructure the electronics factory. Tong remains inclined towards the policy of contracting out, and naturally, he requires workers, venues, and equipment. These elements are all sources of wealth. Whether he can embark on the early train of the smartphone revolution hinges upon this endeavor. At long last, the long march can finally take its first step. Chapter 35. Candlelight dinner this evening was bustling. After finishing work, Yu Qinghan drove directly to Tong's dormitory. The two had not seen each other for quite some time, and their kiss nearly left Yu Qinghan breathless. With a long sigh, she nestled in Tong's embrace, lifting her flawless face to gaze at her beloved. A person more charming than flowers, radiant as peach blossoms. The ancient poet's praises of women seem utterly fitting. As they exchanged light-hearted chatter, particularly about the experiences from this business trip, Yu Qinghan suddenly furrowed her brows. Sing? Someone has reported us. Tong was momentarily taken aback. What could they possibly have to report? There was no greed or misconduct on their part. They reported us for being in a relationship, claiming we've turned the town into a couple's business. Yu Qinghan looked quite disheartened. Do you know who it was? Tong inquired. Who else could it be? It's obvious. If they can't have me, they want to ruin me. Yu Qinghan scoffed at Wang Pengfei's character. Well, this might work out. Today, Secretary Chu told me that I will temporarily take on the role of director of the County Investment Promotion Office. My main focus will shift to the county, and you will handle the town from now on, Tong said gently. To his surprise, Yu Qinghan smiled and replied, sure. No problem. Rest assured, I will ensure that all your projects are implemented thoroughly. This way, it helps avoid suspicion, and besides, I enjoy seeing things through. Allowing me to make decisions actually hampers progress. That's what they call a couple-S collaboration. It makes work effortless, Tong joked, only to see Yu Qinghan blush. Who agreed to that? You villain, she exclaimed. You must accompany me to the capital during the National Day holiday. Tong had previously mentioned returning to Rome, but now circumstances had changed. Why go to the capital? Aren't we going to Rome? Yu Qinghan asked, somewhat puzzled. She had already prepared herself mentally, recalling that Tong only had mother. Well, there's a slightly special circumstance. I'll explain it to you in detail later. After a tender moment together, they went out for a sumptuous meal. As the lights began to twinkle, Yu Qinghan reluctantly returned home. At 9 in the evening, the night was as dark as ink. Tong donned a hoodie and sunglasses. The distance from his dormitory to Chu Qingying's residence was not far, but after several twists and turns, he finally arrived. Nervously, he lightly knocked on the door. Fortunately, Chu Qingying opened it almost immediately. Upon entering, he realized that this woman had a flair for romance. A red candle was lit. A few simple dishes were prepared, and a bottle of red wine was uncorked. Come, taste my culinary skills. Chu Qingying smiled gently, watching Tong take off his coat. This mature woman felt even more anxious than Tong, yet one must not falter in the face of the moment. Tong felt a pang of discomfort. Having just eaten not long ago, he was now faced with another meal. A full stomach was hardly conducive to vigorous activity. Have you confirmed the electronic factory matter? I have already secured management, and funding issues are not significant. Next, we need to consider the restructuring method with the county. After the previous county administration underwent an audit, they prepared to sell the assets for a sum of 15 million yuan. At that time, the county imposed an additional condition, the settlement of unpaid wages for workers according to the minimum wage standard. And the newly established enterprise must prioritize the employment of existing workers. Chu Qingying was somewhat skeptical of this stipulation, although several interested enterprises had no objections to the sale price. The only aspect that posed a challenge was this additional condition. From my perspective, I hope to retain these workers, as I consider them to be the true wealth of the enterprise. Tong, aware of the factory's restructuring from his previous life, recognized that the process had only been completed around 2010 after much struggle. Yet these workers remained unattended, frequently petitioning for their rights. By 2012, Hangzhou established an electronic components manufacturing company, a venture invested in by a South Korean entity. In less than 6 months, 80% of the workers from Lanhe Electronics were lured away by this new company. I once heard from friends in the circle that the workers from Lanhe Electronics were not only skilled, but also renowned throughout the city for their diligence and resilience. According to the minimum wage standard, the total unpaid wages for these 500 or so workers amounted to merely 3 million. However, to truly invest 3 million in hiring such a multitude of skilled laborers would be utterly preposterous. Tong's reasoning was indeed sound. If you come to a final decision, I shall convene the relevant personnel for a final round of verification tomorrow, and I need to report to the city for the ultimate determination. Up to this point, Chu Qingying remained unconvinced that the factory constituted a viable asset. Yet, she had urged Tong multiple times. The determined young man remained resolute. Historically, his decisions had proven to be correct. After tidying up, the two sat on the sofa watching television, and Chu Qingying felt a twinge of anxiety. The plans for tonight had been in motion for quite some time. During her time in Hangzhou, she sensed that Xie Bingyan was resolutely intent on giving herself to Tong. This realization weighed heavily on her heart, and she thought it imperative to act preemptively in this matter. However, at the crucial moment, she found herself apologizing, not anticipating that he would look at Tong with such disappointment. Chu Qingying felt both awkward and somewhat amused. She simply embraced her beloved man, offering him comfort. It's all right. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades still need to strive, Tong said with feigned nonchalance. As Chu Qingying observed Tong's frustrated expression, she burst into laughter. After sharing a tender moment with Chu Qingying and under the cover of the deepening night, Tong donned his hat once more and hurried back to his dormitory. Upon entering, a knock echoed through the room. The door opened to reveal Lu Pei, clad in a black trench coat, provocatively gazing at Tong. Closing the door, she promptly shed the coat, tossing it onto the floor. A classic line from a Stephen Chow film came to mind. Once a sincere love was presented before me, and I did not cherish it properly. In reality, had the genders been reversed, Tong would have been unable to even knock on Lu Pei's door, a lesson steeped in the blood and tears of his past life. Yet, in this world, anything is possible, and there exists no what-if. Chapter 36. The agitation of the ex-girlfriend Zhang Chao was furious, utterly enraged. Today, the county announced the list of newly promoted deputy division leaders, and regrettably, he was not among them. However, Lu Pei was prominently featured, occupying the foremost position. Subsequently, the county's assessment procedures commenced vigorously. Lu Pei, her long hair elegantly tied back with a silk ribbon, sat quietly at her desk, awaiting the long-cherished opportunity to arrive. Yet, when that moment finally came, she found herself devoid of the anticipated elation. Zhang Chao frequently peeked into Lu Pei's office, and this woman, since their separation, had outshone her past in both attire and demeanor. Lu Pei couldn't even muster the energy to glance at Zhang Chao, feeling a sense of revulsion. The thought of his superficial capabilities made her feel nauseous. Conversely, the mere mention of another man's name elicited a physiological reaction within her. What was happening? Although he had been formidable in the past, it had never reached such an intensity. Lu Pei rubbed her slightly sore legs, reflecting on the tumult of the previous night, and couldn't help but feel stirred. At that moment, a black Santana entered the courtyard. Lu Pei felt a surge of excitement. The moment had finally arrived. Many colleagues in the unit, holding official positions, looked at Lu Pei with envy. The assessment procedures concluded within the morning. However, the head of the cadre department revealed a piece of news. Lu Pei might be assigned to the county's investment promotion office. Zhang Chao, seated below, felt a fiery intensity in his gaze. Previously, the investment promotion office had been an empty shell, but now it was vastly different. The entire county was aware that Secretary Chu had made a trip to Hangzhou, bringing back projects worth over 100 million. Lu Pei felt a sweet satisfaction, disparaging her earlier short-sightedness. What harm was there in being a mistress, being a second-hand woman, as long as she found her rightful place? She would eventually attain what she desired. Following discussions at the county committee, it was decided to appoint Comrade Tong as the director, concurrently, of the county's investment promotion office. Yu Qinghan, holding the document, smiled at the man beside her. Juggling multiple roles, have you been relieved from your duties at the Discipline Inspection Commission? Yu Qinghan inquired. Yes, by the way, I have a college classmate. Her sister is the one investing in the sea buckthorn juice factory and the small grain base in our town. Henceforth, all coordination work in the town will be entrusted to you, as my primary focus must be on the restructuring of the electronics factory. Time is of the essence. Gu Tong's tenure at Dongfu would not last long. Once the county relieved him of his position as secretary of Dongfu, Yu Qinghan would take over. Rest assured, the town's leadership is united and robust. I also recognize this as a test from the county. Should these two projects succeed, it would be only natural for me to succeed you, but if they fail, I may have to return home to care for children. Upon saying this, Yu Qinghan smiled somewhat shyly. Caring for children? Huh, you won't be here for that. She had mentioned during a phone call with her mother that once married, and after Yu Qinghan became pregnant, she would be reassigned to be closer to her mother. This naive girl had no inkling of the beautiful future that awaited her. Secretary Gu, someone is looking for you. It's a beautiful young lady. Tong, you exclaimed, bursting through the door. This girl seemed intent on stirring up chaos. However, Yu Qinghan merely chuckled teasingly and accompanied Gu Tong to meet the visiting guest. Ah, dear old classmate, you seem to be balancing work and romance effortlessly. Two stunning beauties descended from the land cruiser. Ning Xiaoxiao observed her sister's slightly jealous expression and felt a surge of joy within. My dear, I had warned you long ago that this is but a one-sided affection, yet you chose not to believe me, Ning Xiaoxiao mused. Yu Qinghan took the initiative to grasp Ning Lily's hand. Hello, General Manager Ning. I'm the town mayor Yu Qinghan, and also a classmate of his. Prior to their meeting, Ning Lily had envisioned 100 scenarios, pondering what Gu Tong's legitimate girlfriend might be like. However, upon meeting her in person, she was overwhelmed with admiration. This girl possessed beauty and grace that rivaled her own, coupled with an aura of gentleness. Such a young woman is easy to get along with. Even as a fellow female, Ning Lily felt an instant connection. Ning Xiaoxiao shared the same sentiment, and soon the three women were engrossed in conversation, especially as Ning Xiaoxiao was about to establish 2 enterprises in Dongfu. Yu Qinghan answered every question without exaggerating local advantages or shying away from certain regional drawbacks. Ning Xiaoxiao, being a businesswoman herself, had encountered many talents during her tenure in high positions. Yet, to govern at such a young age requires a blend of emotional intelligence and intellect. After a brief discussion, Ning Xiaoxiao decided to conduct an on-site inspection. After exchanging greetings with Gu Tong, Tong drove the 2 prominent figures for their field study. Ning Lily and Gu Tong exchanged glances. With such an attractive wife, does he even get out of bed? Your question is rather pointed. Ask something less so. All right. Then tell me, do you like me? Ning Lily's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Gu Tong. The man sighed softly. To say I do not like you would be untrue. Ning Lily instantly beamed, her smile radiant. For her, that was sufficient. All right, let's not dwell on that. I have modest requests. Let us discuss business. Gu Tong was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. Ning Lily retrieved her notebook and pen, having thoroughly prepared. You have 4 million on your side, while I have 5 million. We have significant gaps to bridge. How do you plan to address the funding issue? Alone? Ning Lily inquired. Indeed, alone. We will seek a direct loan of 10 million. Then our repayment pressure will be substantial. Have you considered the risk involved? Ning Lily asked, her brows furrowing slightly. I have considered it, but it is easily manageable. We only require 1 product and a sales cycle of 3 to 4 months, Gu Tong replied confidently. Tell me about the product. What do you intend to create, and can you ensure that this electronics factory can produce what you envision? The product is quite simple and not complex at all, and I already have a preliminary design. Once we resume operations, we can have a finished product within half a month, Gu Tong continued after taking a sip of water. He elaborated on his first product design to Ning Lily, who was captivated. It was indeed a promising product. Look, all kinds of agencies are drinking tap water, with a market for purified water booming. Shouldn't agency personnel have access to healthy drinking water? Therefore, I plan to adopt a dual approach. Collaborate with Shangquan Water and launch an advertising campaign through television to promote the health benefits of drinking water. Crafting soft articles is my forte. At this moment, it was indeed a time of fervent growth for advertising and soft articles. The promotional effects are commendable, and the prices are quite reasonable. Since you have a plan in place, I must promptly initiate discussions with the county regarding the enterprise restructuring. However, are you certain that the workers possess satisfactory overall qualities? Ning Lily is concerned about the management of the workforce, fearing it may hinder the operation of the enterprise. Rest assured, this electronics factory was once a military enterprise. After it was handed over to local authorities, the seasoned veterans within were primarily retired personnel from the armed forces, and the newcomers are predominantly technical staff recruited from vocational and tertiary institutions. Just consider, they have been deprived of their wages for an entire year, and only recently did they approach the county leaders for assistance. In other regions, would they not have demolished your homes by now? At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao, under the guidance of Yu Qinghan, arrived at the construction site of the temporary residential area in Yeshigu. Chapter 37. Restructuring of the Electronics Factory in Jing'an Province. The minimum monthly wage standard in 2005 was barely over 500 yuan, translating to a mere 6,000 yuan annually for a worker. In the conference room, Old Fong was calculating expenses, a reflection of the workers' discussions. They were not particularly concerned about how the enterprise would be restructured or its future direction. Their primary focus was on when their wages would be disbursed after a year of delay. Esteemed leaders, this condition is not overly demanding. We understand the government's challenges, as well as those faced by the incoming enterprise. However, surely they cannot be more arduous than the plight of our workers? Indeed, we have endured a year of hardship, starving and frugally persevering. When will this end? Our current demand is that both the government and the new enterprise must settle all outstanding wages for the workers. We can discuss future matters later. Various worker representatives voiced their opinions, while Chu Qingying and Zhang Weimin recorded notes and calculated figures. Though each individual amount may seem modest, the collective sum is substantial. Ultimately, the total wage disbursement required for these workers amounts to several million. Today's meeting marks the final discussion between both parties. Following this, the county will officially commence the restructuring process. Chu Qingying preferred to refrain from elaborating on certain details, leaving that to Ning Lily and the workers. Nevertheless, she secured concrete figures regarding wages. According to Gu Tong's vision, the responsibility of wage payment was always paramount. Furthermore, this approach would allow the workers to transfer their gratitude entirely to the new enterprise, ensuring that the new management policies would swiftly be implemented over the next 6 months. By next year, the larger project could be directly launched. The workers felt a surge of excitement, as at the conclusion of the meeting, both the secretary and the county mayor solemnly pledged that the workers' demands had been approved by the new enterprise's leadership. Chairman Fong, fellow workers, tomorrow the head of the acquiring party will engage in dialogue with all of you. Please relay this information to your colleagues and express any thoughts or suggestions promptly tomorrow. Chu Qingying, following Gu Tong's instructions, informed the workers in advance to prepare mentally. Ning Xiaoxiao gazed at the bustling construction site, invigorated by the lively atmosphere. Without waiting for Yu Qinghan, she walked toward the crowd. The faces she encountered, though marked by poverty, were filled with hope for a better life. Ning Xiaoxiao instinctively began conversing with the villagers about Gu Tong, only to find that the initially reserved villagers expressed excitement and joy when discussing him. How did he manage to achieve such a rapport? Ning Xiaoxiao, accustomed to interacting with government officials, some of whom are arrogant and others rather brusque, realized that it was quite rare to find a commoner like Gu Tong who was so well regarded amidst the recent strained relations between the populace and their leaders. When Yu Qinghan arrived, the villagers greeted her with enthusiasm, as they were now aware that this charming town mayor was Gu's secretary's girlfriend. Mayor Yu, the local customs here are simple, and the relationship between the officials and the people is quite harmonious. I previously heard from Gu Tong that this land will eventually be designated for the Seabuck Thorn Juice Factory. Where will the grain processing base be located? The grain processing base was not far from the town government, and Yu Qinghan took Ning Xiaoxiao to inspect the site. Ning Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction. Gu Tong's planning aligned perfectly with her preferences. Yet, Yu Qinghan knew that the town's land had already been earmarked for development for years, but lacked any active projects, remaining vacant for a long time. Finally, there was an opportunity to utilize the land, and once these two enterprises commenced operations, the influx of merchants and workers would inevitably stimulate the development of hospitality and retail sectors. Consequently, the town government had already planned a new commercial street between the two enterprises. Ning Xiaoxiao had previously arranged a formal meeting with Chu Qingying for the following morning. But the sisters arrived a day early due to Ning Lily's incessant complaints. Eager to seek out Gu Tong, Ning Xiaoxiao hinted around, but still could not decipher what the two were truly up to. Why not become the major shareholder? It was unavoidable before, but with you, I need not hold that position myself. Gu Tong remarked as he examined the draft of the equity agreement, pointing to a specific line. All right, I'll follow your lead. Furthermore, according to regulations, you cannot hold shares personally. However, I can hold them on your behalf. How's that sound? Ning Lily felt elated. What could be more joyous than embarking on a venture with the one she adored? Agreed, no problem. After you finalize discussions with the workers tomorrow, promptly gather the key technical staff and that designer to explore product development matters. This is paramount, as the bank loan process will be expedited, given that several bank presidents are part of the leadership team overseeing this restructuring. The transformation of the electronics factory was a significant matter for both Lanhe and Anzhou City. Xie Bingyan had been closely monitoring developments over the past few days. It is crucial to ensure stability. This involves the livelihoods of over 500 families. If necessary, I can rearrange funds here to ensure the workers receive their wages. Her tone was serious. This was no trivial matter. On the other end, Chu Qingying activated the speakerphone, while County Chief Zhang Weiman diligently recorded Xie Bingyan's directives. The following day, 2 minibuses from the county committee and government departed for the electronics factory. Ning Lily brought along only a secretary and a finance officer. While simultaneously heading to the factory from the hotel, the sisters were deeply concerned for Lanhe's future. Chu Qingying was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ning Lily. Having encountered this young woman in Hangzhou before, she recognized her as Ning Xiaoxiao's younger sister and Gu Tong's classmate, and she was certain that the two had a close relationship. Hello, secrétaire que. Hello, County Chief Zhang. Ning Lily appeared in professional attire today, her beauty enhanced by a well-fitted and elegant outfit, driving Ning Xiaoxiao's luxurious car with a Beijing license plate. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and the factory workers, witnessing the unfolding situation, were filled with enthusiasm. For them, the more formidable the new management, the better. Upon entering the conference room, a profound silence enveloped the workers, as if they were bidding a final farewell to the past. Clad in slightly faded yet impeccably clean uniforms, those permitted into the meeting were all middle management and above, along with a few seasoned veterans, esteemed for their technical prowess and moral integrity. Dozens of eyes were fixed upon the county leaders and the future head of the enterprise. The agenda of the meeting was straightforward. A presentation by Chu Qingying, followed by Zhang Weiman reading the formal restructuring plan. Ning Lily refrained from making any formal statements during the meeting. The content of the plan had been collectively agreed upon, and she was there primarily to address any questions or concerns from the workers, as well as to audit accounts and verify fixed asset equipment. As Zhang Weiman read through the details of the plan, a collective sigh of relief escaped the workers. The issue of unpaid wages would finally be resolved, and they could only wait to see what lay ahead. Throughout the entire restructuring meeting, no one raised their hand to speak, and there was unanimous acceptance of the plan. However, when Ning Lily engaged in discussions with the representatives afterward, some employees voiced their concerns and uncertainties. Ms. Ning, we apologize, but we would like to know what our factory will be doing next. Will we workers still be needed? This sentiment echoed the anxiety felt by all. As they looked expectantly at Ning Lily, she smiled gently and replied, "A leader once stated, 'What is the most important thing in the 21st century? It is talent.'" Chapter 38. A brand new enterprise at this moment. The workers below became somewhat agitated. They, too, had graduated from reputable schools and possessed knowledge. Yet they had never anticipated being discarded by the market, to the extent that securing a meal had become a challenge. We will soon launch a new product. So I kindly asked the technical department and designer Liang to remain after the meeting. We will immediately commence deployment for the new product development, Ning Lily announced, eliciting an atmosphere of heightened anticipation among the workers. They had grown weary of idleness. The feeling of having no work was indeed distressing. Of course, all employees will undergo a new assessment and probation process. Only those whom we recognize will be formally employed. Here, we also promise that salaries will gradually align with those of leading electronic equipment manufacturing enterprises. Everyone relished hearing such promises. Yet all aspirations must be founded on sufficient financial resources. The restructuring plan was submitted to the city and was approved the following day. The land belonged to the state. They could only lease it, but given the burden of employing so many, some concessions were made. As for the equipment, Xie Bingyan glanced at Chu Qingying, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. In her view, the equipment was outdated. However, after consulting with the head of the technical department, Ning Lily learned that the machinery was less than 6 years old. It merely appeared worn due to prolonged inactivity, and with some maintenance, it should function adequately. To put it bluntly, previous officials had essentially drained the electronic factory, but fortunately, the equipment had remained unsold, thus preserving it. Chu Qingying felt a tinge of anger. Some matters are not meant to withstand scrutiny, and a deeper investigation reveals the presence of decay everywhere. Who was the factory director at that time? Our next step is to initiate a procedure to eliminate this malignancy. He cannot continue to thrive while we clean up his mess. According to the elder comrades from the county, it should involve the county's wealthiest individual, surnamed Wang, and a deputy director, surnamed Zhang from the People's Congress, both of whom are rather disreputable, Chu Qingying remarked. Oh, you need not concern yourself with this matter. After all, self-investigation among one's own is fraught with obstacles. I shall have a word with Chun Zi and let him take the reins. Xie Bingyan expressed her displeasure. The fact that a parasite has become a tycoon is a lamentable reality of our times. Having concluded their business discussion, the two began to engage in casual conversation. Surely, these sisters are not here for Tong? Xie Bingyan pondered, having spent considerable time with Ning Xiao, who was undeniably a formidable female executive. When had she become so agreeable? They even arrived early, and upon their arrival, raised no objections, directly embarking on a new chapter of project development. Half the reason lies in my own awareness. I can see it clearly, especially that younger sister who nearly adhered to Tong. However, they're also adept in business. Neither of these sisters is merely ornamental. Kukajing lamented. Do keep a watchful eye, lest others seize the opportunity before you, Xie Bingyan said, reclining comfortably in her chair. Gazing at Chu Qingying. Observe for yourself. I cannot be responsible for that, Chu Qingying replied, recalling an awkward incident from that day, her face flushing. Why the blush? Have you been indulging in clandestine affairs? Confess honestly. Xie Bingyan feigned seriousness. After a discussion with the technical department and the factory's sole designer, Ning Lily wore a beaming expression. She was still contemplating designer Liang's words. We rarely produce finished products, but this does not imply an inability to do so. Such simple creations are not complex in principle. Indeed, the most challenging aspect is the exterior design, an area in which we have previously lacked proficiency. It is not insurmountable. Upon receiving a call from Ning Lily, Tong felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This first product would serve as a test for the electronic factory. Whether it be a mule or a horse, we shall know once it is brought out for inspection. Once the city approves, I will commence the registration process. What name do you think would be suitable? Ning Lily desired to name it Li Tong Electronics. But Tong opposed the idea. Our future products must cater to the entire consumer society. They must be memorable and engaging. How about we simply name it Qingsheng? That name is indeed pleasant, resonating with freshness. The electronic factory is merely the initial phase of an overarching vision. Qingsheng will evolve into a large conglomerate, rather than just an electronic factory. Huang Qingfeng, the proprietor of the purified water plant, could finally take a breather. Their products have been selling like hotcakes, and production capacity was struggling to keep pace with demand, which was quite awkward. However, Huang Qingfeng possessed the virtue of not being impulsive. Comrade Gu, I firmly believe in a principle. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. To attempt to gain weight in one gulp may lead to an unfortunate outcome of overindulgence. Ha ha ha. Come, let us drink. Huang Chengfeng regarded Gu Tong with immense admiration, and upon receiving a call from Gu Tong, he promptly rushed to meet him. General Huang, I have a small matter that requires your assistance. You may listen first and then decide. I shall not compel you. Gu Tong was unwilling to coerce others with favors, finding it rather trivial. In the realm of commerce, if your product possesses merit and marketability, assistance will naturally follow. The pinnacle of collaboration lies in aiding others while simultaneously benefiting oneself. Gu Tong articulated the essence of his product and conveyed his thoughts to Huang Chengfeng. Initially, upon hearing the word help, Huang's heart skipped a beat. However, recalling how Gu Tong had previously provided him with advertising ideas, which had led him to impulsively promise a reward of 5 million, only to be met with Gu Tong's calm refusal. He began to listen attentively to Gu Tong's ideas without feeling pressured. Tea-bar machine, automatic water boiling kettle, automatic health pot. The products indeed seemed promising, and if successfully launched, they could complement his purified water business. However, Huang was aware that many enterprises and institutions were still relying on tap water, and the few recently introduced water dispensers suggested a lack of confidence in the market for such products. Yet Gu Tong was convinced that by next year, these products would sweep the county markets on a large scale. Initially dominated by expensive Japanese products that posed maintenance challenges upon malfunction, Gu Tong reassured Huang, rest assured, we will embark on a massive advertising campaign, both online and offline, primarily focusing on promotion, with your assistance in marketing. Gu Tong did not expect Huang to agree immediately. He understood that he needed to demonstrate the potential customer base for his products before Huang, a purveyor of purified water, would invest. In the following fortnight, all workers at the electronics factory received their due wages, leaving only the R&D team to focus on developing new products. Ning Lily's bank loan was swiftly approved, and Qingsheng Electronics Technology Company Limited was successfully registered, with local leaders attending the unveiling ceremony. During this period, Gu Tong no longer needed to visit the town government. Instead, he spent his days in the dormitory, fervently crafting promotional articles. Shocking. We consume such a plethora of bacteria daily. A man unexpectedly becomes pregnant. The reason? The latest UN research reveals an alarming quantity of microorganisms in tap water. A man from Lanhe, after years of drinking tap water, suddenly finds relief from chronic back pain and can ascend 5 flights of stairs without losing his breath since using the T-bar machine. At this moment, the internet had yet to be inundated with sensationalist content. These captivating promotional articles, once published, garnered over 10,000 views in a remarkably short time. At this juncture, there were only a handful of manufacturers capable of producing tea-bar machines, tea brewing machines, and health pots. Previously, when Ning Lily registered, she had invested a modest sum to create a company website featuring exquisite images of the tea-bar machine, tea brewing machine, and health pot on the homepage. Chapter 39. The role of promotional articles, my goodness. It's only been a few days, and the views have surpassed 800,000, with the factory's phone lines overwhelmed. Ning Lily was astonished. It was almost unbelievable. Yet Gu Tong was unfazed, reflecting on the intense competition within the advertising industry in later years, where diverse forms and contents continuously emerged. At that time, people were still quite naive. Crafting a story or fabricating data within these promotional articles found a receptive market. Chu Qingyin called, exclaiming, "What nonsense have you written? My colleagues are asking for more of those chaotic drafts. They claim that due to your writings, the newspaper has sold out, and even organizations and enterprises are inquiring about the tea machine." Gu Tong envisioned a flurry of crows. "Dear sister, could you perhaps express yourself with a bit more clarity? Why does it feel like misfortune when you speak of good news?" She chuckled. "Honestly, I was bewildered by your drafts. Where did you obtain United Nations data? Did you also acquire a copy of American statistics? Who are you trying to impress?" With a sigh, she added, "They say it's soft news, but soft things rarely possess quality." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Nonsense. What are you talking about? Come over tonight, and I shall prepare steak for you." Just then, Chu Qinging heard a knock at the door and hurriedly ended the call. Secretary Chu, who are you speaking to? Your face is as red as an apple. It wouldn't happen to be Gu Tong, would it? Ning Xiaoxiao teased, playfully provoking the beautiful secretary. Director Ning, with you absent from the city, why do you come to Lanhe every day? Chu Qing's method of alleviating awkwardness was to make the person who caused it feel even more uncomfortable. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly turned her head, redirecting the conversation. Gu Tong, come here quickly. The first batch of products has come off the line. Their appearance matches exactly what we saw online, and their functions are quite similar to what you described. Ning Lily's voice on the phone was filled with excitement. When Gu Tong arrived at the factory, a crowd was busy plugging in the power to test the effects. Everything seemed fine, except the touch button was not very responsive, which might be related to the surface material. After all, it was a prototype. We used acrylic, but we will switch to a glass panel for mass production. Designer Liang, wearing thick glasses, was testing various functions. The other two products posed no issues, and now they needed to discuss the specific pricing. The costs were not high. Including labor and other expenses, it amounted to just a few dozen yuan. Our pricing will be divided into 3 tiers, 199, 399, and 599, based on the material of the exterior. Similarly, the health pot will be categorized likewise. You must consider the consumption philosophies of different consumers for the same product. Especially for small appliances like this, the distinguishing factor is the appearance, while the main functions remain largely unchanged. The next step is to consider adding remote control functionality, targeting affluent clientele. Gu Tong shared some insights from future experiences with Ning Lily, who listened intently, treating Gu Tong as her mentor. Once the pre-sales processes are completed, mass production can commence. We have already received invitations from over 30 retail companies eager to see the products in person, Ning Lily stated. There's no need for them to visit. We could simply send one set to each of the 30-plus retail enterprises via logistics, Gu Tong suggested generously. Ning Lily, not one to be stingy, promptly arranged for the production workshop to begin manufacturing. Workers were gradually assessed for their positions, with salaries divided into base pay and commissions. Necessary benefits must also be ensured. If we endure this half year, spring will arrive, Gu Tong remarked, looking at Ning Lily. After a discussion between Chu Qingying and Zhang Weiman, it was decided that starting from late September, all government and public institutions in the county would exclusively utilize the tea machines from the electronics factory, discouraging the consumption of tap water. Each unit would procure Shengquan purified water according to their financial capabilities. Upon hearing the news, Huang Qingfeng promptly dispatched representatives to liaise with the electronics factory, initiating a promotional campaign offering free Shengquan water with the purchase of tea machines. In the city, Xie Bingyan approved this initiative, considering recent scientific papers that indicated the excessive impurities in tap water could adversely affect the health of officials. The municipal government would centrally procure the tea machines, while Huang Qingfeng swiftly promoted his purified water in tandem. Upon hearing their leaders' statements, employees from various municipal agencies returned home, disheartened by the sight of boiling tap water that bubbled with impurities. Retailers began inquiring about tea machines, and, at this moment, the official website of Qingcheng Electronics Technology Company announced the launch of its initial batch of 3 products, all of which had passed national quality inspections. The designs were aesthetically pleasing, craftsmanship was impressive, functionalities were comprehensive, and the pricing was reasonable. Most importantly, the after-sales service was reliable. The first batch of over 30 retailers received gifts from Jing and Lan. After trial use, feedback was overwhelmingly positive. The promotional campaign for Qingcheng tea machines, accompanied by free Shengquan purified water, launched with great enthusiasm. The response was phenomenal, with a total of 200,000 finished product orders in the first batch. And the second batch was still under computation. Ning Lily was ecstatic, receiving direct deposits from several manufacturers. All laid-off workers from the electronics factory received urgent notifications and quickly underwent rapid training before returning to work. This was where Gu Tong's foresight shone. These skilled workers were seasoned and, after more than a year of hardships, had smoothed their rough edges. They worked diligently and willingly took on overtime, as Ning Lily had posted the overtime compensation structure on the workshop wall. Mr. Chun, rest assured, you'll be the first to receive your payment, and your goods will be dispatched first. Our production capacity is absolutely reliable. We will ship once a week. Ning Lily was constantly on the phone. Ning Xiao sat on the sofa, astonished at her sister's frenetic activity. What was the script? The sister who once loved to sleep in and spent her days shopping and eating now resembled a domineering CEO more than herself. The adjustment was somewhat overwhelming. Lily, are you overwhelmed? Do you need me to send some help? After listening to a few calls, Ning Xiao understood the situation. This electronics factory had come alive and was thriving. Over 500 workers were working in 3 shifts, tirelessly producing. And the transport fleet that had vanished from the factory for years reappeared before everyone's eyes. Old Fong, nearing retirement, volunteered to take on the roles of distribution and inventory management. Everyone in the factory recognized that the resolution of this crisis was largely due to Secretary Gu's efforts. Otherwise, how would General Manager Ning from the big city have taken notice of such a small enterprise? Old Fong, accompanied by 5 or 6 young men, diligently counted, recorded, and registered while handing over freight documents to truck drivers. The finance team brought in by Ning Lily had assumed control of the factory's financial department, with staff members efficiently fulfilling their roles according to modern corporate management practices. Director Wu, another sum of money has arrived. How much? Wu Wei asked casually without looking up. 10 million. What? How much? Wu Wei felt as if she had misheard and inquired again. Chapter 40. Meeting the parents with my girlfriend, this little fellow, is exceedingly clever. I cannot believe he could conceive such an idea. Gu Jiang gazed fondly at his beloved. Tong had always been remarkably intelligent, consistently opting for the optimal solution in every situation. However, his one flaw was an excessive attachment to emotions. Previously, when he was dating a girl, I worried after their breakup that he might struggle to move past it. Tu Lanjun smiled as she looked at her son's photograph on her phone. Tu Lanjun was stunningly beautiful. Raising a son like a mother, Gu Tong had inherited 80% of his mother's admirable genes. The remaining 20%, including his stature and physique, were attributed to Gu Jiang's imposing presence. Gu Jiang adored Tu Lanjun. He had succumbed to his father's will years ago. Otherwise, how could such a beautiful wife have been left to wander alone for over 20 years? Do you really think the tap water is that bad? I have heard experts say there are indeed some microorganisms present, but their impact on health is minimal. That minimal can still be a cause for concern. It's certainly preferable to drinking unfiltered water. Perhaps we should consider switching soon, especially since we need to be cautious for the elder. Just as Tu Lanjun finished speaking, the door on the first floor opened, prompting her to glance at Gu Jiang. That must be Gu Yuan returning. You have yet to meet her. We are all family, and she's a very kind child. Gu Jiang took his wife's hand and descended the stairs, where a tall and lovely girl entered. Hello, Antoine, Gu Yuan said, feeling a bit shy and nervous. You must be Yuan. You are truly beautiful. Let anyone have a good look at you. Tu Lanjun gently placed her hand on the young girl's shoulder, carefully examining this motherless child. Aunt Wan, when will Brother Tong return? Gu Yuan had always thought she was the only granddaughter of the Gu family. Hearing for the first time that her father had a son who was her brother filled her with excitement. After all, she often felt lonely in such an aristocratic family, unable to connect with those outside her social sphere. Her gentle nature preferred tranquility over chaos, spending her days in classrooms and dormitories. He will be back during the National Day holiday, and he will bring your future sister-in-law along. Our home is rather quiet. Once Brother Tong is married, we shall invite your sister-in-law to the capital, and then you will have company. Gu Yuan's face lit up with hope, having been solitary for so long. The prospect of having a brother stirred a sense of anticipation in her otherwise mundane life. Ning Lily stared at the $10 million order, her expression one of disbelief. The delivery deadline is set for December 31st, just before the year's end, with the delivery locations spanning 8 places. However, when she saw the payment entity, Ning Lily gasped in surprise. What is he so startled? Gu Tong asked as he examined the receipt, and quickly realized he had inadvertently helped his father. Understood. I grasped the situation. This is indeed a positive development. Moving forward, it is imperative to ensure the quality of the tea products, as this is a military order. First and foremost, confidentiality must be upheld, followed by stringent quality control. When delivering, it will be prudent to select workers from the factory who are veterans. Tong has given this matter considerable thought. Furthermore, the establishment of a quality control department within the factory is timely. The sooner we implement quality control measures, the better. If anyone is unclear, share with them the story of Haier. On September 30th, after a brief discussion with Ning Lily amidst the lingering, sorrowful gazes of a beauty, Tong embarked on his journey to the capital with a somewhat bewildered Yu Qinghan. "What is your family situation? I'm quite anxious about it," she queried incessantly throughout their train ride from Anzhou to the capital. Tong merely smiled, responding that they were an ordinary family. Yu Qinghan harbored doubts, but chose not to dwell on them. Upon their arrival at the West Station in the capital, they were greeted by someone awaiting them at the exit. Yu Qinghan was taken aback. She was not an unsophisticated girl and immediately recognized the poised demeanor and attire of a professional soldier. The young man was exceedingly courteous, assisting them with their luggage and ushering them to a vehicle. As Yu Qinghan beheld the red flag limousine equipped with bulletproof glass, her palms grew clammy with nervousness. Observing her reaction, Tong gently grasped her hand, sharing his warmth with her. They journeyed westward to a remarkably tranquil area of the office complex, where countless visible and concealed guards stood watch. However, upon sighting their vehicle, they were granted unhindered passage. Upon reaching their destination, Tu Lanjun was already at the entrance, waiting with a smile, holding Gu Yuan's hand. Tong alighted from the car, taking Yu Qinghan's hand as they approached his mother. "Mother, this is my girlfriend, Yu Qinghan." He then beamed at his much-anticipated younger sister, who was indeed strikingly beautiful, albeit somewhat shy. Gu Yuan was astonished. Her brother was undeniably handsome, rendering the school's so-called heartthrob insignificant in comparison. The prospective sister-in-law was equally lovely, exuding a gentle demeanor that matched her own. Her anxiety dissipated. "Come, Tong, Qinghan. This is your sister, Gu Yuan." A tumult of emotions surged within Yu Qinghan as she contemplated Tong's background. Yet it still failed to match the intensity of the reality before her. When she spotted a middle-aged man rising from the sofa to greet them, she suddenly recognized him as a figure frequently featured in the news, a prominent military leader. "Qinghan, hello. I am Tong's father. Welcome," Jiang remarked, observing his future daughter-in-law, who possessed grace and beauty reminiscent of Tu Lanjun. "Uncle Gu, hello." "Thank you," Yu Qinghan replied, feeling a blend of nervousness and excitement, nearly addressing him by his title. Jiang chuckled, promptly inviting them to take a seat. With Tu Lanjun present, Yu Qinghan and Gu Yuan, being of similar ilk, found themselves engrossed in conversation. Jiang signaled for Tong to join him in the study, where he retrieved a cigarette and prepared to smoke, but then glanced at his son and offered him one instead. "Dad, I don't smoke. Please go ahead," Tong replied with a smile, helping his father light up. "How is the work at the grassroots level coming along?" Jiang inquired with a grin. "It is commendable to genuinely serve the common people and to remain grounded in the grassroots." Tong has forgotten that the phrase grounded would not emerge for several years. Grounded is a splendid term. Many of our officials today float above the fray, disconnected from the grassroots, which is unfortunate. Jiang gazed at his son with satisfaction. The Gu family has long thrived within military circles, yet their political endeavors have not flourished. Who would have thought that after more than 20 years apart, his son would carve out such a considerable reputation at the grassroots level? There's a saying that those with substantial backgrounds often shy away from grassroots engagement. As the political ecology, there is intricate and involves direct interaction with the populace. If one's capabilities are lacking, it is all too easy to create chaos and undermine one's own standing. However, our family has always believed that to excel, one must immerse oneself in grassroots work. Without such experience, it is impossible to cultivate capable individuals who can accomplish meaningful tasks. Jiang elaborated on his philosophy. Chapter 41, A Family. "When do you and Qinghan plan to marry?" Jiang inquired. Tong, now a section-level official, was poised to ascend to the next tier, and at this stage, it was time to establish a family and career. I defer to the elders on such matters. Their decisions should suffice. And I will also seek the opinions of Yu Qinghan's family. After their marriage, I intend to transfer her to the capital to keep her company. As your mother is feeling somewhat lonely, that is perfectly acceptable. My mother has already mentioned that everything should be at your discretion. Tong pondered for a moment before replying, after the new year, I may need to transfer to Anzhou, which is not far from the capital, making it convenient to return home every week or two. Oh, is there any particular reason for this? Jiang asked, somewhat taken aback. It was no small feat for a section-level official from the county to be transferred to the city. Tong recounted how he had saved Xie Bingyan, and how they had since become friends, explaining her request for him to return and assist her. Observing his son's expression while speaking of the female mayor, Jiang seemed to discern something deeper. Previously, his subordinates had investigated and found that this young man had quite the charm with women, having connections with the county party secretary and 2 female entrepreneurs. He was surprised to learn of a female mayor as well. As Jiang listened, he recalled having met this female mayor during his last visit to Yinyu Mountain Villa. In the realm of governance, to advance, one must cultivate numerous allies, uniting all possible forces to realize one's political ambitions. Jiang's words were laden with implication as he mentally noted yet another name. As the father and son emerged, Tu Lanjun had already prepared a meal. Since her return, the previous housekeeper had become unnecessary. Gu Yuan sat closely beside Yu Qinghan, and after conversing for a while, the two found their personalities and interests aligned. Sister-in-law, please transfer to the capital soon. Otherwise, I shall wither away in solitude, with no one to accompany me on weekends. Yu Qinghan found it difficult to respond. Upon entering this household, she realized her political future was no longer hers to contemplate. It was no trivial matter. Do not worry. Yuan, your sister-in-law will return shortly. Together, the 3 of us will surely create a lively atmosphere, and who knows, we might even welcome a new addition to the family in the coming years. So, prepare yourself to be an aunt. Tu Lanwan held a profound fondness for this young lady. Lacking a daughter of her own, she found a kindred spirit in her husband's child, who bore a striking resemblance to what she envisioned. As the National Day holiday approached, after a leisurely lunch and a brief respite, the entire family set forth to the West Mountain Sanatorium where the elder resided. The area was heavily guarded, as the elder was now alone, attended around the clock by a caregiver and a healthcare professional. Lately, the elder had been in high spirits, especially upon learning that he had a grandson, who had also found a commendable girlfriend, an auspicious turn of events. He had risen early that day, waiting in the courtyard, pondering why his family had not yet arrived and what could possibly delay their meal. Reclining in his chair, he felt an urgent longing. At his age, he yearned for more descendants to bring blessings. Yet, his lineage had been a solitary line for generations, and there were moments he feared that his family line had come to an end, only to be pleasantly surprised by new life. Father, we've arrived. Gu Jiang and Tu Lanwan greeted the elder as they entered the courtyard. The elder, trembling slightly as he grasped Tu Lanjuan's hand, sighed, Zhuanzi, I have wronged you. I hope you can forgive me. Father, I hold no grievances against you. I have never blamed you. This was a heartfelt truth from Tu Lanwan. For those who emerge from the depths of hardship often take promises to heart. Ah, so this is my eldest grandson. Come, let grandfather have a good look. The elder clasped Gu Tong's hand, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed upon his grandson. The afternoon unfolded in reminiscence and anticipation, during which Gu Tong discovered his newfound ability to freely wield his mind-reading skill. He was reluctant to employ such a talent among family and friends, finding no novelty in it, and felt a certain aversion to relying on this method. Dinner was shared with the elder, and afterward, Gu Jiang and Tu Lanwan engaged him in conversation, taking the opportunity to outline the details and timeline for Gu Tong's impending marriage. The elder was elated and advised Gu Jiang and Tu Lanwan not to underestimate the prospective bride due to her modest position. If possible, they should make a personal visit to formally propose. If Gu Jiang was unable to attend, he insisted that Lanwan go in his stead, emphasizing the importance of propriety. The elder held no prejudices regarding social status. As long as a person was decent and just, they were worthy. Gu Jiang took the opportunity to report on all of Gu Tong's achievements since entering the workforce. Upon hearing about his son saving an entire village, the elder clapped in approval. When he learned of Yu Qing Han braving a torrential downpour and risking injury from falling rocks to rescue a busload of people, he praised her fervently, exclaiming, "Well done. A woman's valor rivals that of any man." He expressed his desire for Yu Qing Han to be reassigned to a more significant role, asserting that such an exceptional female officer should not be overlooked simply for marrying into their family. The elder's words were a directive that Gu Jiang grasped intuitively. "Sister-in-law, what did you graduate from?" Gu Yuan asked casually while peeling fruit for Yu Qing Han. "I studied law. Back then, I wasn't as diligent as your brother, who didn't assist me, so I only managed to get into Southwest University of Political Science and Law. After graduation, I returned to Lanhe," she replied, glancing playfully at Gu Tong. In truth, Yu Qing Han was being modest. She had been an exemplary student in her class, but in the presence of someone like Gu Tong, she felt an unspoken inferiority. On this particular day, for Yu Qing Han, it felt akin to taking a flight, with moments of ascent and descent. As she lay on a soft bed that night, contemplating the possibility of soon relocating to the capital, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. During her encounter with Gu Tong in Shiping Township, she had already leaned towards marrying Wang Pengfei, as they were at least a match in terms of social standing. However, upon seeing the object of her affections from her school days, she could no longer suppress the tumult of emotions within her. A passionate love, that is the essence of the youth I yearn for, and the life I aspire to lead. She was an innocent soul, and little did she expect that fate would bestow upon her such a delightful union. The demand for the Qingchang tea machines surged, with all retail stores selling out the newly arrived stock within a week. The streets buzzed with discussions about whether tap water affects health. Moreover, the purified water companies seemed to revel in this discourse, intentionally fanning the flames of controversy. This issue, at its core, is a genuine scientific inquiry, rather than mere fabrication. And even some experts found themselves unable to vehemently oppose it. At most, they would claim that the impact of tap water on human health is negligible. Yet, negligible does not equate to non-existent. This statement spread like wildfire through the city. Gu Tong's promotional strategy was a subtle maneuver that harmed no one's interests. Rather, it could potentially create a communal benefit. Director Wu called again, this time with an additional 10 million. Wu Wei raised her head, feeling the tension once more. Chapter 42. A familiar encounter in a foreign land. The efficacy of modern management was evident. Each team fulfilled its duties, and productivity was consistently breaking through previous limits. Director Ning, we can now produce 500 tea machines daily, alongside 300 health pots and 300 tea brewers. We must expedite our recruitment, and if conditions allow, I believe we should expand our production capacity further, reported the head of the production department to Ning Lily. Let us prioritize hiring. Establishing a production line is not an overnight task. I will discuss this with the county. At the very least, we must prepare for land acquisition, Ning Lily replied, glancing at the orders in her hands, which extended into March of the following year. By the way, Director Lee, please refrain from accepting any new orders, if absolutely necessary. Do not collect deposits. We will reassess the situation in February based on our actual capacity. If production cannot keep pace, an unrelenting pursuit of efficiency will inevitably compromise quality. Once the departmental heads had departed, Ning Lily sat in her chair, once again perusing the record of the recent 10 million transfer. 60,000 automatic water boiling tea machines. What was Huang Chengfeng planning? She promptly dialed Gu Tong's number. Upon hearing the inquiry, Gu Tong was not surprised. Which option is more advantageous for him? Purchasing tea machines with complimentary purified water or offering purified water with complimentary tea machines? With this question, Ning Lily grasped the distinction. There is a fundamental difference between passively capitalizing on a market and actively seeking to expand it. After Gu Tong ended the call, she realized that what she had anticipated would take until year-end to alleviate the financial strain had, unexpectedly, resulted in several million in the account within just a month. After a brief conversation with Chu Qingying, the tone of the beautiful secretary was rather unfriendly. "What is the matter? Shouldn't you be enjoying a trip with your lovely wife instead of calling me?" The acidity in her tone was discernible to Gu Tong, and the other half was perceptible to Xie Bingyan, for she too felt the sting. Gu Tong hastily shifted the topic, mentioning the electronics factory's impending expansion, which would necessitate at least 2 plots of land. At this juncture, acquiring land was relatively feasible, especially given the factory's proximity to the county town, where industrial land was abundant, particularly due to several state-owned enterprises having shuttered in recent years. However, in the next decade, after the widespread implementation of satellite law enforcement, land management would become increasingly stringent. The land previously occupied by the distillery had remained barren for 7 or 8 years. Would it be suitable? Chu Qingying was well acquainted with the county's circumstances. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for you to discuss this with County Head Wei Min, as he would have the most accurate insights regarding land matters. After conversing with Chu Qingying, Gu Tong was about to conclude the call and dial Zhang Weimin. Suddenly, Chu Qingying, seemingly displeased, inquired if he would eventually introduce them to his parents. With that, she hung up, leaving both her and Xie Bingyan in a somewhat somber mood. "You should not have asked him," Xie Bingyan remarked, aware of Gu Tong's background, which was beyond their social sphere. "I couldn't help myself. I truly couldn't." Chu Qingying lamented, lying on her bed with a vacant expression. Her mind was a tangled mess, yet pressing business matters loomed. Zhang Weimin, possessing an intimate knowledge of the county's industrial land, ultimately proposed a solution to Gu Tong. "As you prepare for further production capacity expansion, even the land from the distillery may prove insufficient. I suggest you also lease the adjacent abandoned canned goods factory and fruit processing plant, which would save you the hassle of future approvals." Upon hearing this, Gu Tong felt a surge of joy. With these 2 additional plots, he need not worry about production capacity for the next 2 to 3 years. The first batch of product from Qingcheng Electronics enjoyed a first-mover advantage, yet soon enough, small workshops from the Jiangsu-Shanghai region would spring into action as such products lacked any significant technological barrier, making mass production merely a matter of time. During the 7-day National Day holiday, Gu Tong took Yu Qinghan and Gu Yuan on a tour of the bustling metropolis, with throngs of tourists at every attraction. Yet the trio remained in high spirits. "Sister-in-law, I must confess, I grew up in the capital and have never visited these sites. As a child, I only ventured to 2 or 3 places," Gu Yuan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as she clung to Yu Qinghan's arm, chattering incessantly along the way. Gu Tong observed this newly acquainted sister, feeling an innate closeness stemming from their shared bloodline. However, even the sturdiest of bodies could not endure continuous excursions, and by the 5th day, Yu Qinghan and Gu Yuan opted to stay home, too fatigued to venture out. Gu Tong, however, was still yearning for more. With memories of his past life, he gazed upon the present-day capital with a unique perspective. As he boarded the bus heading towards the prestigious Beijing University, he peered through the window at the towering skyscrapers, the hurried office workers, and the curious tourists who excitedly admired the city's landscape. Next stop, Anha Bridge. The bus's announcement jolted Gu Tong from his reverie. He quickly made his way to the rear door, only to find a woman also preparing to disembark. Their shoulders brushed, and Gu Tong promptly apologized. Upon stepping off the bus, as he was about to walk away, the woman grasped his arm firmly. "Are you planning to flee after bumping into someone, Secretary Gu?" When he turned to look, he was astonished to find a familiar face. Though the two had only met once, the impression remained indelibly etched in their minds. Yan Qingyu removed her sunglasses. The October air in the capital was slightly crisp, and her lightweight trench coat fluttered gently in the breeze. Gazing upon her graceful visage, Gu Tong smiled faintly and extended his hand. "Greetings, Teacher Yan." Unsure of how to address her, he settled on the term teacher for the moment. Encountering one another in the capital felt serendipitous. "How about we take a stroll together, Secretary Gu?" Yan Qingyu felt a distinct fondness for this young and handsome township official, the profound impact of that song still lingering in her soul. A gentle breeze caressed them as they walked along the pathway by the tranquil Shaoqing River. engaging in light conversation while observing the placid waters. It turned out that Yin Xingyu was originally from the capital, her home nearby, but her work often took her to the region of Zhejiang. Children played on the verdant lawns, while elderly individuals entertained with the eru and recited quick-paced storytelling. Inhaling the fragrant aura of the enchanting woman beside him, Tong felt an overwhelming sense of serenity. Beauty, picturesque scenery. Only a beautiful melody was missing. Look, that boy is proposing. Yin Xingyu pointed ahead. Tong turned to see a young man on one knee, a guitar beside him, holding a bouquet of flowers and gazing earnestly at the girl before him. The girl appeared flustered, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Qian, will you be my girlfriend? The girl furrowed her brow, glancing nervously at the crowd of onlookers. Could you give me some time? Tong felt relieved for the young man. At least the girl hadn't uttered the dreaded phrase. You are a nice person. As long as no nice guy card was issued, hope remained. However, the young man seemed eager to press the girl for an answer. At that moment, Tong stepped forward. My friend, may I sing a song with your guitar? Yin Xingyu's eyes sparkled, and the crowd, drawn by the unfolding drama, began to gather. The boy appeared perplexed, but the initial surge of passion and courage quickly ebbed away. Although slightly vexed, he, possessing good manners, handed the guitar to Tong. The girl looked on in confusion as she unconsciously clutched the boy's arm. The boy shivered, incredulous at the sight of the girl, his heart swelling with joy. Tong perched on the edge of a flower bed, casting a glance at the charming Yin Xingyu, the expectant crowd surrounding them, and the young couple lost in their own world. The distant breeze from the Qing River returned, accompanied by the sound of the eru and children's laughter, evoking memories of past sorrows and desolation. Tong's right hand danced swiftly over the guitar's body, mimicking the rhythm of a drumbeat. Then, the strings resonated, and a poignant prelude began, one that even dogs would lament. Yin Xingyu's long-sealed heartstrings were thoroughly plucked, leaving the boy entranced as he gazed at the girl, who mirrored his gaze. The crowd pulled out their phones to record the moment, yet no one dared to utter a sound. Some even closed their eyes, lost in the ethereal beauty of the music. A deep, melancholic voice filled the air, rich with emotion and poignant lyrics. Allow me to behold you once more, traversing from south to north, as if blinded by the encircling ring road. Pray, recount the tale again about that day. Yin Xingyu held a particular fondness for folk songs. Yet this particular melody was one she had never encountered before. It was an original piece, his very own composition. As the harmonious notes filled the air, the men and women surrounding her became ensnared in their own reminiscences, those poignant regrets, those missed encounters. Some things, once gone awry, cannot be reclaimed. Some individuals, once passed by, shall never cross paths again. A few middle-aged women discreetly dabbed at the tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. The young man embraced the young woman at her waist, and she offered no resistance, instead leaning her head gently against him. I am acutely aware that those summers, much like you, shall never return. I find I can no longer harbor expectations for anyone. I comprehend that this world is laden with countless regrets each day. Thus, I bid you hello and farewell. The melody concluded, yet the audience remained. After a prolonged moment, fervent applause erupted, handing the guitar to the boy, whose expression was one of reverence and gratitude. Tong stepped forward. Let the regrets of past lives be compensated in this present existence. Yin Xingyu gazed at the man beside her, countless times contemplating inquiries, yet ultimately refraining from voicing them. After exchanging contact details, she had initially intended to invite this captivating man to share a meal. However, her shyness prevented her from uttering the invitation. Upon returning home, Yin Xingyu hastily transcribed the unknown folk song on a paper and then added Tong on QQ. Before long, a voice recording emerged in the group chat, annotated as a treasure of a folk song discovered by chance at on a bridge. Upon listening, she found it quite delightful. On the morning of the 6th, Tu Lanjun rose early to prepare dumplings, while Yu Qinghan, since arriving in the capital, had been rising at dawn each day. The prospective mother-in-law and daughter-in-law enjoyed a harmonious time together, and upon closer observation, Tu Lanjun was pleasantly surprised to discover that her future daughter-in-law was quite the skilled cook. After breakfast, Gu Tong and Yu Qinghan took the same vehicle toward the train station. Yu Qinghan turned back to glance at the three individuals lingering at the door, reluctant to retreat indoors, and felt a wave of emotion. On the train, the enchanting woman rested her head upon Gu Tong's shoulder. Initially, she had presumed that in a family as prominent as his, there would be numerous rules and a certain emotional distance. However, she found this notion to be utterly unfounded. Yu Qinghan finally released the tension that had gripped her heart, realizing that she was the one pursuing Gu Tong. Observing this increasingly accomplished man, she felt a pang of anxiety. After this journey to the capital, she resolved to keep her feelings close to her heart. The next step would be to consider how to communicate with her parents. Ning Xiaoxiao stood amidst the desolate expanse of the Anzhou Economic Development Zone, where the landscape was barren, overgrown with weeds, and littered with broken bricks and stones. Xie Bingyan felt a touch of embarrassment. You may laugh, but despite being established for so many years, we still lack a single respectable enterprise. For us, perhaps this is a virtue. At least there is ample space. Ning Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. General Manager Ning, apart from the new energy storage equipment, are there plans to launch any other projects? Xie Bingyan had heard whispers from the provincial authorities that this remarkable lady executive seemed to be brewing some new initiative. Ning Xiaoxiao, taken aback, turned her gaze towards Xie Bingyan. Upon witnessing the expression on the other person's face, Xie Bingyan realized that the news was not unfounded. Mayor Xie, your sources of information are astute. Nothing escapes your notice. The formidable businesswoman sighed softly. Bingyan, to be candid, I have begun to regret the investment in this new energy base. Why is that? The investment period is prolonged, and the returns are sluggish. More importantly, I had initially focused on the 863 program, Ning Xiaoxiao replied, a hint of gloom lingering on her brow. The year 2006 marked the inception of the significant 863 program for electric vehicles, alongside numerous plans within the realm of new energy. In fact, last year, Ning Xiaoxiao had already caught wind of the project's preparations, primarily aimed at aligning with several major domestic automobile manufacturers. Prior to this, I had met with these car manufacturers, and they all had plans for developing new energy vehicles. However, I have recently heard some internal news. What news? Xie Bingyan inquired. These car companies are preparing to develop their own energy storage devices. Ning Xiaoxiao's face fell. If that were the case, even if the base were constructed and commenced operations, marketability would remain a significant issue. Really? Is that plausible? How could companies focused on automotive development divert their energy to research lithium batteries? Xie Bingyan expressed her surprise, a flicker of unease stirring within her. The ultimate goal of attracting investment is to ensure the survival and growth of enterprises. Yet, as Ning Xiaoxiao suggested, the product from the new energy base might soon face market challenges. So, you're exploring new projects in various places? Xie Bingyan suddenly understood. Indeed, I am seeking potential projects that could align with this one or compensate for the anticipated losses. If new avenues cannot be found, losses are inevitable. For now, all we can do is minimize the damage. Upon returning to the hotel, Ning Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and gazed out at the urban landscape, suddenly reminded of her sister. Some find joy while others bear sorrow. She was mired in worries, while Ning Lily seemed to flourish. Lost in her thoughts, she dialed Ning Lily's number. Sister? Is there something you need? Ning Lily sounded quite occupied, with the cacophony of machinery and the shouts of workers merging into a vivid picture of busyness. Is it wrong to call you if there's nothing pressing? I'm feeling troubled and wanted to chat with you. There is nothing I cannot share with my sister. Ning Lily moved to a quieter spot, listening as her sister slowly voiced her heavy concerns. What? Are these car manufacturers out of their minds? That may be an overstatement. From a perspective of overall performance in new energy vehicles, integrating the power system into the vehicle's development is not erroneous. The mistake lies in my own arrogance. Ning Xiaoxiao lamented. I don't quite understand these matters either. Perhaps you could consult Gu Tong? He possesses valuable insights on these issues. Just look at the current state of the electronics factory. To be honest, several of our products' designs, both in appearance and functionality, are his creations. Although Ning Lily wasn't well-versed in new energy topics, she was quite knowledgeable about Tong. After ending the call, Ning Xiaoxiao felt a slight alleviation of her burdens. Standing before the window, she gazed at the shimmering lights outside, repeatedly murmuring, Tong? Tong? Chapter 44. Love requires action after Tong escorted Yu Qinghan home. She was drawn into a sumptuous dinner by her future in-laws. During the meal, every time Yu Liang inquired about Tong's family, he was met with a swift intervention from Yu Qinghan. The father, perplexed by his daughter's intentions, assumed that something was amiss in her future son-in-law's household. As the dinner concluded and Tong departed, Yu Liang could no longer contain his curiosity. "My dear daughter, what was that all about tonight? Can't a father inquire about his future son-in-law's situation?" "Oh, Dad, I'm doing this for your sake. Just have a sip of water and wait until Mom finishes washing the dishes. Then I'll explain everything," Yu Qinghan replied with a smile. "How intriguing. I'm eager to discover what has transpired," Yu Liang mused, his thoughts swirling as he observed his daughter's graceful demeanor. From a parental perspective, all they wished was for their daughter to marry into a good family, to avoid hardship, and to enjoy a life of ease. They held a favorable view of Tong, appreciating both his appearance and abilities, which aligned with their criteria for a son-in-law. Yet, there lingered a singular concern. His family background appeared rather modest. This was the only reservation in Yu Liang's heart. At last, when his wife emerged from the kitchen, he urged, "Come on, hurry up. It's time to hear our daughter's story." Yu Qinghan rolled her eyes, realizing her father mistakenly believed she was about to weave a fanciful tale. "Mom, Dad, please try to remain calm and composed. Do not react with shock or disbelief. What I am about to share is rather extraordinary." Yu Qinghan was still slightly apprehensive, mindful of Yu Liang's high blood pressure. "Let us do a few deep breaths together. Oh dear, will you get to the point? Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, your mother and I would not be surprised." "Really? No worries, just trust me." At that moment, Yu Qinghan picked up the remote control and switched on the television. The news broadcast had already concluded, and with a spirit of experimentation, she tuned into a military channel. To her astonishment, she found exactly the person she was looking for. "Mom and Dad, look, this is my future father-in-law," Yu Qinghan exclaimed, pointing at Gu Jiang on the screen. Yu Liang glanced at the television, then at his wife, who mirrored his expression. In unison, they burst into laughter. "Daughter, spare us the storytelling and get to the point. It's all right. We know the Gu family's situation is modest. As long as he truly cares for you." Yu Liang could only say so much before Yu Qinghan produced a photograph. In the image, two elders sat at the center, and the man was unmistakably the same as the one on the news. Not merely similar, he was identical. "Hurry, medication." After a prolonged moment, with the assistance of his daughter and wife, Yu Liang finally composed himself. "My dear girl, this is not a surprise. It's a shock. I told you to prepare yourselves mentally, yet you refused to believe me." Yu Qinghan's playful demeanor prompted her mother to embrace her affectionately. "Dear, can our family truly match such a prominent lineage?" Now, it was Yu Liang who felt uncertain, aware of the vast disparity between their families. It was then that Yu Qinghan began to recount her experiences in the capital. Yu Liang was somewhat exhilarated. "My dear daughter, do you know? We grew up listening to the stories of your grandfather. Is he in good health now? His condition was not great before. But I heard that Tong has returned home and is preparing for marriage, which has greatly improved his spirits. He even called Aunt Wan today and mentioned that grandfather had 2 bowls of rice." Yu Qinghan was already in the process of transitioning her identity. "Moreover, I may have to relocate to the capital after my marriage." This revelation did not particularly astonish Yu Liang and his wife. "Yes, this is inevitable. Do you know where you will be moving?" At this point, Yu Liang no longer needed to concern himself with trivial matters such as his daughter's future, rank, or benefits. Prior to this, such considerations seemed daunting even to Yu Liang. However, once she entered the Gu family, these concerns ceased to be issues. "I'm not sure. Grandfather said I should go to a practical place, insisting that I am a talent who must not be overlooked." At this juncture, a glimmer of light sparkled in Yu Qinghan's eyes. Truly, he is an esteemed elder. His perspective is distinct from ours. After Yu Liang spoke, He seemed poised to say more, but found it difficult to articulate. Yu Qinghan smiled gently. Mom and Dad, Gu Tong plans to buy you both a house in the capital before the end of the year. He said that since I am your only daughter, once Dad retires next year, you should move to the capital so I can take care of you. A look of sheer happiness illuminated Yu Qinghan's face. That man was indeed worthy of her utmost affection. Oh, does Younggu have that much money? Your father and I have savings. We can finance it ourselves. No need. Gu Tong had discreetly informed her that he had previously won a lottery, and he also held shares in the local electronics factory, albeit under someone else's name. Yu Qinghan felt reluctant to let Gu Tong spend his money, yet upon sharing this detail, Gu Tong insisted that she was being too formal. After dinner, Yu Qinghan excused herself to take a walk, meandering until she arrived at Gu Tong's dormitory. He was tidying up the room, and she had previously mentioned that after dinner, she would discuss the matter of moving to the capital with her parents before fulfilling her duties as a wife. This lovely partner bore a past burden that perhaps rivaled her own. Yu Qinghan's greatest virtue was her kindness. It was also her greatest flaw. Gu Tong felt this deeply. He sensed that, in her interactions with him, there was always a hint of insecurity. When Gu Tong resolved to pursue a relationship with Yu Qinghan, he had already prepared himself to cherish this sweet, gentle girl for a lifetime. In truth, I felt quite inferior when I was pursuing you. I always thought my education and work capabilities paled in comparison to yours. After my recent visit to the capital, I felt even more inadequate. Gu Tong, promise me you won't leave me, all right? Yu Qinghan adored this man, from their school days to the present. She had always dreamed of being with him. Now, as dreams materialized into reality, their love deepened. Leave? That's absurd. You need to bear at least 7 or 8 children before thinking of leaving. Am I Sao? How can you speak so casually? Yu Qinghan playfully retorted, utterly exhausted. After a phone call with Yu Yang, she was surprised that her parents did not voice any concerns upon hearing that she was helping Gu Tong tidy his room. The night in Anzhou was tranquil and cool. As October had already arrived, Ning Xiaoxiao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, with eyes wide open or closed. The figure of Gu Tong lingered in her mind. The words of her sister seemed enchanted. Ever since their phone call, her thoughts were consumed by Gu Tong. Could it be that he was the one to break the impasse? Ning Xiaoxiao made a resolute decision and, lost in contemplation, fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 45. Lu Pei has changed Super Brother. Why are you alone? A bespectacled young man gently tapped Zhang Chao on the shoulder. With bleary eyes, Zhang Chao looked up, bewildered. Super Brother, this isn't like you. After all, you're a well-known figure in our Lanhe. If you have troubles, share them with your brothers. I'm sure we can be of assistance. The young man regarded the intoxicated Zhang Chao with a hint of curiosity. In a county, the leaders of the 4 major departments were already at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. These privileged young men had been born with a golden key. As long as they remained in Lanhe, they could summon both wind and rain at will. Zhang Chao, whom he had encountered several times before, was known for his avarice and arrogance. Yet now, he resembled a dejected dog, utterly despondent. However, if he proved useful, the young man was still willing to toss him a bone. The Investment Promotion Bureau had previously been a mere administrative office with around 20 staff members, as there were hardly any enterprises in the county. Recently, however, the county had attracted numerous projects, with reliable sources indicating a total investment of around 100 million. Everyone was eyeing this substantial opportunity. Even being able to sip a drop of soup from the grand feast would be a remarkable achievement. Yet, the county had decided to exclude the Investment Promotion Bureau from involvement. Director Lu Jun had previously been quite active, believing that the secretary and county head would allow him to oversee the investment's implementation. But just days later, the county issued a document establishing a county-level investment promotion leadership group, a temporary deliberative and coordinating body, with the secretary as its head and County Mayor Zhang Weimin as the deputy leader. This arrangement drew little dissent, as the party committee held ultimate authority. The secretary would oversee the major project while the county head handled the specifics. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the daily operations of investment promotion were entirely assigned to the leadership group's office, with the office director being none other than Gu Tong, the secretary of Dongfu Town. This was quite vexing. The other bureau directors were somewhat indifferent, as investment promotion did not significantly concern them. However, Lu Jun was particularly distressed. What seemed like a sure thing had suddenly changed. When the top leader was in a foul mood, those beneath him suffered the consequences, and even Zhang Chao, who had previously been quite carefree in the bureau, found himself facing reprimands more frequently. Yet, this was not the primary source of Zhang Chao's distress. Today, Liu Pei unexpectedly returned to the Investment Promotion Bureau, and he suddenly noticed that she had become even more alluring. Driven by desire, he trailed behind her, hoping to seize an opportunity to flirt, only to find that Liu Pei went directly to Lu Jun's office. The very Lu Jun, who had always been a fierce figure to them, and who had never once acknowledged Liu Pei, was now actively preparing tea for her, inquiring about her well-being with an air of obsequiousness. This alone was not too troubling. He felt a twinge of jealousy. However, when Liu Pei concluded her business and prepared to leave, he kindly approached her to offer a greeting. To his dismay, she shot him a cold glance and uttered 3 words. That single word shattered the remnants of his pride and confidence. Liu Pei coldly regarded him and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Chao had sequestered himself in his office for an entire afternoon, grappling with the perplexity of how that insufferable individual, who had previously implored him for assistance in securing a minor position, could dare to treat him with such disdain. Was it merely due to that Tong? "Brother Chao, she is just a woman, is she not? Women are but garments. One can simply seek another. Zhou Kong, you do not comprehend. You are oblivious to the essence of love." Despite being inebriated, Zhang Chao could still discern that the figure before him was Zhou Kong, a well-known contractor in the county. His father had amassed numerous projects during his tenure. "Brother Chao, just say the word. I am here to assist you. It is merely a woman. If need be, I could even tie her to the bed," Zhou Kong remarked with a grin. Recently, he had been scouring for information on several projects in the county, but to no avail. Upon encountering Zhang Chao, a new idea sparked in his mind. Having contributed significantly to the Zhang family, it was only fitting that this young man lend a hand. After all, he was affiliated with the Investment Bureau and surely had some connections. After indulging in a bath and a massage, Zhang Chao finally regained some clarity. Reclining in the massage chair, he engaged in a casual conversation with Zhou Kong, though his thoughts lingered on Liu Pei. Alas, that woman was truly exceptional, even if he felt powerless in her presence. "Brother Chao, do you have any news from your end?" Zhou Kong inquired. "None. These projects are managed by the investment office, and our director cannot intervene. Except for my ex-girlfriend, alas. Isn't this an opportunity?" Zhou Kong's expression brightened. He then summoned a lively hostess, as Zhang Chao's sorrowful heart found a modicum of solace. Through their fragmented dialogue, Zhou Kong gleaned the essence of the situation. It appeared that this fellow had been jilted by a woman who, after their separation, had swiftly returned to her former lover, now thriving in a position of substantial authority. Liu Pei, it seemed imperative to track this woman down. Realizing that Zhang Chao had little to offer, Zhou Kong deemed it unnecessary to squander more time on him. As Zhang Chao closed his eyes in indulgence, Zhou Kong stealthily departed. He believed himself to be undetected, yet as he turned to leave, Zhang Chao's gaze pierced through the narrow slit of his eyelids, revealing a glimmer of profound insight. Liu Pei was currently thriving and fulfilled, not merely in a spiritual sense. Beyond her hierarchical duties, she was responsible for hosting a steady stream of investors arriving in Lanhe. Hailing from a modest background, she had struggled to find employment, and after securing a job, her earnings, once taxes and bills were deducted, left her with little to spare. When she was with Tong, they could only afford to dine at humble roadside eateries, gazing longingly at the more prestigious establishments in the county. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Now, she traversed between restaurants daily. Tong had entrusted her with the reception of all matters, with just one stipulation: ensure the investors were satisfied. "Aren't you concerned I might overspend?" Liu Pei cautiously queried Tong. "Just you?" was all Tong replied before departing. His confidence was not merely in Liu Pei, but in himself. How could one person undergo such a transformation? While changes in demeanor and charisma could be understandable, Could such a metamorphosis occur in other aspects as well? Lu Pei gazed at the elegant curve of the man's back, her body aflame with warmth. Upon returning to her office, she found someone waiting for her. This was not surprising. In recent days, countless individuals had sought her regarding various projects. Yet, she cherished everything she had. Director Liu, I am Zhou Kong, the head of Success Construction Company. Zhou Kong's eyes brightened at the sight of the striking woman before him. No wonder Zhang Chao was infatuated. She was indeed captivating. With a generous bosom and a shapely figure, Zhou Kong was here on official business, and he discreetly scanned the room, suppressing any inappropriate expression. What can I assist you with? If this pertains to the project, I must clarify that I am not the one to make decisions here. Lu Pei's expression was stern, already exhibiting a hint of authority. Since her transfer to this position, she had not missed a second of the Lanhe news each evening, meticulously analyzing every move of Chu Qingying. Zhou Kong adopted a humble demeanor, subtly conveying his request. As Lu Pei observed Zhou Kong turning to leave her office, she noticed something he had intentionally dropped on the floor, causing a flicker of hesitation within her. Her mind seemed to grapple fiercely with conflicting thoughts. In Chapter 46, seizing the opportunity for reform, Zhou Kong sat in the driver's seat, a mix of embarrassment and fury on his face. That insufferable woman, utterly ungrateful. I will bring her down. Just moments ago, Lu Pei had callously discarded the gifts of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea he had presented, loudly reprimanding him and leaving him mortified. The investment promotion office consisted of only 7 or 8 individuals, all carefully selected from various agencies. Initially, they had merely accepted Lu Pei's authority verbally, yet their hearts remained unconvinced. You should have seen Director Lu's demeanor. She embodies the modern-day female Bao Gong, stern and unyielding. Previously, some believed her to be merely a product of connections, but her commanding presence suggested that fewer would dare approach her in the near future. To optimally serve investors, the county had established the Investment Promotion Office in the Economic Development Zone, which had been created 5 years prior. The zone housed a single structure, a modest 2-story building. After visiting the electronics factory, Tong returned to the office and noticed an unusual excitement among her colleagues as they discussed Lu Pei. Eavesdropping on a conversation in one office, she nodded in agreement. This woman could indeed be of use. Upon returning to her office, Lu Pei stood to check her reflection in the mirror before heading next door. Brother Chao, does that woman have any weaknesses? Zhou Kong, unable to swallow his frustration, had summoned Zhang Chao under the pretense of soaking his feet. Initially, Zhang Chao had thought Zhou Kong would face obstacles, but never anticipated Lu Pei's formidable nature. Before he could ponder further, Zhou Kong had approached him. What weaknesses could she possess? Previously, she was merely an ordinary civil servant in our unit, and now she seems to have found some advantageous connections, achieving a deputy position and acting quite impressively. Zhang Chao wore a displeased expression, but he could only speculate whether Lu Pei had ties to Tong. Given Tong's previous attitude towards Lu Pei, there was no reason to believe she would assist that woman. Then let us consider her vulnerabilities. I cannot rest until I avenge this slight. Surely, you seek retribution as well? Zhou Kong felt a surge of irritation. This scion of privilege seemed to do nothing but flaunt his charm, unable to accomplish any serious business. Zhang Chao racked his brain in vain for something of value, while his hands betrayed him, incessantly fidgeting with the masseuses attending to him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he uttered, "Her hometown is in Lui Township, and her parents are both farmers. Before we parted ways, I heard her brother was looking for a partner, but the prospective bride demanded a dowry of over 100,000, which they could not afford." Noticing Zhou Kong's growing impatience, he hurriedly added, "I just remembered. That girl works at your construction company, doesn't she?" Zhou Kong's interest peaked slightly, and he turned to inquire, "What is her name?" "I think it's Guofeng," Zhang Chao replied uncertainly, as he had little interest in Lu Pei's family circumstances. "Oh," Zhou Kong mused to himself, amused that Li Guofeng, who had put on quite a performance in his office that morning, would dare to ask for such an exorbitant dowry. He pondered whether Lu Pei had any weaknesses. Bringing her in is merely the initial step. Our subsequent services must follow suit. Therefore, My recommendation is to ensure all investment enterprises are situated within the economic development zone, Tong stated, glancing at Chu Qingying and Zhang Weiman. At that moment, a peculiar phenomenon was observed across various regions, a stark contrast in attitudes during the investment solicitation phase compared to the drastically different demeanor once enterprises were established and operational. In some cases, county officials who signed contracts would be replaced shortly thereafter, leaving businesses stranded without any point of contact for their agreements. The initial stage of service was cold and rigid, while later services were completely non-existent, leaving enterprises in despair. You make a valid point, but these companies may not remain together, one official remarked. What if disputes arise? We would have to mediate. Finally, Liu Jun, the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, found an opportunity to speak, but before he could finish, Chu Qingying chuckled. This is the current state of grassroots officials. When it comes to significant matters, they fixate on trivial profits, but when details need attention, they boast and engage in grandiloquent discussions. In 3 words, impractical. Speaking of which, the establishment of the Lanhe Economic Development Zone has been several years in the making, yet not a single enterprise is settled here. What a poignant irony. Chu Qingying paused before continuing. I do not blame everyone. After all, in recent years, the entire province, even the nation, has blindly followed the trend of establishing such meaningless development zones. However, the policies issued from above are sound. Previously, we were hindered by external constraints and internal conditions, preventing us from attracting enterprises, which in turn led to the failure of good policies to be implemented in Lanhe, thereby not yielding their positive effects. Yet today, after considerable effort, we have successfully attracted nearly 80 million in investment. At this juncture, I would like to commend Comrade Tong. Some may already be aware of this matter. Our recent investment solicitation in Zhejiang yielded significant gains for both the city and county, with the majority of the credit going to this young comrade. Many directors and township secretaries looked on in astonishment. While it was plausible for Tong to secure several projects for the county, assisting the city seemed improbable. Today's meeting, organized by the county committee, is a project implementation conference aimed at unifying the thoughts of all levels of county officials towards the paramount task of helping enterprises take root and flourish. To encourage open dialogue, Chu Qingying opted against holding the meeting in the large conference room, instead choosing a roundtable format to fully engage participants and foster collective brainstorming. The effects are manifest, and several policies are poised for promotion and implementation, prompting a flurry of opinions among the attendees. Secretary Chu and County Head Zhang. Regarding the maximum of 1 visit reform, I find it rather unrealistic. The director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau has expressed his views on this reform. But amidst a plethora of words, the core idea was grasped by Chu Qingying. The objective reasons include the lengthy internal approval process and its intricate procedures. Subjectively, there are psychological resistances from regulatory bodies towards local management, among other tacit factors. Director He's remarks hold some validity. But do any other colleagues wish to share their thoughts? Chu Qingying maintained a smile, encouraging everyone to speak freely. Secretary Chu and County Head Zhang. The push for a comprehensive and centralized reform in the government service hall seems commendable. However, the crux lies in the excessive number of involved departments and the lack of smooth coordination amongst them, which will undoubtedly diminish the effectiveness of the initiative. The directors present concurred that while the intentions are noble, even they encounter difficulties when dealing with multiple departments, often spending considerable time merely establishing connections through phone calls. Yet, to advance these initiatives, the efforts of a single unit, department, or even county are insufficient. The opinions expressed are valuable. Yet I must inform you all that this reform has been personally approved by Secretary Gong and Mayor Xie and has been sanctioned by the province. It will commence as a pilot program in our county starting this month, during which the relevant provincial and municipal superior agencies will provide full support for coordination. At this point, Chu Qingying's gaze flickered to Tong below as she continued, emphasizing the necessity for everyone to approach this reform with a heightened sense of political responsibility and historical mission. For it is a significant political task entrusted to us by the provincial and municipal leadership. Gu Tong and Chu Qingying exchanged glances. This pragmatic initiative for the people had finally emerged, a decade and more ahead of its time. Chapter 47. Turbulent waves. The response to this reform has been met with a chorus of dissent throughout the county. There are those who mock, those who ridicule, and many who harbor outright aversion and rejection. Some individuals have previously thrived on such approval processes, and with the ultimate goal of reform achieved, they would find themselves stripped of even this modicum of power. They may as well go hungry, for in my view, those who lack experience are unreliable in their undertakings. Reform? It could very well lead to their own demise. Indeed, what experience does one possess at such a young age to meddle in affairs? In a private room on the second floor of the dining establishment, Wang Pengfei relished the complaints wafting in from next door. This evening, he had specifically invited Zhang Chao for a small gathering. Despite both being prominent second-generation figures in the county, Wang had always looked down upon Zhang Chao as timidity. Do you wish to eliminate him? Isn't that a given? Do you not desire it as well? Zhang Chao replied, his smile lacking genuine warmth. When the walls fall, the crowd pushes, the timing is ripe, but evidence is necessary. Do you not have any leads? Wang Pengfei cast a sinister glance at Zhang Chao. This man is no fool. Wang had heard rumors that this individual could not keep his partner, who had gone back to her ex-boyfriend. I will make inquiries. Let us see if he has any connections with the two enterprises introduced by Dong Fu. I refuse to believe he is as innocent as he claims. Zhang Chao said bitterly. Indeed, your perspective provides a certain insight. Very well, I shall take charge of this matter, while you are responsible for the search. If it proves fruitless, even if it means resorting to underhanded tactics, we must act decisively. Wang Pengfei felt a surge of resentment at the mere thought of Gu Tong. Yu Tian had not seen Gu Tong in quite some time. The contrast was striking. Regardless of any disdain he might harbor, the current Gu Tong was no longer someone he could easily contend with. Receiving a call from Wang Pengfei caught him somewhat off guard. However, he did not reject the invitation from this wealthy heir. After all, his son was still unemployed at home, and one could not dismiss the possibility of obtaining a position within the family business of a tycoon. Director He, it is an honor to finally meet you, Wang Pengfei exclaimed, his face adorned with a broad smile. As the head of the Discipline Inspection Office, Director He was indeed a cadre of significant stature, potentially destined for higher office, perhaps even as a township mayor one day. Yu Tian glanced at Zhang Chao, recognizing him to a degree but not well acquainted. He had merely heard of a recent altercation between him and Gu Tong. With a newfound understanding, he sensed that this meal would be rather enjoyable. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Pengfei noticed that Yu Tian's initial caution had dissipated, allowing for a more relaxed conversation. Director He, I've heard that Gu Tong from Dongfu once served under your supervision, Wang Pengfei remarked, deliberately insinuating that his relationship with Gu Tong was rather ordinary. As the alcohol took effect, Yu Tian gradually opened up, revealing long-held grievances against Gu Tong. Wang Pengfei listened intently while serving Yu Tian more food. The respect shown by this affluent heir delighted Yu Tian, leading to increasingly pointed criticisms of Gu Tong. Yet, after a lengthy discourse, he found no substantial points to exploit. An hour later, Yu Tian had succumbed to inebriation and was escorted away. Wang Pengfei regarded Zhang Chao, his fingers rhythmically drumming on the table. Zhang Chao seemed to sense his discontent and offered him a cigarette, stating, "It's not entirely fruitless. At least we know this fellow lacks any significant background, merely having earned Zhang Weiman's favor through a single case." Wang Pengfei pondered this revelation. It had merit. Zhou Kong sat back in his office chair, his head held high, exuding satisfaction. Since Li Guofeng began associating with Zhou Kong, she had been granted both wealth and gifts. However, she understood that such affluent patrons often regarded her as a mere plaything. For a woman of her kind, seizing opportunities was paramount. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Zhou Kong's thoughts drifted back to that detestable woman who had humiliated him in public. Yet to this day, he had no effective strategy to counter her. Your skills are indeed worth 100,000. Quite impressive. But what if you were to marry? What would happen to my thoughts of you? Zhou Kong said with a sly smile. Even if I marry, I will still belong to you. You cannot disregard me. Li Guofeng pouted, displaying a demeanor her devoted admirer had never witnessed. By the way, how is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? Should it succeed, I could offer you not just 100,000, but even 200,000. Zhou Kong lit a cigarette and casually inquired. Rest assured, I've spoken with him. The bride price can be negotiable, but he must secure a major project for me. Lu Chong will have no choice but to comply, or else I'll refuse to marry him. Were it not for his honest demeanor, I would not consider him at all. In Li Guofeng's worldview, money held greater importance than any relationship. Zhou Kong took a brief respite, preparing to rise and don his clothing when an offhand remark from Li Guofeng startled him. You know, some people lead vastly different lives. Just a few days ago, I had dinner with a friend from the bank, and it turns out that a young township secretary possesses over 4 million yuan. Remarkable, isn't it? Which township secretary? Zhou Kong was momentarily taken aback and immediately turned to inquire. Who else but Gu Tong? I hear he's quite handsome and affluent. Li Guofeng continued, oblivious to Zhou's surprise. Her nature, fixated on wealth and profit, suggested that as long as the money was right, she could be treated as less than human. When Zhang Chao received Zhou Kong's call, he was already in slumber, wearing an expression of discontent. Before long, Wang Pengfei's phone rang. At the Zhao Xianglu tea shop, Wang Pengfei, with his arm around Zhang Chao's shoulder, gave a thumbs up. You truly have a knack for uncovering things. Zhang Chao smiled, sipping his drink. In recent days, he had cast a wide net, seeking connections to inquire about Gu Tong. And Zhou Kong's revelation had illuminated his path. Have you clarified the source of that 4 million? Wang Pengfei cautiously probed. What more is there to investigate? You know his background, an orphan raised by a single mother. How could he suddenly come into 4 million? And why would it be sent to the owner of that electronics factory? There's certainly something amiss. In my opinion, this reeks of typical collusion between officials and businessmen. Zhang Chao's confidence eased the last of Wang Pengfei's lingering apprehensions. This simplifies matters. We can directly approach someone from the city. It is said the officials there are quite satisfied with this so-called reform. This fellow has stirred up too many troubles, presenting us with a golden opportunity. After a moment's thought, Wang Pengfei made several phone calls in front of Zhang Chao. The following day, as Gu Tong polished his manuscript, he received a call from Chidalong. Secretary Gu, 2 strangers have been inquiring about you, visiting Yeshigu village and the construction sites of those 2 enterprises. What do you think? Gu Tong hung up the phone, gazing at the dense night outside, feeling a weight of oppression. Some individuals were becoming restless. Ning Jiao Jiao, after ending her call, observed her sister's troubled expression. You guessed correctly. It seems anyone who has interacted with Gu Tong receives this call. But where did Gu Tong acquire such wealth? Could be. Ning Lily was taken aback. The caller had not mentioned anything about money, indicating that the origin of all this was indeed the 4 million. Originally, Ning Xiao had come to Lanhe to seek Gu Tong's assistance in resolving her enterprise's developmental challenges. But after merely meeting her sister at the hotel, she received a call from the city's Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Chapter 48. Gu Tong has disappeared. Ning Xiao regarded Gu Tong, who appeared composed, with a hint of admiration. Aren't you afraid? The young and assertive businesswoman delicately sipped her tea, momentarily entranced by the handsome man before her. Afraid? Storm clouds gather, and winds howl, throughout history. Every reform has been a life-and-death struggle. Yet, I harbor no fear. In fact, I hope the storm intensifies. Gu Tong meticulously organized the carefully crafted materials with a stapler. Oh, why is that? Ning Xiao, inspired by the young man's fervor, felt her own recent burdens lighten as adrenaline coursed through her veins. The plight of enterprises and the public has persisted for far too long. Without delving into other matters, the businesses I and Secretary Chu have painstakingly recruited from afar have yet to complete even the procedural requirements at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. It is said that merely entertaining the bureaucrats has cost the business leaders a staggering sum of tens of thousands. This is still a key project under the direct oversight of the secretary and the county mayor. One can only imagine the difficulties faced by ordinary citizens when attempting to navigate such processes. As Gu Tong recounted these issues, a wave of unnameable anger surged within him. Yet, he had to concede that, at this juncture, such circumstances had become norm. Progress in society requires time. I have encountered similar challenges while establishing businesses in large cities. Only in Zhejiang has the situation been somewhat more favorable. Reform is not something that can be accomplished overnight. And I must admit that while your ideas are commendable, their successful implementation is fraught with difficulty. Although Ning Xiaoxiao mentally supported the reform proposals put forth by Gu Tong and Chu Qingying, the resistance was overwhelmingly formidable. In our culture, actions are heavily influenced by prevailing circumstances. However, it is evident that such momentum is currently lacking. No, I firmly believe success is inevitable, for we are backed by the people who have weathered storms and persevered, never forgetting the party's original mission, Gu Tong remarked with a smile, delivering a statement that left Ning Xiaoxiao speechless. When Xie Bingyan received a call from the provincial office, she was engrossed in reviewing the reform progress report submitted by the Lan with Secretary Geng. Who was it this time? Secretary Geng inquired, looking at Xie Bingyan, whose expression was grave. Its Deputy Secretary Su, Xie Bingyan sighed wearily. Alas, this reform involves a significant pie, and at first, everyone was caught off guard. Now, our proposal has spread throughout the province, and everyone is beginning to understand the implications. Secretary Geng, a pragmatist, rubbed his forehead but displayed no signs of regret. In the city, it's just the two of us supporting this. Others are rather ambiguous, and even if they speak kindly, many are engaged in underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Xie Bingyan expressed, her frustration evident. Mayor Xie, please coordinate with Qingying and Gu on that document and ensure my name is included, Secretary Geng stated nonchalantly. Xie Bingyan looked at him in disbelief, filled with admiration. From a future perspective, the greatest challenge of the most runs once reform is the interdepartmental data exchange, which was nearly unachievable in 2006. However, the principle of allowing data to do the traveling while minimizing the burden on the populace is commendable. Last September, the National Government Affairs Network was initiated, and last month it began to accept business operations. Although the current data flow is not optimal, it indicates that technical barriers have largely been removed. In recent days, Chu Qingying has diligently supplemented her knowledge, believing that if the reforms are pursued steadfastly, the ultimate objectives can indeed be realized. Moreover, once this reform is implemented, it will necessarily facilitate the simplification of administrative approval processes, eliminating many scientifically unsound and entirely unnecessary procedures. Gu Tong, please remember to include my name when the paper is published, she urged. In matters related to reform, regardless of scale, there will always be resistance, and Chu Qingying did not wish for Gu Tong to face these challenges alone. Gu Tong wished to express something, yet upon reflection, he realized that this matter also stood as a significant achievement for Chu Qingying. What could possibly eclipse the merit of this endeavor? Before he could exit Chu Qingying's office, he received a call from Xie Bingyan. It would be inappropriate for you to sign under Qingying's name without including mine, she insisted, struggling to find justification. What makes it inappropriate? Gu Tong inquired, bemused. If I say it's inappropriate, then it is. Just decide whether to sign or not. Xie Bingyan replied, adopting a playful tone. Reluctantly, Gu Tong acquiesced, feeling a twinge of gratitude. Even as someone reborn, he found himself uncertain about this matter. However, what surprised him more was Secretary Geng, a straightforward and pragmatic leader. In his previous life, he had a deep understanding of this official, although they never had the chance to work together. Xie Bingyan had her own thoughts. Previously, she had effectively implemented administrative management in Anzhou, yet she was acutely aware of the potential resistance this reform might encounter. After all, times had changed, and people's ideologies differed significantly from those a decade ago. She wished to help Gu Tong shoulder the risks, knowing that if dissent arose from higher-ups, she would be the first to bear the brunt. Unexpectedly, Secretary Geng was also prepared to wade into these murky waters. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet if they could advance this reform, the progress of the nation and its people would leap forward into a new era. Watching the blazing sun outside, Gu Tong felt a surge of impulsiveness. Dinner was delivered by Yu Qinghan, as Liu Pei had taken a 3-day leave due to family matters. Yu Qinghan was aware of the ongoing reform in the county, which had reportedly become the first pilot initiative in the entire province. However, to To be candid, she harbored reservations about the reform. It was solely because of Gu Tong that she chose to extend her unwavering trust. Yu Ziyue, a prominent writer for the Xinhua news agency's Jing'an branch, was somewhat taken aback when she received a call from Chu Qingying. Since her transfer to the county, the two friends had seldom met, and even a phone call felt rushed. After hearing Chu Qingying's request, Yu Ziyue excitedly opened her computer and downloaded the document sent by her friend. The opening line captivated her. It was an argument articulated with unprecedented clarity and directness. To achieve significant growth in regional economies and to markedly improve and enhance the business environment, it necessitates government leadership, social mobilization, and public participation. Above all, it is imperative to further refine and optimize the governmental service environment, thereby genuinely constructing a healthy and amicable relationship between business and government. Yu Ziyue was astounded. She perused various internal reports and political commentaries daily, yet these fresh propositions illuminated her perspective. Upon careful consideration, they seemed entirely reasonable. Only by providing the public and entrepreneurs with convenient, efficient, and fair services can they retain talent, capital, and enterprises. The principle of minimizing bureaucratic hurdles is indeed the focal point for enhancing governmental service levels, directly correlating with the public's and enterprises' sense of satisfaction and fulfillment. For articles submitted by grassroots organizations, Yu Ziyue typically undertook professional revisions, as these writings often had a high probability of being published or included in internal references. Yet, faced with such an outstanding piece, she was left with a singular sentiment: sheer admiration. Particularly, the final statement resonated profoundly with her. Upon finishing the article, she did not glance at the time and directly dialed her best friend's number. At that moment, Chu Qingying received a panic call from Yu Qinghan. What? The person has vanished? How is that even possible? Chapter 49, A Glimmer of Hope, Sister. I implore you, it's merely a project. Now that you've ascended to a significant leadership position, consider it a favor to me. Otherwise, Guofeng will not marry me. Lu Chang was on the verge of begging Lu Pei. Lu Pei glanced at her mother and brother, feeling a sense of estrangement so profound that she could scarcely perceive any familial affection. That Li Guofeng, whom she had encountered, was even more opportunistic than her former self. Moreover, as a woman herself, she could easily discern that Li was no longer an innocent maiden. However, her brother, being rather obstinate, had become infatuated with Li Guofeng and was utterly impervious to anyone's counsel. Indeed, Pei Pei, now that you hold a position of authority, do assist your brother. Lu Pei had returned home due to her mother's call, claiming she was ill, only to rush back and discover that it was all a ruse orchestrated by her mother and brother to deceive her into coming home and facilitating a project for Li Guofeng. After much persuasion, Lu Pei finally managed to escape from her home. She thought of calling Gu Tong to discuss matters, but despite repeated attempts, there was no answer. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she made several calls, yet no one knew Gu Tong's whereabouts. Upon returning to her room, she saw her brother on the phone, wearing a sycophantic expression that made it evident he was speaking with Li Guofeng. Yu Qinghan arrived in a flurry at Chu Qingying's dormitory. What was going on? How did the person suddenly go missing? Chu Qingying wore a grave expression, overshadowed by worry. They had originally planned to take a stroll by the riverside that evening. After finishing dinner, she went to his dormitory, but after knocking for quite a while, there was no response. Yu Qinghan had a key to Gu Tong's room, but he typically did not carry it with him. Reluctantly, he returned home to fetch the key. Upon unlocking the door, a sense of unease washed over him. Gu Tong was notoriously tidy, and the floor was never marked by shoe prints. However, upon entering, he discovered the lights were still on and the floor was littered with disarray. What time was it? Chu Qingying thought anxiously, yet she maintained her composure before Gu Tong, his legitimate girlfriend. Around 9 o'clock, I suppose. Yu Qingong regardait que Qingying à lifeline. She contemplated calling Gu Tong's mother, but before fully understanding the situation, she preferred to rely on her own strength to resolve the matter. At that moment, there were few surveillance devices on the streets, and communication was not as advanced as in later times. Every second counted, as it could lead to further complications. Just as Chu Qingying was speaking, Yu Qinghan's phone rang. "Mayor Yu, this is Lu Pei. Upon hearing that name, Yu Qinghan paused, and Chu Qingying looked equally astonished. Both were well aware of the situation regarding Gu Tong. After hanging up, Yu Qinghan's face darkened, while Chu Qingying was consumed by fury. Lu Pei, having ended the call, noted that her brother was no longer seeking her assistance. Moments ago, she had inadvertently overheard Li Guofeng stating that Gu Tong won't last much longer. Don't bother asking your sister. The leaders from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee have already apprehended him. Upon hearing this, Lu Pei's first reaction was disbelief, followed swiftly by sheer terror. If Gu Tong were to fall from grace, she would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind regarding the relationship between Gu Tong and Chu Qingying. However, she possessed no means to contact Chu Qingying. As a secondary option, she considered Yu Qinghan. Chu Qingying swiftly dialed Xie Bingyan's number, the beautiful mayor who had just drifted into slumber. Her voice, laced with a hint of seduction, inquired, "What is it?" "I was just falling asleep. If you don't provide a reason, I'll have to spank you." "Don't go to sleep yet. Gu Tong has been taken away by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission." Chu Qingying's words struck Xie Bingyan like a thunderclap, nearly sending the stunning mayor into a frenzy. As Gu Tong gazed at the two individuals opposite her, she couldn't help but recall her recent rebirth and her collaboration with Chunzi on a case. Who would have thought that just a few months later, she would find herself seated in an interrogation chair, her hands and feet shackled? "Secretary Gu, be honest and confess. Spare me any lottery tricks. Winning the lottery isn't as easy as you think. Who do you believe you are?" A middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor demanded sternly. "Why not investigate the bank's remittance records? That should be simple enough, right? What I say is the truth. If you don't believe me, what can I do?" Gu Tong replied with an air of indifference. "Very well, let's not dwell on that question. Instead, we shall pose another. What is your relationship with Ning Lily? Why did you transfer 4 million to her? Speak frankly, or we shall resort to harsher methods." "What relationship? We are university classmates. She asked to borrow money to start a business. Is that a crime?" Gu Tong rolled her eyes, incredulous at their lack of discernment. In this age, information may not be abundantly accessible, but with a modicum of inquiry, the truth could be unveiled. Yet, they chose to remain willfully blind. Clearly, she had become a target. One could only hope that Qinghan would promptly sense the anomaly. As long as Chu Qingying was informed, the situation would be significantly more manageable. At this moment, time was of the essence. Both parties were racing against the clock. If Gu Tong failed to confess before dawn, they would be doomed. This case was not being processed through the proper channels, and all involved bore immense risk. In a modest ecological resort in Lanhe, a room housed the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and Wang Pengfei seated across from each other. "Secretary Su, I appreciate your journey here. A small token of my gratitude," Su Zhongyi said, sliding a bulging handbag across the table. Su Zhongyi glanced at the overstuffed bag and took a delicate sip of tea. He then picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Employ some measures. We must be firm with such obstinate individuals." Gu Tong observed the electric heaters flanking her, feeling a faint sigh escape her lips. She had never imagined she would one day endure such coercive interrogation. October's weather was not particularly cold. Yet under the relentless heat of the electric heaters, she soon found herself drenched in sweat. "How are you holding up, Secretary Gu? Feeling uncomfortable? Just confess who provided you with the 4 million, and we will certainly keep our word. Your punishment will be lenient," one of them coaxed. "Indeed, the leadership has indicated that as long as you confess honestly and return the funds, you may receive nothing more than a severe warning." The two men took turns attempting to persuade Gu Tong, believing she could no longer withstand the pressure. However, who was Gu Tong? She had faced death once and had battled a terminal illness. In the face of such torment, this was mere child's play. 2 hours later, Gu Tong's body was ablaze with fever and his lips were parched. Yet, he remained with his eyes firmly shut. Observing that this method yielded little effect, the two individuals removed the electric heater and harshly commanded Gu Tong to stand against the wall. 3 points in a line, no slacking off. "Do you think this is some kind of leisure place?" His head, buttocks, and heels pressed tightly against the wall, creating an unbearable sensation. Those who frequently faced punishment understood the peculiarities of the human body For instance, standing still is effortless for 24 hours if unencumbered by conditions. However, once a stipulation is imposed, some individuals struggle to endure even half an hour. Yet, Tong was not among these individuals. Strangely, after standing for a while, he felt a warm current surging within his lower abdomen. Chapter 50. I want you dead, what is this? Tong was struck with astonishment as this warmth extended to his limbs and various parts of his body, as if sweeping away all resistance. The intense pain radiating from his extremities was nearly unbearable. However, in this dire moment, he could not utter a cry. Doing so would render his efforts futile. The two men across from him, misinterpreting his shifting expressions as signs of surrender, continued for 10 minutes, then half an hour, and finally endured for an hour. At last, the two investigators could no longer persist. At 4 a.m, after the two interrogators exited, the lights abruptly extinguished. Two burly men clad in black masks entered without uttering a word and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Tong. He found himself unable to retaliate, realizing that he was rendered immobile. The energy seemed to be transforming him, and with this transformation, Tong suddenly gained clarity. It turned out that the ability to perceive the inner worlds of those he encountered after his rebirth was not a supernatural gift, but rather the result of this extraordinary energy. Astonishingly, this unique capability stemmed from the very statue of Buddha that had caused his demise in a past life. As the beating continued, the transformation accelerated, and remarkably, the pain began to diminish. Tong longed to speak. If only he could embrace these two men and encourage them to continue. Sensing something amiss, the two men noticed Tong's complete lack of reaction. Could he be dead? No way. I didn't strike any vital areas. We must leave. If something happens to him, we're finished. After a while, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Tong caught a glimpse of Su Zhongyi, who had escorted him earlier, and surprisingly, Wang Pengfei, the suitor of Qing Han, was by his side. He can't be dead, can he? This is disastrous. It's impossible. There is still a heartbeat. He can't die so easily. Wang Pengfei, you've brought me to ruin. Secretary Su, let South not place blame. You accepted the money, and you're the one who arranged this. If something goes wrong, you can't evade responsibility. Tong succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly exhausted. All he desired was a moment of rest, as a mysterious voice seemed to beckon him from the depths of his mind. By dawn, Xie Bingyan arrived at Lanhe with the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Chu Qingying and Zhang Weimin, having met the two city leaders, hurried directly to the Fengying mountain villa. What inefficiency! It took an entire night to locate them. Xie Bingyan felt a surge of dissatisfaction, directing her frustration towards Chu Qingying. Chu Qingying, filled with guilt, parted her lips slightly but remained silent. What she yearned to know most was the fate of her beloved. Upon witnessing Tong on the brink of death, Xie Bingyan's heart shattered, while Chu Qingying clenched her fists tightly, oblivious to the pain of her nails digging into her flesh. Yu Qinghan called out to his beloved, but the silence lingered. Arrest everyone. Xie Bingyan's demeanor was as frosty as ice, emanating an air of lethal seriousness. Never had she felt such an impulsive urge to kill. She cast a cold glance at the cowering Su Zhongyi and Wang Pengfei, then turned to the nearby city committee member, Discipline Inspection, Secretary Sun Pingxiang. Secretary Sun, these are your men. Mayor Xie, Secretary Chu, I must report to the higher-ups. I demand the deaths of these two. Yu Qinghan was on the verge of madness. Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying exchanged a glance and sighed softly. At that moment, Wang Pengfei surprisingly ceased to be afraid. Huh, Yu Qinghan, who do you think you are? You think you can bring about my demise? Do you possess such capability? Not only did I not kill Tong, but even if I did, I wouldn't perish. Wang Pengfei, having given up, looked at the woman he adored, wishing to obliterate the entire world. Wang Pengfei, you scum, let me make it clear, I have never liked you. A wretch like you isn't even worthy to carry Tong's shoes. Yu Qinghan shot a cold glance at Su Zhongyi and dialed a number. Mom, Tong was nearly killed. I'm hanging up now. Unconcerned about the city leaders, Yu Qinghan sat beside Tong's bed, silently observing her beloved. Fortunate that Tong still had a pulse. Xie Bingyin was in a state of turmoil, as was Chu Qingying. They both wished to approach, but dared not. In less than half an hour, the sound of a helicopter echoed through the sky. Mayor, what is the background of Tong? Please enlighten me. Sun Pingxiang felt an unsettling anxiety as he gazed at the pitiful Su Zhongyi, inwardly cursing. Before leaving, Xie Bingyin had summoned a dozen officers from the municipal police department, who had now apprehended all individuals involved in illegal activities, including the two thugs who had resorted to violence. Zhang Weimin personally supervised the interrogations, with implicated individuals facing repercussions. Mayor, this involved Zhang Chao, as well as Zhou Kong, the owner of Chang'an Construction, and the director who conspired to frame Tong. There are also about 20 city officials involved. What should we do? Zhang Weimin's hands trembled slightly as he held the list. At that moment, over 20 armed soldiers entered the hall, appearing to belong to a special forces unit. Which one is Ms. Yu Qinghan? The dazed Yu Qinghan suddenly seemed to regain her strength. I am. Report. I am Wu Yong, sent here to report to you. From now on, our entire squad is at your disposal. Several special forces members swiftly knocked Wang Pengfei and Su Zhongyi to the ground, pressing their rifles to their heads. Please spare me. I beg you, it was all Wang Pengfei's doing. Su Zhongyi, terrified, even wet his pants. Qinghan, for the sake of our past, I beg you to spare me. I don't want to die. Wang Pengfei, clueless about the magnitude of the forces he had provoked, sensed that his life was slipping away. Under the command of Yu Qinghan, the Special Forces members departed, escorting two individuals who resembled lifeless dogs. As dawn broke over Lanhe, the leading newspaper prominently featured an article co-authored by Tong, Chu Qingying, Xie Bingyin, and Geng Yuba on its front page, proclaiming the principle of minimizing bureaucratic procedures for the people. The publication garnered widespread attention, igniting a fervent discourse among experts, scholars, and professionals across various fields. Curiously, no media outlet within the nation questioned the necessity of this reform. Instead, the focus remained on how to effectively implement it. On October 23rd, the evening news commenced with footage of a meeting featuring leadership figures. Observant officials noted a document on the table, which was revealed to be related to the Minimizing Bureaucratic Procedures Initiative in Lanhe. In Chapter 51, Chu Qingying faces a transfer. Chunzi had just concluded a demanding 2-month period, successfully resolving 2 cases at hand. Just as she intended to take a brief respite, a phone call summoned her team to the primary scene of an ongoing issue at the electronics factory, a problem that had persisted for many years, demanding resolution for the workers and the public alike. Xie Bingyin handed Chunzi a dossier, which she did not open immediately, instead expressing concern for Tong's well-being. Is he all right? Chunzi inquired anxiously. He's stable now, having awakened last night, though still somewhat weak and bearing some external injuries. Xie Bingyin recalled the bruises adorning her beloved's body, her resentment undiminished. Tong, after all, was a promising protege, and she had never anticipated he would be nearly harmed by his own. Have those involved in the case been apprehended? Yes, they have been taken into custody, including Su Zhongyi and Wang Pengfei, Xie replied, gazing out the window, sensing an impending shift in personnel within Lanhe and Anzhou. In the afternoon, Xie Bingyin received an unexpected call from Chu Qingying. What? You're being transferred? I had no idea. Her hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. Indeed, the call did not originate from the province. Chu Qingying responded, aware that her previous conversation with Yu Qinghan had stirred considerable commotion, and she harbored a premonition of change. The foundations in Lanhe have been established. Remaining here serves little purpose. The transfer was not provincial. Xie Bingyin had not even had the opportunity to meet with Chu Qingying before a delegation from the central government arrived in Anzhou, accompanied by leaders from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the Provincial Organization Department. Congratulations, Secretary Chu. Upon your arrival in the capital, do lend support to your hometown. Indeed, Secretary Chu is young and has limitless prospects ahead. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. The province placed great importance on the Central Inspection Group, sending 2 deputy officials to accompany them throughout the visit. Secretary Geng and Xie Bingyin exchanged glances at Chu Qingying, soon to be assigned to a central role. and it would be disingenuous to claim they felt no envy. Deputy Director of the 6th Supervision and Inspection Office, Xie Bingyan, grasped her friend's hand, a look of longing on her face. Look at your expression. Is it truly necessary? I believe your transfer is imminent as well. He is quite taken with you. Chu Qingying observed the visage of the beautiful mayor with a hint of amusement. Gu Tong had already blended seamlessly into the realm of the ordinary. It was curious that just yesterday he had languished in bed, and today he was brimming with vitality. Although the inspection team hailed from the capital, they approached their subjects with a demeanor marked by utmost respect in both gaze and speech. After bidding farewell to the inspection team, Chu Qingying hastily returned to the county. Though her time here had been brief, it had been filled with cherished memories. Zhang Weimin felt a surge of excitement. With Chu Qingying's transfer, he was all but certain to assume her position. His current task was to diligently cooperate with this esteemed former leader before him, under the careful restraint of both parties. The incident had not proliferated widely, with only a handful of individuals privy to it. Secretary Chu, I am prepared to fully support the project's implementation. The one-visit reform must also accelerate. I have heard that the central government is dispatching personnel to follow up, aiming for nationwide rollout by January at the latest, Zhang Weimin remarked. Indeed, we must also keep a vigilant eye on Qingxing Company. In my estimation, that company possesses substantial potential. Should you encounter any obstacles, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Chu Qingying replied. The 6th room of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection was responsible for 5 provinces, and, coincidentally, Jing'an Province was among them. This was also a deliberate strategy by Gu Jiang. After gaining insight into his son's several close acquaintances, he began to make arrangements. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. Ah, Qinghan, what brings you here? Chu Qingying exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Each encounter with Yu Qinghan sent a wave of nervousness through her, for she was the designated future matriarch of the Gu family. Secretary Chu, is Director Zhang present? Perfect timing. Yu Qinghan entered with a smile. I have come to apologize to both leaders. I was rather impolite the other day. Oh, under those circumstances. It is entirely understandable. If I were in your shoes, I would have reacted more vehemently, she thought, recalling her own desire to personally throttle the 2 individuals involved. Furthermore, I am also being transferred, and I wanted to inform both leaders in advance. The 2 were not taken aback by Yu Qinghan's reassignment. Qinghan, might you share the details? Zhang Weimin inquired with keen curiosity. Given the care you both have shown me, there is nothing I cannot disclose. I am being transferred to the Supreme Prosecutor's Anti-Corruption Bureau. Who knows, I may still have business dealings with Secretary Chu in the future, Yu Qinghan said, her beautiful eyes fixating on the enchanting secretary before her, feeling a pang of bitterness. Yet, it appeared that bitterness was all she could allow herself now. She could not fathom what was amiss with Gu Tong. The previous night had felt markedly different. Observing Yu Qinghan's rosy complexion, Chu Qingying recalled a certain matter. No, before I depart, I must reclaim both the principle and the interest. Both women were due to report in mid-November, making this period especially arduous for Gu Tong. Several bureau directors in the county had been taken by Chen Zi, and the imminent adjustments to the county leadership had left all local officials eagerly anticipating the changes. Everyone was aware that Chu Qingying was destined for promotion. Thus, all officials were exceedingly cooperative. The county was now united in support of the one-visit reform, with no dissenting voices to be heard. Before her departure, Chu Qingying and Gu Tong held a focused evening meeting. The discourse between the 2 was minimal, yet their spirits were invigorated, continuing until the early hours of the morning. You have traveled to the capital to visit your parents. Today, my father specifically called to inform you that, for the time being, he cannot grant you a formal title. However, you will always be mine, and henceforth, you shall be regarded as the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Gently caressing the jade-like back of his beloved, Gu Tong spoke softly. Initially, Gu Kanjing, still in a state of drowsiness, perked up upon hearing these words, turning to embrace her beloved tightly. Yet, she wondered, what about Qinghan? Chu Qingying had no desire to vie for anything with Yu Qinghan. In fact, she wished for more sisters. Reflecting on Yu Qinghan's vulnerable state last night, Gu Tong couldn't help but chuckle. Once in the capital, Qinghan will guide you, rest assured. Furthermore, once you are there, allow Qinghan to help you select a prime location for a house. Tong, now financially secure, had seen his electronics factory thrive remarkably. Ning Lily listened to the report from the financial director, her thoughts wandering far beyond the confines of the office. Chapter 52. Tong's new role. The expansion project of the Qingcheng electronics factory has concluded, and the training of newly hired personnel is complete. The second batch of results from the Research and Development Department has entered the production testing phase. President Ning, we have cleared all the bank loans, and, starting this month, we are officially entering a phase of genuine profitability. From the accounts, we are already in the black, the financial director announced. Ning Lily couldn't help but marvel at her beloved's exceptional capabilities. A company on the brink of bankruptcy had, within just 2 months, regained its vigor. President Ning. Secretary Gu has arrived, announced the secretary, causing Ning Lily's previously distracted expression to shift instantly. Take off your clothes. Let me see, Ning Lily said, directly reaching for Tong's garments after others had exited. What are you doing? Be careful. I might accuse you of harassment. Tong exclaimed, hugging himself, trembling slightly. Come on, hurry up. I just want to see if you've healed, Ning Lily retorted. During the period when he was unconscious in bed, Ning Lily and her sister had frequented the hospital, their hearts heavy with worry. They had even neglected the company during that time. But fortunately, the electronics factory was on the right track and nothing had gone amiss. I said you can look, but why must you touch? Tong protested, reacting strongly to the unexpected provocation. Oh, such a severe injury, doesn't it hurt? Ning Lily gazed at Tong with concern, completely oblivious to the fact that she was the cause of his suffering. Doesn't hurt? How could it not? But at that time, I could not afford to focus on the pain, Tong replied, expressing the truth. The mysterious energy within him had surged wildly, making the external pain seem trivial. Just as Ning Lily was fussing over his well-being, Ning Xiaoxiao arrived. Tong rose to prepare tea for the two sisters, and they settled onto the sofa. I have come today to see you, Ning Xiaoxiao said, eyeing Tong, who seemed to exude even more charm now that he had recovered. Noticing a hint of blush on her sister's face, Tong, disheveled, momentarily wondered if they had engaged in something inappropriate. However, seeing that her sister's hair was perfectly in place, Ning Xiaoxiao dismissed any reprimands and shifted to serious matters. The project in Anzhou had commenced. Yet, she felt quite perplexed regarding its developmental prospects. In truth, you have fallen into a cognitive trap, being led by the nose by these automotive enterprises since the inception of this project. Upon hearing this, Tong smiled faintly, initially believing the matter to be of considerable gravity. Oh, is it not? To put it plainly, this company will ultimately produce lithium batteries, a commodity that can solely be sold to new energy vehicle manufacturers, correct? Ning Xiaoxiao remained steadfast in her conviction. The number of notable domestic new energy car manufacturers is merely a handful, and it wasn't until 2008 that BYD would unveil its first pure electric vehicle, which would only hit the market in 2010. Relying solely on these few new energy car manufacturers to sustain a lithium battery factory would surely lead to starvation. May I be candid? Tong hesitated, apprehensive that Ning Xiaoxiao might take offense. Speak freely. My sister is already on your side. What is there to hold back? Ning Xiaoxiao remarked, casting a glance at her charming sister beside her. Tong awkwardly touched his nose and continued, to be honest, Director Ning, I was initially skeptical about the establishment of this enterprise. However, from the moment you signed the contract with Mayor Xie, I began contemplating your future prospects. At that moment, Ning Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, and she began to listen intently, as valuable insights were about to unfold. For your enterprise to flourish and thrive, it must extricate itself from dependency on these automotive companies. To achieve independence, it must create its own practical demand. What kind of demand? Tong inquired. Apart from automobiles, where else can lithium batteries be utilized? What is the most prevalent vehicle on our streets? He asked with a smile. Motorcycles, Ning Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her realization dawning. The first pure electric motorcycle in the country was developed by Zhongshan. Yet regrettably, the pinnacle of the market has been dominated by lesser-known brands such as Lima, Yadi, An IMA. The technology for electric motorcycles is not particularly challenging. It merely involves a pure electric engine and lithium batteries, with the latter already in hand. What remains is the engine technology. In other words, if I can establish a production line for the engine, I can proceed. Ning Xiaoxiao, seasoned in business, instantly contemplated acquiring a mature production line from a country with favorable economic conditions. Yes, precisely, Gu Tong affirmed. Moreover, the next step is to introduce a new product along with an innovative concept. What? Ning Xiaoxiao gasped, her breath quickening. Observing her sister's reaction, Ning Lily hurriedly seated herself beside Gu Tong, placing his hand upon her own leg. Ning Xiaoxiao shot her sister a look. This girl harbors several schemes. Fearing I might vie for a man. Shared electric vehicles. In this era, discussing such a new business model may seem premature. However, within the next couple of years, smartphones are set to make their debut. A preemptive discussion could effectively instill this forward-thinking notion in both Ning Lily and Ning Xiaoxiao. With a satisfied smile, Ning Xiaoxiao departed, casting a meaningful glance back at Gu Tong. Young man, having just recovered from your injuries, be mindful of moderation. At such a tender age, do not allow yourself to be overwhelmed by the burdens of your 30s. Gu Tong intended to voice a response, but was silenced by Ning Lily's hand over his mouth. Chu Qingying and Yu Qinghan walked together, and for safety reasons, Gu Jiang specially arranged a car to escort them into the capital. The two women felt somewhat weak in the knees as they sat in the vehicle, exchanging glances that reflected both exhaustion and contentment. Gu Tong gazed at the departing SUV with a tinge of melancholy, yet the tasks at hand demanded her attention. An urgent meeting was convened in Dongfu Town, resulting in the election of Tong Yu as the deputy town mayor, who would act in place of the town mayor. Once the meeting concluded, this alluring and curvaceous young woman promptly reported to Gu Tong's office in the industrial park. Secretary Gu, the Yeshiga residential complex has been completed, and some villagers have already moved in. The processing plant for sea buckthorn juice and the production facilities for the miscellaneous grain base will also be finished by early next month. Tong Yu approached her duties with utmost seriousness, and it was evident that she looked to Secretary Gu for guidance. She had already heard that this esteemed Secretary Gu was on the verge of yet another promotion. Chapter 53. The new leadership team, the provincial and municipal joint inspection team, arrived swiftly, with the secretary being a provincial cadre. Before Chu Qingying's departure, both the province and the city had sought her opinion. Zhang Weiman's ascension was a natural progression, as there had been significant personnel shifts within the Lanhe region this year, with several officials rising through the ranks at an unprecedented pace. Some even surpassed the tenure requirements for their positions. However, the opinions of the provincial and municipal secretaries were surprisingly aligned. Those who could attract business and investment would be promoted. This year, Anzhou's economy has stood out among the province's several cities, with Lanhe shining particularly brightly among all the counties and districts in Anzhou. The inspection team from the city primarily focused on Gu Tong, and the entire process unfolded remarkably smoothly. On November 15th, the county held a meeting for all cadres to announce a series of personnel appointments. The city placed great emphasis on Lanhe, with Deputy Mayor Xie Bingyan and Organization Minister Gao Yuan personally in attendance. Comrades, the current situation in Lanhe has not been easily achieved. It is the result of the collective efforts of previous administrations, particularly the immense contributions of the last team, which we have all witnessed. Minister Gao and I have come to Lanhe at the behest of Secretary Geng to see everyone and to offer encouragement and reassurance. At this moment, the cadres below exhaled a sigh of relief. This year had been tumultuous, with the recent downfall of a deputy director of the county's People's Congress, a long-standing local tycoon, and 4 directors all being dismissed. The son of a wealthy entrepreneur, a deputy director's son, and a well-known businessman were all taken away. This scandal rocked the small town of Lanhe like a nuclear bomb, its reverberations still resonating to this day. All of this was related to the young man seated on the podium. Achievements were evident, and reforms were progressing boldly. Yet certain malefactors were reluctant to witness a thriving Lanhe, nor could they bear the thought of its soaring success. These individuals were the tumors hidden among our officials and needed to be eradicated. Xie Bingyin's tone turned icy, and the cadres, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts leap into their throats once more. Xie Bingyin's purpose for visiting today was twofold: to welcome Zhang Weimin and the newly appointed county chief, as well as to acknowledge the assumption of office by Gu Tong. Equally important was to admonish the obstinate forces opposing reform, compelling them to recognize the prevailing circumstances. Subsequently, a central observation group is set to arrive in Lanhe, an event that bears significant implications for the reputation of the entire Jing'an region. Next week, several prominent members of the Provincial Standing Committee will visit Lanhe in succession, with the provincial secretary publicly commending Anzhou and Lanhe at the expanded meeting of the Provincial Standing Committee. It has also been noted that Secretary Cheng of the Provincial Committee specifically praised us at an important provincial meeting, declaring us as pioneers of our era and trailblazers of reform. I wish to pose a question to everyone present. Do you deem yourselves worthy of such accolades? Xie Bingyin's words carried weight, igniting a surge of determination among the assembled officials. When it was Zhang Weimin's turn to speak, his first words were, "Just now, Mayor Xie and Minister Gao provided us with crucial directives for our forthcoming work in Lanhe." The leader's speeches resonate profoundly. However, I stand here alongside County Chief Li Yin to represent all Lanhe officials and affirm our commitment to fulfilling the reform tasks entrusted to us by the central government. This is not only the party's expectation, but also the people's hope, and it embodies the mission bestowed upon us by our times. The mission is noble. The tasks are formidable. Yet let us remember, a successful experience in Lanhe is destined to be etched in the annals of history. Each of us here is fated to compose our most beautiful chapters of struggle in this dynamic era. The hall erupted into thunderous applause as everyone eagerly gazed at Mayor Xie on the podium, seemingly yearning to convey to the city leaders, "Lanhe thrives, Lanhe can." After the cadre meeting, Xie Bingyin did not linger, but returned directly to Anzhou. However, before leaving, she purposefully scratched Gu Tong's palm during their handshake. "Ah, that woman." Gu Tong smiled knowingly at the alluring mayor as he observed her graceful figure. In the afternoon, the newly formed standing committee convened for its inaugural expanded meeting. Gu Tong, in her capacity as a standing committee member and executive deputy county chief, was positioned fourth in the new lineup. The preceding roles included County Secretary Zhang Weimin, Deputy County Secretary and Acting County Chief Li Yin, and Deputy County Secretary Liu Changjun. Liu Changjun, who previously oversaw industrial affairs as the Deputy County Chief, had gained recognition from Chu Qingying and Zhang Weimin for his capabilities and attitude, marking a small advancement for him. The newly appointed county chief, Li Yin, is a middle-aged woman in her 40s, formerly the Secretary General of the Anzhou Municipal Government and a trusted aide to Xie Bingyin. The remaining committee members saw little change, with the Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhang following Gu Tong in the lineup. Generally, standing committee members are ranked according to the order of their entry into the committee, with the exception of the top 3 positions. However, regarding Gu Tong's ranking, the city's 2 main leaders personally intervened, as she holds additional coordinating roles: Vice Chair of the Lanhe County 1 Visit Reform Leadership Group and Vice Chair of the Investment Promotion Leadership Group. Interestingly, the most enthusiastic among the standing committee members towards Gu Tong was the political commissar of the armed forces, Gong Qiyuan, who has typically maintained a neutral and somewhat inconspicuous presence, but appeared to be somewhat ingratiating towards Gu Tong, a fact that perplexed others, except for Zhang Weimin. The agenda for today's meeting revolves around advancing reform tasks and facilitating project implementation. At the request of Gu Tong, the Leadership Group for Investment Promotion and the Investment Promotion Bureau have officially merged, and there will no longer be a separate entity. The director of the Investment Promotion Bureau played an ignoble role in this incident and has since been dismissed. County Chief Gu, do you have any suitable candidates? We cannot afford to neglect investment promotion, Zhang Weimin inquired, looking at Gu Tong. This matter should not be delayed. Although the first standing committee meeting is not the appropriate venue for personnel discussions, urgent situations necessitate exceptions. Let's have Liu Pei take charge. This individual possesses capability and adheres strictly to principles. Zhang interjected as soon as Gu Tong finished speaking. Indeed, I've heard discussions about that successful construction mogul who, upon receiving gifts, disposed of them in the corridor. Truly, a woman who does not shy away from competition with men. The attending committee members chuckled in amusement, holding this woman in high regard. Such officials should be promoted without constraint, setting an example for our cadres in Lanhe. The political commissar of the military department unusually expressed his support. Subsequently, the organization minister also voiced his agreement. Let us proceed with this arrangement, a one-year probation period, with the follow-up assessment to be handled by the organization department. Additionally, County Chief Gu, please keep an eye on the situation in Dongfu. Identifying candidates will take some time. Li Yinshu, newly arrived, would typically abstain from voting or refrain from expressing an opinion in such situations. However, to everyone's surprise, she was the first to express her agreement. Tong found himself in an awkward position as this attractive woman in her 40s frequently glanced in his direction. Although he and Li Yin were acquainted, they were not particularly familiar. As the meeting concluded, just as Li Yin was about to exit the conference room, she suddenly turned and said, "County Chief Gu, would you care to join me in my office for a moment?" Chapter 54. Liu Pei assumes office. It was another Monday, and all staff at the Investment Promotion Bureau arrived promptly at 7:50 a.m., as today the county organization department would announce the appointment of the new head. The civil servant law was promulgated last year. However, local authorities have yet to attach significant importance to this regulation. Although the transfer of public service personnel lacks the extensive guidelines of later years, for Liu Pei's sake, the county organization department has appointed her as deputy director, while also designating her as fully responsible for the daily operations of the Investment Promotion Bureau and concurrently serving as the party secretary of the bureau. Liu Pei took time to style her hair, and her elegant black suit accentuated her curvaceous figure. The transformation in her demeanor upon acquiring power was palpable. Indeed, it hasn't been long since she made a significant leap in her career. "I hear it's thanks to someone influential," one person remarked, gesturing upward. "Unreliable rumors. I've heard she deeply hurt County Chief Gu initially, but he seemed unfazed, supposedly catching the eye of Secretary Chu." "Ah, I see. Nevertheless, she is not one to be swayed by material wealth, dismissing even individuals like Zhou Kong. Indeed, to discard gifts directly into the corridor is not something an ordinary person would do. Let us quickly gather everyone in the conference room. We must not allow her to hold a grudge against us." Liu Pei arrived punctually at 8 o'clock a.m., yet she did not enter, waiting at the entrance for the organization department personnel. This was customary. Without completing the formalities of her appointment, she could not be considered officially in office. Upon seeing Liu Pei arrive at the entrance, the other deputy director, Chu Dalei, along with the office director, Tong, hurried downstairs to accompany her. "Director Liu, greetings. Your return to the old unit has truly delighted us." Chu Dalei, over 50, had little hope for advancement and merely wished to avoid incurring the displeasure of superiors, lest he end up in the same predicament as Liu Jun, rendering his lifelong efforts futile. "Director Liu, welcome." Tong, at the age of 45, still held many aspirations for the future, though he had not been shy about creating obstacles for Liu Pei in the past. "Well then, is everything prepared? We must not lose our decorum in front of the leaders," Liu Pei commanded with a composed authority, her meticulously crafted appearance causing the two men to slightly bow their heads in respect. "All is arranged. Everyone is already gathered in the conference room." Liu Pei gazed up at the familiar building, brimming with memories. Once, she was merely a country girl, having graduated from a vocational college, and it was only through her father's connections that she managed to secure her position here. After entering the unit, she had endured her share of disdain. The office director had never harbored good intentions towards her, frequently creating difficulties every few days. Her duties consisted solely of fetching tea, delivering reports, and organizing materials for Director Jiang. Though he was not particularly handsome, his intentions were evident to Liu Pei. He merely sought to seduce her. Several times, he had made suggestive advances, yet she, an ordinary person, dared not resist and could only feign compliance. During those times, she longed for Tong to assist her in resolving these troubles. However, Tong, who was fresh out of the academic world, was oblivious to the need for adaptability and had clashed with He Yuqian upon his arrival at the unit. Already burdened, returning to her dormitory only to hear Gu Tong's complaints was enough to exhaust her spirit. Ultimately, she had drained all her passion. A woman must come to terms with her circumstances for the path to become clear. Yet, reality taught her that she had underestimated the complexities. A dragon that does not roar remains silent. Reflecting on that man, she felt only regret and remorse. She was grateful for the timely phone call she made that day and for having maintained her boundaries by discarding the gifts. Everything fell into place just in time. Yet perhaps in this lifetime, she would not be fortunate enough to have his heart. As long as he could grant her a small place in his heart, she desired nothing more. At that moment, a black Santana approached. Lupe hurried to greet it. The work at the Investment Promotion Bureau commenced swiftly, and following its merger with the investment office, the staff increased from over 20 to 35. Lupe perused the unit's accounts in the office, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Alas, with such meager resources, how can we initiate any work? There isn't even a single vehicle in the entire unit. We rely solely on our own 2 legs for travel. The funds are nearly depleted, and Lu Jun has squandered most of our assets. Reclining in her chair, she observed the 2 young men opposite her. Director Liu, we young people genuinely wish to accomplish something, but a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Indeed, even stepping out requires us to take taxis ourselves. Covering these expenses is manageable once or twice, but becomes unbearable over time. Very well, I will apply to the county for assistance. Without vehicles, how can we carry out our work? You may return for now, as we must not neglect our ongoing tasks. Lupe felt a headache coming on. She had once envied those in leadership positions, but now that she had assumed such a role, she realized how uncomfortable the seat truly was. Let me say, she is simply lucky. Why has she ascended to such heights at such a young age, while I remain stagnant in this position after so many years? Jiang Tong was venting his frustrations in the office to a close colleague. Without a vehicle or budget, I wonder how she intends to manage her duties? Alas, given the circumstances, not even Lu Jun could have done much when he was here. Everyone in the unit is observing Lu Pei, and while it is easy for them to accept a new leader, genuine allegiance requires tangible benefits to be witnessed. Only with such advantages will people be motivated. Otherwise, it becomes a facade of cordiality in front while harboring dissent behind. Even Lu Pei, as a leader, is powerless in such a scenario. At 4 in the afternoon, the sudden sound of a horn resonated from the entrance, prompting everyone in the office to peer out the window. Lu Pei spotted 2 brand-new, unregistered Santanas driving through the gate and hurriedly went down to investigate. She recognized the person stepping out of the car, Liao Xiang, the director of logistics from Qingqing Electronics. Director Lu, greetings. This is a gift from General Manager Ning to the Investment Promotion Bureau. Liao Xiang gently shook Lu Pei's hand. What is this? Lu Pei, who had been fretting over this matter just moments before, was taken aback by the swift arrival of the vehicles. You assisted the electronics factory greatly during your tenure at the investment office. Now that you have taken on this new role, General Manager Ning remarked, one should never forget the well digger when drinking water. How can the leaders of the Investment Promotion Bureau serve enterprises without vehicles? The eloquence of his words nearly brought Lu Pei to tears. The entire unit was instantly abuzz. Even the senior colleagues who had been watching the situation from above were rendered speechless. What astonished everyone further was that the budget for the Investment Promotion Bureau was approved the very next day, reportedly due to County Head Gu's personal intervention. With everything in place, Lu Pei's eyes sparkled with excitement as some stalled projects could finally commence. The Investment Promotion Bureau also had numerous business experts. In the following days, the processes for several major projects accelerated significantly with their involvement. When Ning Lily called, Gu Tong had just returned to the dormitory after a day of research. Where are you? Come to the factory, she urged. Chapter 55, Establishing the RD Center. All backlog orders have been fulfilled, and we need you to inspect the prototypes for the electric fans and air purifiers. Ning Lily showed Gu Tong around the production workshop. After clearing their loans, Qingsheng Electronics was well prepared to advance, and with a series of small orders from across the country being completed and delivered. Their financial situation was quite robust. Have the workers' salaries increased? Tong inquired, observing the workers in their new uniforms diligently engaged in their tasks. Yes. With a base salary plus piecework pay, last month's average income reached 2,000 yuan. Look at that young man. He only joined last month. Yet he earned 1,400 yuan this month, Ning Lily pointed out, indicating a young boy. As they walked to the RD workshop, a few workers were gathered around 6 or 7 finished products on the ground, examining them closely. Given that wages are currently modest, our products must be of excellent quality at affordable prices, emphasizing cost-effectiveness, Tong remarked while observing the products intently. Some mature functional designs and potential safety hazards have been pointed out. These matters are rather straightforward. By establishing a workshop dedicated to the production of these small appliances, we can focus our primary efforts on aspects 3 and 4. To seize the opportunity in the smartphone market and to gain early access to the digital product sector is indeed essential. I share this sentiment. Yet the most pressing issue we face is the scarcity of talent, as attracting skilled individuals to our small county proves to be quite challenging. Ning Lily has been contemplating this matter and has identified a few research and development talents through her sister's company. However, once they learn of our obscure county, the conversation quickly dissipates. It is unnecessary for the RD department to be co-located with the production department. Our next step should involve relocating both the RD and marketing departments to Anzhou, where we can rent several floors of office space. Anzhou boasts one of the top educational systems in the province, and despite its slight economic lag, the impending operation of the high-speed rail will facilitate talent acquisition. Given its proximity to the capital, this is a splendid idea, and it also keeps me closer to my sister. How old are you? Still preoccupied with thoughts of your sister? What will you do when it comes time to marry? Tong jested absent-mindedly. To his surprise, Ning Lily regarded him with a knowing smile. What? Are you contemplating a sisterly triumph? Tong had not considered this, but the momentary lapse led to a deeper understanding from Ning Lily. You are quite mischievous. However, I do not oppose it. My sister is an advocate of remaining unmarried. It all depends on your capabilities, she whispered into Tong's ear. This revelation excited him somewhat. Ning Lily had other matters to attend to and felt a twinge of reluctance as she saw Tong off, but duty calls. The new products are ready for promotion on our official website. Our next endeavor relies on these products generating revenue, and we must establish a research center in Anzhou to attract talent. Contemplating these matters left Ning Lily feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon returning to her dormitory, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Tong retrieved his keys and opened the door, just as a woman clad in a trench coat followed closely behind him. He cast a brief glance her way and resumed his own activities. After some time, the two tidied up the disheveled clothes, while the woman pretended to sip water to mask her flushed cheeks. Did you send the car with Ning Lily? Yes, your location is rather desolate, making it difficult to conduct business. Furthermore, the next phase with the Investment Promotion Bureau is crucial. Your responsibilities are significant. Make sure to learn, observe, and listen attentively. Tong reiterated earnestly. This woman's work ethic was indeed impressive. In a previous life, Tong had read a brief article stating that merely gathering talents from Pei County and Feng County could lay the foundation for a formidable Han dynasty. Thus, this world is rich in talent. The challenge lies in providing a platform where their potential could be effectively harnessed. Upon waking the next morning, Tong discovered a prepared breakfast on the table, and the woman had already departed. Perhaps I should consider changing residences, otherwise. It feels as though I am under constant surveillance, he thought as he glanced at Lu Pei's balcony while stepping outside. December in the north has already turned quite frigid, with heating commencing as early as the beginning of November each year. However, many newly constructed houses, particularly in slum areas and rural self-built homes, lack proper heating systems. Consequently, the local populace resorts to using stoves for warmth, which gives rise to a new predicament. Every winter, countless individuals fall victim to carbon monoxide poisoning. When the official website of Qingxing Electronics was updated, a flurry of orders inundated Ning Lily to the point of overwhelming her. All production teams ramped up their output, and a portion of the first batch of products was allocated as donations to Dongfu Town, where the villagers of Yeshigu had just moved into new homes without heating. Ning Lily repeatedly urged the production manager regarding this matter. As for the establishment of the R&D department in Anzhou, Gu Tong had already discussed it with Xie Bingyan, who had taken time out of her schedule to meet with Ning Lily. Ning Xiaoxiao accompanied her sister to meet Xie Bingyan. Rest assured, Lily, if you encounter any issues here in Anzhou, feel free to reach out to me. This afternoon, I have an event at Anzhou University, and I will mention it to the president, as the research capabilities of universities are quite robust. Ning Lily's eyes sparkled with interest. This idea was excellent. Those who come from outside tend to be unstable and constantly think of leaving. Only those who have lived, worked, or studied in Anzhou for many years can develop a bond with this old industrial city, making it easier to retain talent. After discussing Ning Lily's situation, Xie Bingyan turned her gaze to Ning Xiaoxiao, sensing a marked difference in the latter's spirit compared to a short time ago. Did you recently travel abroad? Any insights to share? Xie Bingyan filled Ning Xiaoxiao's teacup with water. Her curiosity piqued. I was just about to mention that. By the second half of next year, I plan to launch a production line for electric motorcycles with an investment of approximately 200 million yuan. The approval process is rather sluggish, but I intend to begin preparations by the end of the year. What a delightful surprise. Now, tell me, what would you both like to eat? Tonight, I shall treat you to dinner. Xie Bingyan exclaimed joyfully. If this project materializes, the investment attraction objectives for the coming year would essentially be fulfilled. At this moment, her curiosity intensified. You visited Lanhe and then went abroad directly. Could it be related to Gu Tong? Xie Bingyan found it hard to believe. Yet various signs indicated that this speculation was indeed quite close to the truth. Indeed, without his ideas, even if my enterprise were to commence production, it would incur losses. I had previously fallen into a cognitive trap, relying on other automotive companies for the future. Gu Tong's words awakened me. Ning Xiaoxiao reflected, still incredulous at the thought. Had that man not been within the system, she would have been willing to go to great lengths to secure him. Chapter 56. The new county mayor, when comparing air conditioners priced at 2,000 to 3,000 yuan with electric heaters costing 199,299 yuan, which is more cost-effective. Particularly at this time, when wages are generally low, few can afford air conditioning. Ning Lily has devoted all her energy to the research and development of the fourth product. Yet the factory operates around the clock in 3 shifts due to an overwhelming number of orders. Most of these are from previous partners, and, surprisingly, there are even more clients from the south. Taking advantage of the research opportunity, Gu Tong sought to draw closer to Ning Lily. This time, Ning Lily remained vigilant. Upon Gu Tong entering her office, she promptly locked the door. Seated in Gu Tong's embrace, the woman meticulously reported on the recent advancements in research and production. This is hardly surprising, as the winter in the south is both damp and frigid, devoid of heating, making it quite unbearable. Ning Lily twisted her alluring waist, her long, black-stocking legs swaying before Gu Tong. In light of this grueling winter, it was imperative that the second wave of small household appliances be highly profitable. Subsequently, the third batch of products would emerge as the flagship offering of Qingsheng Electronics, with the profits from this batch merely a preparatory measure for the impending era of transformation. Sensing that her allure rendered the man somewhat flustered, she reminded herself that the focus today should be on work. All right, let us concentrate. Let us review the designs, she said, lightly pecking Gu Tong's lips before rising to fetch several sheets of paper. Here, take a look at the exterior design. You need to oversee it. Gu Tong accepted the design sketches, glancing at them briefly before gently shaking his head. No, this is too conventional. Our primary consumer demographic is the youth, a group that seeks fashion and innovation. With that, Gu Tong picked up a pen and began to sketch on the paper. How exquisite! Ning Lily exclaimed, marveling at his design. Gu Tong drew inspiration from the design philosophies of a certain future brand. Recognizing that such products bear little technical complexity and thus must captivate customers through their aesthetic appeal. He recalled that the large-scale launch of these products was not expected until the latter half of next year. Yet, given the current pace of development, they could potentially produce a finished product shortly after the new year. At that time, they planned to unveil 5 colors, marking Qingsheng Electronics' inaugural flagship product. Tong then illustrated an orange, one that appeared to have been bitten into. "This will be ours. All future products must bear our mark." He set down the pen, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. The Anzhou Research and Development Center's office had been fully established, overseen personally by Ning Xiao, and the hardware facilities had been deployed. Thanks to Mayor Xie's assistance, there was a research team from the Computer Science Department of Anzhou University, and Ning Lily's sister was currently negotiating for long-term collaboration. Once the Anzhou R&D Center commenced operations, Ning Lily would need to frequently travel between the two locations, dedicating most of her energy to research and development. Upon exiting the electronics factory, it was nearly noon, and initially, Ning Lily had intended to invite him for lunch. However, she had just received a call from Li Yin, the newly appointed county head, who had concluded her grassroots investigation and sought to discuss matters with him. "County Head Gu, please take a seat." Li Yin warmly welcomed Tong, personally pouring him a glass of water. Since taking office, their encounters had been infrequent due to their respective field research, particularly for Li Yin, who had never worked at the grassroots level. Her eagerness to understand the situation had led her to conduct daily investigations across various towns for nearly a month. "It's astounding how little we know. It seems that despite Lanhe's economy being among the better ones in the city, the reality is far from optimistic," Li Yin remarked to Tong. "Indeed, Lanhe has historically lacked significant enterprises aside from the electronics factory, hardly qualifying as an industrial county. However, labeling it an agricultural county is also misleading, as the land is barren, yielding only a meager harvest of grains," Tong replied with a smile. "After touring the area, I found that while the towns near the county seat are relatively better off, those in the more remote regions are truly impoverished." Li Yin never imagined that in this era, there were still individuals unable to afford clothing. A family lay on a heated platform, covered by a single large quilt. They shared a single set of tattered garments, with whoever needed to venture outside, donning the worn attire, indistinguishable from a beggar. Witnessing this scene left Li Yin utterly astounded. The absence of enterprises leads to a lack of job opportunities, resulting in a vicious cycle devoid of income. Furthermore, certain rural areas suffer from inadequate transportation, rendering the hard-earned grains of farmers unable to reach urban markets, thus further diminishing their income. Tong had spent a significant portion of his previous life in a rural town and was acutely aware of these circumstances. To alter this dismal situation, it was imperative to nurture the existing enterprises. Only then could they shed the shackles of poverty. This transformation was visibly tangible. In the latter half of the year, the Guangqing Orange Electronics Factory recruited hundreds of workers, providing them with employment and, consequently, an income. With newfound earnings, these workers dared to spend and enjoyed doing so. A street adjacent to the electronics factory, once desolate with shuttered stores, began to teem with life following the factory's resumption of production. Several restaurants and convenience stores opened, thriving in business. Today, Li Yin sought out Tong primarily to glean insights from this capable subordinate. She understood well the motives behind Xie Bingyin's request for her to come to Lanhe, and she sensed the underlying personal matters between Xie Bingyin and the handsome gentleman before her. However, as a woman herself, she couldn't help but harbor admiration for this charming and competent assistant. The two enterprises in Dongfu were projected to commence operations by the spring of next year, while the construction of the other 8 enterprises was progressing rapidly, with production anticipated by the latter half of next year at the latest. Tong was keenly aware of these developments. This was the information Li Yin yearned to grasp, alongside the progress of the most run once reform, a task primarily overseen by Tong. The old administrative hall was somewhat congested, yet operations were proceeding relatively smoothly, with several administrative units having already settled in, allowing for fewer trips by the public. Thus far, they had largely achieved this goal. However, the interoperability of data required time, as it involved technical aspects that necessitated higher-level intervention. Recently, during a phone call with Chu Qingying, Tong learned that the central government had begun to explore this issue. A research team from the central government was imminent, with Zhang Weimin personally advancing this initiative, reportedly convening daily meetings at the administrative hall with heads of various departments, and arranging for department leaders to take turns on duty at the hall. Chu Qingying felt a bit anxious upon arriving in the capital. She had no acquaintances and could only reach out to Yu Qinghan. To facilitate their commute, Tong entrusted Yu Qinghan with the purchase of 2 apartments. This weekend, Chu Qingying decided to visit Yu Qinghan's home for some company. However, upon entering, she was taken aback to find an unfamiliar woman there. Zhu Nongzhai, having heard from Gu Jiang about the women surrounding her son, was unfazed. "You must be the little Chu," she said. "I am Gu Tong's mother." Chapter 57. Yin Xingyu's thoughts recently. Yin Xingyu had been frequently lost in thought. Last week, she had formally submitted her resignation to her team. At that moment, the leadership made every effort to persuade her to stay, for Yin Xingyu was indeed the soul of the troop. However, her decision to leave was resolute, and her reasoning was understandable. After all, her parents were aging, and she had no siblings to share the burden. "Xingyu, have you truly considered this? If it concerns salary, we can certainly negotiate." The leadership still hoped to make one final appeal. "It is not a matter of money. I returned home recently, and my parents' health is not optimistic. Returning to Beijing would allow me to care for them more conveniently," Yin Xingyu replied calmly. Upon returning to her office, just as she was about to pack her belongings, the phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, she saw it was a number from the capital. "Hello, is this Miss Yin Xingyu?" The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged woman. It turned out to be the director's team of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala, and their purpose was clear. They wished to inquire about her magnificent song, "Never Forget Our Original Intention." After hanging up, Yin Xingyu dialed a familiar number. When Gu Tong received Yin Xingyu's call, he was somewhat taken aback. Why would this aloof beauty reach out to him? "Director Gu, am I interrupting?" Yin Xingyu felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. It had been a long time since she experienced such feelings, reminiscent of the sweetness of first love. "Not at all. Miss Yin, is there something you need?" Gu Tong's mind conjured the image of Yin Xingyu's graceful figure. As it turned out, the CCTV Spring Festival Gala Directorate had contacted Yin Xingyu because they wanted her to perform "Never Forget Our Original Intention" at this year's gala. This is indeed a positive development, but you understand my position. It would be inappropriate for me to perform. Gu Tong expressed his reluctance and the constraints of his role. "However, you would be a perfect fit. Furthermore, a female voice would enhance the song's effect." "Are you suggesting that I sing?" Yin Xingyu had not considered this angle initially, but upon reflection, she found the proposal appealing. First, returning to Beijing would necessitate establishing a livelihood, and having the experience of performing at the gala would certainly benefit her future endeavors. Second, if she were to practice singing, she would require a teacher, which implied an opportunity to spend time with him. This aspect was what Yin Xingyu valued most. "Well, I've been quite busy lately and won't have time to come to Beijing," Gu Tong mused, acknowledging his current workload. "No worries, I will come to you," Yin Xingyu replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Just after hanging up, a man swiftly entered Yin Xingyu's office. "Xingyu, why did you resign?" The man, handsome and of similar age to Yin Xingyu, found her previously smiling demeanor instantly turned cold upon his arrival. I have elderly family members to care for," she replied, seemingly reluctant to engage further. Noticing Yin Xingyu's frosty demeanor, the man appeared somewhat vexed. "Xingyu, are you avoiding me? Yang Guang, do you even realize why I dislike you?" Yin Xingyu found his self-absorption amusing. Yin Xingyu chose to ignore him. After 3 years in the troop, Yang Guang had pursued her for the same duration. As she prepared to leave, Yang Guang grasped her arm. "Xingyu, what is it about me that you find unsatisfactory? I can change, can't I?" Yang Guang's urgency was palpable. Once his beloved departed for Beijing, his chances would vanish entirely. "Let go. I already have someone I like," Yin Xingyu replied, exasperated, resorting to a convenient excuse. "Who? Tell me, who is this person?" Yang Guang demanded. At that moment, Gu Tong's call came through, prompting Yin Xingyu to disregard Yang Guang and answer the phone. Yang Guang distinctly sensed a shift in her demeanor upon seeing the caller ID, a mixture of surprise and delight washing over him. "I see, it must be this person. Just wait. Yin Xingyu, the woman I cannot have will not be claimed by another." He cast a glance at his love, engrossed in her conversation. Upon exiting, he turned and headed toward the office of their superior. Gu Tong's call was to inform Yin Xingyu that she could go directly to Anzhou, without the need to visit Lanhe. As Yin Qingyu departed the building, she encountered Yang Guang, who was also carrying his suitcase. Yang Guang, can you cease this childish behavior? I've made it clear that your persistence is futile, Yin Qingyu stated, harboring little affection for him. Yang Guang came from an affluent background and had joined the troupe solely to pursue women. Over the past 3 years, Yin Qingyu was aware of at least 5 girls who had fallen victim to his antics. Juggling multiple romantic interests was his routine. Gaju, allow me to inform you that I will indeed pursue you, and I'm eager to see who dares to court you, Yang Guang proclaimed with bravado. Resigning from his job was trivial to him. After all, Beijing was merely a place he could traverse as easily as she. Yin Qingyu, utterly speechless, started her car and drove away. Watching the retreating figure of his beloved, Yang Guang seethed with resentment and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Help me investigate someone named Gu Tong. Chu Qingying was enjoying a pleasant conversation with Tu Lanjun, who glanced between Yu Qinghan and Chu Qingying. She couldn't help but admire her son's ability to choose beautiful women, especially given that Yu Qinghan was well aware of Chu Qingying's connection with Gu Tong, yet showed no objections. Tu Lanjun was quite fond of this kind-hearted prospective daughter-in-law. That evening, when Gu Jiang returned home, Tu Lanjun promptly pulled him onto the sofa. What is the occasion? Why are you so cheerful today? Gu Jiang teased with a smile. How many girls does Tong have around her? You've previously investigated, Tu Lanjun inquired. The arrangements concerning Chu Qingying and Yu Qinghan were orchestrated entirely by Gu Jiang, and Tu Lanjun knew that with her husband's capabilities, uncovering the truth about Gu Tong would be a simple task. I'm not quite sure. I only decided on matters regarding Xiao Chu after discussing them with Tong. Gu Jiang replied, omitting the fact that the female mayor was likely already entangled with their son, for that would surely keep Tu Lanjun awake at night. After completing her resignation procedures, Yin Qingyu headed straight to Anzhou, not even returning to Beijing for fear of Yang Guang's relentless pursuit. Little did she know, Yang Guang had already arrived in Anzhou. Deputy County Head, 23, graduated from Jiangshi University. Yang Guang scrutinized the documents in his hand, furrowing his brow. Unexpectedly, it turns out to be someone from within the system. How fortuitous. Yang Guang picked up his phone and dialed a number. The entire Lanhe was on high alert. There had been talk of a central visit, yet no definite time was provided. On Sunday afternoon, Zhang Weimin received a notification from above that the research team would arrive in Lanhe on Tuesday morning. As Monday commenced, the county convened an expanded standing committee meeting. During this period, Zhang Weimin had been diligently ensuring the implementation of policies in the Government Affairs Hall, yielding commendable results. Chapter 58. Are there procedural violations? Xie Bingyan wore a grim expression, mirrored by Secretary Geng, whose countenance was equally displeased. The reach of this individual was excessively extended. When did municipal cadres become subject to provincial interference? How could a provincial party organization minister possibly know Gu Tong? This was the question Xie Bingyan pondered, as it was indeed the crux of the matter. Indeed, I was just contemplating this. Although Gu Tong is youthful, it seems rather exaggerated. One must acknowledge that there are numerous department-level officials in their 20s within the central organization. It must be that someone below has reported unfavorably. Secretary Geng, too, found it perplexing that a provincial leader would be aware of a mere deputy county head. The critical point is that Minister Yang's attitude is quite unfavorable, accusing us of arbitrary promotions and breaching regulations, implying that we lack political sensibility. Alas, it seems I must transfer young Gu to the city after the new year. What a pity to lose such a valuable talent. Secretary Geng's intentions were noble, for a tree that stands out will inevitably be subjected to the winds. In truth, even without this incident, I had already planned to transfer Gu Tong to the city in March. Xie Bingyan sighed softly. This feeling was rather uncomfortable. The city government? Secretary Geng was not surprised and inquired aloud. Yes, but now it appears that such an arrangement is inappropriate. He must maintain a low profile for a while. Xie Bingyan felt somewhat helpless, yet this is the nature of politics. The provincial organization department cannot manage municipal cadres. Yet all county party secretaries and deputy department heads are provincial cadres. If that individual is displeased, future work will become untenable. Let him go to the Youth League Committee. That is the only option. Secretary Gung contemplated, concluding that only the Youth League Committee would not be out of place, and the superior would likely be satisfied. Xie Bingyan nodded. It must be so, yet it is truly regrettable. In her view, Gu Tong's character and work capabilities were beyond reproach. On Tuesday at 7:30, Xie Bingyan led a team to Lanhe, with a central research group intended to visit two locations, Lanhe and Anzhou. Anzhou had actually performed better, owing to the foundation laid by Xie Bingyan. Moreover, the newly constructed Government Affairs Hall had officially opened, promising an even more favorable impression. To everyone's surprise, a familiar face appeared among the research team. Xie Bingyan was not taken aback. With a charming smile, she glanced at Chu Qingying and then subtly at Gu Tong. Directeur, welcome. Zhang Weimin grasped Chu Qingying's hand, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Chu Qingying discreetly signaled to Gu Tong amidst the crowd, leaving him slightly astonished. This woman was quite audacious, having failed to mention her visit during their phone call yesterday. This was meant to be a delightful surprise for him. The team was led by the director of the National Policy Research Office, a scholarly leader. Director Chu, it seems you have now arrived on your own turf. Do give us a thorough introduction. The team leader smiled as he spoke with Chu Qingying, expressing his admiration for the grassroots officials who are eager for reform. Director Chun, you are too kind, Chu Qingying replied, busily introducing everyone, especially her close friend. The upcoming itinerary primarily involved Xie Bingyan and Zhang Weimin guiding the research group on site visits. At this moment, government service halls were still rare, yet the concept had long been established. However, effective methods to minimize the burden on the public remained elusive. Director Chun conducted his investigation in the government service hall with great diligence, meticulously questioning the staff at each step, even accompanying a citizen through the process to observe firsthand. Nodding, he remarked, Lanhe's approach is commendable, utilizing existing conditions to facilitate more movement for officials while reducing the need for citizens to travel. This is both substantial and scientific. Such praise was a significant endorsement, leaving Xie Bingyan and Zhang Weimin quite exhilarated. Next was the research symposium held in the county committee's conference room, where Director Chun appeared relaxed, kindly observing the grassroots officials in attendance. Upon spotting Gu Tong, he scrutinized him closely. This is remarkably similar to old Gu. You sly fellow. You've secretly had such a large son and kept it hidden until my return. Director Chun and Gu Jiang were classmates, and he had long heard from friends that Gu Jiang had reunited with his long-lost son. Young comrade, please share what challenges Lanhe faces in this reform. Director Chun directly called upon Gu Tong to speak. Initially, Gu Changwu, who had been exchanging glances with Chu Qingying, felt a bit unsettled. However, as the proponent of this reform, he knew precisely what to say. Director Chun, esteemed leaders, due to technical limitations, we in Lanhe can currently only facilitate more movement for officials. However, I must emphasize that once this reform is rolled out at the national level, it is essential to ensure that data is the one to travel extensively. What does it mean for data to travel more? This necessitates the introduction of a new concept, big data. Gu Tong had contemplated this idea for some time, as the concept of big data would emerge from the United States by 2008. He hoped to capture the attention of the domestic leadership and encourage proactive planning ahead of time. Establishing a big data center to enable extensive data interchange and transmission was crucial before discussing the facilitation of data mobility. True big data refers to an immense volume of information that cannot be efficiently captured, managed, processed, and organized within a reasonable time frame using mainstream software tools, ultimately aiding in more proactive business decision-making. Director Chun was taken aback. While the research group included the chief engineer from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and leaders from the Ministry of Commerce, comprising both technical experts and contemporary affairs specialists. Young comrade, please speak slowly. We are taking notes. The chief engineer from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology was utterly astonished. In fact, the state was already researching Gu Tong's explanation. Yet there was no systematic concept in place. Without a systematic framework, there could be no clear research direction, naturally resulting in a lack of fruitful outcomes. Xie Bingyan, and Chu Qingying exchanged glances, as this fellow consistently surprised them and stirred their passions. Chu Qingying gazed at the man with eyes that seemed on the verge of overflowing with emotion. She longed for him. In her previous life, during a time of frustration in a rural town, she had earnestly studied big data, a revolution that will transform how we live, work, and think. Authored by Victor Mayer-Schechenberger and Kenneth Kukier. This book encapsulated 5 defining characteristics of big data: volume, velocity, variety, veracity, and value. The technical aspects discussed in the book were not suitable for the current occasion. Instead, he focused on concepts and philosophies. While Director Chun and the other members of the research team sat upright, appearing to attend a scientific lecture, diligently taking notes. Governor Gu, may I boldly inquire if these are your own reflections? The chief engineer from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, an academician from both the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering, asked with a gentle tone, his breath quickening as he inquired about Gu Tong. To some extent, yes. I have been researching and contemplating these issues, Gu replied. The book will take several more years to publish. For now, it is essentially my original work. He realized he might never escape the title of father of big data. At this moment, a verification team from the Provincial Organization Department was dispatched to Lanhe, their intentions unmistakable. Chapter 59. The arrogant Director Huang. What was intended to be a 2-hour research symposium evolved into a personal lecture by Gu Tong, leaving all attendees, including Xie Bingyan and Zhang Weimin, thoroughly engrossed. Zhang Weimin felt a swell of pride as he watched Gu Tong speak eloquently. This subordinate was someone he had nurtured himself. From the current perspective, Gu Tong's future heights would be difficult for him to reach. By the time the symposium concluded, night had fallen, and the leaders who had planned to rest in Anzhou had no choice but to stay overnight in Lanhe. Chu Qingying was the most delighted, having just finished dinner. She exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Tong. The winter's chill in Lanhe had swept the snow to the sides of the streets, with bare trees standing as sentinels against the biting wind. However, thanks to the powerful heating system, the indoors was filled with warmth. In Gu Tong's dormitory, a vibrant spring atmosphere prevailed, filled with joy. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. They were at a pivotal moment and wished to ignore it, but the knocking grew increasingly urgent. Who is it? Gu Tong donned a robe and peered through the peephole. Upon opening the door, Xie Bingyan entered, dressed casually. Are you two in such a hurry? Qingying, aren't you embarrassed? Xie said, casting a disapproving glance at Gu Tong, primarily out of jealousy. What is there to be embarrassed about? Is it inappropriate to be affectionate with my own husband? Can you dictate that? Having been friends for many years with Xie. Really? How can you call your husband? Aren't you a bit shameless? Xie rolled her eyes, wondering if Chu Qingying had met his family during her brief stay in the capital. I met Aunt too, and she personally certified it. Aren't you envious? Jealous, perhaps? Chu Qingying, feeling at ease before her friend and the man, sat on the sofa, revealing her true self. Gu Tong, I want to meet your family too. I want to be your wife. Mayor Xie no longer concealed her feelings, having already given her heart to this man. All right, we shall all meet, Gu Tong said, seizing the moment to lift her playfully as she became momentarily flustered. My aunt just arrived. It's a bit inconvenient. Xie feigned shyness, exuding a unique charm. As the light-hearted Chu Qingying took a sip of water, she unexpectedly sprayed out. You, woman, knowing full well your condition, still dare to provoke him. It leaves one somewhat speechless, she mused. Xie Bingyan nestled comfortably in Gu Tong's embrace, her heart buoyed by the clarity of their situation. Thankfully, the man did not object and seemed quite willing to engage in some indescribable affairs with her. Mind your own business. He shall be my husband henceforth. So do not attempt to compete with me. She huffed. By the way, dear, when did you entangle yourself with Minister Yang from the Provincial Organization Department? Xie Bingyan was here for serious matters. She had just received a call from Secretary Gong, conveying reliable information that the Provincial Organization Department had dispatched an inspection team to investigate whether Gu Tong's evaluation process was compliant. Upon hearing this, Gu Tong remained perplexed. He had no acquaintance with Minister Yang, let alone any reason to provoke him. You do not know him either. Then why is he targeting you? Oh, this Minister Yang only arrived in Jing'an last year, originally from the Zhejiang region. Chu Qingying remarked, having some knowledge of this official. Rest assured, leave it to me. Gu Tong is my recommendation, and since I am here, I shall speak with Director Chen tomorrow. I will handle these individuals. Let them have the audacity to trouble Gu Tong. Chu Qingying now considered herself a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. How could her man be bullied? She was currently responsible for investigating disciplinary cases involving provincial-level officials in Jing'an. Should she be displeased, she would pay a visit to the provincial organization department. After a brief conversation with Gu Tong, Xie Bingyan and Chu Qingying departed from his dormitory. They contemplated staying, but the county was bustling with people, and they wished to avoid gossip. The following morning, Director Chen and his entourage returned to Anzhou under Xie Bingyan's guidance. Before their departure, Director Chen shook Gu Tong's hand, reiterating, "Young County Chief Gu, I hope you will promptly draft the data-related documents. Contact me as soon as you have a completed manuscript." Chu Qingying stayed behind in Lanhe with one of her subordinates, as the inspection team from the provincial organization department was imminent. Secretary Zhang, our purpose here is to ascertain whether the promotion and evaluation procedures for Comrade Gu Tong were in violation of regulations. Rest assured, we shall conduct a fair investigation. Zhang Weiman inwardly cursed. They were here to investigate. Yet fairness? Wasn't that mere rhetoric? This indicated a lack of trust in both the municipal and county committees. Why was Minister Yang fixated on a mere deputy county chief? Haha, of course, I trust everyone is fair-minded. It is a coincidence that Comrade Chu Qingying, the then county party secretary, was also present at that time. Would you like to meet her? Few were aware of Chu Qingying's whereabouts, given that many were reassigned out of the province each year. Oh, that works perfectly. If there are issues, they would fall upon Secretary Chu. Secretary Zhang, please assist us in contacting Secretary Chu. The voice that spoke was that of a man in his 30s who had only recently attained the position of Deputy Research Fellow. Having barely secured the treatment of a deputy department head, he could hardly believe that someone in their 20s had become a deputy county chief, a position of far greater prestige than his own. In his mind, there must be some hidden agendas at play, warranting a thorough investigation. He had only spoken halfway when Zhang Weiman interrupted him. Director Huang, Secretary Chu has stated that if you wish to meet her, you should go to the Lanhe Hotel. I've conveyed the message, but beyond that, I am of no assistance. With that, Zhang Weiman departed, preoccupied with his own affairs, dismissing the trivialities of these inconsequential individuals. What audacity! Who do they think they are, demanding an audience? Director Huang was incensed. These lofty provincial officials often felt trepidation when descending to the grassroots level. His resentment towards Gu Tong deepened further. Upon arriving at the Lanhe Hotel, many leaders from Lanhe were gathered in the lobby, awaiting a meeting with Chu Qingying, who had risen to prominence. "Excuse me, is there anyone named Chu Qingying here?" Huang Chao's voice boomed, brash and arrogant. This was indicative of a prevailing attitude among current superior officials, sycophantic to their superiors while domineering over their subordinates. His loud proclamation drew discontented glares from the leaders waiting in the lobby. This only delighted Huang Chao further. These country bumpkins, what do they know? They could never measure up to even a fraction of my worth. He disdainfully surveyed his surroundings. Who dares to shout our director, Chu's name? Just then, Chu Qingying's subordinate emerged from a room, intending to report on the leaders who had arrived from Lanhe. And who might you be? If she has a name, why should I not call it? Huang Chao, looking down from his elevated position, scrutinized the young man approaching. Chapter 60. The Apology of Yin Qingyu. Which department do you belong to? Suli was not inclined to engage in idle banter with this self-important individual. I am Huang Chao from the Cadre Supervision Department of the Jing'an Provincial Party Committee. Huang Chao declared his identity with an air of grandeur, feeling more illustrious than the Emperor Kangxi in disguise. He anticipated an immediate shift in the young man's demeanor, expecting a smile and submission. However, to his surprise, the man remained stoically indifferent, while the onlookers in the lobby wore expressions of mockery. This was not the script he had envisioned. It was deviating entirely from his expectations. Well then, I am Su Li from the 6th Inspection Room of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. The name you just shouted belongs to our Deputy Director. Su Li observed the pretentious man before him with amusement. Predictably, Huang Chao's expression shifted rapidly, his legs trembling, while his two accompanying aides turned pale. "No, this cannot be." Huang Chao struggled to utter just 4 words. Su Li, having anticipated this, presented his work identification card. After a considerable moment of internal turmoil, Huang Chao, with trepidation, entered Chu Qingying's room. Chu Qingying, having been rejuvenated by her beloved the previous day, now appeared radiant, adorned with exquisite makeup, sitting on the sofa with an air of seriousness. "If you have questions, feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly." Her cold tone sent Huang Chao's heart racing. "Director Chu, you misunderstand. We merely seek to understand the situation, with no ulterior motives." "Oh, understanding the situation? I have made it clear that Tong was my personal recommendation, but it was also a matter decided by the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee." "Are you expressing distrust in the Municipal Committee or in the County Committee?" Chu Qingying was exceedingly irate, and the consequences were dire. Rising from her seat, she approached Huang Chao and inquired, word by word, "Do you still doubt my trustworthiness?" "Go back," she commanded, "and inform Minister Yang that if he harbors any mistrust towards me, he may come to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Or I could bring the 6th office to your Provincial Party Committee for a period next week. What do you think?" No, Director Chu, please calm down. You have misunderstood." Huang Chao, terrified, fled in utter disarray. Chu Qingying had firmly etched Minister Yang's name in her memory, and soon he would reap the consequences of his actions. It is often said, better to offend a petty person than to anger a woman. The following day, upon returning to the department, Huang Chao promptly reported to his superior. Yang Jiankong sat in his office, his countenance a mask of fury, yet powerless to act. After pondering for a considerable time, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed number. "Hello, Secretary Zhou, this is Xiao Yang from Jing'an." His tone was exceedingly humble. For on the other end of the line was the 4th-ranking official of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, a deputy minister of a different caliber altogether. After the call, Yang Jiankong was left in a state of shock. Secretary Zhou had explicitly informed him that Chu Qingying was a key talent being nurtured by the committee, and her words carried the weight of the committee's stance. Zhou made it abundantly clear that the influence behind Chu Qingying was far beyond what a mere provincial organizational minister like him could contend with. In truth, after ending the call, Secretary Zhou wore a smile. Poor Yang Jiankong had chosen the wrong adversary, provoking someone from the Gu family, an ill-fated decision indeed. The research team returned with bountiful insights, and a few days later, the People's Daily featured a prominent commentary article on its front page, heralding the comprehensive rollout of centralized government reforms aimed at serving the last mile for the populace. This day marked January 1st, 2007, during the 3-day New Year holiday. Tong remained in Anzhou, training a beautiful female trainee. "Qingyu, your foundational skills are remarkably solid. There is truly no need for further training. You sing far better than I do," Tong remarked as he sipped water, observing the earnest rehearsals of Yan Qingyu. This woman possessed an extraordinary figure and exquisite features. Her voice was nothing short of a lethal weapon for men. As Yan Qingyu shared the space with Tong, her demeanor softened, adorned with a smile that replaced some of her previous aloofness. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, dear teacher." Yan Qingyu's gaze towards Tong held a hint of shyness. The room was warm, prompting Tong to shed his outer garment, revealing only a sleeveless vest. At that moment, Yan Qingyu's phone rang, and she merely glanced at it before hanging up. "Who is this suitor of yours?" Undeterred by daily rejection, one must admire his persistence. Tong, now well acquainted with Yan Qingyu, felt comfortable enough to jest. This enchanting woman, though initially reserved, proved to be quite amiable. Her temperament easygoing, albeit her gaze towards herself was fervent. "Just a wealthy young man. Compared to you, he pales in comparison. Utterly uninteresting," Yan Qingyu remarked, realizing her words might be misconstrued. Stealing a glance at Tong, she noticed he hadn't paid it any mind, which relieved her. "In fact, I believe your current abilities should suffice for this year's Spring Festival Gala stage. With just a couple more days of practice, you'll be fully prepared." Tong, ever mindful of his responsibilities, knew that lingering here too long would be inappropriate. Yan Qingyu, however, was reluctant to conclude their time together so swiftly. With a hint of playfulness, she implored, "I feel I'm still not quite adept. Could you stay with me for a couple more days?" "Oh, I knew it. You've been ignoring my calls because you're here flirting with some wild man." The door to the karaoke room swung open, revealing Yang Guang. His expression dark and sullen. "Yang Guang, show some respect. Who do you think you are? You have no right to interfere in my affairs. I'll associate with whomever I choose," Yan Qingyu exclaimed, exasperated by his relentless pursuit. Day after day, he bombarded her with dozens of calls. And she felt that if it weren't for Gu Tong during this recent turmoil, she might have succumbed to despair. "So you're Gu Tong, huh? I didn't realize you had some connections. But just because I haven't gotten rid of you this time doesn't mean I can't," Yang Guang threatened, his words igniting a memory in Gu Tong of the inexplicable investigation by the Provincial Organization Department into his affairs. "Who is Yang Jiankong to you?" Gu Tong asked abruptly. "Haha, are you frightened? That's my second uncle. And let me tell you, we have many high-ranking officials in our family. Yang Guang Boasted, Seming Li de Ligdet." Yet, Gu Tong merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. "Gu Tong, what has happened?" Yan Qingyu suddenly realized that her predicament had inadvertently caused Gu Tong distress, which she could not tolerate. With a resounding slap, she struck Yang Guang across the face. "Vile wretch, how dare you hit me? I'll make you pay." Yang Guang seethed with rage, furious that the woman he had pursued for 3 years had struck him for another man. As he lunged towards Yan Qingyu, intending to choke her, Gu Tong intervened, delivering a swift kick that sent Yang Guang sprawling. Having never encountered such humiliation, Yang Guang was ready to retaliate. Yet he was unaware that Gu Tong had been transformed by a mysterious power. With a single hand, Gu Tong seized Yang Guang by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. One might think your father is the emperor," he remarked, tossing Yang Guang aside amidst his panicked expression. As Yang Guang scrambled to his feet, he cast a venomous glare at the two, vowing, "You will both regret this. Your end will be quite miserable." Once Yang Guang had retreated, Yan Qingyu approached Gu Tong, her face filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. It's my fault for mishandling these troublesome matters and bringing you such trouble." In a moment of desperation, she grasped his arm delicately. "And how do you intend to make amends?" Gu Tong replied with a mischievous smile. Ever since his injury and the completion of his transformation, he found himself utterly defenseless against the charms of women. You may do as you wish," she murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 61. Off to Holland as my? With danger lingering nearby, Gu Tong remained concerned for Yan Qingyu's safety, dedicating the remaining 2 days to her company. Only after he had seen her off on the train to the capital did he finally exhale in relief. Upon returning to Lan River, Gu Tong took stock of his responsibilities. From Xie Bingyan, he learned that his time in Lan River was now on a countdown. Indeed, as such a young executive deputy county chief, many in the province and city were envious of his position. It was time to bide his time. Excessive prominence was not necessarily a blessing. The progress of the electronics factory is swift. On January 5th, the Qingqing Research and Development Center, jointly established by Qingqing Electronics and Anzhou University, was officially inaugurated, with Xie Bingyan taking time out of her busy schedule to unveil the center. On January 9th, Apple Incorporated officially launched the first generation of the iPhone, marking the dawn of smartphones entering the market. However, at that time, few recognized the potential of this somewhat incomplete smartphone, which was the first to utilize the operating system on a mobile device. This initial generation was primarily intended for stability testing and subsequent upgrades. During this period, Nokia remained the most popular brand, with the 7395 model ubiquitous on the streets. Gu Tong looked at the 95 in his hand, worth several thousand yuan, feeling somewhat disenchanted. Ning Lily had already arranged for several iPhones to be purchased from the United States, and Gu Tong expressed his intention to learn and learn again. A truly great company must have its own great reasons. Only through continuous learning can one surpass and ultimately lead the industry. The first model of the 4 has already been produced, featuring an exquisite design, though some functionalities are still lacking. The next step relies on a research team from Lanhe University to implement minor upgrades on this Model 4, thereby preparing for future mobile phone production. We plan to launch it in March, and considering the low production costs, how does a price of $299 sound? Ning Lily held a pink 4 in her hands, unable to part with it. That seems reasonable. It is not overly expensive, with the most valuable aspect being its decoding technology. Yet, in the present day, it cannot be said to be overly common nor particularly mysterious. With everything in place, Ning Lily began preparing for promotional activities, understanding that the sales performance would heavily depend on marketing. I heard you're leaving Lanhe soon? Ning Lily suddenly inquired. Yes. It appears that I have laid a solid foundation for my work here, and the time has come for me to depart. Initially, the plan was to leave in March, but due to unforeseen circumstances, Xie Bingyan's plans were expedited. However, during a meeting in the city to discuss matters, a document from the province arrived, prompting Xie Bingyan to remember that Tong still had an official trip pending. Little one, you didn't expect this, did you? This time, your sister will be traveling with you. Xie Bingyan exclaimed joyfully, her hand tremoring with excitement as she held the phone. Tong felt a surge of happiness. The prospect of traveling abroad with such a charming figure was indescribably delightful. Is Vice Governor Su leading the delegation again? He asked, recalling how Vice Governor Su had previously awarded him a coveted opportunity to travel abroad for his performance in Hangzhou. Indeed, along with several department heads and mayors. I have also been invited. There's no avoiding it. Hangzhou exceeded last year's investment attraction targets. This time, the destination for the official visit is the Netherlands, specifically Eindhoven. Xie Bingyan was thrilled at the prospect of traveling abroad and being with her beloved, making her restless with excitement. However, Tong remained considerably more composed. Upon learning the destination, he set aside all romantic notions. ASML, how can we strategize? The collective pain of the nation in a previous life. The feeling of helplessness from being constrained by others. After work, Tong purchased some gifts and paid a visit to Yu Qinghan's parents. With their wedding approaching at the year's end, Gu Jiang had entrusted Tu Lanjun to discuss certain details with Yu Qinghan's mother. Xiao Gu, we have only one child, Qinghan. As her elders, our only wish is for your happiness. As for the wedding, the simpler, the better. Your family is quite different from ours, so there is no need for extravagance, Yu Qinghan's mother said, her demeanor refined and composed, expressing satisfaction with her future son-in-law. Xiao Gu, I heard you bought a house for Qinghan in the capital? Yu Liang inquired, as their daughter often video called her parents, sharing how much Tong cared for her. Yes, uncle. In fact, I purchased 2 units in the same community. When you retire, you can also come to the capital, allowing Qinghan to visit home more often. Tong replied, considering that after marriage, he would likely not return to the capital. It would be inappropriate to leave Yu Qinghan there alone. Oh dear, the housing prices in the capital are exorbitant. You should keep that money. Your aunt and I have modest savings, and we certainly don't want you to bear the burden alone, Yu Liang said, having prepared for this moment, as he handed Tong a bank book. After some back and forth between the future father-in-law and son-in-law, Yu Liang ultimately conceded. At that moment, the future bride's mother had prepared a feast, and the 2 men sat together discussing affairs concerning the county. Yu Liang was set to retire mid-year, having reached the appropriate age. Yet he remained well-versed in the county's primary operations. To be honest, I didn't understand the reforms you initiated at first. They are indeed beneficial. But the interests at stake are significant, and the opposition is considerable. I never expected that the reform in our small Lanhe would reach the central government. It was only later that I heard from Qinghan how you managed to submit reports under pressure. He continued. If this strategy fails, it would be a blunder. Yet if it succeeds, it will validate Tong and his team's methods. In truth, a pivotal figure in this endeavor was the Xinhua reporter stationed in Jing'an. I haven't had the opportunity to express my gratitude to this remarkable friend, Tong thought, filled with esteem for the responsible journalist. Yu Ziyue was enjoying a period of great acclaim. As her discerning, I had unveiled a reform concerning the livelihoods of the people. Ziyue, I have splendid news. This year, you have been nominated for the 8th Yangtze River Taofan Award, and the judges have hinted that if you do not win, it would be unjust. The head of the Jing'an branch beamed at her. In truth, it was primarily the grassroots officials who bravely took on their responsibilities, facing immense resistance during such a significant reform. It was said that Gu Tong had nearly lost his life due to this initiative. Yu Ziyue and Chu Qingying communicated frequently, sharing everything with each other. It was unexpected for her best friend to be transferred to the capital, yet for her, it was a fortuitous development. As a journalist, gaining recognition is undoubtedly advantageous. However, as an exceptionally beautiful reporter, fame often attracts a swarm of admirers, gazing at the sunglasses-clad man leaning against a Mercedes in the courtyard. Yu Ziyue felt her earlier joy somewhat diminished. Chapter 62. The ex-girlfriend in critical condition during this period. Yang Guang has been relentlessly seeking trouble for Gu Tong through various connections in Jing'an. However, after much effort, he discovered that Gu Tong was virtually impeccable. Initially intending to confront him directly, he found himself with no other option but to resort to underhanded tactics. Each time Yang Guang thought of his beloved woman, who now lay in a state of reluctant submission beneath Gu Tong, his heart ached as if it were bleeding. The moonlight poured in softly, and the northern winter was exceptionally conducive to slumber. Liu Pei awoke early. Her recent workload had been demanding, and with regular morning meetings scheduled at 8:30. As the head of her department, she naturally arrived ahead of time. Her status dictated a disciplined routine, rising at 6 to prepare breakfast for Gu Tong. At that moment, Gu Tong was immersed in a lengthy dream, the joy of transcending emotional barriers. In his slumber, he encountered a venerable figure, akin to a Buddha, bestowing upon him a remarkable martial art. The sounds of Liu Pei bustling about in the kitchen roused him, and he found it difficult to comprehend the surreal nature of his experience. Could it be that I have been reborn? What further absurdities could possibly exist? Sitting up in bed, Gu Tong followed the principles of the technique he had envisioned, circulating his energy. Instantly, a mysterious force within him awakened. With closed eyes, he could perceive the flow of energy throughout his body and the condition of his meridians. Is this what they call internal vision? Is this the martial prowess depicted in television dramas? After completing his practice, Gu Tong contemplated the technique's principles and the theory of advancement. After a considerable time, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This was indeed a secretive method of cultivation. Both Buddhism and Taoism have their respective teachings on this, positing that one cannot exist in isolation. Where there is yin, there must also be yang. The world is inherently perfect, and thus, nothing exists in solitude. Yin is nourished by yang, and vice versa. Each serves as a reference for the other. In human cognition, our understanding of the world stems from points of reference. Without them, comprehension is impossible. Taoism speaks of the dual cultivation of life and essence, asserting that the harmony of yin and yang is the secret to longevity. Regardless of the longevity aspect, one's personal abilities will undoubtedly enhance. This was a sentiment Gu Tong had come to appreciate deeply through his recent commitment to physical training. Moreover, Liu Pei had become increasingly alluring. The room was warm, and she donned a long, flowing nightgown, her hair casually tied back, diligently preparing breakfast for him. Gu Tong often found women to be peculiar. When he adored her most fervently, she rarely made breakfast for him. The more he craved her attention, the more she distanced herself. Yet now, despite his continued cool demeanor, she was particularly attentive. How is work proceeding? Gu Tong inquired gently, unable to adopt an entirely indifferent tone. It's going quite well. Ever since those 2 vehicles and the funding came through, the younger staff has become significantly more motivated. You once mentioned that those who toil deserve more, and I'm considering whether we can reward those who contribute more this year, Liu Pei replied, casting a warm smile at her partner. Indeed, it is as you say. Otherwise, those who labor diligently would earn no more than those who are idle. And in the future, who would still be inclined to work. Please devise a plan expeditiously. I shall approve it before my departure, Gu Tong remarked casually. Liu Pei, momentarily distracted, inadvertently cut her finger. Gu Tong swiftly stepped forward and took her finger into his mouth. Liu Pei gazed at the man's anxious and caring expression, momentarily entranced. He harbors feelings for me. That is enough, for the fault lies with me. Are you leaving? Why? Liu Pei felt a surge of panic. She had initially thought it would be acceptable to continue as they were. When he grew weary or annoyed, she would quietly depart. Returning to Anzhou likely meant going to the youth league committee. Gu Tong noticed that her finger had ceased bleeding and found a piece of gauze and a band-aid to wrap it, commenting casually, the executive vice county chief. Youth league committee? What sort of arrangement is this? Having been in the system for several years, Lu Pei recognized that this was clearly a demotion. You are too young. Transitioning to that position is merely a stopgap, as some may have strong objections. With this, Lu Pei understood. While it was not uncommon for someone in their early 20s to hold a deputy position, an executive vice county chief was indeed rare nationwide. The groundwork in Lanhe had already been laid, and the reforms had been fully initiated. Remaining there no longer held significant meaning. Remain in the Investment Promotion Bureau for another year, and then proceed to Dongfu. Gu Tong had already charted Lu Pei's path. The position of secretary in Dongfu had been vacant, and Zhang Weimin had yet to mention it. Currently, Tong was performing admirably, managing both the town's administration and the successful launch of 2 enterprises. All right, I shall heed your advice. Can I still come to Anzhou to see you? Lu Pei's concern lay with this matter. Lanhe was merely over 50 kilometers from Anzhou, and her current unit had a vehicle, making travel convenient. Come whenever you wish. Who could stop you? Gu Tong believed himself not to be a lecher, but rather a person devoted to his craft. Yes, henceforth, he would claim it was all for the sake of practice. After all, he considered himself a person of noble character, devoid of base desires. Not a man enamored by physical beauty. Both completed their tasks nearly simultaneously. Lu Pei stepped out first, followed by Gu Tong a mere 5 minutes later. Lu Pei donned a thick hat, mask, and scarf that obscured her face entirely, her arms carrying a bag. As she reached the street, the school had already entered its holiday, and the foot traffic was sparse. Suddenly, 2 figures darted from a nearby alley. They swiftly brushed past Lu Pei, snatching her bag with alarming speed. Lu Pei gasped in horror. Her injured finger throbbed painfully as it was yanked. Help! Someone is robbing me, Lu Pei cried out, prompting Gu Tong, who was not far behind, to hastily pursue. Strangely, the 2 thieves did not flee far, quickly retreating into the alley once more. When Gu Tong and Lu Pei reached the alley, they discovered 5 individuals within. It appears this is directed at me, Gu Tong thought with a sigh, as he noticed Lu Pei's face drain of color. She was preparing to call for help when the 5 men charged towards them. The foremost assailant brandished a knife and lunged directly at Gu Tong, causing Lu Pei's face to blanch in terror. At that critical moment, Lu Pei pushed Gu Tong aside. Thud! The knife plunged into Lu Pei's back, and the woman's eyes shimmered with tears. Gu Tong, I love you so deeply. Please forgive me. Then, I collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. You wretched beings. Gu Tong summoned a surge of mysterious energy within, still unskilled in the incantations. The individuals before him were indeed desperate criminals. They swiftly took down Lu Pei without surprise, surrounding Gu Tong in a tight circle. A terrifying spectacle unfolded as a faint halo seemed to envelop Gu Tong's hands. Who on earth is this person, possessing such formidable power? In the blink of an eye, 2 adversaries lost their combat ability, sent crashing into the wall by a single kick from Gu Tong, their ribs likely fractured. Forget about him. Be ruthless, strike hard. Eliminate him. The leader, with a sinister expression, brandished a large cleaver and charged forward. Gu Tong, only versed in internal martial arts and lacking knowledge of combat techniques, resorted to sheer brute force, grappling with his opponents until he stumbled upon a wooden stick by the roadside. With raw strength augmented by the makeshift weapon, it took less than 2 minutes to bring the remaining 3 ordinary foes to the ground. Fearing a delay in Lu Pei's treatment, Gu Tong dialed Qi DeLong's number. And within 5 minutes, 3 police cars arrived with a siren's wail. Chapter 63. The female county head also has her concerns. Fortunately, the knife wounds were not to vital areas, and the timely arrival ensured Lu Pei would awaken by afternoon at the latest. After hearing the hospital director's words, Gu Tong's anxious heart found relief. Lu Pei had few relatives in the county and even fewer friends, prompting Gu Tong to summon Ning Lily. What on earth happened? Why was there a knife involved? Ning Lily glanced at the numerous scratches on Gu Tong's arms, then at Lu Pei lying on the bed, mistakenly believing they had engaged in a fight. She was well aware of their past connection. It wasn't until she heard Gu Tong's account that she realized her misunderstanding. Gu Tong then called Xie Bingyan, entrusting her with the matter. The beautiful mayor was exceedingly furious. In broad daylight, a prominent executive vice county head was attacked in the streets. A joint investigation team composed of city police, judicial, and law enforcement officials swiftly arrived in Lanhe, and the case was resolved quickly. By afternoon, all 5 criminals had confessed. County head Gu, these 5 individuals are all classified as wanted felons. The one seeking them is a man named Yang, who is still in Anzhou. We have already set up surveillance. He should not be able to escape. The county bureau chief reported cautiously. Lanhe truly is a troubled place, and each incident seems to be connected to the individual before me. Last time, a helicopter had arrived directly. Gu Tong held no resentment towards others, as it was clear that if Yang aimed to target him, there was little anyone else could do to prevent it. It wasn't until the afternoon that an important message came from the city. The man named Yang had actually fled. What are you all doing? How could you allow him to board a plane? Xie Bingyan rarely lost her temper. Yang Guang had executed a clever diversion, and he was thoroughly prepared, having arranged all the necessary paperwork for international travel. Mayor Xie, we traced a call from the provincial capital that alerted Anzhou Airport's immigration, which rendered our cooperative notification ineffective. Xie Bingyan's expression darkened. She could easily guess who had made that call. She opened her phone and directly dialed a number. Uncle Gu, it's Bingyan. The last time Gu Jiang visited Anzhou, she had a brief encounter with this elder. After Chu Qingying went to the capital and met Tu Lanjun, she conveyed Gu Jiang's contact information to her. This was also Gu Jiang's intention. Sometimes, matters that are inconvenient for sons to discuss can be more easily addressed by their daughters-in-law. Chu Qingying arrived in Jing'an with immense anger, as the standing committee of the provincial party committee was in session. The provincial building was a place with which Chu Qingying was thoroughly familiar. Beside her, Yu Qinghan wore a grim expression, her hands icy cold. The joint operation between the Supreme Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau and the 6th Division was indeed rare, motivated solely by the pursuit of efficiency. The provincial party secretary and the governor were already aware of the situation. The meeting was merely a fade, deliberately trapping Yang Jiankang here. Yang Jiankang. Upon seeing Chu Qingying and Yu Qinghan in their judicial attire, Yang Jiankang appeared significantly aged, rising unsteadily. Subsequently, all remaining members of the Yang family within the system fell from grace. Report to the leader. The target has entered Dutch territory. We can currently only rely on the embassy to request personnel. Gu Zhang's face was stern. His son resembled him in many ways, remaining silent even amidst such turmoil. If it weren't for the reports from the women in his life, he would still be in the dark. It was imperative that this young man marry soon and have several children. The fear of insufficient offspring had taken root in Gu Zhang's mind. Thus, he welcomed his son's romantic pursuits. Initially, Tu Lanjun was somewhat displeased, but after Gu Zhang's persuasion, she came to understand the joy of having children and grandchildren around. Liu Pei awoke the following afternoon. Having lost considerable blood and suffered internal injuries, she would need at least a month to recuperate. Yet, as a workaholic, she had already begun to attend to matters. Those in the know remarked on her status as a department head, while others might have mistaken her for a head of state. Ning Lily accompanied her in conversation. Fate is truly marvelous. Ning Lily looked at this former rival with a tinge of admiration. People are not afraid of making mistakes, as long as they can amend them. That is still worthy of respect. You are no different. You come to accompany me, laden with documents. Liu Pei was also aware of Ning Lily's feelings for Gu Tong. Having been classmates for 4 years, and with her pursuit leading her to this remote county, was she not being rather lustful? I am not lustful. Is being virtuous any better? Speaking of Gu Tong, both women's eyes sparkled with interest. Have you noticed? He seems to be getting fitter and more stylish by the day. Ning Lily was almost salivating, oblivious to her own reaction. How could I not notice? Liu Pei stuck out her tongue, nearly letting something slip. As their conversation continued, Ning Lily felt discomfort in certain areas and excused herself to the restroom. Li Yin personally visited Gu Tong's office to express her concern. Her attire today was particularly striking. From Gu Tong's perspective, He had no defenses against a woman of such beauty at this age. Li Yin had an ample bosom, and as she walked, she exuded a lively energy. This woman seemed to carry a hint of sorrow, though it was unclear what troubled her. Your physical condition is truly remarkable. Just yesterday, you were covered in bruises, and today only a few red marks remain. Li Yin was somewhat incredulous as she approached Gu Tong, lowering her head to scrutinize Gu Tong's arms. The neckline was wide open, revealing an ample and fair view. Gu Tong's gaze nearly became transfixed. Sensing something, Li Yin's face flushed with embarrassment as she returned to her seat. Gu Tong, feeling a bit awkward, was just about to change the subject when Li Yin's phone rang. This woman seemed reluctant to answer, yet she did not hang up. After a brief pause and a glance at Gu Tong hastily stood up, preparing to step out to avoid the situation. However, Li Yin gestured for him to stay, indicating that there was no need to retreat. "Hey, I'm busy. What is it? We'll talk about it when I get home." Li Yin's impatience was palpable, clearly indicating that it was her husband on the other end. "I will definitely sign the documents. But Lele is about to take his college entrance examination. Can't we wait until after the exams to part ways?" At that moment, Li Yin did not embody her usual image of a strong woman. Instead, she appeared helpless and resigned. "I understand I will sign it tonight, but please refrain from coming to my house. My parents are not well and cannot endure your frequent disruptions." After hanging up, Li Yin appeared utterly defeated. Success in her career, juxtaposed with failure in her family life, may indeed be one of the harshest realities for a woman. "I apologize for the spectacle. I married young, right after graduation, drawn by a promising family." Li Yin chuckled self-deprecatingly. "How about this, Sister Yin? Shall we take a stroll at Shanshan Temple? The spring weather outside is delightful, albeit a bit chilly, yet perfect for a leisurely walk. Today is Friday, and with no pressing matters at hand, Gu Tong decided to invite the female county chief for a stroll, likely before she heads to the city after returning from the Netherlands. The personnel matters in the county are managed by the former leader Zhang Weimin, so there is little to worry about. It is merely the implementation of projects and the next steps for the electronics factory that will rely heavily on this lady. The key player is Lu Pei. As a fellow female cadre, could foster a friendship with Li Yin, undoubtedly a significant advantage for her forthcoming endeavors. The mountain temple was serene, with the sound of bells and birds creating a unique atmosphere. The two traveled light, without any additional company. Returning to this familiar place stirred some emotions in Gu Tong. Chapter 64. The joy of helping others to forge friendships. Yu Ziue embraced Chu Qingying, laughing and chatting animatedly. They were longtime friends, sharing everything without reservation. "Director Ku, please expedite my transfer back. I can hardly bear being with that Qinyu any longer." As she spoke, she cast a surreptitious glance at the elegantly refined Yu Qinghan. Yu Qinghan regarded the journalist who had greatly assisted Gu Tong with kindness. Chu Qingying, however, dared not make any hasty promises. As the true matriarch of the Gu family was right beside her, she felt she could not overstep her bounds. And simply being with Gu Tong was already a source of immense joy. "You seem to have approached the wrong person. You should seek out my sister Qinghan here." Chu Qingying intentionally aimed to assist her friend, pointing towards Yu Qinghan. Yu Ziue was momentarily puzzled. How could someone so young possess such remarkable influence? Qinghan, currently a deputy director at the age of 24, had an unlimited future ahead of her. As the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, how could she not be valued? Furthermore, Yu Qinghan graduated from the Southwest University of Political Science and Law, often dubbed the Huangpu Military Academy of Political Science. Both high-ranking officials were alumni of this prestigious institution, and upon entering her new unit, a cohort of seniors guided her. Currently at the Supreme People's Procuratorate, it could be said that Yu Qinghan was thriving. However, she is recognized as an outstanding young reserve cadre by the higher-ups. "Ziue, leave this matter to me. You've assisted Gu Tong immensely, and I can manage the return to the capital. In fact, such matters do not even require troubling Gujiang." Yu Qinghan's direct superior happens to be the second in command at the headquarters of their company. "Really? Is that true?" The happiness came so suddenly. Yu Ziue was merely joking and did not expect this to materialize. This is not a mere transfer within the province or between branches. This is a return to the headquarters. Each position at the headquarters is highly coveted. Yet, unexpectedly, this young lady resolved the situation with a single remark. Yu Qinghan felt that such a beautiful female journalist would be safer in the capital. She could tolerate Chu Qingying and Xie Bingyan, not only due to the diminishing talent within the Gu family, but also because Chu and Xie could provide political support to Gu Tong. After all, she was no longer a mere teenage girl. If she were to become the matriarch of the Gu family, she must prioritize the family's interests above all else. She understood the principle of mutual prosperity, as did Yu Liang, which positioned Yu Qinghan's mindset quite favorably. Moreover, given that her husband was exceptionally talented, any woman would be drawn to him. Rather than being overly protective, it was more effective to channel those feelings positively. Having Xie Bingyan around was beneficial, but thoughts of Ning Xiaoxiao and Ning Lily brought her a headache. Sister Chu, do you think that fellow might intentionally stir trouble between the sister duo? Gu Kajing, who was engrossed in her phone while flirting with Gu Tong, was startled by the sudden inquiry. The primary consort had spoken. Xiaoxiao and Lily? Rest assured, this pair of sisters will not escape. Chu Qingying was nonchalant, as she was already the second wife, positioned even ahead of Xie Bingyan, enjoying a sense of elevated status. What will we do with all these women in the future? Yu Qinghan felt a pang of melancholy. What to do? Just let it be. None of these women are to be underestimated. They are all accomplished individuals in their own right. They will not simply sit idly at home. There are business elites and political figures working together for the betterment of our extended family, and also for the next generation of the Gu family. The more prosperous the next generation, the more support her own children would receive, and the resources of the Gu family would flourish. Gu Tong and Li Yan strolled through the tranquil ancient temple nestled in the deep mountains, savoring the rare serenity. I have not been in good spirits lately. My husband, born into a wealthy family, has always been indulgent and lazy. He found a job in the logistics department at Anzhou Middle School, but he only works sporadically, having squandered his parents' savings and now mine as well. It may sound amusing, but after so many years of work, I hardly have any savings. Aside from the funds set aside for my child's education, all has been recklessly wasted by him. I heard he found a wealthy woman and is now hastily seeking a divorce, with the condition that I leave empty-handed while retaining custody of the child. Leanne's expression was poignant, a single tear gliding down her flawless, jade-like face. Isn't it laughable? There is nothing amusing about it. Every family has its own struggles. Do you require assistance? Gu Tong's inherently helpful nature was ever present. Li Yin, with her voluptuous figure clad in fitted black trousers accentuating her alluring silhouette, appeared enchanting. The upper body is adorned in a sleek black waist-cinching trench coat, exuding an air of elegance and competence, while a pair of delicate white rabbits seem poised to make their appearance at her bosom. Need assistance? She chuckles. If I were to say I have no place to stay, could you truly help? After a divorce tonight, I shall gather my belongings and be left homeless. It is rather ludicrous for a woman who has strived her entire life to attain the esteemed position of a county leader, to find herself reduced to sleeping on the streets. Behind the glamorous facade lies a multitude of untold sorrows. This is the essence of true life. Gu Tong mused. Despite the woman's captivating beauty and allure, fate appeared to have bestowed little favor upon her. Fear not. Even in Anzhou, acquiring a house in the capital is no challenge. Haven't you heard? I am fortunate enough to have won several million in the lottery. What captivates women most about Gu Tong is his willingness to assist, delivered with a lightheartedness that spares them any embarrassment. More importantly, he does not resort to coercion in his offers of help. Li Yin merely intended to make a casual remark, yet the little man took it to heart, hastily waving his hands in refusal. I can stay at my mother's. You've misunderstood me. No worries, in a bit, we shall depart. In no more than 2 hours, you will have a new home. It's hardly a daunting task. To Gu Tong, purchasing a house was akin to buying cabbage. Furthermore, he coincidentally needed to acquire a unit as well, suggesting they could look out for one another. As he casually spoke, Li Yan's face flushed crimson at the thought of living in the same building. Descending from the mountain temple, just around noon, After a meal prepared on the stove, Gu Tong instructed Ning Lily to continue overseeing Liu Pei before embarking with Li Yan in her private vehicle towards Anzhou. In Li Yan's eyes, this little man seemed to procure a house with the swiftness of buying cabbage, unaware that Gu Tong had meticulously planned ahead. A new development across from Anzhou University, primarily targeting school district housing, lay merely a street away from Li Yan's daughter's school. In these times, Anzhou's housing prices are not exorbitant, particularly when compared to future eras, with a mere 1,500 per square meter being almost a gift. "Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase 2 units? The saleswoman was taken aback, as only 10 minutes had elapsed since this strikingly handsome man had decided on acquiring 2. Was he perhaps drawn by his own allure? Countless speculations flitted through the saleswoman's mind, ultimately culminating in a stunning remark from Gu Tong. "I simply have too much money, and it's quite distressing not to spend it." 2 newly renovated units, each spanning 130 square meters, would be ready for occupancy with just a few furnishings. As Gu Tong and Li Yan's vehicle receded from view, the saleswoman remained in awe, profoundly affected by the commanding presence of the handsome gentleman. Upon arrival at the new home, Gu Tong and the sunglasses-clad Li Yan toured the 2 units, and it was evident that the woman was filled with joy. A woman's affection for a home is a sentiment that endures throughout her life journey. However, Li Yan shyly regarded Gu Tong, insisting, "We agreed this is a loan from you. Regardless of your need, you must hold on to this IOU." Without further ado, she thrust the IOU for 195,000 yuan into Gu Tong's embrace. He smiled as he accepted it. A sincere friendship had finally been established. Chapter 65. Unwavering concerns. As Ziyu received her notification for overseas travel, she was still filled with anticipation for her new life in the capital. Good fortune often comes in pairs, have you not noticed? When one piece of good news arrives, another follows closely behind. Chu Qingying felt a surge of joy for her friend, but suddenly a thought struck her as she glanced at Yu Qinghan, almost causing her to drop her phone. Despite all her calculations, she had not anticipated this twist. What a disaster. Yu Qinghan gently rubbed her forehead. After dialing Gu Tong's number, she immediately issued a command regarding her trousers. "You two seem to be concocting a plan, yet I have not even met the person in question. How could such a situation arise? Furthermore, your husband is hardly a heartthrob. How can he fall in love with every woman he encounters?" The image of Yu Qinghan's pouting lips brought a smile to Gu Tong's face. "Regardless of the likelihood, you must tighten your belt." Yu Qinghan felt a bit disheartened. The world of the 3 seemed rather cramped, and if this continued, how many more would there be? "Why don't you simply buy a lock and secure me in?" This remark amused Yu Qinghan greatly. Reflecting on her own man, who had just narrowly escaped a dire situation, she consoled him gently before hanging up, and the 2 women shared a hearty laugh. At a critical moment, Yu Ziyue had rendered Gu Tong an immense service, and the benefits of this reform will be shared by all. However, for Yu Ziyue, it merely meant a slight increase in income, seemingly trivial. Helping others is tantamount to helping oneself. We must not allow our friends to feel neglected. After chatting for a considerable time about Yu Ziyue, upon hearing Chu Qingying's words, Yu Qinghan nodded gently. On January 18th, Gu Tong set off early in the morning in Xie Bingyin's car, heading straight for the provincial government compound. Upon arrival, the minibus to the airport was already waiting. Vice Governor Su was recently invigorated, as adjustments had been made to the standing committee following Yang Jiankong's double disciplinary action. Vice Governor Su had officially joined the standing committee, and good news had uplifted his spirits. Encountering an old acquaintance brought him even more joy. "Little Secretary Gu, we meet again. I still remember your song. Do not forget your original intention." Su Biqiang exclaimed with hearty laughter, clasping Gu Tong's hand. Other department heads and mayors, unfamiliar with Gu Tong, began to inquire about her. Traveling from Jingshui City to the provincial capital necessitated a transfer at the capital's airport before flying directly to Eindhoven, Netherlands. In the struggle for succession in the Dubai Emirate, Sophia and Emilia held a slight advantage. The previous year's events in Hangzhou had greatly angered the old king, Mohammed, and this assassination attempt targeted the most favored second prince. However, A prince capable of harming his own sister was not the kind of heir the emirate desired. Amidst a series of tumultuous storms, the second prince and many high-ranking officials and affluent individuals surrounding him were placed under house arrest and their assets confiscated. Sister, our father's governance is lacking. The future of Dubai must remain in our hands. Our uncles in Jordan have also clearly expressed their support for us, and the major forces within the emirate have completely capitulated. For now, our father still trusts us, especially given our good relations with Huaxia, which is his primary concern. That great Eastern nation will undoubtedly rise. At this juncture, how can we further deepen our exchanges with such a power? Emilia inquired. Sister, I cannot leave the country at this time. I must remain here to manage the situation. You should travel to the Netherlands. The negotiations with the Ismai company have reached an impasse. You ought to assess the situation firsthand. As for the in-depth exchanges with Huaxia, we will discuss it further once we acquire the equity of ASML. That company possesses certain technologies that I believe the great Eastern nation would find intriguing. The true intentions of ASML remain elusive to us. They neither reject nor promote, merely offering vague responses. It is truly perplexing to discern what these Dutch individuals are truly contemplating. I still prefer the company of the Huaxia people, particularly when I think of a certain individual, evoking a sense of bashfulness within me. Are you perhaps infatuated? Sophia sighed lightly. After all, Gu is Huaxia, and we are not of the same nation. Such a love is destined for futility. They were saved at a most perilous moment by Gu Tong, a man of striking handsomeness. The aesthetic preferences of Middle Eastern and East Asian individuals do not differ significantly. Gu Tong's appearance aligns perfectly with their ideals. Moreover, Eastern individuals possess a refined elegance and grace that resonates deeply with the hearts of the two sisters. On the morning of the 18th, Emilia, accompanied by her team, took a private jet directly to Eindhoven. In January, the Netherlands is still cloaked in the depths of winter, yet the streets of Eindhoven are bustling with tourists and merchants. This city is home to the globally renowned electronics giant Philips, a primary target for the Jingen inspection team. At this time, ASML does not yet bask in the fame it would later achieve. It remains in a phase of quiet development. However, due to its steady growth style, it has garnered commendations from various investment firms. Additionally, Eindhoven is a famous football city, with a team bearing its name that is a formidable contender in the Eredivisie. UZUF followed closely behind Xie Bingyan, of whom she was only familiar as the beautiful mayor. Xie Bingyan, this time traveling light, donned well-fitted jeans, drawing Gu Tong's gaze to her alluring figure. The elegant lady was well aware of the man's attention and felt a secret delight. Throughout the journey, Yuzue also discreetly observed Gu Tong, who had exchanged only a handshake of gratitude with her upon their initial meeting in the van, leaving their interaction at that. Upon disembarking from the plane, the group curiously surveyed this burgeoning industrial city with its exotic charm and clear skies, truly refreshing to the spirit. The environment here is quite pleasant, Xie Bingyan remarked, with blue skies and white clouds. The air quality is commendable. Foreigners excel in environmental protection. Indeed, Yu Ziyue concurred. Eindhoven is an industrial city, yet appears their pollution is minimal. Having traveled abroad frequently, Yu Ziyue was relatively well acquainted with Eindhoven. Prior to her visit, she had conducted thorough research on the city's history, culture, notable enterprises, and industrial structure, stepping into the role of a temporary guide upon arrival. Gu Tong found himself captivated by this striking female reporter, whose eloquence and humility, combined with her flowing hair and delicate demeanor, enchanted the surrounding gentlemen. At that moment, the embassy's liaison had arrived. Vice Governor Su, esteemed leaders, and the embassy's attached, Xiao Ziqiang. You may call me Xiao. Xiao Ziqiang gathered everyone together to emphasize certain local taboos to avert any diplomatic misunderstandings. At that moment, a throng of elegantly dressed individuals suddenly emerged from outside the airport. Leading the group was a man holding a sign emblazoned with English letters. Gu Tong cast a brief glance before redirecting his gaze towards the approaching crowd. Suddenly, a voice from the exit corridor exclaimed in surprise, "Gu, is that you?" Chapter 66. The fiery second princess in stark contrast to her sister's composed demeanor. Emilia possessed a more vivacious spirit. Unlike her sister's voluptuous Middle Eastern beauty, Emilia epitomized petite charm. While she stood at a respectable height of approximately 168 meters, she was not as tall as her sister. Upon spotting the man she longed for, Emilia was reluctant to let him go easily. Wrapping her arm around Tong's as she excitedly mixed English and Arabic in her speech. Tong could only partially comprehend her words, responding with a mix of guesses and half-understood phrases. Yuzue, witnessing Tong being embraced by the Middle Eastern beauty, nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. Xie Bingyan had previously encountered the Dubai princess in Hangzhou and was aware that Tong had saved their lives. The embassy's attaché seemed to be acquainted with the Dubai princess, exchanging pleasantries and amicably sharing the accommodation details of the Chinese delegation. Satisfied, Emilia then proceeded to join the welcoming team from Asma Company. Before departing, she whispered to Tong, "Darling, see you tonight." This left Tong's heart racing with anticipation. Big treasure, he thought, seeing her every day, but this "see you tonight" must be referring to my precious. On their way to the residence, Xie Bingyan shot Tong a disapproving look, yet she was wary of others, particularly Yuzue, discovering her thoughts, and could only suppress her feelings. She distinctly remembered the mission entrusted to her by Chu Qingying and Yu Qinghan. To put it bluntly, she would rather consume Tong herself than allow anyone else to lay claim to her little man. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Biqiang, accompanied by the embassy's attaché, engaged in a brief meeting with the mayor of Eindhoven, who had come to pay a visit. The mayor sought the Chinese delegation's input regarding the upcoming itinerary. With the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the Netherlands now 34 years strong, exchanges between the two nations had become increasingly frequent. Eindhoven and Nanjing were sister cities, and this visit, facilitated by the embassy, aimed to enhance connections between Jiangnan province and Eindhoven, exploring avenues for cooperation in the electronics industry. Tong's room was merely separated from Xie Bingyan's by a thin wall. Noticing that others had returned to their rooms, the beautiful mayor discreetly signaled to Tong. He placed his belongings back in his room and promptly entered Xie Bingyan's quarters. The enchanting mayor was in the midst of her evening routine, stepping into the bathroom in her natural state. "Could you boil some water for me? I'll be out shortly after my shower." Xie Bingyan spoke unabashedly to Tong. From the frosted glass door of the bathroom, he could catch a glimpse of her alluring form, gracefully curvaceous and undeniably captivating. He struggled to suppress his urges as he prepared tea for her. Half an hour later, the beauty emerged from her bath, wrapped in a robe. Her damp hair casually draped in silk, exuding a beguiling charm. "What are you staring at, you fool? Aren't you fond of Middle Eastern beauties?" Xie Bingyan pouted, her expression tinged with jealousy. From childhood to adulthood, the instances of Xie Bingyan's coquettishness are few and far between, yet every precious moment has been devoted to Tong. As she nestled beside the young man, her long, fair legs draped over his. "I've had a tiring day. Could you please massage my legs?" Typically, a woman of her stature refrains from flirtation, but when she does, it is beyond what an impetuous youth can endure. Tong's hands incessantly knead, eliciting soft, pleasurable sounds from her. However, the constraints of propriety cannot quell the fervor of his touch. Xie Bingyan once experienced what seemed to be a perfect first love, yet it ultimately proved to be not meant to be. The emotional void following their separation, coupled with the demands of her career, left her with little time for other matters. Ultimately, in the hearts of women in Huaxia, a life-saving grace truly merits a pledge of devotion. If one views all matters in life as transactions, then gratitude and love appear to be forms of emotional exchange. Without sacrifice, where lies the reward? In the realm of existence, political life seems to hold even greater significance. Thus, since Tong rescued her from peril, she resolved to accompany him for a lifetime. Mr. Yang Jiang once said, "When you have traversed the world and encountered all beings, you will discover that the horizons you seek lie within the courage and confidence of your own heart. When you have witnessed the seasons and weathered storms, you will realize that the beauty you seek is rooted in the tranquility and composure of your inner self." For Xie Bingyan, upon meeting Tong, She recognized that the most splendid aspect of her life was encountering this young man. They shared a tender moment, yet were compelled to part ways. I must venture out tonight to meet that Middle Eastern princess, Gu Tong remarked suddenly. Xie Bingyan felt a tinge of confusion, for in Gu Tong's eyes, she perceived something distinct, not mere infatuation with the princess. Explain your reasoning. This way, if Lion learns of it, I can help you navigate through it. It's about Asmai. Gu Tong replied softly. Asmai? You mentioned it before, but is this company truly that formidable? Xie Bingyan had unwavering faith in Gu Tong, for he had always exuded confidence in significant matters, in reality affirmed his impeccable judgment. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Consider that Dubai is one of the two principal emirates in the UAE, and they have sent their princess to negotiate. There must be considerable significance behind this. However, at present, Gu Tong possessed little knowledge of his mind in Dubai, except for one fact. Dubai is immensely wealthy, and its princesses are affluent as well. Asmai currently lacked funds. What transpires when a cash-strapped enterprise with core technology encounters a wealthy patron? Gu Tong felt a surge of excitement, sensing an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, this opportunity might require sacrifices of a personal nature. Nevertheless, for the future of the nation and the hopes of the country, what is the flesh of a 7-foot man if not worthy of sacrifice? With this thought, Gu Tong felt a sense of noble purpose, and his demeanor elevated further. Xie Bingyan observed the spirited man with growing concern. Could it be that this fellow's harem will include a Dubai princess? What shall I do then? With her long legs released from his grasp, Gu Tong returned to his room to make a minor adjustment. Dinner was to be hosted by the Eindhoven City Hall, located on the Hotel's ground floor. The Dutch side has shown great respect for the Chinese dining customs, and on this foundation, they have specially prepared several local delicacies. Present at the dinner were also the heads of the public relations departments from Philips and several major enterprises. After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Those with abundant energy ventured out of the hotel for a stroll, albeit cautiously, as they were wary of straying too far in unfamiliar territory, fearing potential diplomatic disputes. As Gu Tong returned to his room, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, dear Gu. I am already at the hotel entrance. Hurry out. I miss you so much. The exuberance of Yumiya was somewhat overwhelming for Gu Tong. However, as the enchanting woman wrapped her arm around her dark, flowing hair cascading over him, Gu Tong's apprehension dissipated entirely when she leaned against him in the back seat. His English was quite proficient, albeit not frequently practiced. Within 10 minutes, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Dear, you are remarkable. I thought your English would be limited, but you are so fluent, Yumiya exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she lightly kissed Gu Tong. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the Philips Stadium. Although it was not the season, a friendly match was underway, and Yumiya had already procured tickets. Come on, dear Gu, tonight you are mine, and I am yours. Let us revel in the joy of football. Chapter 67, A Golden Opportunity. Despite the biting cold of winter, the players on the field were clad in short sleeves and shorts. Gu Tong marveled at their resilience against the chill. Passion can indeed ward off the cold. Let us go, dear, Yumiya urged, leading Gu Tong to a seat close to the pitch. In truth, the stand were not particularly cold. The Philips Stadium, being a primary venue for the Champions League, was equipped with advanced facilities. This was a collegiate football match, and it was no surprise that such a place could produce elite teams like those in the Eredivisie. After watching just a half of the game, Gu Tong could sense the disparity with domestic matches. Though Yumiya was passionate about football, she seemed more focused on the man beside her, whether intentional or not. Every time a goal was scored, the stunning beauty would leap into Gu Tong's arms in jubilation. To Gu Tong, they were still relatively unfamiliar with each other. The reserved demeanor of a Chinese man met the exuberance of a Middle Eastern woman, sparking a unique chemistry. Amidst the fervor of the football match, their emotions gradually deepened. Gu Tong admired Yumiya's character, her generosity, warmth, and spirited nature. As the game concluded, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Yumiya, in high spirits, took Gu Tong to a nearby gourmet street. Open your mouth and taste this. Let me know how it is, she said with a sweet smile, feeding him a piece of Edam cheese. The night was enchanting, and Yumiya was even more so as she linked arms with Tong, joyfully traversing the bustling streets post-match. With the game just finished, the streets were lively with pedestrians. Yumiya's car followed closely behind, with 4 bodyguards maintaining a watchful distance to ensure the safety of the princess. After about 20 minutes, Yumiya appeared to grow weary. Let us get in the car and swing by my room. I have a gift for you. Yumiya leaned close to Tong's ear, her tone laced with an air of mystery. The hotel where Yumiya resided was not far from the location of the domestic investigation team. Along the way, she received a call, seemingly from her sister, Sophia, inquiring about the progress of the negotiations. Yumiya stuck out her tongue. Having been preoccupied with her day-to-day, she had completely cast aside the matter of negotiations. On the other end of the line, Sophia sensed something amiss. Is there someone next to you? And is it a man? Tell me, who is he? Sophia's tone grew increasingly stern, as their royal family maintained strict regulations regarding the romantic partners of its members. Oh dear sister, it's no one else but Tong. What a coincidence that he is also on a business trip in the Netherlands. Yumiya replied with a hint of pride. What? Goodness, why is he there? Did you invite him? Sister, you're overthinking it. He's genuinely on a business trip. Had I known this would happen, I would have kept you at home. Upon hearing that it was Tong, Sophia's anxious heart settled, though she reminded her sister not to forget about the negotiations. After hanging up, Yumiya glanced at Tong, feeling a bit shy. Upon arriving at the hotel, she seemed anxious that Tong might slip away, tugging at his hand as she led him to her room. I am here for a business negotiation, Yumiya stated as she changed into her nightwear, pouring a bottle of red wine into 2 glasses and offering one to Tong. Oh, is it with Asmai? Tong inquired, sensing the crux of the matter. Yes, you're quite astute. You must have seen it at the airport, Yumiya chuckled, taking a sip of her wine, a faint blush gracing her porcelain complexion. To be honest, my sister and I do not harbor high expectations for this negotiation. Yet the domestic expert team has analyzed that this company possesses significant potential, even though it is not particularly renowned at present. Seeing Tong listen intently only heightened the allure of the serious man. Unable to contain herself, Yumiya, clad in her nightwear, playfully perched herself on Tong's lap, continuing, Europeans have always perceived our people as naive yet affluent, which is why they are inclined to seek us out for financing. We understand that they primarily believe we will focus solely on profits and refrain from meddling in the company's affairs. Naturally, my sister and I share this sentiment. Our stance was made quite clear in previous negotiations, and the other party had been quite eager. However, last week, the negotiation team reported that, for reasons unknown, the representative from the opposing company seemed to have suddenly changed their mind, even altering their demeanor significantly. Tong gleaned the unfolding narrative from Yumiya's account. At present, Asmai was wholly dedicated to research and development, with low annual production rates, which necessitated raising product prices to maintain a relative balance. Life within the entire company had grown rather strained, prompting the management to make the decision to seek funding by the end of last year. The primary candidates for financing were those wealthy individuals from the Middle East, as Yumiya had indicated. The negotiations had initially progressed smoothly, and had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, results would have emerged this week. Yumiya is currently troubled, perplexed by the enigmatic thoughts of the other party. They have employed numerous commercial detectives in an attempt to discern the reasons behind this change, yet have gleaned not a shred of useful information. Wishing to set aside these worries, she decided to postpone further discussions until their meeting tomorrow. For now, she wished to present a precious gift. Holding Tong's face delicately, Yumiya spoke with an air of mystery. What is this gift? Tong inquired, her anticipation palpable. It is the love of Yumiya for you, she proclaimed, as a tempest of emotions swirled around them. After Tong's phone vibrated incessantly, Yumiya reclined against Tong's chest, tracing circles on the firm expanse of his abdomen. If it weren't for you saving us that day, we might have lost our lives. Those were deadly assassins sought by my royal brother, Yumiya recounted, a hint of trepidation still lacing her voice. I am aware, in our ancient history, we too had assassins. The struggles within the royal family are a matter of life and death, and to eliminate the 2 sisters, A considerable sum was spent to hire these mercenaries. The initial plan was to kill Yimya and Sophia and then commit suicide to eradicate any future threats. Tong interjected, "I have heard that in your culture, when a beauty is saved by a hero, she must offer herself in gratitude. Does this mean I am now bound in such a way?" Yimya gazed adoringly at Tong, her affection growing stronger. "That doesn't quite count." Tong replied with a slight smile. "Oh, it doesn't?" Then before she could finish, the man kissed her passionately. Among the yellow races, the most aesthetically pleasing are the Huaxia people, a perfect genetic blend formed over millennia of ethnic integration. The Arab race, in truth, lies somewhere between the yellow and white races. However, long ago, we engaged in profound exchanges with the Tang, Han, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, marking the entry of Huaxia culture into the Arab world. Their conversation meandered from the present to the past, with Yimya completely unguarded, sharing many details of the negotiations with Tong openly. "The people from Ismai will arrive at 7:30. After I leave, you can return to your base, correct?" Yimya expressed a hint of reluctance, yet she was comforted by the fact that Tong would remain for another week. "Yes, once you depart, I will return to the base. Our schedule commences at 8:30. As preparations unfolded, Ismai dispatched a senior vice president to receive Yimya. Tong accompanied her to the vehicle, where the vice president politely shook hands with Tong. However, Tong was taken aback. During the handshake, he utilized his special ability, realizing the implications of this moment. Upon returning to the base, it was only 7:50, and those from the homeland were still adjusting to the time difference. Entering his room, Tong was surprised to find someone in bed. Checking the door number, confusion washed over him. He had not made a mistake. Approaching the bed, he discovered it was Xie Bingyan, peacefully asleep, offering him a delightful view. "You remember to come back, did you? Scoundrel!" She chided groggily, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she admonished the young man. She had prepared everything the previous night, eagerly awaiting his return, only to spend the night alone in an empty room. After 10 minutes of sweet words, Tong finally managed to soothe the beautiful Xie. Women can sometimes be easily swayed, as long as you utter words that resonate with their hearts. For instance, Bingyan, do you know why I am 9 and you are 3? Because aside from you, there is only you. From this day forth, I shall address you with the utmost reverence, for you hold a special place in my heart. In this era where the internet is not yet fully developed, no woman can resist such charmingly rustic expressions of affection. Time is of the essence. Hurry and freshen up." Xie Bingyan, blushing and shy, dashed into the bathroom, while Tong wore a mischievous smile of satisfaction. During dinner, Ning Ziyue occasionally glanced at Tong and Xie Bingyan. She had sensed something amiss between them yesterday, and just moments ago, she happened to notice Xie Bingyan returning from Tong's room, dressed rather scantily. Tong felt the sharpness of the beautiful reporter's gaze and seized the moment to wink at Ning Ziyue. "How bold this man is! Is he flirting with me?" Ning Ziyue's heart raced like a startled deer, prompting her to quickly lower her head and focus on her meal. By 8:30, all personnel had gathered in the first-floor conference room, awaiting the arrival of Dutch officials and entrepreneurs. The Dutch placed great importance on this reception, with a meeting originally scheduled for 9 o'clock. The mayor of Eindhoven arrived promptly at 8:50. The Dutch are known for their punctuality, neither arriving early nor late, indicating their seriousness about the occasion. Ning Ziyue and Xie Bingyan engaged in conversation. Before long, senior vice presidents from Philips and renowned truck manufacturers arrived. Even ASML sent an executive to attend the meeting. Many Chinese expatriates from Jing'an, along with some representatives of Chinese students studying in the Netherlands, were present. Vice Governor Su Biqiang, a student who gained admission to a prestigious university through his own efforts after the resumption of the college entrance examination, had commendable proficiency in English. In official settings, Mandarin was spoken, with translations provided into Dutch, while private discussions flowed in fluent English. Those in high positions must possess exceptional capabilities. Even I feel humbled by Vice Governor Su's command of English. Xie Bingyan observed the leaders conversing animatedly with foreign guests and remarked with admiration, "The Netherlands is a significant trade partner of our country within the European Union." Since the resumption of relations at the end of 1997, trade has continued to accelerate. Tong understood that in the coming decades, the Netherlands would become our nation's second-largest trading partner within the EU. This exploratory mission served two purposes. One was for Jingen province to select a city to establish a sister city relationship with Eindhoven. Initially, the provincial government considered the capital city, Jingshui, but later it appeared the Dutch preferred the closer Anjou city. The primary reason lay in the issue of high-speed rail lines. Before the route plan was developed, there were no objections from the Dutch regarding Jingshui. However, after the high-speed rail line was rerouted, their subjective preference leaned towards Anjou city. Of course, for us in Jingen, whether it is Jingshui or Anjou, the differences are negligible, and it would not be prudent to express divergent opinions on this matter. Ultimately, the decision rests with the Dutch. Siebingyen's assertion was entirely insincere, as one hand discreetly squeezed Tong's leg under the table. If she were truly so principled, why not pinch her own leg instead? Tong rolled his eyes silently, his thoughts occupied by another matter. The engagement with ASML from the United States had long been anticipated, particularly given that the top three shareholders in ASML's equity structure are all American capitalists. However, it was unexpected to see SoftBank, the most renowned investment institution from Japan, stepping in at this juncture. It is evident that SoftBank is destined for failure in this endeavor, but the question remains whether their failure is intertwined with that of IMEA. Tong's response is affirmative. Optimistically, SoftBank did not approach this investment with an absolute conviction of success, as their offer to the Dutch was only marginally higher than that of the Royal Investment in Dubai. Sunjingi of SoftBank is adopting a cautious strategy. If they can secure the deal, splendid. If not, it is prudent to avoid squandering funds. At this moment, the other two companies competing with ASML in the market for photolithography machines are Nikon and Canon, both hailing from Japan. The dry photolithography technology remains the prevailing global standard. This year, however, in collaboration with TSMC, ASML is set to unveil its groundbreaking immersion lithography technology equipment. In 3 years, ASML will successfully monopolize the market. Currently, ASML's market valuation stands at a mere $4 billion, yet in a decade or so, it will have surged over 70-fold. In this pivotal year of 2007, the market valuation is forecasted to increase by over $1 billion in the next couple of years, underscoring the power of technology. What are you dawdling for? Surely you aren't feeling faint. Siebingyen teased Tong during a moment of hydration. No, I just need to step out for a moment to contact Xiao Xiao. Tong replied, determined to facilitate EMEA's investment, and if he could secure a stake himself, that would be even more splendid. Stealthily exiting the main venue, Tong dialed Ning Xiao Xiao's number. What? 8 billion? That's outrageous. Ning Xiao Xiao ifklaimet, astoniset. She may be affluent, but not to such an extent. What is the maximum you can manage? I assure you, within a year, that 8 billion can transform into at least 5 billion. Tong assured fervently. 20 billion is the absolute limit. Any more is simply unattainable. I genuinely believe what you're saying, Ning Xiaoxiao replied, now fully trusting Tong's words. Though the sum was substantial. All right, then I'll devise some additional means to gather funds. While reaching out to Jiang, it was still morning in their country. Is that truly necessary? What is the name of this company? Jiang, without skepticism, listened to Tong's description before hanging up and dialing another number. Half an hour later, a response was returned. Chief, according to our research at the Military Science Academy, this company has consistently exhibited stability and is currently collaborating with TSMC in Taiwan. However, we cannot estimate the functionality of this new product, as it has yet to be launched. Academician remarked that theoretically, if this product succeeds, it will lead an era. Placing the red telephone down, Jiang paced within the room, contemplating for an extended period. He then dialed another number. Old Gu, is there something you need? I have a matter of uncertainty I wish to discuss with you. If this venture succeeds, we may very well evade being throttled by others in the future. But if it fails to develop as anticipated, we could incur losses exceeding 20 billion. Jiang spoke slowly, both men deep in thought. As Jiang concluded his statement, the leader on the opposite side firmly asserted, we must invest, 20 billion to secure our future against manipulation by others is a highly profitable endeavor. Special arrangements will be made, have the details reported, and I will organize the personnel accordingly. After hanging up, Gu Jiang called Gu Tong. Do we have a candidate? They must be trustworthy. Yes, her name is Ning Lily, Gu Tong replied, somewhat shyly. You rascal, exercise some restraint. Gu Jiang chuckled before terminating the call. Chapter 69. Wild geese or wild chickens. Emiya gazed at Gu Tong with a forlorn expression, disheartened by the lack of progress in negotiations. Emerging from his mind, the second princess headed straight to Gu Tong's quarters. In the Hotel CAF on the 18th floor, Gu Tong observed the dejected Emiya. Emiya, do you believe I can help you secure this investment? Gu Tong inquired. Is that true? Emiya appeared somewhat infatuated, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Gu Tong. Indeed, but I have a small condition. In business, one must be pragmatic, especially when it concerns the nation's interests. A condition? Speak freely. I am entirely at your service, and I will agree to any terms. Emiya responded with a smile. First, let me ask you a question. What is the planned investment amount? Gu Tong queried. Asmai's current market value is approximately $40 billion. We won't overestimate them. Based on the current valuation, we are prepared to invest around 8 to 10 billion. Any more, and they won't agree, Emiya explained. 8 to 10 billion amounts to about 20% of the shares. Therefore, I am prepared to contribute $5 billion, Gu Tong stated, articulating his terms, which led Emiya into contemplation. After a moment, she replied, Gu, I apologize, but I must consult my sister regarding this matter. However, I believe it should be feasible. Emiya promptly dialed Sophia's number. After a while, Emiya hung up the phone, elated. Gu, my sister said we can cover this 5 billion. You need not use your own funds. The advantage of befriending the affluent is undeniable. Gu Tong could hardly wish for more such wealthy acquaintances. Yet, he chose to decline graciously. I appreciate the graciousness of the Grand Princess, but in business, we must maintain clear boundaries. In truth, this moment represents the opportune time for domestic capital to invest in the company. With the relationship between our nation and the Netherlands steadily improving over the past 2 years, and favorable ties with the United States, combined with the impending 2008 Olympics, international capital is eager to invest domestically. During this period, reciprocal engagements will not draw excessive attention from adversarial forces. After bidding farewell to Emiya, Gu Tong arranged to meet again the following day, with an afternoon schedule ahead. He needed to find time to converse with Ning Xiaoxiao. Let us proceed under the name of Qing Chung Technology. There is no need to reflect Hong Chuan Capital. This way, it all falls under my sister's name. Can you enlighten me on how that 20 billion was acquired? Ning Xiaoxiao was left speechless by Gu Tong's maneuvers. Around 10 in the morning, a call from a national bank reached Ning Lily's phone. The bank approached her for a loan, and at an exceptionally low interest rate. What a peculiar sensation that must be. Ning Xiaoxiao assisted her sister in submitting the necessary information online, and, just moments ago, the loan was approved. Guess what? Then Gu Tong hung up the phone, while Ning Xiaoxiao stamped her feet in frustration. She was quite adept in matters of capital operations. At this moment, Gu Tong needed to contemplate how to eliminate SoftBank. Once SoftBank was out of the picture, the subsequent steps would be manageable. At 2 in the afternoon, everyone boarded the bus arranged by the Dutch staff to visit the Philips factory, a world-renowned enterprise with a remarkable track record. Furthermore, the core personnel of ASML had predominantly emerged from Philips, illustrating how this esteemed company had indirectly nurtured another great enterprise. Xie Bingyan observed intently, while Ning Ziwa busied herself with taking photographs. Wanting to engage in conversation, Xie Bingyan could only approach Gu Tong. However, given Gu Tong's status within the group, he was merely a minor player, not yet in a position of prominence. Xie Bingyan deliberately walked slowly, often lagging behind to wait for Gu Tong to catch up and exchange a few words. When do you think our country will give birth to such a magnificent enterprise? Xie Bingyan pondered aloud, but Gu Tong mistakenly believed she was addressing him. In no time, give me 5 years, and I shall deliver you a great enterprise. Xie Bingyan shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to herself that while a decent enterprise would be acceptable, a great one was not so easily conceived. In truth, The process of giving birth is far from simple. Tonight, Mayor Xie was destined to remain in solitude. Now that it was known that SoftBank's negotiation team was in Eindhoven, a straightforward approach was warranted. Simply seek out those who were enjoying a prosperous life. With the authorization from Emaya Tong, in his capacity as an analyst for the Dubai Royal Investment Company, used the Emaya Hotel S phone to contact Matsushita Yoshiji. Matsushita hailed from the illustrious Matsushita family. Yet his ambitions did not lie within the electronics industry. During his studies, he chose to pursue finance at Waseda University and later attended Harvard Business School. The meeting took place at a four-star hotel in Eindhoven. The marriage, whose name was peculiar and whose decor was equally unusual. This Japanese gentleman possessed an eccentric personality. He neither frequented bars nor restaurants, and he forbade any visits to his room. The designated meeting location was the lounge on the first floor of the Marriage Hotel, a bustling area that was hardly conducive to meaningful conversation. Tong remained unfazed, but his personal secretary, a Dubai lady, incessantly murmured her discontent, especially regarding the Japanese. Mr. Gu, if you ask me, we have no need to meet him. We can simply confront him directly. Miss Lisa, there's a saying in our homeland that to win without fighting is the mark of a true victor, meaning that if wisdom can resolve a matter, it is unnecessary to squander time and resources. Tong's explanation, though somewhat ambiguous, enlightened Miss Lisa, and the two found a harmonious understanding. No wonder Her Highness holds you in such high regard. We Arabs have many similar proverbs, though few have persisted through the ages. Among the four great ancient civilizations of the world, only the Chinese civilization has been relatively well preserved, while ancient Babylon and Egypt have vanished. Ancient India differs vastly from modern India, and thus, in the eyes of the Middle Eastern people, the only civilization that can be compared to Arab civilization is the Chinese civilization. The appointed meeting time was 8 o'clock. Yet this individual arrived fashionably late at 20 past 8. In truth, the journey from his room to the lobby on the first floor would take no more than 5 minutes. Oh, is he of Chinese descent? Matsushita Yoshi, in his 40s, sported a self-proclaimed alluring mustache and donned rimless glasses, presenting himself with the demeanor of an elite. However, his eyebrows were furrowed, and his gaze was piercing, suggesting he was not merely a professional in the financial sector. Hello, Mr. Matsushita. I am of Chinese origin, representing the Dubai Royal Investment Company in our discussions. Tong offered, extending his hand. Matsushita appeared somewhat haughty, yet upon seeing Tong's initiative, he proudly extended his right hand for a brief handshake. That was sufficient. In an instant, Tong discerned the secrets harbored within Matsushita's mind. Despite his calm exterior, the tumultuous waves of emotion surged within him, involuntarily causing his facial muscles to twitch, rendering his expression momentarily awkward. As a seasoned spy, Matsushita Yoshi seemed to sense the unusual tension. Chapter 70. The Efficacy of Mind, reading the assertion that Japanese Americans are even more loyal than their American counterparts is not without merit. Following Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, which ignited the Pacific War, 120,000 Japanese descendants residing in America faced dire consequences. In a fit of rage, Americans confined these individuals to internment camps to ascertain their loyalty to the United States versus their allegiance to Japan. President Roosevelt devised an experiment, assembling Japanese American youths from the internment camps to form a special unit, designated the 442nd Regimental Combat Team. After World War II, President Truman sought to review a distinguished combat unit, stipulating that it should be one that had received the most commendations. Thus, the 442nd was honored, having been awarded 18,000 medals and receiving presidential commendations on 8 occasions, an impressive record. The well-known 101st Airborne Division, by contrast, garnered only 3 presidential commendations and paled in comparison to the 442nd. However, upon realizing that only the 442nd met this criterion, Truman faced a dilemma. One could imagine the bewilderment of spectators in Washington as they observed a regiment of Japanese faces marching past the White House, questioning whether the war had indeed been won and why Japanese soldiers were being reviewed. Consequently, a new standard was proposed to seek out the unit with the highest casualties. The Secretary of Defense informed Truman that, indeed, the 442nd had suffered the greatest losses, with a mortality rate of 370, meaning the entire unit had been effectively decimated nearly 4 times. By the war's conclusion, each soldier of the 442nd returned to America adorned with 2 to 3 urns containing the ashes of fallen comrades. Due to public sentiment, this regiment ultimately did not receive the anticipated review. Yet, this historical fact underscores the extraordinary loyalty of Japanese Americans, who exchanged such fidelity for the right to exist. Coincidentally, Matsushita Yoshi's mother hailed from such a lineage, having been nurtured as a spy by the CIA, initially dispatched to Japan for surveillance purposes. With her exceptional command of English and professional prowess, she fortuitously caught the attention of Matsushita Yoshi's father. Subsequently, everything unfolded naturally. However, unbeknownst even to the Matsushita family, Yoshiyuki Matsushita had been indoctrinated from a young age by his mother with a deep-seated loyalty to American culture. During his studies in the United States, he became affiliated with the CIA. Upon returning to Japan, he secured a position at SoftBank Group, and his current visit to the Netherlands was to rendezvous with CIA operatives stationed there. Simultaneously, he aimed to gather intelligence on the core technologies of ASML and Philips. He had already managed to recruit a member of the ASML RD team, and they had arranged to meet the following day. Consequently, Yoshiyuki Matsushita remained indoors all day, fearing any unforeseen complications. "Mr. Gu, have you made any discoveries?" he inquired, sensing that Mr. Gu's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Yoshiyuki's gaze was intense, fixated on Gu Tong. Gu Tong, operating under the alias Gu Tong, had momentarily suppressed his earlier shock and was now devising a counter-strategy. Knowing the adversary's intentions provided an opportunity for a turning point in this negotiation. "I apologize, I simply couldn't hold back," Gu Tong exclaimed. He had always excelled at riddles during his youth. "Mr. Gu, your behavior is quite unreasonable. You must provide me with an explanation today." Upon witnessing Gu Tong's sudden shift to a playful demeanor, Yoshiyuki was filled with rage. It is never prudent to let an agent lose their composure. Only by inciting his fury could one disrupt his precise judgment. There are myriad ways to provoke someone. For instance, "Mr. Matsushita, I wonder if you understand Chinese? When we shook hands earlier, your name came to mind, and I truly apologize." Yoshiyuki's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Gu Tong. He was not ignorant of the Chinese language. Rather, he was quite proficient. The name Yoshiyuki itself could be interpreted as wild chicken. Consequently, to avoid embarrassment, he seldom ventured into China. Their conversation naturally ended on a sour note, with Yoshiyuki consumed by unrelenting anger. "Damn those Chinese. You will pay for this," he seethed. On the return journey, Gu Tong hummed a cheerful tune in the car, much to Lisa's bewilderment. However, she was under the orders of the second princess to fully cooperate with him. Upon returning to Emiya's residence, the stunning beauty had just emerged from a bath and awaited Gu Tong's return. "How did it go? Were you able to strike a deal?" Emiya asked, her face alight with anticipation. While negotiations with the Japanese were undoubtedly futile, discussions with the Dutch seemed promising, and the truth would soon be revealed the following day. Gu Tong proceeded to share his findings with Emiya, who was left astounded, her expression one of sheer shock. "Darling, how did you uncover this?" she inquired. Gu Tong fabricated a quick excuse, but the primary focus was on strategizing with Emiya to maximize their gains from the situation. Furthermore, Gu Tong deemed it unwise to directly involve himself in the matter. He had contemplated trailing Yoshiyuki Matsushita to obtain technical documents, but the risks were too great. Should anything go awry, it could lead to diplomatic disputes and tarnish the nation's image. In a civilized society, one must adhere to rules. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Emiya promptly contacted her sister. Sophia was equally diligent, reaching out to the UAE's diplomatic agency in the Netherlands. Everyone is weighing their own interests, and by the time the Dutch contacted Emiya, it was already past 9 o'clock the following morning. Matsushita Yoshi had a meeting scheduled with a trader from ASML at noon, and another meeting with a Chinese intelligence agent at 3 in the afternoon. His return flight was booked for 5. It seemed the Japanese had no intention of doing business with us. Those scoundrels. ASML Senior Vice President, Tick, arrived at the hotel where Imiya was staying, accompanied by only 2 aides. They needed to catch Matsushita Yoshi and the traitor in the act. Otherwise, the traitor would remain a threat indefinitely. Mr. Tick, once our mission is accomplished, can we resume negotiations? In front of outsiders, the second princess of Dubai maintained a regal demeanor. Of course, beautiful princess. And our boss has mentioned that, as a token of gratitude, we can accommodate a small request from your side, but it must not be too excessive. Tick admired the lovely princess. The wealth behind her was enough to make any man drool. Unfortunately, the flowers may be willing, but the flowing water is destined to be heartless. Jack, have you brought everything? The meeting place for Matsushita Yoshi and his counterpart turned out to be a small park near the stadium. The crowd was just right, and both were dressed casually. To an uninformed observer, they appeared as mere tourists there to watch a game. Surely, your sincerity must have arrived as well. Jack, a young man, greedily eyed the handbag of Matsushita Yoshi. The two exchanged items pleasantly and quickly inspected them. However, just as they were about to leave, security personnel lying in ambush sprang into action. Chapter 71. Negotiations proceed smoothly. Investment successful. From that point onward, ASML was only responsible for handing Matsushita over to the Dutch intelligence agency, while Jack turned his over to the Eindhoven police. Tick leafed through the technical documents, and his previously relaxed demeanor grew increasingly serious. Damn it, is our R&D team a sieve? After venting his frustration, Tick calmed himself and made a phone call. Esteemed Princess Imiya, I officially notify you that our negotiations will commence at 3 this afternoon, and remember that condition. Tick breathed a sigh of relief. ASML had reached a crucial juncture. The research results with TSMC were about to be finalized, and as long as the experiment succeeded, ASML would become unstoppable. Yet, the most challenging times were now. They could barely guarantee the salaries of their D personnel. Without substantial financial input, even if the equipment was produced, subsequent costs for promotion, experimentation, and updates could not be assured. Opportunities are fleeting. Seizing them could allow one to catch up. Tong walked past the display cases in the Phillips Museum, reflecting on the arduous journey of a great enterprise. Our country lags behind significantly, but with an indomitable spirit and a spirit of unity, no hardship can deter the heroic people of China. As a young person reborn in this new era, I shall inject some catalyst into this revival. What are you looking at, so engrossed? Xie Bingyin could not bear to be apart from the young man for even a moment, often seeking his company, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. The enchantment of the previous night's Qiao Qiao event had left her radiant, experiencing the joys of womanhood for the first time in over 30 years. I ponder, when shall our nation transition from mere manufacturing to true innovation? But let us not dwell on such thoughts. The journey may be long, yet it will surely lead us to our destination. Xie Bingyin's vision is indeed extraordinary. As long as we persist, the shores of success shall undeniably be ours. The negotiations between Imiya and ASML have resumed, with the Dutch now recognizing that only this princess from the Middle East is genuinely earnest in conducting business with them. The others merely play tricks, and the Japanese even seek to benefit without cost. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, why is Huaxia Qingxing Electronics so intent on investing? Is there a particular reason? After all, this electronic giant is not well known. This company, newly established, has a long-standing partnership with our Dubai royal family, especially as its leader shares a close friendship with my sister. How about this? You previously mentioned we could make a modest request, so let this matter serve as that request. Vice President Tick, what are your thoughts? Imiya did not wish to take advantage of the Dutch. However, she was bound to fulfill the tasks assigned by Tong. Oh no, Your Highness, you misunderstand. If that is your view, I have no objections. After all, a mere 22 share does not significantly impact us. And you have stated that you do not engage in daily management. I presume this company operates similarly. Indeed, I can fully represent them, Imiya asserted with conviction, as Tong had made everything clear to her. Well then, I have no issues on my end. Regarding that modest condition, while it may not concern you, We at ASML hold to our principles. Had it not been for your Highness's foresight, this company might not exist today. Thus, let us add a clause. Should we require further financing, the Dubai Royal Investment Company shall have the right of first refusal under equivalent conditions. Ticket already conferred with his superior. While business dealings are paramount, the integrity of a company must also be preserved alongside industry ethics. I agree. Congratulations, Vice President Tick. With a handshake, the negotiations concluded successfully. $4 billion exchange for an 8 stake. A remarkable deal indeed. Yamiya even contemplated offering Tong 10, but Tong firmly declined, cautioning that exceeding 10 might invite complications from the EU. Having a voice in such enterprises is advantageous. However, holding too large a stake can lead to significant disputes, particularly in a rapidly evolving Huaxia that may not be readily embraced by the Western world. Perhaps Xie Bingyan was truly exhausted by Tong, for by evening, she retreated to her room to rest. Yet, the accomplished second princess had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Where is Director Gu headed? Each day is a whirlwind, busier than back home, with cars coming and going. What treatment? Ning Ziyue had initially intended to engage more with this enigmatic young deputy director. Unexpectedly, I find it difficult to catch anyone. Ning, I have some matters to attend to tonight. I shall seek you for a conversation tomorrow. Tong observed that Ning Ziyue seemed to have something to inquire, yet the second princess was already restless with anticipation. Having an abundance of admirers is not always a blessing, as it can hinder one's career. Tong sighed inwardly. However, upon reaching the car, he was taken aback to discover a beauty already seated within. Sophia, what brings you here? Tong exclaimed in astonishment. What? Am I not allowed to come? Should I let you and Ilya enjoy your world of two every day? Sophia replied, her face adorned with jealousy. Tong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Middle Eastern women were renowned for their passionate affections. Yet, it seemed improbable that she would fall for him at first sight. Perhaps she had merely taken a liking to him. One could not be sure. Upon arriving at the hotel, Tong realized he had overthought things. Sophia presented him with a meticulously printed poster booklet on fine copperplate paper. If I were to say that all these products were designed solely by you, you wouldn't dispute it, would you? This booklet showcased all of Chingcheng Electronics products, from the initial team maker to the current Model 4, which was still in the promotional phase and yet to be released to the market. The earliest it could be introduced would be after the Spring Festival. Of course, I wouldn't dispute it. There's no need for deception with good friends, Tong replied, taking a sip of water and smiling. The two sisters each possessed their own unique beauty. The elder appeared more aloof, yet had a tall and alluring figure. Moreover, it seems Mr. Gu has quite a few confidants, Sophia remarked playfully. She had spent considerable time investigating Tong, scrutinizing every detail about him. Tong chose not to respond to her comment. What shocked Sophia was not just this. There was a formidable background that even she found daunting. Chapter 72. The unexpected arrival of the Grand Princess in recent days. Chu Qingying had been feeling nauseous and had a strong craving for spicy food. Yu Qinghan found it peculiar and placed a bottle of Lanhe Gamma next to Chu Qingying's bowl. Sister Chu, you're not coming down with something, are you? You seemed unwell these past few days. I have no other symptoms, just a nausea. This Lanhe Gamma is quite authentic. Just the scent makes me feel much better. Initially, she thought little of it, maintaining her usual work schedule. That evening, she visited Yu Qinghan's home as was customary, and upon entering, she was greeted by the delicious aroma of stir-fried dishes. A youthful and vibrant girl sat on the sofa. Yuan, you're here. Chu Qingying beamed at her future sister-in-law, who she was quite fond of. Sister Qingying just got off work. As she prepared to speak, the wave of nausea returned. Ugh! She hurriedly rushed to the bathroom. In the kitchen, Tu Lanjun, who was cooking, heard the commotion and felt her heart leap. Could it be? She calculated the time. It hadn't been long since the girl had returned from Lanhe. There was both worry and joy. The Gu family was dwindling, and upon returning to Beijing, Tu Lanjun felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. She remained silent during the meal, where the four of them chatted and laughed, creating a warm atmosphere. However, during dinner, Chu Qingying vomited 3 times, continually insisting on eating chili. After enduring until the meal was finished and the dishes cleared, Tu Lanjun led Chu Qingying and Yu Qinghan to the small bedroom. "Dear Anwan, what secrets are you discussing? I want to listen." Gu Yuan jested while gazing at the television. "You're still a young girl. Such matters can be discussed with you later." "Ah, how embarrassing. Qingying, are you perhaps expecting?" This remark left both women in astonishment, and the more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yu Qinghan's eyes widened as she looked at Chu Qingying, and after a moment, she said, "Sister, you ought to take some precautions. You speak so eloquently. Did you take precautions at that time?" Chu Qingying rolled her eyes. "That is indeed a valid point. What are these two children talking about?" Tu Lan Wan chided with a laugh. "If it happens, it happens. Given your fondness for spicy food, a girl who is both sweet and fierce is likely on the way." Tu Lan Wan had already begun to dream of the future. Yu Qinghan, upon hearing this, broke into a smile. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you for a checkup. Since it's confirmed, I must pay a visit to your home. While we may not have an official title, the reality must be acknowledged." Tu Lan Wan, having spent a lifetime educating others, knew that one must be reliable in their own life as well. "Anwan, wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, she is the leader's wife. What is inappropriate about it? My son brings home such a beautiful daughter-in-law. As her mother-in-law, how can I not pay a visit? And henceforth, just call me Mom. In my heart, you are all my children." Her heartfelt words brought tears to the eyes of Yu Qinghan and Chu Qingying. Chu Qingying's family was also respectable. Her father was a retired official who once served as the county magistrate, and her mother was a teacher at a secondary school in Jingshui City, sharing a profession with Tu Lan Wan. The following day, the hospital's test results were released. Holding the report, Chu Qingying felt a whirlwind of emotions. Ultimately, joy prevailed, for it was the fruit of her love, and apart from that little red booklet, her status was no different from Yu Qinghan's. The inspection team had reached the 5th day, with little time remaining. During the lunch break, Ning Ziyue seized the opportunity to meet Gu Tong at the CAF on the 18th floor. "You truly are a busy person. I hardly get a chance to see you. I invited you out to express my gratitude in person." The words of the beautiful reporter left Gu Tong puzzled. "Wait a moment. Shouldn't I be the one saying thank you? Qinghan is your wife, right?" Ning Ziyue smiled, inquiring. "Indeed, we are just waiting for the wedding." Gu Tong nodded. "Then that settles it." Afterward, Ning Ziyue recounted the story of her acquaintance with Yu Qinghan, elaborating on how Yu Qinghan facilitated her job transfer. "Yesterday, the leadership at the headquarters called to ask when I would return. Once I go back, the transfer procedures will commence." "Oh, so that is how it is. It's no trouble. Your assistance back then was what truly mattered, especially given the considerable pressure. Was it not significant? I nearly lost my life." The two engaged in a lively conversation, as Ning Ziyue, being a journalist, was keenly aware of current events and social issues, almost to a remarkable extent. Gu Tong, on the other hand, had a 15-year head start on these topics. Often, all it took was for Ning Ziyue to pose a question, and the solutions would flow effortlessly from the lips of this charming man before her. No wonder that such an exceptional man could stir the hearts of both Qinghan and Qingying. Any woman would be enchanted. She was no exception, yet she understood that he was soon to be wed, and thus restrained herself. In the evening, she found a moment to take a bath, while the captivating beauty, Xie, had long awaited her presence. At 10 o'clock, a somewhat fatigued Gu Tong departed from the residence, shrouded in the moonlight, and entered the princess's carriage. There are only overworked oxen and never exhausted fields, especially when the ox is but one and the fields are plentiful, not to mention foreign rice paddies. Gu Tong felt a twinge of helplessness. Yumia had gone shopping that night and had yet to return. After Sophie meticulously groomed herself, Gu Tong sensed that this woman was surely coveting his handsome features today. Recently, he had discovered that after each encounter, the mysterious energy within him would amplify. Thus, every night he would take time to circulate his internal energy. After several days of honing, the joyous passage technique seemed on the brink of a breakthrough. Gui, the women of Dubai, hold chastity in high regard. We adhere to the teachings of the Quran. Hence a woman serves but one man throughout her life, unwaveringly, Sophie said, gazing intently at Gu Tong. Her voice was melodious, and having long resided in an elevated position, her frigid demeanor coupled with alluring charm offered Tong a delightful contrast. It was akin to witnessing a princess in the United States, draped in a uniform, performing a dance for you. Such was the sensation. That day you rescued my sister and me. I once thought you approached us with ulterior motives, much like other men. Sophie stated candidly. I beg your pardon for having investigated you so thoroughly. Yet, the more I delved into your life, the more I recognized your greatness, your sincerity, your impartiality, and your genuine affection for your people. It is a true and heartfelt sentiment. The more I understand you, the deeper my affection grows. Do you know, dear man, that I have already fallen for you? If love is to be embraced, let it be for a lifetime. The Sunnis have always been pro-Western, which is why the Dutch are willing to accept investments from the royal family of Dubai. However, Sophie and Yimia's mother had worked for many years at the UAE embassy in China during her youth, and the sisters had lived in China for 2 years during their childhood. Thus, every year, I revisit those familiar grounds with my sister. The royal family is currently embroiled in internal strife, which compelled me to come hastily this time. Amid the murmurs, slumber had claimed her, and the woman was utterly exhausted. Chapter 73. The audacious road to thrive in the crevices of life. One must possess formidable skills. Tong was grateful for having learned the joyous passage technique in advance. Otherwise, he would hardly have accomplished the tasks set before him, which arose intermittently. As for meeting Chu Qingying's parents, Tu Lanjun prioritized this endeavor above all else. After sharing her thoughts with Gu Jiang, he wholeheartedly agreed, and that very night, he found himself laughing in his sleep. 2 days later, Tu Lanjun, accompanied by Gu Yuan, made a beeline for Jing Shui City. Although Chu Qingying was merely newly pregnant, she had already been designated as the primary focus of the Gu family support efforts. To prevent Tong from becoming distracted, they had yet to inform him. However, Yu Qinghan, as the matriarch of the Gu family, had expended considerable resources to hire a professional confinement nanny to attend to Chu Qingying. Isn't this quite extravagant, Madame Gu? Chu Qingying remarked with a smile. Extravagant? Our husbands have said that we should spend as necessary and save where we can. They have ample funds, Tong responded. She had arranged for Yu Qinghan to have a card loaded with over 2 million yuan. The journey from the capital to Jingshui took more than 4 hours. And when Tu Lanjun arrived at Chu Qingying's doorstep with 2 vehicles, dusk was approaching. This was an old residential area, and a banner outside the community suggested it was slated for demolition. Tu Lanjun and Gu Yuan were accompanied by 3 female aides, all dressed in military-style uniforms, exuding confidence and poise. Let me tell you, old Chu, whether you vacate this property is not for you to decide. By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, it must be cleared out completely, or else. A brazen voice echoed amidst the cacophony of the courtyard, where arguments seemed to erupt fiercely. I am an elder. I have made no unreasonable demands, merely asking for compensation as per national regulations. Is that wrong? An old man's voice, filled with agitation, retorted. An elder? Don't give me that nonsense. I am a successor. A young man interjected defiantly. You will face divine retribution for this. Indeed, old Chu was once a county magistrate. How can you treat him this way? Another voice chimed in. Our demands are quite reasonable. We seek only the subsidies as stipulated by the state. Why is this so difficult? State regulations? Let me enlighten you. The district government's regulations are the true regulations. And the mandates of District Chief AO are what truly matter. You old fellows, I'll make it clear. Our boss is the brother-in-law of District Chief AO, so don't force my hand. Ah, young man, do you intend to bring me down? Came the voice of the original old Chu. What is the matter? Don't trust our capabilities? You seem to forget that you're no longer in office. Let me tell you, old Chu, you have become irrelevant. You're merely a relic of the past. Furthermore, I now specialize in dealing with former officials like you. With tensions reaching a boiling point, the young man declared, let us not wait for tomorrow. Brothers, let us raid the premises. Throw everything out. What is this nonsense? What followed was a chaotic blend of shoving, shouting, and cries of distress. Stop it! Tu Lanjun shouted furiously, striding toward the entrance, her temper flaring as she witnessed the scene before her. A dozen unruly ruffians wielding clubs were controlling the frightened residents, who were all elderly, with a few small children, presumably their grandchildren, nearby. This group of brutes showed no regard for the children's feelings, as they restrained the residents while others attempted to charge into the building. Who is this? I am truly astonished. Is today not a suitable day for demolition? Why do such disturbances keep occurring? A rotund man, adorned with a gaudy gold chain and brandishing a wooden club, pointed at Tu Lanjun, unleashing a tirade of profanities. Who is this old woman? Do you intend to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Though I must admit, you are quite attractive. The moment those last words were spoken, the female bodyguard behind her swiftly drew a pistol. The overweight man was instantly struck with terror. Who are you? Put away your guns. We are good citizens. How can you fire upon us? Indeed, my dear, do not tread upon the path of crime. Oh, how it pains me. Coward. The female bodyguard delivered a swift kick that sent the rotund man sprawling to the ground, her firearm pressed firmly against his temple. At that moment, passers-by who heard the gunshots sought out the nearest patrol officers, and a multitude of policemen soon surrounded the scene. Freeze! Drop your weapons and surrender with your hands raised. The glaring police lights illuminated the area as armed officers converged. The man lay on the ground, for the first time truly grasping the meaning of the phrase, the bond between police and civilians. Officers, help me. The residents of the community stood paralyzed with fear. They were good-hearted individuals, and even the long-serving cadre, Mr. Chu, had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. Although they suspected that the middle-aged woman and her companions were on the side of good, they dared not speak out, especially with 3 firearms now brandished before them. Which of you is in charge? I have identification that I wish to present to your superior. After consulting with Tu Lanjun, another female bodyguard produced her credentials. A small red booklet. Holding it aloft, she called out to the police. I am a captain of the patrol unit of Jingshui City. Toss your credentials over here and remain where you are. The captain, a man of military background, narrowed his eyes upon seeing the identification, his muscles tensing in an instant as he gestured for his officers to lower their weapons. The female soldier hurled the credentials, and the captain caught them with a raised hand. A mere glance at the document caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. All units, stand down. He ordered immediately. The captain approached the female soldier and saluted. Comrade Colonel, I am at a loss as to what has transpired. Having served for many years, I can discern the authenticity of identification. Yet, despite my rank, handling matters that endanger civilians is not within my purview. I will summon your director. This is beyond your capacity to resolve. The female soldier replied coolly, Very well. I shall notify my superior. The captain glanced at Tu Lanjun, but refrained from voicing any further comment. 10 minutes later, the mayor of Jingshui and the city bureau chief hurriedly arrived at the community. Report, leaders. I have confirmed the identities of these 3 women. And while I relayed the information over the phone, it lacked detail. He proceeded to elucidate the events to the 2 leaders, Mayor Hong Xuejuan and Bureau Chief Zhang Han, who scrutinized the composed Tu Lanjun and Gu Yuan, along with the 3 valiant female soldiers, as if they were merely bystanders. May I inquire into the situation? During a brief exchange between the mayor and the female soldier, Tu Lanjun had already approached Mr. Chu, whispering something to him. What? It was almost too much for Mayor Gu to handle. Chief Zhang, swiftly apprehend these criminals. Furthermore, the individual with the gun to his head, who intended to harm a leader's family member, must be held separately, transferred to military authorities for proper handling by tomorrow. The mayor promptly began to orchestrate a systematic response. This damned A.O. Guang was on the verge of causing a scandal. Mr. Chu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Tong's mother. Tu Lanjun spoke kindly, though Chu Jiangrong remained somewhat apprehensive. It was not until the esteemed mayor, frequently seen on television, approached Tu Lanjun with a respectful bow that the atmosphere shifted. Madam Gu, it is our lax governance that has startled you, and we shall certainly provide you with an explanation regarding these individuals. Chapter 74. An Unexpected Surprise. Chu Jiangrong felt a sense of relief. But just as quickly as it came, his heart sank again after 15 minutes. What? You are Madame Gu? Representing the Gu family to propose marriage? unable to obtain a marriage certificate. Madam Gu, might I request some time to process this information? Chu Jiangrong and his wife Ding Rongxian were momentarily rendered speechless. Tu Lanjun smiled faintly, beckoning Gu Yuan and the three female soldiers to leave their meeting gifts before taking her leave. This night was to be reserved for the two families. Chu Qingying had just finished dinner when she received a call from her father. Ugh! As soon as the call connected, an untimely wave of morning sickness hit her. Goodness, my daughter, you cannot be truly pregnant, can you? Ding Rongxian was taken aback. Just a few days ago, the girl had visited home, appearing perfectly fine. Mother, I regret to inform you that it is indeed true. I am deeply in love with Gu Tong. Chu Qingying rarely updated her parents on her romantic life, yet her first disclosure was akin to a nuclear bombshell. After hanging up, her parents sat on the sofa, gazing at a pile of gifts on the floor. After a long pause, they sighed. Olke, Qingying has always been resolute. We should let her be. However, I do wonder if she will endure hardships in such a prominent family. As a mother, I do not concern myself with the status of my children, but only with their happiness. Endure hardships? Certainly not. I have been puzzled as to why a perfectly good county party secretary would be transferred to the capital, resolving the deputy department head issue and joining such a formidable department. Chu Jiangrong finally comprehended, his heart a mix of joy and worry. But mostly joy, it seemed. I heard that young Gu bought 2 apartments for the girl, directly putting her name on the deeds. The apartments are substantial, and it seems she wishes for us to move to the capital as well. Ding Rongxian felt relieved upon hearing her husband say their daughter would not face difficulties. With her doubts resolved, she began to envision a bright future. This young Gu is indeed a fine son-in-law, yet the inability to obtain a marriage certificate leaves me unsettled. Chu Jiangrong remained quite traditional. What difference does it make if a man is sincerely good to a woman, whether or not they possess that certificate? Nowadays, those in power, as long as they wield authority and wealth, often present one facade publicly while harboring another privately. The crucial factor is whether he truly cares for our daughter. From what I can see, he treats both her and Yu Qing Han with equal regard. And this is the first child of the Gu family. Sometimes, one must trust a woman's intuition, and upon hearing Ding Rongxian's words, Chu Jiangrong's eyes lit up. Indeed, this is the first granddaughter. In ancient times, she would have been a princess. Modern society has largely diminished the significance of gender in children, with families often favoring daughters over sons. But are you so sure as a girl? Just listen to your daughter as she speculates. As soon as Chu Jiangrong finished speaking, Ding Rongxian shot him a disapproving glance. You were once a county head, and if it were a boy, that would be the first grandson. The Gu family has suffered a decline over generations, with single heirs. If a robust boy were to be born, it would indeed be momentous. Women possess a keen insight. Very well, let us visit Madame Gu tomorrow. After all, she has traveled a long distance, and we cannot simply host her in this old house. Having made the decision, there was no turning back. At this juncture, Tu Lanjun was perusing the properties in Jingshui while engaged in a phone conversation with Chu Qingying. Mom, you needn't worry. My parents have modest expectations regarding their living environment. Chu Qingying felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her father had lived a life of integrity, and she had inherited his principles. But the cost of living in the provincial capital was steep. Thus, Qingying, this house is a gift from me to your parents. A gesture from Gu Tong to honor the elders. A son-in-law is akin to a son. Trust your mother's judgment. Chu Qingying was profoundly touched and could only nod in agreement. Ultimately, they chose a riverside property near Jingshui, a beautifully decorated abode ready for immediate occupancy. The following day, when Chu Jiangrong called Tu Lanjun and arrived at the destination, he was momentarily taken aback. In-laws, this is a present from Gu Tong and Qingying. Please accept it as it reflects the children's heartfelt intentions. When Chu Jiangrong hesitated to refuse, Tu Lanjun smiled and gently took Ding Rong's hand, leading him through the house. In-laws, Qingying will soon have a child, and it's only natural for her to spend a few days at her grandparents' home. Wouldn't you agree? The deepest bond of the elderly often lies with the children. That is what intergenerational affection implies. Very well, I appreciate your kindness, but I must insist on treating you to lunch. It's no small feat for you to travel all this way. Tu Lanjun felt a weight lift from her heart. Since the previous night, the Municipal Bureau had dispatched a 10-member team, composed entirely of female police officers and special agents, to discreetly safeguard Tu Lanjun. The restaurant was reserved by Chu Jiangrong, and the political commissar of the provincial military district was already waiting in the lobby, dressed in civilian attire. Once the family joyfully finished their meal and stepped outside, the military commissar promptly approached Tu Lanjun to greet her. "Madam, is there anything else you require?" He then provided a report regarding the handling of the incident from the previous night. "Proceed according to the law. Our nation is a country governed by law. Is it not?" Tu Lanjun smiled faintly, and the military commissar nodded in understanding. "Mr. Chu, here are my number and the commander's. Should you have any matters arise, do not hesitate to call." He then turned and left. When Chu Jiangrong went to settle the bill, he was informed by the front desk that someone had already taken care of it. The perpetrator would face several years of incarceration. His life had hung by a thread at Tu Lanjun's discretion. Yet, having raised Gu Tong alone for so many years, she had witnessed her share of malevolence. The advancement of the nation ultimately relies on the rule of law and progressive governance, rather than personal whims. The next day, Chu Jiangrong received a call from the city. And that afternoon, a joint working group from the city and district arrived at the neighborhood, with the district secretary on site. Ysnt, the district chief, present. No other reason. He's off having tea. Neither Tu Lanjun nor even Chu Qingying were individuals that such a petty district chief could dare to provoke. Chu Qingying glanced at Tu Lanjun and Gu Jiang, feeling a touch of nervousness as it was her first time meeting Gu Jiang. Gu Jiang made an effort to appear gentle, fearing he might intimidate her. Yu Qinghan and Gu Yuan were stifling their laughter nearby. "Qingying, you must come over to our home often. This is now your family as well. Once you have children, you'll need to visit more frequently. In a few days, I'll have your mother bring you to meet your grandfather. He has been eagerly asking about you." Old Master Gu has already recognized his grandson's capabilities. Initially, he felt a tinge of anger, but upon learning of the impending arrival of his great-grandson, his mood transformed remarkably. At this moment, Gu Tong remained blissfully unaware of his impending fatherhood, for Sophia and Amelia had presented him with a unique gift to commemorate their meeting. This gift, meant for Uncle Gu, could be likened to a pledge in the words of your homeland, a commitment to be a devoted wife to the Gu family for a lifetime. Despite his indifference towards the notion of marrying the two princesses, Gu Tong found himself somewhat shaken by the weight of this gift. The folder felt heavy enough to cause his hands to tremble. Inside lay the blueprints of the Variag, leaked from a colossal shipyard in Ukraine, alongside technical documents from the Soviet era. These had been acquired by Arab merchants after the disintegration of that vast nation in the 1990s. 20-odd tons of materials were compacted into a single hard drive, which had an unusual shape, with both paper documents and the hard drive contained within the pouch. He had unwittingly accepted a monumental favor. Such fortune was extraordinary. In the hands of Dubai, this was akin to a hot potato. Lacking a mature industrial system and a complete supply chain, production was impossible. Both Sophia and Amelia understood the adage that a man is innocent but may suffer for possessing valuable things. Their previous thought was that destruction was the only option, but after a discussion last night, they concluded that perhaps this idea had merit. Chapter 75. An invitation from Lian, Sophia, and Amelia felt a pang of reluctance. As Gu Tong was set to return home the following day, with only one evening left, it was not a time for shyness. Upon returning to the hotel, someone awaited her. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, the night deepened. Gu Tong rose to cover Xie Meiren with a blanket, then stepped onto the balcony to behold the city's twinkling lights. Though the season was turning colder, Gu Tong felt a profound sense of fulfillment. This trip abroad had yielded substantial rewards, yet such gains also served as a unique motivation. Ahead lay a daunting task, with the primary challenge being a lack of sufficient funds. The recent investment in ASML illustrated that Qin Cheng was still only capable of minor ventures, left staring enviously at promising projects. However, for now, the future seemed bright. By investing in ASML, Ching Chung was poised to reap the first wave of dividends from the smartphone boom in due time. Beneath the resplendent, starry sky, a shooting star traversed the heavens. Tong clasped his hands together and made a wish for a prosperous nation and a strong populace. As he settled into his seat on the flight home, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The document pouch had passed through security without incident, and the exchanges between Jingen Province and Eindhoven had been fruitful and meaningful. Ultimately, with the consent of the Dutch side, Eindhoven and Anzhou had formed a sister city relationship under the sincere invitation of Su Biqiang and Xie Bingyan. Officials from Eindhoven planned to visit Anzhou for further exchanges in June or July of this year. Xie Bingyan was overjoyed, though at that moment, she was napping with a sleep mask on. Beside her, Ning Ziyue felt a twinge of curiosity. Was the beautiful mayor truly such a lover of sleep? In her boredom, she began to observe Xie Bingyan closely. Goodness, what kind of cosmetics was this woman using? Her skin was so flawless that even women in their 20s would struggle to compare. After a layover in the capital, the plane took off once more, heading back to Jingshui Airport. Upon disembarking from the plane, Tong finally turned on his phone. What? I'm going to be a father. If I had known, I would have stayed in Jingen. With a face full of chagrin, Tong momentarily forgot about Xie Bingyan beside him. Who was expecting? Xie Bingyan gazed at Tong in disbelief. Lingqing, you didn't know? Oh, right. If you had known, you would have informed me. After ending the call, Tong's countenance brightened. Throughout the journey, Xie Bingyan remained distracted, glancing at Tong and then at the chat interface with Chu Lingqing on her phone. It seemed she sensed the beautiful mayor beside her was somewhat preoccupied. Upon returning to Anzhou, Tong visited Xie Bingyan's dormitory instead of returning to Lan. What brings you here? Should you be with your Lingqing and Qinghan? The woman appeared somewhat displeased. Tong took her delicate hand, pulling her close to sit beside him, and chuckled, saying, "My parents have already designated you as their future daughter-in-law. They're merely awaiting your introduction. However, according to my mother, once you meet them, they will promptly visit your parents." How annoying. Who are your parents-in-law? You truly have a knack for networking. Xie Bingyan relaxed. She didn't require an official title, but she desired fairness. Is that so? If we're not to forge connections, then what are we to do? Tong, like a great wolf, gazed at the adorable little rabbit, perhaps not merely gazing. Just returned. In the evening, Tong donned a baseball cap and thick clothing, while Xie Bingyan was similarly attired. They resembled a couple, strolling through the supermarket and purchasing ingredients. Tong personally cooked, treating his third wife. Your culinary skills are remarkable. After returning to Anzhou, you must cook for me, understood? The mayor felt elated at the prospect of spending an extended time with Tong. However, Tong paused momentarily. Sister Yin, you'll soon be relocating. Why? I've only just arrived. Xie Bingyan was somewhat puzzled, but the arrangements of the Gu family were beyond her control. The latest by late March, you must prepare yourself psychologically. This was what Gu Jiang had previously mentioned. The reform has already commenced, and while there is considerable momentum from the Zhejiang side, some provinces remain indifferent, adhering to their own ways. The higher-ups are somewhat dissatisfied and will soon dispatch a central inspection and supervision team. Are you saying I'm returning to Beijing? Xie Bingyan felt a flicker of anticipation. Yes, I'll return for some training, gather some capital, and once the child is a bit older, we can consider external placement, Tong casually remarked, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words. Xie Bingyan's face flushed slightly as she whispered, "How annoying. Who said I would bear your child?" Women are indeed contradictory. After dinner, Tong chatted with Xie Bingyan for a while before taking his leave. Xie Bingyan understood. After all, they needed to work the next day, and it was inappropriate for them to emerge from the same residence. This was the municipal dormitory building, housing both current and former leaders. Seizing the opportunity when few were around, Tong stealthily slipped out into the night. Upon returning to his own purchased apartment, just as he entered the elevator, a woman hurriedly stepped inside. "Oh, it's County Headley. Is it so late? Have you just returned?" Lian looked up, her expression brightening. "County Head Gu, have you just arrived as well? Today is the weekend. I have just dropped my daughter off at school, and while on the way, I unexpectedly encountered my ex-husband. As we spoke, Lian's floor arrived, and Tong was still on the upper level. Come on, Let's go to my home for a while. It's still early, Li Yin insisted, pulling Gu Tong out of the elevator. This community is rather upscale, with 2 elevators serving each pair of households, predominantly inhabited by families with high school students nearby or faculty from Hangzhou University. The corridor is impeccably clean, and upon entering Li Yan's residence, a delightful fragrance of jasmine tea envelopes the air. Li Yan presented a pair of pristine slippers, still adorned with their tags. Since moving in, I haven't had any male guests. You're the first. Li Yan beamed with a radiant smile as she bent down a hand over the slippers. A glimpse of her alluring neckline momentarily captivated Gu Tong's gaze. Ever since mastering the art of emotional transcendence, his thoughts regarding women, particularly attractive ones, have become increasingly profound. Li Yin guided Gu Tong through the tidily arranged rooms. To be honest, it's thanks to you. Otherwise, my daughter and I would have had to return to my parents' home. As a strong woman, I cannot allow myself to reach that point. Initially, I was prepared for a long-term rental situation, but then you appeared before me like an angel, extending a helping hand. After bringing her daughter to the new home on Friday and learning about the divorce from her irresponsible father, her daughter showed no signs of surprise. However, upon discovering that this new residence belonged to both of them, her daughter was overjoyed, a memory she still cherishes. Is there anything you would like to eat? We have a variety of fruits and vegetables at home. Should I cook a few dishes for you? Li Yin stood up, ready to prepare a meal for Gu Tong. Having already eaten, Gu Tong could hardly manage another bite and reached out to pull Li Yin back. The floor was of such high quality that it was quite slippery. In an instant, as he tugged, Li Yin stumbled into his embrace, and by chance their lips met. Chapter 76. The Moonlight Generation. Liu Pei has been quite busy lately, and Ning Lily is also occupied, not to mention a certain someone overseas who requires her remote assistance. I owe him. I must care for his ex-girlfriend, manage his factory, and invest in Dutch enterprises. Ning Lily grumbled, though her expression suggested a certain enjoyment. Liu Pei set down a file and smiled. You, born into comfort, yet unaware of your fortune, I made one mistake, just that one, and lost the chance to remain by his side forever. Liu Pei spoke of this matter with a lingering sense of regret. How can that be? He still cares for you. Besides, do you think I'm unaware of your frequent visits to his bed? Ning Lili scoffed. Sigh. I only hope he leaves a tiny space in his heart for me. I do not ask for much. Those who have missed their chance have no right to demand anything from others. Liu Pei expressed contentment with her current life. Director Liu, your injuries have healed remarkably. You could be discharged today. Just avoid any strenuous activities to prevent the wound from reopening, the doctor remarked politely after conducting a checkup. This is a clear transformation. When she was an ordinary person, a simple front desk nurse would dare to be rude to her. Now, the hospital director visits her twice a day, fearing she might be uncomfortable. In the initial stages, there were indeed a few irregularities within the bureau, where factions formed in an attempt to manipulate her. However, to their surprise, after the secretary and the newly appointed county mayor conducted an investigation at the bureau, the dissenting voices gradually faded away. Has he not returned yet? Liu Pei gently inquired. He should be back soon, currently in Hangzhou. Yet, even upon his return, what can you do? You must have heard the doctor's advice. No vigorous activities. Ning Lily, true to her nature, maintained her cynical demeanor. Liu Pei stared, somewhat dazed, at this once formidable rival. Is it the case that those with higher education possess such liberated thoughts? Gu Tong encountered a person who had traveled overnight from the capital. He had only spoken with Gu Jiang the previous night. While abroad, he always felt that his phone could be monitored. If classified technical information were intercepted, his return to the homeland would be jeopardized. Thus, even upon returning, Gu Tong opted for caution, heading back to Hangzhou and using Xie Bingyin's landline to make the call. Gu Jiang had a restless night. The underachievement of his son weighed heavily on him, yet an overly exceptional child also brings its own set of troubles. The constant upheaval, however, often yielded significant outcomes. By around 11, the dossier had already reached Gu Jiang's hands. The office's red landline rang, and he hadn't even had time for lunch. In the large conference room, the rustling of papers and hushed whispers filled the air as everyone diligently examined the materials. Old Gu, You didn't use that 2 billion to procure this, did you? That would be quite a bargain. After merely glancing at the first page of the technical dossier, the leader promptly set it aside. Firstly, much of it was in Russian, a language not many were proficient in. Although they were educated in a unique era, not every discipline included Russian studies. Secondly, it was advisable to minimize exposure to such classified information. The topic of today's discussion was indeed auspicious. Old Gu had made significant contributions to the nation and the people. You flatter me. With this information, our vessel can enter service ahead of schedule, Gu Jiang lamented, relieved that the pain of lacking an aircraft carrier could finally be alleviated. Old Gu, have you estimated how much earlier we can proceed? A sense of eagerness enveloped the room, and eyes brightened with curiosity. Yet the primary concern remained how much time could be saved. It's hard to say. According to the original plan, we still needed at least 5 years. With this information, we could potentially have that time. However, that is not the most critical point. Gu Jiang noticed the audience holding their breath, all eyes fixed on him. The most vital aspect is the mature steam catapult technology, along with the nearly completed electromagnetic catapult technology and, most importantly, the comprehensive nuclear power technology. Upon hearing this, even the seasoned leaders present, who had weathered countless storms, found their breaths quickening. Are you suggesting we commence simultaneously? Is there potential here? What about the funding required? At this moment, it remains unclear. If the leaders reach a consensus, we will organize experts to make estimations based on these materials. After all, we stand on the shoulders of giants. The most challenging aspects have already been tackled by the Soviets. Gu Jiang's words served as a reassuring promise to everyone. Old Gu, this matter is entrusted to you. At the very least, let us initiate the second manufacturing plan within the year. As for the first vessel, we will expedite its progress as necessary. We will do our utmost to secure the needed funding. As Gu Tong descended the staircase, he encountered Li Yin once more. The elegant woman today exuded a professional charm that captivated Gu Tong, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. Li Yin, feeling a bit bashful, avoided making eye contact with him. Once they boarded Li Yan's luxury vehicle, Gu Tong naturally took his seat in the front. A sense of disappointment washed over Li Yin as she recalled the intoxicating moments of the previous night, her body feeling slightly flushed. It had been many years since she had experienced such intimacy, and after Gu Tong left last night, she struggled to find sleep for quite some time. Being in her 40s, she pondered how a man in his 20s could possibly be attracted to an older woman like herself. Lost in thought, they soon arrived at Lanhe. While Li Yin returned to her office, Gu Tong headed straight to the electronics factory. This was a new and improved product. He was eager to see how it fared. Ning Lily greeted Gu Tong with enthusiasm, presenting the final version of the product with a sense of pride. Gu Tong settled into a chair, meticulously testing all its features. It was impressive and ready for market release. Have you thought of a name? He inquired, noticing the bare back of the device, which was devoid of any branding. A name? Do I really need to think of one? You handle it. I'm too lazy for such things. Ning Lily pouted as she nestled into his embrace. How about Yuehua Dai? Gu Tong had initially considered naming it Yuang Baoa, but he hesitated, fearing potential disputes over the classic film. Excellent choice, Yuehua Dai. Does this mean all future versions will be encompassed under this name? Indeed. By December at the latest, we shall venture into new markets, but for now, our focus remains on this model. Gu Tong suddenly had an idea and scribbled an email address on a piece of paper. Our product has garnered the admiration of the Dubai royal family. They wish to act as agents for Qingcheng Electronics in the Middle East. You should follow up on this opportunity to earn foreign exchange. After finalizing the plans for the electronics factory, Gu Tong took a moment to visit Lu Pei's rented apartment. Since she had become the director, her words carried considerable weight. Her brother, having been repeatedly questioned regarding Zhou Kong, could no longer endure the torment and had stealthily moved away. Upon discovering that she was Zhou Kong's lover, he fell into a prolonged silence. During the time Ning Lily spent with her, they had forged a unique friendship. What kind of friendship? Gu Tong inquired curiously. Lu Pei blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the spring festival approached, Xie Bingyan did not wait until March, for on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, a call beginning with 010 rang through to her office. Chapter 77. Bringing Talent Back to the Country. The year 2007 marked the pinnacle of Ford's success, with sales soaring beyond 800 million. In the early forecast for the first half of the year, experts predicted that Ford would sell 2 million units. Yet by the end of the year, this figure nearly reached 3 million. A distinguished enterprise requires not only adept industrial designers, but also core technology. Tong learned this lesson from the failures of numerous companies in his past life. Meizu, a renowned global electronics company, even had products exported abroad in 2006. Their excellence stemmed from a willingness to embrace change and innovate. In 2007, they swiftly pivoted from the booming 3 and 4 markets to develop smartphones, taking bold steps that yielded impressive results. In the coming 5 to even 10 years, this enterprise's mobile phones will enjoy robust sales. While not explosive, they have made significant and effective explorations within the domestic industry. However, lacking core technology and relying solely on MediaTek chips, their functionality has increasingly diverged from that of other smartphones. Consequently, issues arose concerning planning decisions derived from performance problems, along with challenges in supply chain management and marketing strategies. Ultimately, it has morphed into an unremarkable entity. Furthermore, a critical point to note is that Meizu's smartphone prices have remained exorbitantly high, while their performance has not excelled, making them less accessible to consumers. After late June established Xiaomi, Meizu began its gradual decline. The essence of a mobile phone's technology lies in its chip, which is constrained by the technological capabilities of lithography machines. However, at present, we are not hindered by the absence of these machines, being shareholders in ASML. Do not underestimate these minor stakes. In a decade or so, their significance will be monumental. Additionally, currently, there are no shareholders with American backgrounds in ASML, providing an opportunity to successfully engage with Sophia and EMEA, especially with priority subscription rights. As long as there are no political interferences, ASML will not become a domestic constraint. Nonetheless, what belongs to others will always remain theirs. Self-innovation is the true path forward. We still have ample time to accumulate, consolidate, and develop over the next decade. Tong seems to be addressing Ning Lily, yet in truth, he is also encouraging himself. In a nation with over 1 billion people, its handsome men are colloquially referred to as 3 brothers. In such a vast country, during every football match, the commentary inevitably includes the phrase, "We do not have much time left." Yet, the outcomes remain consistently similar. Tong wishes to express this sentiment, yet as the words linger on his lips, he recalls the situation, rendering him unable to voice it. Ning Xiaoxiao remarked, "The plans are particularly grand, but what will you do about the funding shortfall?" This is indeed a poignant question. Tong could not help but smile wryly. The quickest ways to make money are outlined in the criminal code. Aside from that, there is the stock market and the lottery. Having won the lottery once, it is improbable to win a second time. As for the stock market, Sai, this year's market perplexes me as well. Words spoken without intent may resonate with the listener. After Ning Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she lifted her teacup to drink, casually offering Tong a cup. However, the man stood there, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious. Ning Xiaoxiao and her sister observed him while sipping water. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuded an increasingly refined charm for reasons unbeknownst to her, causing her heart to race, while Ning Lily appeared increasingly delighted, as if fantasizing about something indescribable. "Sister Xiaoxiao, you just mentioned the stock market. I have an idea. I previously conducted research in this area and made some assessments regarding the market from this year until around June or July of next year. I cannot guarantee 100% certainty, but at the very least, I can assure you with my integrity." Tong's statement was akin to saying, "Trust me, I am your spring brother." Ning Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback, setting down her teacup and gazing intently at Tong. After a moment, she remarked, "What else can you do besides not being able to bear children?" The process was rather awkward, yet the outcome was delightful. One person dared to listen and believe, while another had the courage to speak, even sharing memories of several well-performing stocks with Ning Xiaoxiao. In matters of finance, this American lady was indeed an expert. With 3 pages filled with information, Ning Xiaoxiao treasured them as if they were jewels, delicately folding them and placing them in her bag. If this truly comes to fruition, I shall heed your advice from now on. Furthermore, as long as success is within reach, doubling or tripling the tens of billions by the end of the year would pose no challenge. Ning Xiaoxiao brimmed with confidence. She excelled in leveraging financial principles. After her departure, Lily felt somewhat audacious. The stock market was entrusted to Sister Xiaoxiao, but the real industry still relied on you. How is the research and development progressing? The R&D department has been completely relocated to Anzhou City, and cooperation with Anzhou University is in full swing. However, given the short duration, Tong had no expectations for significant outcomes. Other matters seemed manageable, except for the head of R&D at Anzhou University, who had mentioned several times that he had a senior fellow currently in a laboratory in America, claiming he would return this year. However, a suitable position had not yet been found, and I could not provide a definitive answer, as the individual's capabilities were still an enigma. Ning Lily sat in Tong's embrace, speaking softly. "Oh, what is his name?" Tong inquired with curiosity. At this time, anyone engaged in semiconductor research in America was typically a prominent figure. It is noteworthy that even in the past decade, a majority of the renowned semiconductor companies internationally were led by Chinese professionals. TSMC is a prime example, and even Qualcomm boasts a significant number of Chinese contributors. Many of these individuals had previously desired to return to their homeland, but were hindered by various circumstances, eventually drifting along with the tide. When it comes to patriotism, these individuals undoubtedly cared. Yet living in America with families, they were ultimately mere common folk, unable to do much. His name is Zhang Hao. It is said he currently works as an engineer at Skyworks in America. Before Ning Lili could finish her sentence, Tong stood up, visibly excited. "You said his name is Zhang Hao at Skyworks? My goodness, this is incredible." Tong immediately decided that this talent must be recruited. Zhang Hao was not alone. His social circle included many outstanding individuals, all contemplating a return to their homeland. Among them was Wu Cheng, who would later become a senior engineer at Qualcomm. At this time, Dr. Wu had not yet joined Qualcomm, which would happen the following year. He entered with high hopes, but would eventually face a cruel layoff a decade later, leading to a tragic leap from the rooftop. There was also Peng Wei, who graduated from 2 prestigious domestic universities before pursuing further studies at an Ivy League institution in America. At that moment, he was employed as an engineer at Texas Instruments. Yet he grew weary of the foreign atmosphere. Over the years, he maintained contact with domestic enterprises, yearning to return home. However, years later, after being discovered by Texas Instruments, he faced persecution that ultimately led to his demise. Reflecting on these talented individuals' fates, Tong felt a heavy weight in his heart. The once cheerful Ning Lili sat quietly beside him, holding his hand and gazing silently. In due course, I shall confer with Sister Xiaoxiao regarding the establishment of the Qingqing Research Institute under Qingqing Electronics. The institute will set up an office in the capital, preferably located within an educational district, and another in Anzhou, conveniently situated near Anzhou University. Anzhou's educational reputation is well known nationwide, and returnees often express concern over 2 primary issues: education and healthcare. In truth, the healthcare conditions domestically are quite commendable. Many individuals harbor an unfounded reverence for foreign systems, which is a form of ignorance in itself. Chapter 78. What constitutes a new countryside? The allure of foreign lands often appears more enticing than one's own, and this sentiment still holds considerable market appeal. Online, there are countless self-proclaimed intellectuals who incessantly extol the virtues of foreign practices, trivializing domestic capabilities. When one has knelt for too long, rising takes time, as one's legs grow numb. Both healthcare and education share a reliance on experience. Common ailments that remain untreated domestically will likewise persist abroad. The true advantage of foreign systems lies in their pharmaceutical technologies and treatments for rare diseases. Attracting talent, effectively utilizing it, and retaining it are all essential. Of course, management must differ from domestic practices. Tong believes that while salary is significant, it is not paramount. Providing returnees with a sense of achievement and satisfaction is crucial for their happiness. The conversation with Zhang Hao was taken over by Ning Lily, a young woman with a background in American studies. Upon concluding the call, Zhang Hao was visibly elated and promptly requested his wife to begin packing. For him, this was the most opportune moment to depart. Delaying for a few more years would render escape impossible. With Ning Lily's promise secured, Zhang Hao began fervently reaching out to several acquaintances within his circle. "Old Zhang, are you certain? Such generous terms? The capital's housing prices are not modest." Peng Wei expressed his skepticism, voicing concerns about potential scams. "Rest assured, this company has a commendable reputation. I wonder if you followed the recent financing of ASML." Zhang Hao replied, though he was unaware of this detail, which Ning Lily had conveyed to him. In this climate, a company seeking to assert itself internationally must possess a global perspective. As the saying goes, after prolonged submission, rising requires time, otherwise one risks cerebral insufficiency. While assisting his wife with packing, Zhang Hao simultaneously made phone calls. Within a day, several engineering friends eager to return home had begun to gather their belongings. This year, relations between the two countries have developed steadily and harmoniously, with the upcoming year marking the 30th anniversary of diplomatic relations and the imminent commencement of the Olympics. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a honeymoon period, during which their return would likely go unnoticed. Tong pondered deeply, feeling as if it were fate that these individuals would return home, further augmented by their investment in ASML, thereby bolstering semiconductor research and development. Just as the strategic direction was firmly established, joyous news arrived from Ning Xiaoxiao. "You truly are impressive. I took a gamble on a stock, and within 10 days, my initial investment has more than tripled. From here on, I intend to unleash my efforts." Ning Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, the chief engineer at the Donghai shipyard recovered his breath after consuming half a bottle of oxygen. "Mr. Liu, it will be prudent for you to calm down. The situation is as follows. The blueprints have already been delivered, and there is no need to rush within this half-day." A modestly dressed man, wearing spectacles, gazed at the elderly figure lying on the bed before him. "Ah, you cannot fathom the pain we, as a generation, endure." When Mr. Liu was aboard a battleship, he merely wished to glimpse the interior, but was thwarted. Undeterred, he stood on tiptoe for a fleeting look. His words remain etched in my memory to this day. "Then you should maintain your composure even more so. Here is Mr. Liu's directive, specifically stating that you must remain calm and prioritize your health in order to contribute to the nation effectively. Mr. Liu is indeed wise. I shall take it slow." Mr. Liu serves as the chief engineer at the factory, having studied this very discipline in Moscow during his youth. The dedication of our generation is renowned. The following day, after Mr. Liu's health indicators stabilized, he convened a discussion with the core team. At the conclusion of the meeting, there was a unanimous agreement that the first domestically produced aircraft carrier could be launched ahead of schedule, and simultaneously, plans for the second carrier could be accelerated. "Can the electromagnetic catapult be implemented?" An elderly gentleman inquired of Mr. Liu, who struggled with the Russian language and thus found the blueprints somewhat perplexing. Mr. Liu nodded, a smile breaking through, reflecting his fervent patriotic spirit. Xie Bingyan embraced Tong, the afterglow of their passionate encounter still lingering. Upon receiving notification, she was to report directly after the Spring Festival. "By the way, Mother mentioned that after the festival, she would like me to accompany her to my home." Xie Bingyan felt a tinge of shyness. Moreover, she had been conversing daily with Tu Lanjun. Their relationship as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was exceedingly harmonious. "Well, you are older and more attentive than they are. Once back in the capital, I will entrust you with taking care of Mother, who has endured hardships for most of her life. Rest assured, we are family and do not speak in terms of separation. By the way, do not purchase a house just yet. For the time being, I will share accommodations with Qingying, which will allow me to look after her as well." "That will not do. Equity must be maintained. This time to facilitate the introduction of talent for the Research Institute. Lili is preparing to purchase a building in the capital. If that proves unfeasible, we could construct a small community. Rest assured, we will not have trouble securing a few units for you." Initially, Tong considered buying a building, but later, weighing costs and scale, concluded that self-construction would be more advantageous. At this juncture, The land prices near Zhongwankan were not excessively inflated, and given the significant assistance rendered to the nation, these talents would be required to contribute even more. The national policies would undoubtedly offer substantial support. Just as Ning Lily was poised to depart for the capital, she received a call from Yu Qinghan. "Lily, upon your arrival in the capital, simply seek me out. I've already made the necessary contacts. We can proceed and communicate our requirements. Is it true that Tong intends to connect the work and living areas? Indeed, his intention is to alleviate everyone's burdens, minimizing time wasted in transit, thus allowing for more moments with family and opportunities to unwind. His heart is always so generous. No wonder you are wholeheartedly devoted to him." Yu Qinghan jested with Ning Lily, oblivious to the ambiguous implications of her words. "No, not at all. I haven't yet," Ning Lily replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. On February 14th, Tong appeared exceedingly occupied. There was no alternative, for if he were not busy, he would be utterly overwhelmed. As the spring festival approached, Tong, like other county leaders, spent each day either in the countryside or en route back. Even his trips to the restroom were rushed, so much so that when he arrived at Dongfu for an inspection, he hurriedly dashed into the restroom. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback to see Tong Yu had just squatted down as a man rushed in. In a moment of panic, she instinctively prepared to scream, but to her surprise, it was Tong. This made matters much simpler. Tong Yu nonchalantly squatted down, removed her clothing, and proceeded with her business, resulting in an exceedingly awkward situation. Tong, flustered, hastily finished and returned to the meeting room. Once Tong had exited, Tong Yu flashed a charming smile and rose to wash her hands. She had initially thought him merely handsome, but there was more to him than met the eye. Habitually, Tong Yu licked her lips. Dongfu Town had yet to appoint a new secretary, and nominally, Tong still held that position. However, all responsibilities were shouldered by Tong Yu, reflecting the intentions of Chu Qingying as well as Zhang Weimin. Currently, Dongfu stood as the most remarkable area in the county, according to Tong. It had provided a novel approach to rural revitalization. The concept of rural revitalization had existed previously, but what precisely constituted a new countryside, and how should it be constructed? County Chief Gu had much to articulate. Chapter 79. Come to the Qingcheng Research Institute with increased grain production and enhanced farmer income. The essence of rural development remains unchanged. If these two aspects are well managed, who could claim that our rural revitalization efforts are lacking? In certain areas, there are attempts to erect clusters of new homes, directing farmers to cultivate scallions one day and garlic the next, ultimately failing to establish proper sales channels. Farmers, exhausted by these whims, have naturally lost faith in us. Credibility must be cultivated through favorable guidance and benefits that genuinely enhance farmers' incomes and improve their living conditions, allowing them to truly feel our care, sincerity, and wisdom. This was the first time Tong spoke so earnestly to the Township Party Committee and government team, as he was preparing to depart from Lanhe, likely making this his final visit. After the meeting, Tong Yu accompanied Tong to inspect the sea buckthorn juice processing plant and the coarse grain base. The construction progress was swift, and production post-New Year seemed promising. It was crucial not to compel farmers to cultivate this or that. Instead, we would purchase at a unified price. If Dongfu could not meet the demand, we would look to the surrounding areas. When a market is favorable and prices stable, farmers will naturally come forth to sell when they see the benefits. Management is a science. Neglect is unacceptable, yet excessive control is equally detrimental. While Tong Yu recorded notes, she couldn't help but steal glances at Tong, her gaze inevitably drifting downward. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, she inadvertently walked right behind Tong. Suddenly, she collided with him, the physical contact unavoidable. Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the sensation from behind was unexpectedly pleasing. Dongfu was the last stop on his pre-holiday inspection, and by the time he returned to the county seat, the streetlights were aglow. Still not back? Care to come over for a visit? Tong had just finished a quick freshening up in his office. Dressed in casual attire and tidying up his belongings when the office door swung open, evidently having been left unlocked in his haste. Li Yin gazed at the man's sturdy back, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, yet she maintained her composure and extended an invitation. Tong had cultivated a habit in his previous life, regardless of how busy or fatigued he was. The first thing he did upon returning to the office was to freshen up. Clean and invigorated, he found clarity in his work. Upon arriving at Li Yan's office, the beautiful county head had already prepared tea for him, in the chill of winter and the warmth of summer. A cup of black tea was just what he needed to warm his body. Li Yan, having served Xie Bingyan, possessed an exquisite skill in tea brewing, particularly her graceful phoenix 3 nods, which was truly a sight to behold. Come, County Head Gu, please enjoy this tea. Li Yan's warm and vibrant demeanor, combined with her mature charm, made her the object of admiration for many men in the government building. Having the county head prepare tea for me is quite a privilege. Tong remarked with a smile. In comparison to the assistance you have provided me, this is hardly noteworthy. I heard that Mayor Xie is leaving. Li Yan, not being part of the upper echelon, remained somewhat oblivious to the ongoing developments. Yes, after the Spring Festival, she will not be returning. Speaking of which, you have spent a considerable amount of time with Mayor Xie. Mayor Xie is my benefactor. Without her support, I might not even have attained the position of Secretary General. Li Yan thought to herself, realizing the close relationship between this handsome man and Mayor Xie. Today, she simply wished to discern the direction in which Xie Bingyan was heading. For her, an ascendant Xie Bingyan could significantly bolster her own political standing. County Head Gu, please give me a definitive answer. Where will Mayor Xie go? Li Yan's gaze was intense as she looked at Tong. He chuckled softly, sensing that this woman was undoubtedly anxious. Their rapport had deepened, allowing them to be considered allies. One spoke, while the other listened. The speaker was calm, while the listener was fervent. By the time they concluded their conversation, the other departments in the building had turned off their lights. Li Yan glanced at the pitch-black street outside, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I apologize for keeping you here all evening. How about I treat you to a late-night snack? Come taste my culinary skills. Tong was about to decline, saying he wasn't hungry, but his rebellious stomach grumbled audibly. Li Yan's secretary was still waiting in the adjacent office, a diligent young woman, neither arrogant nor impatient. Let us go. Shall Li? Tonight, you shall experience the leader's culinary artistry, she said, turning to Tong. Shao Li isn't married yet. She often cooks for herself when returning home, so it's best if she joins us. My cooking is quite good, she seemed to boast to Tong. This was a generous yet tactful woman. In a situation where a man and woman were alone, it was often subject to gossip. Having a subordinate included made the gathering more appropriate. The room was fragrant and immaculate. This woman possessed both grace and intellect, indeed a virtuous partner suitable for home life. Tong curiously surveyed the room, while Shao Li had already prepared tea for him and went about assisting her superior. What an observant girl, he thought to himself in admiration. Bored, he perused a photo album on the coffee table. These were family photos of Li Yan, including her and her daughter, as well as a young man who bore a striking resemblance to her, likely her brother. However, that was not the most significant detail. What astonished Tong was that he recognized this young man. Li Dong. Li Yan. It turns out that Li Dong is actually Li Yan's younger brother. At this moment, Li Dong should still be attending university in Jingshui, but graduation is imminent, following the trajectory of his past life. This prodigious young man is poised to join Penguin Company. In the ensuing years, he remains inconspicuous until the arrival of Wei Xian, an application that initially did not perform well in the competitive smartphone market. Subsequently, Li Dong's brilliance shone through as he proposed to integrate features such as Moments and Shake into Wei Xian. Under his influence, the founding team gradually abandoned rational thinking, transforming into a group of artistic youth, becoming more relatable and grounded. From that moment, Wei Xian experienced its first leap forward. Do you know my brother? Li Yan quipped, observing the handsome man in her family. You wouldn't be harboring feelings for boys, would you? Shao Li was taken aback, aside from being relatively gentle in private. County Head Li was usually an imposing figure. To see him with County Head Gu was to witness an entirely different persona, reminiscent of a girl in the throes of first love. Xiao quickly shook her head, dismissing the unwholesome thought. Is he your brother? Has he graduated? Tong asked excitedly, thrilled at the serendipity of encountering talent. Yes, my brother Li Dong is currently in his final year and will graduate soon. He is a computer whiz, and I've heard several domestic companies are keen on signing him. Li Yin spoke of her brother with palpable pride. All right then, could you do me a favor and have him come to the Chung Research Institute? If this works out, I promise a substantial reward. Tong gazed at Li Yin with anticipation. Oh, a substantial reward? Just how substantial? Li Yin regarded Tong with amusement. Chapter 80. The emergence of Yang Guang upon returning to the capital. It was already the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Yin Qingyu immediately contacted Tong. There was no choice, as she was about to take the stage, and she felt uneasy without first assessing the outcome. The director's team assured her that everything was fine, yet her heart remained unsettled. It was her first time on the Spring Festival Gala, and nerves were unavoidable. The meeting took place at a quaint little shop near the Music Academy. The capital's nightlife starkly contrasted with that of Lanhe, one bustling with people, the other quiet. The establishment was tastefully decorated, embodying a refined artistic aesthetic. While Yin Qingyu expressed her anxiety, her demeanor remained composed. Since that incident, she often found herself reminiscing about a peculiar gentleman named Gu. Artistic women tend to be sentimental, and they often love deeply. She did not deny that she was one of them. Any news of Yang Guang? Tong inquired, feeling a persistent prick of unease as long as this man remained at large. None. Former colleagues mentioned he went to Amsterdam, but I am unaware of the specifics. The distance between Amsterdam and Eindhoven was merely around 130 kilometers. After arriving in Heelan, Yang Guang had been traversing between these two locales. In a foreign land, survival became the primary concern. To claim he had no regrets today would be disingenuous. Yet at that time, he had been utterly entranced by Yin Qingyu's beauty, completely oblivious to anything else, until circumstances turned dire, forcing him to flee. Currently, there was no extradition treaty between the two nations, which was a significant reason for his choice of Heelan. Another reason is that he has a friend here, one he made over a year ago. Jenny, am I disturbing you? The white woman before him gazed at Yang Guang with an expression of infatuation. Not all, dear. I wish you would stay with me for a lifetime. Jenny, a white-collar worker with a decent income, led a rather dissolute private life. Yet, despite her indulgences, it was undeniable that she possessed genuine feelings as a woman. Her heart belonged to the Asian man before her. They had been classmates during their studies abroad. The talented Yang Guang embodied the playful spirit of the West, perfectly aligning with Jenny's aesthetic. However, Yang Guang felt nothing for this white woman beyond mere desire. In fact, a man of his nature was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of love. I need to go out and find a job. Sitting idly every day is not a solution. The truth was the continuous labor had left him with a bit of back pain. Work? Oh, dear. Are you longing to return to the embrace of the sea? Do you look down upon the lovely Jenny? Jenny's emotions flared. She was determined not to let this man slip away from her grasp. No, you misunderstand me. A man should not rely on a woman for sustenance. Regardless of how much I earn, I must find a job. Yang Guang spoke passionately, his imposing demeanor momentarily dazzling Jenny. All right, I suppose I misjudged you. How about this? Our company is currently hiring. Why don't you give it a try? Just a few days ago, we secured new funding and are expanding. Although the headquarters is in Eindhoven, the Amsterdam office is also in need of personnel. By the way, I heard that a Chinese enterprise has become a new shareholder, so you might even have a better chance of being hired. Jenny's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Yang Guang's eyes. However, his current identity was likely to be wanted back home, meaning he would have to forge a false identity as a foreign overseas Chinese to apply. This challenge posed no difficulty for the seasoned Jenny. She was willing to do anything for her beloved. After finishing their meal, Yin Qingyu and Tong returned directly to the Music Academy's practice room. Tong listened attentively, and the results were impressive. You're amazing. You are just what we need. Tong sincerely gave a thumbs up. Being praised by someone she admired was the happiest experience for a woman, and Yin Qingyu was no exception. With the performance approaching, they had little time for anything other than training and resting. When Tong returned home, Yu Qinghan, Tu Lanjun, and Gu Yuan were busy preparing for the wedding. Tong, let us keep this simple. We want to be extravagant or wasteful. In truth, Tu Lanjun wished to give her son a grand wedding. Gu Tong took her mother's hand and sat down, smiling gently. Mom, a wedding is merely a formality, as long as there is love in our hearts. It matters not how grand it is, as long as we are happy. The old man's health was improving daily, and his spirits were high, especially with his granddaughters visiting him regularly. They shared heartfelt conversations and tales from the grassroots. The old man was delighted. When one's mood is uplifted, appetite improves, and health flourishes. The wedding was set for the second day of the Lunar New Year, and both Qinghan's and Qiang's parents had already arrived. This year's Spring Festival was notably different, particularly for Gu Tong. In the truest sense, during the previous Spring Festival, he found himself alone and stricken with a grave illness within that ancient temple. Each day, the only company he had was the silent Buddha, along with a few mice and a handful of wildcats and dogs. The ambience of flickering lights and ancient tranquility was not as comforting as one might imagine. On that final spring festival of his past life, he made countless wishes, having achieved a genuine state of purity. The greatest aspiration at that time was for the nation to thrive and the people to live in peace. For those from the north, the eve of the new year holds great significance. It is customary to pace couplets, set off firecrackers, and fish for ingots that evening. Yu Qinghan was filled with joy, as was Chu Qingying, as they gazed at the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky, each silently making their heartfelt wishes. Back then, mobile phones had limited functions, and families would sit together, their only forms of entertainment apart from feasting and casual banter being the Spring Festival Gala. This year's gala, aside from the skit planning, left little impression, lacking in extraordinary performances. The singing and dancing were particularly mundane. While the performers exuded passion, the audience remained bewildered, as the artistry felt too elevated and disconnected from everyday life. However, the rebirth of the Spring Festival Gala was destined to feature a song that would resonate with all. Yan Xingyu was no ordinary individual. After all, she had held 5 titles. As a national second-class conductor and actor, even Gu Tong found himself momentarily stunned as he watched Yan Xingyu take the stage, the small text on the screen leaving him in awe. True masters often reside among the common folk, quietly showcasing their talents. A stirring and passionate rendition of Never Forget Our Original Intentions concluded with the final note, met by thundering applause in the broadcast hall. The host who followed her onto the stage had a glimmer of admiration in their eyes, clearly moved by the performance. Gutong, quand je sens beautifully. Indeed, the song resonated more profoundly when sung by a woman, evoking deep emotions that pierced the soul. What do you think? Was my singing not good? Chu Qingying teased, her smile playful as she looked at Gu Tong. All right, you sang well. Is that satisfactory? At that moment, Gu Tong resembled a petulant child, and an interesting man naturally possesses undeniable charm. Before long, it was the second day of the new year. Chapter 81, A Sudden Homicide. When Gu Tong received the call from Xie Bingyan, all wedding proceedings had been completed in the simplest manner possible. The Gu family endeavored to maintain a low profile, yet numerous dignitaries still arrived to offer their congratulations. The elder was in high spirits, with Gu Jiang standing beside him, warmly greeting the guests alongside Tu Lanjun. The state guest house had ceased to accommodate visitors 5 days prior, and typically, during the New Year festivities, outside guests were few. The initial plan was for only 8 banquet tables, but 2 private rooms were added at the last moment. The dishes were simple yet delicious, showcasing a blend of northern and southern cuisines. Yu Liang and his wife were understandably a bit anxious. Despite a lifetime of striving, he held only a deputy director position, and even that had seen a significant reduction in responsibilities. However, within just half a day, he encountered no fewer than 20 high-ranking officials who would have held significant positions in ancient times, each one eagerly shaking his hand and offering sincere congratulations. Xie Bingyan was aware that Gu Tong was getting married, but the matter at hand was far too weighty. What? Were there any discoveries at the scene? The banquet has concluded, yet in the evening, the elder gentleman and Gu Jiang are set to dine with Chu Qingying's parents. While major programs may be absent, Minor ones must not be overlooked. Tong is profoundly shocked. The esteemed secretary of the Youth League Committee, a distinguished reserve cadre of the city, has been brutally murdered in his own home, with the body already exhibiting livor mortis upon discovery. Yin is on the verge of reassignment. Fortunately, the Youth League Committee does not fall under her jurisdiction. Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether this was a homicide, a crime of passion, or something else entirely. Secretary Gung Yubo returned to Anzhou before the new year, and in the small meeting room of the Municipal Party Committee, the 5 attendees were expressions of deep concern. Yin meticulously reviews the case files on the table, occasionally furrowing her brow in contemplation. Director of the Municipal Bureau, Tian Shuangqing, appears weary, his eyes swollen from 2 sleepless nights. At his age, this is indeed taxing. Secretary, Mayor, due to the underfloor heating in the room and the late discovery of the body, the initial determination of the time of death was rather inaccurate, which has led to our current predicament. I take responsibility for that, he admits, but let us not dwell on blame. Identifying the perpetrator and ascertaining the nature of the case is paramount. Gung Yubo understands that Yin's impending promotion must minimize any negative repercussions from this incident. However, Yin finds herself conflicted. If it is confirmed to be a straightforward criminal case, it would reflect poorly on her management capabilities, as the city's safety would be in question. Conversely, should it be established as a crime of passion, Secretary Gung would face scrutiny regarding how such a scandalous individual was promoted. Nevertheless, these considerations are secondary. Swiftly apprehending the culprit is of the essence. Have the fingerprints and footprints from the scene been collected? Despite their lack of expertise, the present leaders, influenced by the recent popularity of crime dramas, possess some foundational investigative thinking. Yes, but Wu Ziqiang lived alone in Jingshui, and there are no other fingerprints or unusual footprints. The assailant was evidently well prepared. Our inquiries reveal that Wu Ziqiang deliberately scheduled himself to be on duty during the New Year's Eve, informing others that he planned to return to Jingshui for the celebrations on the first day of the new year. He was seen at the government building that afternoon, and that evening he returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and was fatally struck down just as he exited the bathroom. Have you retrieved the nearby surveillance footage? Inquired the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. All available footage has been collected, but much of the equipment is outdated and unreliable. We have scrutinized all recordings, but found no valuable information. What about his recent call logs and social circle? Any enemies? Yin suddenly inquired. Wu Ziqiang was a reserved individual with a limited social circle. Aside from conversations with his family, he only occasionally spoke with a few distant friends from the south, with no other social engagements. In light of such a significant case, the Municipal Bureau dares not approach it lightly. The director personally leads the investigation, yet after 3 days, no leads have emerged. As discussions continue, it is disheartening to be delving into a murder case during the festive season, leaving none in high spirits. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly, revealing the displeased face of the secretary, who looked up to see the director of the municipal party office. The secretary, the mayor, and the family of Wu Ziqiang have arrived, demanding an explanation. What explanation could they possibly seek? We have all sacrificed our holiday to delve into the investigation, and yet they wish to add to our burdens? The secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, a former military officer with a fiery temperament, was already feeling constrained and was now boiling with rage. Comrade Zhang, please remain calm. The deceased deserves our utmost respect. Wu Ziqiang, so young, has suddenly passed away, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. It is understandable that they find it hard to accept. Secretary, please continue your discussion. I will go and console the bereaved family. As a woman, I may find it easier to communicate with them. Yin's words resonated, even prompting a nod of agreement from the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Everyone present was eagerly anticipating Yin's promotion, for it would yield 2 favorable outcomes. Firstly, a position at the level of a full department head would become available, giving hope to both the executive vice mayor and the deputy secretary of the party committee. Consequently, the prospects would brighten for all. Secondly, it was already known that Mayor Xie was destined for a higher position. making her a potential ally for them in the future. Today, Xie Bingyan donned a fitted black outfit, both elegant and appropriate for the occasion. A delicate and sorrowful figure knelt in the government hall, clutching a 7- or 8-year-old boy, sobbing quietly. It must be a relative of young Wu. I am Xie Bingyan. She introduced herself, empathizing deeply as she helped the woman to her feet and lifted the child into her arms. Mayor Xie, please, I beg you to help us. Wu Ziqiang was only 30 years old. Without him, how shall my child and I survive? Upon seeing Xie Bingyan, the woman felt a flicker of goodwill, especially since the mayor was also dressed in black. However, her feelings were tempered by the grief of her husband's sudden death 4 days prior, which she felt was not being taken seriously by the city. Xie Bingyan led the woman and child to her office. The boy, still innocent and unaware of the gravity of his father's demise, obediently followed his mother, doing as she instructed. Xie Bingyan offered him some snacks that Tong had bought for her, and the boy's face lit up with joy, though he glanced at his mother first. After receiving her nod of approval, he beamed as he began to eat. He was a well-mannered child, suggesting that his mother was a reasonable woman as well. From this small detail, Xie Bingyan deduced that the forthcoming conversation would be straightforward. To be candid, Secretary, I have been here these past few days alongside the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, and the Directors of the Municipal Bureau, and our days have been consumed entirely by the investigation. Xie Bingyan spoke earnestly to the woman. The latter observed the mayor's genuine affection for the child, feeling a sense of kinship as fellow women. Mayor Xie, I know you speak the truth, but you must understand that Wu Ziqiang faced a life of hardship from a young age, having lost his parents early on. My circumstances are not dissimilar. Both my child and I depended on him for our livelihood. With his absence, it feels as though the sky has fallen upon us. Moreover, you may not be aware that he has been working here in Anzhou. After graduating with my master's degree, I briefly held a position in a state-owned enterprise, but I resigned 3 years ago to care for my child. Now, I find myself without any source of income. Alas, I understand the immutable truth that one cannot resurrect the dead, yet my child and I must survive. We are merely awaiting a resolution regarding Wu Ziqiang's case. At least the funeral expenses and compensation will sustain us for a while. Chapter 82. The enigmatic case. Tong sat in the room, straining to recall details, while outside, a family was engaged in cheerful conversation. In daily life, Jiang dressed casually and enjoyed inquiring with his family from the grassroots about the realities of common folk. Particularly, he had a fondness for the father of Chu Qingying, who had once served as a county mayor. Jiang had also held a grassroots position, and having shared similar experiences, they found ample common ground. Yu Liang had also risen through the ranks from a clerk, possessing abundant rural work experience. The three men engaged in a lively discussion that lasted throughout the evening. Chu Qingying and Yu Qinghan observed Tong deep in thought and refrained from interrupting, instead conversing quietly among themselves. I have encountered Wu Ziqiang once. Apart from his reserved nature, he possesses no apparent flaws. He does not flaunt his abilities. So could he really have enemies? When I first started working, I spent 6 months at the County Youth League Committee and had heard of this Secretary Wu. It is said that several women in the city were quite fond of him, yet he maintained a commendable demeanor, which led to some women even scheming against him. Wait, Qinghan, what'd you just say? Tong, lost in thought, was suddenly stirred by Yu Qinghan's remark. What? Are you saying that Wu Ziqiang has women who admire him? Why is that? Yu Qinghan responded with curiosity. Indeed, could it be that the matter we discussed actually pertains to him? Tong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. The case in Anzhou has had a profoundly negative impact. A promising young cadre at the departmental level was tragically murdered shortly after finishing his night shift. By the 7th day of the new year, nearly a week had passed, and the case remained unsolved. During this time, both officials and civilians were filled with unease, locking their doors each evening, fearful that they might be attacked while bathing. This year's festivities felt rather awkward. Prior to the new year, the municipal government had assured everyone of a peaceful and stable spring festival. That objective now seems to have fallen by the wayside. The 7th day of the new year, referred to as the Little New Year in the North, is essentially a working day. Gu Tong took leave from Zhang Weimin to spend more time with the two lovely ladies. Gu Jiang had already begun his bustling activities, and at midday, he took a moment to return home for a family reunion meal. Tong, your grandfather's health is declining day by day. If you have time, do come back to visit. We at our age live one day less with each passing day. The old man, unusually, sipped a small cup of wine and spoke more than usual. Yu Liang and Chu Mangue looked at the elder with admiration, feeling as if a character from their textbooks had come to life before them. Grandfather, may you live to a ripe old age. I will certainly return to see you when I can. Usually, Qing Han and Qing Ying come by as well. Moreover, once I have a great-grandson, I will need your help in watching over him, Gu Tong said, which brought a hearty laugh from the old man. You must not go back on your word. When the child is born, be sure to bring him to me first, and I will choose the name. Tu Lan Jun gently wiped the corners of the old man's mouth, so overwhelmed with excitement that a glistening droplet escaped. After lunch, everyone dispersed. Yu Qinghan returned home with her parents, while Chu Qingying accompanied hers back as well. Gu Tong exchanged a few words with his parents before making his way to the station. The situation in Anzhou had escalated, and Xie Bingyan managed to soothe the anxious family members, who were no longer causing a scene, though the mood at the Youth League Committee remained quite agitated. Wu Ziqiang was well regarded at the committee and demonstrated commendable competence. However, his two deputies were a different story. One, a 38-year-old woman, held a position without actually working, while the other, a 27 or 28-year-old man, seemed entirely inept, only skilled at causing disturbances among the subordinates. At the station, Gu Tong encountered an unexpected person. Secretary Gu. Surprised? Delighted? Yan Qingyu had matured significantly over the past year, her aura elevated to a new level of sophistication, with a smile that exuded charm. One couldn't help but admire the aesthetic sensibilities and talents of the ancients. Their organic blend of poetry evokes a sense of tranquility that lingers in the mind. Was it wrong for two long-acquainted individuals to share a seat on the same bus? Was it inappropriate for two equally attractive people to sit closely together? Yet, why did this stunning woman choose to rest in his embrace? It left him utterly perplexed. Gu Tong gazed at the beauty nestled in his arms, a sense of indescribable shyness washing over him. Whether his legs were tired was another matter. The real concern lay in the fact that certain parts of him could hardly endure such an ordeal. From his vantage point, he could catch a glimpse of Yin Qingyu's slightly open collar. However, she remained entirely unguarded around him, or perhaps it was intentional. Yin Qingyu's recent performance at the Spring Festival Gala had catapulted her to fame. Now, she was en route to Jingshui to participate in the Lantern Festival rehearsal. Strangely, despite having a direct route to Jingshui, she chose to detour through Anzhou. By the time they arrived in Anzhou, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Where are you headed? Shall I escort you or arrange a hotel for the night? Gu Tong was unaware of the reason behind her presence in Anzhou. Yin Qingyu merely smiled mischievously, turning to board the bus to Jingshui, leaving Gu Tong standing outside in a state of disarray. On the bus, Yin Qingyu gazed at the diminishing figure of Gu Tong, a pang of melancholy washing over her. The man she cherished had married, and the bride was not her. In truth, Yin Qingyu had already purchased a ticket to Jingshui at the station, and upon turning, she spotted Gu Tong. It was easy to deduce that he would certainly return to Anzhou. A few steps away from the ticket counter, she turned back and exchanged her ticket for one from the capital to Anzhou. As for the ticket from Anzhou to Jingshui, she could easily pay for it on board. Gu Tong shook his head in resignation. Upon exiting the station, a car dispatched by Xie Bingyan was already waiting for him. How does it feel post-wedding? Is married life harmonious? If not, feel free to consult me. I'm always here to help, Xie Bingyan teased, making light of the situation. Whether it's harmonious or not, that is precisely what you should say, Gu Tong replied, then retrieved a gift from his bag meant for Xie Bingyan from his parents. So, has there been any progress on the case? Gu Tong inquired. Sigh, no progress has been made. The municipal bureau has meticulously examined all his social connections, yet they remain at an impasse, devoid of any new breakthroughs. This case now hangs in a precarious balance. Xie Bingyan rubbed her temples. The recent situation has left the standing committee grappling with headaches. Initially, the organizational minister had little connection to this matter. But after the Youth League Committee lost its anchor upon returning to work, a series of errors plagued the morning's tasks. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that no one was present at the office. The young deputy secretary was away on vacation. The female deputy secretary claimed various ailments, rendering her unable to work. Following the holiday, the disciplinary inspection found only one person at the Youth League Committee, an elderly woman in charge of the publication and distribution room. What an absurdity! The sole individual present at the Youth League Committee was an elderly lady. Wu Ziqiang's managerial skills are quite mediocre. Otherwise, how can an entire unit dissolve into chaos upon one person's absence? Xie Bingyan scoffed at such a level of management. An exemplary leader ensures that, even in their absence, the unit maintains its discipline and ethos. The duality of behavior in public and private is a prevailing norm, and thus, one cannot be excessively critical of any individual or organization. Tong, however, appeared more understanding of the situation. Amid their casual conversation, Xie Bingyan received a call, and her expression darkened instantly. Chapter 83. The resurgence of mind. Reading. Wu Ziqiang's wife and children have been residing in Anzhou, and for precautionary reasons. The municipal bureau dispatched 2 female officers to provide round-the-clock protection. Yet, an incident occurred. Wu Ziqiang's wife announced her intention to take the children out for a stroll. The 2 female officers, dismissing the notion as harmless, trailed behind, maintaining a distance. They followed the mother and child to the banks of the Jingshui River, where nothing seemed amiss. However, at the moment the officers relaxed their vigilance, the woman leapt into the river. Fortunately, one of the officers was an adept swimmer and promptly rescued her from the water. What a situation! Xie Bingyan felt a bitter taste in her mouth, while Tong pondered thoughtfully. Everything aligned. The protagonist of the case from her past life was undoubtedly Wu Ziqiang. In her previous life, this case had caused quite a stir, but the mysteries would not be unraveled for decades to come. Under Xie Bingyan's puzzled gaze, Tong inscribed 3 names on the table, all seemingly female. He arranged for the police to locate these individuals, which should not be difficult. If he was not mistaken, one would likely be at the municipal government, another at Anzhou University, and the last he presumed she would recognize. Once the individuals were located, there was no need to ask any questions, simply notify him of their presence, and the rest would depend on his performance. Xie Bingyan's expression turned peculiar as she noticed that this man had written down 3 seemingly unrelated names. What could he be planning? Nevertheless, recalling how he had saved her, she marveled at his ability to uncover such a complex and convoluted case. Previously, Chunzi had remarked that this young man was remarkably skilled in investigations. Xie Bingyan glanced at the paper, her gaze lingering on the last name, seemingly in disbelief. The 3 women were easily traceable, though some complications arose during the summons. The last woman, heavy with child, adamantly refused to accompany the police. Ultimately, it was a female deputy director from the municipal bureau who managed to persuade her. Considering the identities of the 3 women, the bureau opted not to conduct the questioning in the usual investigative area, instead placing each of them in separate small offices. When Xie Bingyan arrived at the municipal bureau with Tong, the director and several members of the leadership team were already waiting at the entrance. "Mayor, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience," the bureau director said with a slight bow. "Not all. This is County Chief Gu from Lanhe. He possesses considerable insight into case investigations." Xie Bingyan refrained from elaborating further. The director was perplexed. What connection could these 3 unfamiliar women have to the case? Nevertheless, at the mayor's insistence, he had no choice but to comply. Zhuo Linlin, a deputy-level official in the municipal propaganda department, was a strikingly innocent-looking woman born in the 1980s. A female officer from the bureau, who was her classmate, had been dispatched to keep her company just in case. "Old classmate, do you know why I was suddenly summoned?" Zhuo Linlin inquired anxiously, her hands tightly clasped together, palms slick with sweat. "I'm not sure, but I heard it was an order from above." The officer indicated towards the ceiling. Zhuo Linlin grew even more flustered as they engaged in small talk. At that moment, the office door swung open, and the head of the criminal investigation team entered alongside Tong. Zhuo Linlin's eyes brightened. She recognized him as a prominent political star in Anzhou, and he was undeniably handsome. Gu Tong approached the innocent-looking young woman. "Hello, Section Chief Zhua. I am Gu Tong." He extended his right hand, awaiting her response. Without much thought, Zhua Linlin reached out and gently grasped his hand. "Hello, County Chief Gu," she replied. Until Gu Tong exited the office, she remained bewildered. Having understood little from their brief handshake and his inquiry into her basic information. What could this mean? Not only was she confused, but the team leader beside her wore a similarly puzzled expression. Yet, with Mayor Xie still waiting upstairs, he dared not voice his thoughts. Lu Huan, the deputy director of the Department of Literature and Broadcasting at Anzhou University, was 38 years old. She exuded an air of sophistication, sporting glasses that hinted at her scholarly nature. While not strikingly beautiful, her looks were pleasing in a subtle way. However, her eyes were red and swollen, suggesting a lack of sleep recently. Gu Tong adhered to protocol, shaking her hand and asking a few basic questions before turning to leave. Lu Wan seemed somewhat disheartened and offered little in response. In the third room, the secretary of the Municipal Youth League was chatting with a woman who was none other than Cheng Yan, the long-absent female deputy secretary of the Municipal Youth League. "Secretary Cheng, it is an honor to finally meet you," Gu Tong said politely. "Is there a particular reason you summoned us today?" Cheng Yan inquired courteously. Though she appeared somewhat unwell, her demeanor suggesting fatigue. Gu Tong did not linger, offering a handshake and a few words of concern before departing. However, once he exited Cheng Yan's office, the team leader noticed that Gu Tong's expression had noticeably softened. "County Chief, have you made any discoveries?" Team leader Wu Guiqiang asked, puzzled. "Wu, let us head upstairs to discuss," Gu Tong replied. Gu Tong smiled mysteriously and ascended the stairs. Xie Bingyan paced anxiously in the reception room on the 9th floor, accompanied by the trembling female deputy director of the Municipal Bureau. "Director Yao, please take a seat. You have worked hard during this time." Xie Bingyan empathized with her subordinates. Director Yao Rong expressed her gratitude, saying, "Mayor, the effort you have put in is far greater than mine. I can stand for a while. It is not tiring." Just then, Wu Guiqiang and Gu Tong entered, followed by the director who had just stepped out to allocate personnel. After closing the door, everyone took their seats. "What have you discovered, Gu Tong?" Xie Bingyan inquired, eagerly gazing at her partner. "We only need to apprehend one individual, named Sun Yulong," Gu Tong replied confidently. "What? Are you joking? How is that possible?" Even Xie Bingyan frowned. Sun Yulong, a recipient of the National Science and Technology Advancement Award, 2nd class. An outstanding youth from Jing'an Province, a nationally recognized excellent youth, a renowned scholar, and the vice president of Anzhou University, was merely 34 years old. Just his accolades were overwhelming, not to mention his title as a Provincial Association committee member. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. And I can guarantee he is the perpetrator." Given the gravity of the situation, Xie Bingyan felt it was inappropriate to make a unilateral decision and consulted Secretary Geng Yuba. Secretary Geng promptly instructed that the individual be courteously invited to the Municipal Bureau to assist in the investigation, with results required within 12 hours. Should precise evidence not be found within that time frame, he must be released. The Bureau's director personally led the team to the faculty dormitory area of Anzhou University, which was still on holiday. If the allegations proved true, the impact could be minimized. Sun Yulong, possessing a high intellect, was polite upon meeting the bureau director. He was also courteous towards Tian Xuanqing, embodying the demeanor of a learned scholar. Tian Xuanqing, both emotionally and in terms of existing evidence, was reluctant to believe Sun Yulong could be the culprit. Upon arriving at the bureau and meeting Xie Bingyan, Sun Yulong was exceptionally courteous. After exchanging pleasantries with her, he was introduced to Gu Tong in a formal manner as per Gu Tong's arrangement. Sun Yulong did not look down upon the young deputy county chief and warmly shook Gu Tong's hand. In that moment, Gu Tong offered a slight smile. Chapter 84. The murder case unraveled. Sun Yulong had been divorced from Cheng Yan for a year, so the child was naturally not his. For a man, this was inconsequential. His ex-wife's pregnancy was of no concern to him. However, the reason for their divorce was Cheng Yan's inability to conceive after years of marriage, which Sun Yulong attributed solely to her. After their separation, they led their own lives. Highly educated individuals often possess rich emotional lives. And while we may refrain from discussing his character and lifestyle, his charm was adept at captivating a certain alluring woman. Following his divorce, he became entangled with Lu Wan, a professor who had been single for many years. Naturally, the handsome and charming vice president sought to flatter her. Although Sun Yulong was discreetly involved with Lu Wan, he had no intention of marrying her. During a promotional department interview event, he fortuitously encountered the pure and radiant Zhuo Linlin. Men are indeed curious creatures. He may be described as capricious, yet his preferences remain steadfast. Regardless of age, he is consistently drawn to young and beautiful women. The moment he encountered Zhuo Linlin, he felt as though he had fallen in love once more. This time, it was genuine affection. However, misfortune struck when Lu Wan unexpectedly announced her pregnancy, complicating matters considerably. Although Sun Yulong lamented the inability to pursue a romantic escapade with Zhuo Linlin, the prospect of fatherhood overshadowed his regrets. Besides, Zhuo Linlin remained a constant presence, unwavering and unyielding, and he believed it would not be an arduous task to win her over given his position. Sun Yulong was indeed a flirt, but was Lu Wan truly devoted? Not entirely. This female professor secretly harbored an admirer of her own. Additionally, Sun Yulong's ex-wife, Cheng Yin, was also involved with someone. Simultaneously, Zhuo Linlin held affections for another individual. All of this might have transpired quietly, had it not been for a benefit program initiated by Anzhou University for its staff, which set off a chain of events. Would it not have been preferable for each to enjoy a peaceful existence? Tong exchanged glances with Wu Guoqiang, who seemed uncertain. It was compelled by the dark expression on Xia Bingyan's face. Sun Yulong, you are under arrest. Sun Yulong's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Xia Mayor. What do you mean, Mayor? Do not forget my standing. Ah, such commendable composure. No wonder he is a learned man. Very well, it is time for honesty. After their handshake, Tong discreetly messaged Wu Guoqiang. The recovery team should have already arrived at the designated location, and within 2 hours at the latest. The knife would be retrieved. Meanwhile, the plate he had at home had already been collected by Wu Guoqiang's men. What is your status? A mere deputy county chief. Frankly, if it weren't for Mayor Xia, I wouldn't bother conversing with you at all. Sun Yulong protested vehemently as handcuffs were placed upon him. You are a pitiable soul, and I have no desire to say much more. We have already obtained the plate from beneath your pillow. As for the knife you deliberately discarded in Nanshan Lake, it will be retrieved shortly. Do you have anything else to say? Sun Yulong was rendered speechless, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Drenched in sweat, and for a long, agonizing moment he wept. This was indeed a tragic figure, yet every tragic figure possesses their own flaws. The world of 3 can seem a bit cramped, while that of 5 becomes congested. 3 women inexplicably found themselves enamored with the same man, Wu Ziqiang. Yet, the inherently reserved Wu Ziqiang turned out to be a master of romance. The catalyst for all this drama was Anzhou University's sudden initiative to provide free reproductive health screenings for its faculty. Just before the Spring Festival, Sun Yulong received his report. Around 2006, the number of individuals undergoing fertility testing was relatively low, as societal views remained quite traditional and conservative at the time. Despite his presentable appearance, Sun Yulong, hailing from a rural background, retained a rather antiquated mindset. Previously, he attributed his inability to conceive to Cheng Yin, and Lu Wan's pregnancy only solidified his convictions. As he gazed upon his test report revealing a sperm count of 9,999, he clung to the faint hope embodied in the remaining 0.01 yet. When he and Lu Wan ultimately confronted each other, her words struck him with devastating clarity. You are merely an incapable man, insignificant compared to Ziqiang. Enraged, he unleashed a torrent of violence, resulting in Lu Wan's miscarriage. Though she felt guilty and dared not publicize the incident, Sun Yulong offered her a substantial sum, leading her to choose silence. However, a few days later, Lu Wan sought him out, revealing that she too had been deceived. Discovering that Wu Ziqiang had been clandestinely involved with his ex-wife for many years, even before their divorce, and now his ex was pregnant. Despite his anger, Sun Yulong managed to restrain himself. Yet, Lu Wan soon disclosed a shocking revelation. Wu Ziqiang was a notorious scoundrel, recently caught in a passionate affair with a beautiful young woman from the publicity department, a rendezvous discovered by Lu Wan. She presented him with photographs, igniting a fury within him. This was the woman he cherished deeply, whom he had never dared to touch, reserving her for future affection. To his dismay, she had already been thoroughly compromised by Wu Ziqiang. Was this man specifically targeting him? Lu Wan harbored genuine feelings for Wu Ziqiang. However, the depth of her love was matched only by the intensity of her hatred. She was not content with merely tarnishing his reputation. She sought his demise. Under her threats and incitement, Sun Yulong's rage escalated to a point of irrationality. With your intellect, you cannot eliminate a mere youth league secretary? She incessantly urged him, providing advice to bolster his resolve. To fortify his belief, Lu Wan took him to witness Wu Ziqiang and Zhuo Linlin in a compromising situation. The woman he could not let go of had already been taken by Wu Ziqiang. If he were not to perish, then who would? For that fateful night, Sun Yulong procured numerous tools and meticulously researched the methods of execution online, determined to ensure absolute success. Lu Wan, possessing a key to Wu Ziqiang's residence, granted him unfettered access. Despite Wu Ziqiang's admirable physique and handsome features, what would it matter? Ultimately, he would meet his end at Sun Yulong's hands. Truth be told, he initially contemplated mutilation, but he recalled a wise adage: the more one does, the more one errs. It sufficed that the man should die. There was no need to torment his member. Sun Yulong spoke confidently, asserting that such individuals, once their psychological defenses were breached, would dare to voice anything. In the end, he sighed deeply, addressing the young official. Gu, you are indeed talented, but heed my counsel. Steer clear of women, especially the beautiful ones. The venerable Jin Yong once articulated a profound truth through the character In Susu in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Chapter 85. A woman of great promise, Xie Bingyan, seethed with frustration in the monitoring room of the investigation unit. Why must she incite my man? How vexing. Lu Wan was apprehended, while Cheng Yin and Zhuo Linlin were sent home. As Zhuo Linlin exited, she cast a lingering glance at the municipal building, yearning for the appearance of that young, handsome figure. We should transfer this girl. She is ill-suited for government work. Gu Tong remarked. What? The lovely young lady has taken a liking to you, and you aren't pleased? Xie Bingyan teased Gu Tong. Heartless and ungrateful. This woman is a true harbinger of misfortune. Gu Tong harbors a profound disdain for her. One can discern her insatiable thirst for power and men reflected in her eyes. Does she genuinely care for Gu Tong? Not in the least. Her interest is solely predicated on his association with Xie Bingyan, sharing a bed with Gu Tong, gaining both power and pleasure. What could be more enticing? Cheng Yin had mentally steeled herself for this moment, yet upon discovering the true nature of the man she loves, she struggled internally for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she sighed deeply, caressing her slightly rounded abdomen. Child, mother cannot bear to part with you. No matter what sort of man he is, you will always be my child. Observing Cheng Yan's resolute stride, Xie Bingyan pondered deeply. Upon returning to her office at the municipal government, Wu Ziqiang's wife awaited her, accompanied by their son. Mayor Xie, do you not think my heartfelt devotion would be better spent on a dog than on him? The woman, named Mo Shui, wore an expression of profound sorrow. In truth, Mo Shui was more beautiful than the three of them combined, excelling in both appearance and intellect. Gu Tong was aware of this case, not because of its notoriety, but rather due to Mo Shui's past. After being rescued from a river, she returned to Jingshui with her child and embarked on a venture. 13 years later, the e-commerce site she established had risen to the 5th position nationally. In fact, within 5 years, her enterprise had already become a well-known entity in Jingshui. Mo Shui possessed an exceptional acumen for business. After achieving success, she requested provincial leaders to reopen the investigation into this case. Coincidentally, during that time, an inspection team arrived at Anzhou University, where the now President Sun Yulong was involved in corrupt practices and nepotism. Numerous senior professors united to report him. During the investigation, they unearthed Lu Wan, leading to the resolution of a long cold case. By then, Mo Shui had already gained considerable fame on Weibo. To this day, Tong recalls her poignant post. Dreams remain unfulfilled, resentment lingers. Sorrowful tales are often unwelcome, as the empty steps echo into dawn. Xie Bingyan regarded this unfortunate woman, recognizing her as the most innocent and kind-hearted among all involved. For the sake of a man's career, she had relinquished her own job to dedicate herself to nurturing her child, only to find him indulging in debauchery in Anzhou. Montak Xue, what do you plan to do next? Xie Bingyan inquired with genuine concern. Mayor Xie, I have caused you considerable trouble during this time, but in the end, it is all Wu Ziqiang's own doing. I will soon return to Jingshui with my child, and I must find employment, for survival is becoming a challenge. Mo Shui brushed aside her disheveled hair, her sorrowful countenance evoking sympathy. How about this, Mo Shui? There is someone who greatly admires your abilities and has reached out to your previous state-owned enterprise. He intends to offer you a position in his company, with 2 potential locations, the capital or Anzhou. Xie Bingyan, eager to recruit talent for her team, was quite invested in the matter. Who is this person? Mo Shui's once dull eyes sparkled with curiosity as she lifted her gaze. Upon seeing Tong and learning of his title as deputy county chief, she initially assumed it was merely a ruse to comfort her. However, it was only when she took her child to visit the Research and Development Department of Qingqing Technology and the production workshop of Qingqing Electronics that she realized it was indeed a legitimate large enterprise. Mayor Gu, I eagerly anticipate our collaboration. With such a company, I have no reason to refuse. So, will you choose the capital or Anzhou? In Tong's imagination, she believed she would opt for the capital. After all, it was the place where her husband had met his demise. I think I will remain in Anzhou. The education here is commendable, and besides, there would be no barriers should I wish to go to the capital in the future, right? Once Mo Shui entered the workforce, her efficient and decisive demeanor immediately emerged. Ning Lily observed her capable assistant and felt an instant connection in their conversation. Welcome, General Manager Mo. You are too kind. General Manager Ning, I look forward to your guidance. Ning Lily generously purchased a home for Mo Shui in Anzhou, and with the help of Xie Bingyan, her child successfully enrolled in a nearby school. To ensure your peace of mind at work, the company has arranged for a nanny, with expenses covered by the organization. Ning Lily smiled at Mo Shui,